The Empire abandoned a starving city. A ruthless engineer seized control, claiming the food, the gates, and the money. She ruled with an iron fist, balancing mercy and terror to survive. What happens when one woman's cold pragmatism is the only thing standing between a city and its destruction? Ledger of Vossbridge, a web novel, dark fantasy. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The frost had not yet burned off the river when Maelis Dorn reached the top of the south curtain wall. She walked it alone, the way she had walked every wall she had ever built. Boot soles finding the old mortar gaps without looking. Left hand trailing along the black stone, the maimed fingers brushing the surface like she was reading a face for lies. Below her, the bread lines stretched from the Southgate granary all the way to the Tanner's district. 3,000 people standing in dawn cold because there was no other place to stand. Women with infants bundled against their chests. Old men who had fought in imperial wars and now clutched empty sacks. Children too young to understand why the doors stayed shut. The granary doors had been sealed since the governor's proclamation 5 days ago. Official distribution, the proclamation had said. Controlled release to prevent hoarding. None had been released. Maelis stopped at the fourth Merlon and tapped it twice with her knuckles. The sound came back flat. Good stone. Her stone. She had supervised every course of this wall, watched the masons sweat and curse through 2 summers, caught a scaffold fall that broke her hand in 3 places, and left her with 2 fingers that would never close properly again. That was the year the Empire had promised her a master engineer's rank and paid her in ledger credits instead. She tapped the Merlon again, harder. The ward sigil carved into the inner face flickered once, a dull amber pulse that died almost before it registered. Failing. They were all failing. The old imperial wards had been laid into the foundations when Vossbridge was still a fortress town, and no one had refreshed them in a decade because the Empire had stopped sending warders to the frontier. The stone still held. For now. Maelis turned north along the wall walk, her breath clouding in the gray air. The city spread below her like a patient laid open for diagnosis. Temple spires and workshop chimneys, the black tangle of the Tanner's district. The mint's iron shutters still bolted. The governor's palace perched on the high ground above the market square, its windows dark. And there, at the river gate, where the Voss River narrowed between the bluffs and the old signal towers stood empty, the governor's personal barge was being loaded. She stopped walking. Even at this distance, even in the half-light before true dawn, she could see the chests going aboard. Square, iron-bound, the kind meant for coin and sealed documents. Harbor clerks in palace livery carried them down the stone steps 2 at a time, while a river pilot stood at the tiller, already facing downstream. Governor Harville Rinn was leaving. Maelis watched for a count of 30. Watched the chests, watched the barge settle lower in the water with each load. Watched the gray plume of the pilot's breath as he checked the current. No imperial banners, no honor guard, just a man and his treasury, taking the river road south while 3,000 citizens stood in a bread line that would never open. She had expected it. She had told herself she expected it, had factored it into the arithmetic she had been running since the last convoy failed to arrive. But the difference between expectation and the thing itself was the difference between reading a siege plan and standing inside the breach. The governor's barge cast off. Maelis watched it slide into the current, watched the river take it around the first bend, watched the signal tower at the bend remain dark because no one had lit the warning fire that should have been kept burning every night of winter. She stood on the wall she had built for a city that had just been sold for the weight of its treasury. And then she began to calculate. 11 days until the granaries turned from sealed to looted. 7 until the first starvation deaths in the poorest wards. 4 until the militia stopped reporting for duty because their families had nothing to eat. 2 until the guilds began negotiating with whoever had bread, regardless of loyalty. She knew these numbers. She had been running them for a week, refining them, testing them against different variables. The only variable she had not yet factored was herself. The wall, the gatehouses, the granary foundations, the mint's structural load points, the ward sigils in the bridge piers, the underground channels that fed the city's cisterns. She knew every pressure point in Vossbridge the way a surgeon knows the places where a body bleeds. The city was hers to take. The question was whether she could hold it after. Maelis turned from the river and walked back along the wall the way she had come. Past the failing wards, past the empty signal tower, past the bread lines that were beginning to stir with the first notes of unrest, voices rising, fists shaking at the sealed granary doors. She did not look at them. Not yet. She had 4 hours until the guilds met for their morning councils, 3 hours until the watch sergeants changed shifts at the south gate and the north gate, 2 hours until the mint clerks unlocked the counting room and discovered that the governor's last withdrawal had stripped the wage chests to copper. She could do this in 2 hours if she moved fast, and no one hesitated. Maelis reached the wall stair and descended, her left hand trailing along the stone, counting the steps she had laid out herself 12 years ago. 53 steps to the ground. At the bottom, the wall shadow lay cold and blue across the cobbles, and a young watch sergeant named Coulson was waiting with the report she had asked for at midnight. He looked pale. They all looked pale these days. "The granary overseer is at his house," Coulson said. "The gate captains are still loyal to the imperial seal. The mint clerks have not been told anything." "Good." Maelis pulled her coat tighter, the wool rough against her scarred palm. "Find Olin. Find Halver. Find the clerks who worked late inventory this week. Tell them to meet me at the Southgate granary in 1 hour with the master keys and the receipt ledgers." Coulson blinked. "The keys are sealed under the governor's authority." "The governor's barge just cleared the river bend with the treasury aboard," she said flatly. "His authority is on the water." She watched the words land, watched the sergeant's face go through the same calculation she had just made herself. Faster this time because he had not spent a decade building the walls that made him believe the city could not fall. "What do we do?" he asked. Maelis looked up at the wall she had built, then down at the bread lines thickening toward violence. "We take the city before it takes itself." She started walking, and after half a stride, Coulson fell in behind her. Behind them, in the market square, the first stone hit the granary doors. Chapter 2. The stone hit the granary doors while Maelis was still 30 paces away. The sound was wetter than she expected. Stone on old oak, the thud swallowed by the crowd before it could become a signal. She counted the heartbeat between impact and response. 2 seconds. Then the shouting sharpened, and the mass of bodies pressed forward, and the doors held because the locks were imperial forge work, and the men behind them had not yet decided which side would win. She kept walking. Coulson stayed at her shoulder, breathing hard, his hand resting on his baton the way a man touches a tool he hopes not to use. Ahead, the granary annex jutted from the main storehouse like a second rib, its loading doors chained, its windows shuttered, its roofline dark against the gray winter sky. Olin was waiting at the side entrance. He was a thin man, with a clerk's stoop and an engineer's hands, one of the 3 men she had trained personally in ward inspection and structural survey. His coat was threadbare at the elbows, his fingers were stained with ink and rust. He had been at the granary since midnight, copying inventory tallies she had asked for in secret. "The master keys are inside," he said without greeting. "Halver has them. He won't give them to the overseer, but he'll give them to you." "The overseer?" "Locked himself in the counting room when he heard the governor's barge left. Says he won't open for anyone without an imperial seal." Maelis filed that information. The overseer would keep, the grain would not. "The crowd," she said. "How long?" Olin glanced past her shoulder at the market square. 3,000 people had become 4,000. More were arriving from the side streets, drawn by the noise and the cold, and the rumor that bread would be distributed at dawn, even though no distribution had been ordered. "They're calm," Olin said. "That won't last." "No." She turned to Coulson. "Find me 4 men who can hold a spear and follow an order. No one who served directly under the gate captains. No one who swore personal oath to the governor." Coulson blinked. "The watch has taken oaths to the imperial seal." "The imperial seal is on a barge heading south. Find me men who understand arithmetic better than oaths." He left at a run. Maelis pressed through the side entrance into the granary's administrative corridor. The air inside was cold and dry, layered with the smell of old grain dust, lamp oil, and the faint metallic tang of the failing ward sigils carved into the foundation stones. She touched one as she passed. The inscription was warm, where it should have been cold, a sign of leakage she had noted 6 months ago in a report the Imperial quartermaster had never read. She found Halver in the key room. He was a broad man with a broken nose and a limp from an old warehouse collapse, another of her trained engineers, loyal because she had saved his leg when the surgeons wanted to cut it off, and because he had never forgotten which Imperial officer paid for the surgery and which one signed the discharge papers that left him unpaid for 6 weeks. "The master ring," she said. He held it up. 7 keys on an iron ring, each forged to match a different lock in the granary complex. The largest opened the main doors. The smallest opened the sealed vault where the emergency reserve was supposed to be stored, though the ledgers she had seen suggested it had been empty for months. "The counting room door is barred from inside," Halver said. "Overseer won't open. We'll deal with him after." She took the keys, tested their weight in her right hand, and walked to the main door where the crowd was pressing. Allen moved ahead of her and began calling orders to the granary workers who had gathered in the corridor, pale men and women in wool aprons who had not been paid in 3 weeks and had not been told whether the grain they inventoried would ever be distributed. She watched them respond to Allen's voice because he was calm and specific, and because they had nothing left to fear from Imperial authority. The main doors had a viewing slot at eye level. Maelis slid it open and looked out at the crowd. 4,000 people now, perhaps more. They filled the market square from the granary steps to the fountain, a dense mass of coats and breath and hunger. She could see the tension in their shoulders, the way the front ranks leaned forward with each new shout from behind, the way children were being pulled back by mothers who knew what happened when a crowd decided a door was the only thing standing between them and the winter. She had built this wall too. Not the physical wall, though she understood the structure of a crowd the same way she understood the structure of a battlement. Pressure points, load-bearing lines, the moment when compression became fracture. "Open the main doors," she said. Halver stepped forward. "The crowd will surge." "Not if we give them something to look at instead of something to break through," she turned to Ole. "Bring the ledgers from the counting room. Bring the inventory lists from last night. Bring anything that has numbers on it." Ole hesitated. "The overseer has the counting room barricaded." "Then break the lock," she said it flatly without emphasis, and Olin went. The main doors opened on the 3rd key. Maelis stepped through alone, onto the granite landing above the crowd, and the sight of her stopped the noise for a fraction of a second. A woman in a rough wool coat, dark hair pinned back, pale eyes that did not blink at the mass of bodies below her. A woman the crowd recognized. The engineer who had built the walls. The woman who had been seen walking the battlement at dawn every day for 12 years, tapping the stone, checking the wards. She raised her left hand, the one with the 2 fingers that never closed properly, and the crowd saw the scar along her palm and went quiet because they did not know what to make of a woman who showed them her damage before she spoke. "The governor has fled," she said. The words were not loud. They did not need to be. The silence in the square was absolute. He took the treasury. He took the wage chests. He took the imperial seal. He left the granaries locked and the gates unguarded and the signal tower dark. A murmur ran through the crowd. She let it build, then cut it off. "I am not the governor. I am not the empire. I am the woman who built the walls that still stand around this city, and I am telling you now that there is grain in this granary, and there will be bread in your hands before noon." The murmur became a shout, not angry yet, nervous, hungry, desperate for something to believe. "But bread will be distributed by ration, not by riot. The first person who tries to break these doors will be the last person to eat in this city. The second will hang beside him." She let that land. "The granary is under my authority now. The gatehouses will be under my authority within the hour. The mint will follow. Anyone who wishes to argue about imperial procedure may do so after the children in the Tanner's district have been fed." She stepped back from the landing and nodded to Halver. He opened the main doors fully, and the granary workers began carrying out the first sacks, not with the panic of a distribution under siege, but with the methodical precision of men who had been trained by a woman who did not tolerate errors in her load calculations. The crowd did not surge. They watched. They waited. They began to form a line. Maelis was already walking toward the south gate. Coulson caught up with her at the corner of the granary annex, his 4 men trailing behind him. They were young, hollow-eyed, carrying spears that looked too new for winter work. "The Southgate captain is still at his post," Coulson said. "He refused Allen's messenger, says he won't yield the gate without a written order from the Imperial Quartermaster. The Imperial Quartermaster is dead." "The captain doesn't know that." Maelis kept walking. The Southgate rose ahead of her, a black stone arch she had designed and overseen and tested with her own hands. The portcullis was down. The side postern was locked. The gate captain stood on the wall walk above, a thick man in imperial blue with a face that had learned to say no before it had learned to think. "Captain," she called up, "open the gatehouse. I require written authority from the quartermaster's office." "The quartermaster's office is empty. The quartermaster is dead. The governor is on a river barge with your wage chest in his hold." The captain's face did not change. "I have taken an oath." "Then break it." She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The 4 men with spears were visible now, and the captain saw them, and he saw the crowd beginning to watch from the market square, and he saw the woman below him who had built the wall he stood on. He hesitated. That was all Maelis needed. She turned to Coulson. "Relieve him." Coulson moved before the captain could speak, climbing the wall stair with 2 of his men, and the Southgate changed hands without a drawn blade, because the men below the captain had been watching the breadlines too, and they understood arithmetic better than oaths. The portcullis rose. Maelis walked through the gatehouse, checked the ward sigils on the inner arch, tapped the stone once for stress, and turned toward the river gate. Behind her, the signal tower at the bend was still dark, but the city was beginning to move. Chapter 3. The Mint stood at the junction of Foundry Street and the Old Coin Road, a low stone building with barred windows and a single iron door that had not been opened since the governor's proclamation. Maelis arrived with Coulson and 2 of the young spearmen. The street was empty except for a cluster of clerks watching from the doorway of a chandler's shop, their aprons stained with tallow, their faces hungry for news. She did not give them any. She walked to the iron door and knocked. 3 times. Flat of her hand, not a fist. A voice from inside. "The Mint is closed by imperial decree." "The governor is gone," she said. "Open the door." "I have no authority to do so." "Then I will provide you with new authority." She turned to Coulson. "Find Olin. Tell him to bring the bars from the granary hoist and meet me at the rear wall." Coulson hesitated. "The rear wall is 3 feet of stone." "I built this Mint," she said. "The rear wall has a weak joint at the old coal chute where the foundation settled 12 years ago. Olin knows where to strike." He went. The clerks from the chandler's shop did not move. They watched the iron door and watched her and watched the empty street as though waiting for the world to resume its proper shape. It would not. Olin arrived with the bars, a 5-foot length of wrought iron with a flattened head. Halver came behind him carrying a lantern and a coil of rope. Maelis led them around the side of the Mint, past the drainage channel where the stone had been patched twice in her memory, past the coal chute cover that had not been lifted since the Emperor's last war. She stopped at the joint where the foundation wall met the original stonework. The mortar was darker there, a different mix. She did not need to tap it. "Here." Olin set the bars into the gap and leaned his weight against it. The stone did not move. He shifted his stance and drove the bars deeper, using his legs, his back, the method she had taught him when he was still a puddler's apprentice with ink on his hands. The joint cracked. A second strike and the stone shifted inward, enough for Halver to hook the edge with his fingers and pull. The coal chute cover came away in a single piece, leaving a hole just wide enough for a woman of Maelis's build to pass through. She took the lantern from Halver and went first. The Mint's basement smelled of copper dust, stale oil, and old sweat. The ceiling was low, the pipes overhead crusted with rust. She found the stair in the dark and climbed. The mintmaster was waiting at the top of the stair with a ledger in one hand and a wax seal in the other. He was a thin man with a clerk's stoop and eyes that had learned to say no before they had learned to think. Behind him, 3 clerks stood at the counting tables with coin dies laid out in rows. The furnace was cold. The wage rolls were spread across the bench like a patient awaiting diagnosis. "You cannot break into an imperial mint," the mintmaster said. "I already have." She set the lantern on the nearest table and picked up a wage roll. The names were listed in neat imperial script, each with a copper tally beside it. The governor's final withdrawal had left enough to pay perhaps 40 men before the chests ran dry. "The governor took your wage chest," she said. "He took your seal. He took the authority you are trying to hide behind. The empire is gone from Vossbridge. What remains is a city of 40,000 people who need to eat before the frost kills them." The mintmaster's hand trembled. The wax seal clattered onto the table. "I swore an oath." "Then break it," she said it the same way she had said it to the gate captain. "Plat, final, or I will find someone who will." She picked up one of the coin dies. It was a standard imperial issue, the emperor's profile worn smooth from years of use. She set it down and picked up a blank copper disc from the tray beside it. "We will strike emergency marks," she said. "No coin value, ration authority only. The die will bear the granary seal and a number. Each mark will entitle the bearer to 1 ration unit. The mill will produce 1,000 per day until the grain runs out or the winter breaks." The mintmaster stared at the blank disc in her hand. "Who will authorize the die?" "I will." She turned to Olin. "You and Halber stay. Oversee the striking. The first marks go to the granary by noon. I want every clerk in this building working before the hour turns." She stepped past the mintmaster and climbed the stairs to the main floor. The counting room was bright with morning light from the high windows. The coin dies were laid out in racks. The blank copper discs filled 3 barrels in the corner. The scale and the assay tools were clean and ready. She walked to the window and looked out at Foundry Street. The clerks from the chandler's shop were gone. In their place stood a cluster of men in gilt blue, watching the mint with the stillness of hunters. Amond Fell was among them. She did not acknowledge him. "Coulson." "Ma'am?" "Find me the names of every merchant who has refused to accept imperial silver since the governor fled." Coulson blinked. "You want to know who's refusing coin?" "I want to know who's already acting like the empire is dead. Those are the ones who understand the situation. Those are the ones I can use." He nodded and left. She was alone in the counting room with the dies and the scales and the smell of cold copper. The door to the street burst open. 2 of Coulson's men dragged a man inside. He was medium build, soft hands, a coat that cost more than it should, and a face that had learned to smile while calculating profit. He was not struggling. He was watching, counting, weighing the room the way she weighed a wall. He carried a ledger under his coat. They'd found it when they searched him. "What's your name?" she asked. "Caldemir. You were caught hoarding grain in the weaver's quarter." "I was storing grain," he said. "There's a difference." "Who distributes?" "My clients, my ledgers, my system." She took the ledger from the guard and opened it. The handwriting was small, precise, and the columns were not grain amounts. They were names, dates, and weights, but each weight was followed by a symbol she did not recognize, a private cipher. Her eyes moved across the page. She saw the shape of something larger than a single hoarder's cellar. "Where did you learn to keep books like this?" He smiled. "I have apprenticed for the Imperial Grain Office before they closed the route station. I know every warehouse in this city, every false wall, every broker who shifts grain through funeral wagons." She closed the ledger. "You are a criminal. I am a businessman who understood the famine before you did." She studied him, the coat, the hands, the eyes that did not flinch. She could hang him. The crowd would cheer, bread in exchange for blood. But the ledger in her hand contained information she did not have: names, routes, hidden stores. She had 12 years of building walls. He had 12 years of mapping the city's hidden wealth. "Coulson." He stepped in from the door. Put him in the rear counting room, not the cells, the counting room. Bring him paper, ink, and a lamp. I want every name in that ledger written in clear script by evening. Calder's smile did not waver. You're not going to hang me? Not yet. She turned and walked to the window. Below, the guildmen had been joined by a woman in a laundress's apron, her face hard with purpose. Tavia Quillen. She was pointing toward the river gate. Her voice did not carry, but her meaning did. Something was burning. Maelis pressed her good hand against the stone sill and felt the cold rise through her fingers. The ward sigils, the mint, the hoarder's ledger, the burning. The city was moving faster than she could control. Chapter 4. She left the mint before the first ration mark struck. The fire at the river gate was closer now, pulling a column of smoke across Foundry Street. Tavia Quillen met her at the corner, apron smudged with ash, breath coming hard. Warehouse, Tavia said. The one Caldermeyer's ledger marked for the Chandler's Guild, burned to rubble before we got there. Grain or evidence? Both. The grain was already moved out last night. The fire took the rest. Maelis watched the smoke climb. The ledger in her pocket carried names that would not burn. She had a window now, before the city's rumor mill turned the fire into a message. How many names did Calder give you before we locked him in the counting room? Tavia pulled a scrap from her sleeve. 13. Warehouse addresses, cellar marks, and 2 merchants who've been selling against the imperial seal since the governor's proclamation. The one who hid grain while children starved. Both of them. Maelis turned toward the market square. Fied Coulson, tell him to bring the scaffold crew and the bell. I want the square full in 1 hour. Tavia did not ask which scaffold. She ran. The market square was already crowded when Maelis arrived. The morning's breadline had not dissolved, it had thickened and turned restless. The hanging beams from the old imperial punishment frame still stood at the east end, unused for years. Maelis had ordered them oiled and tested before dawn. She climbed the platform alone. The crowd was 4,000 and growing. They had watched her open the granary. They had watched her seize the mint. Now they watched her stand beneath the beams and wait. Coulson arrived with 2 men and the prisoners. The merchants were both in guild blue, faces gray with shock. Soldiers from the south gate dragged them up the steps. Maelis did not look at them. She looked at the crowd. These men, she said, hid grain while children starved. They sold against the Empire's seal. They kept bread in locked cellars while your families went to bed hungry. She held up the ledger. Their names are in this book. Their weights are in this book. Their profits are in this book. One of the merchants tried to speak. Coulson shoved him forward. The Empire is gone, Maelis said. The governor is gone. The granaries are under my authority. The mint is under my authority. The gates are under my authority. And this city will not survive winter if theft is treated as risk instead of treason. She stepped aside. The hangman tied the knots. The beams groaned. The crowd watched without sound. The first merchant went over the edge. The rope snapped taut. A woman in the front row turned and vomited. The second merchant followed. His neck broke with a wet crack that carried across the square. The body swung. The crowd stayed still. Maelis waited until the swaying stopped. Then she raised her voice again. There is one more, she gestured. 2 of Coulson's men pushed through the crowd, Caldermeyer between them. They had not bound his hands. They had not roughed him. He walked up the steps with the same calm smile he had worn in the mint. The crowd tensed. They knew his name. They knew the ledger. They expected another rope. Maelis turned to face them. Caldermeyer hoarded grain. His ledger contains the names of every warehouse, every false seller, every broker who has been selling food this city cannot afford. He hungered while children starved. She paused. The rope swung. His knowledge is worth more to Vossbridge than his death. She stepped forward and put a hand on Calder's shoulder. You are pardoned. A man near the front shouted, He should hang! Maelis did not look at him. He will work. He will map every hidden store in this city. He will carry the ledger to Brother Inez at the granary offices, and if he withholds a single name, he will hang twice, once for the crime and once for the lie. But today he lives because his books can show us where the city's real food has gone. Calder's smile flickered, but he did not speak. The crowd began to murmur. The bodies still swung above them. The message settled by increments. Mercy would no longer be given freely. It would be purchased with usefulness. Maelis descended from the scaffold. Tavia met her at the bottom. "The guildmasters want to see you. Amon Fuge is gathering them in the foundry hall. Tell them I will come when the market is quiet. There's something else." Tavia pointed toward the river gate. The signal tower was lit. A fire burned at its peak, the first light from that tower since the governor fled. But the pattern was wrong. Imperial protocol used 3 pulses for relief, 2 for soldiers. The tower showed only 1. 1 meant danger, 1 meant enemy. "How long has it been burning?" "Since the scaffold fell," Tavia said. 1 pulse, no flag, no rider. Maelis pressed her good hand against her side. The ledger, the dead merchants, the pardoned hoarder, the burning tower. The city was moving faster than she could control. She turned back toward the foundry hall. "Find Coulson, have him double the guard on the river gate, and send a runner to the granary. I want Brother Enos in the foundry hall within the hour." "The guildmasters won't wait. They will learn." She walked through the dispersing crowd. The bodies still swung, the smoke still climbed, the tower still burned. And somewhere beyond that fire, someone was watching. Chapter 5. The market square had not yet swallowed its silence. Bodies still swayed above the scaffold. The rope still creaked. The crowd had not scattered. They stood in clots, mothers holding children, old men gripping staffs, apprentices still wearing their leather aprons from the morning shift. They watched Maelis as if she might grow another head or vanish into smoke. She walked to the speaking platform at the square's center, the granite block where imperial heralds had read tax proclamations and census results for 40 years. The stone was cold through her boots. The carvings on its face had worn smooth under a generation of winter rain. She climbed the steps. The crowd did not move closer. They did not move away. They waited. "We are not in rebellion," Maelis said. Her voice carried without effort. The square had been built for announcements. The Empire abandoned this city before dawn. The governor took the treasury and sailed south. There is no one coming to feed you. There is no one coming to protect you. There is no one coming. A woman in the front row crossed herself. A man near the fountain began to weep. "What remains," Maelis said, "is what we build from what we have." She had not written this speech. She had composed it walking from the scaffold, counting the steps between the hanged men and the granite block, feeling the weight of the ledger under her coat. Vossbridge will govern itself until the Empire returns, or until it does not. That is not rebellion. That is survival. A city that waits for rescue while its children starve is not loyal. It is dead. She paused. The guild runners had already begun moving. She watched them slip between the bodies, heading east toward Foundry Street, north toward the Tanner's Quarter. "Good. Let them carry the news." Let Amen Fogel hear it from 3 mouths before she reached the Foundry Hall. Effective immediately, Vossbridge is ruled by a civic compact, not a charter, not a crown. A compact born of necessity, not ambition. It will hold until winter ends, or until a lawful imperial authority returns to this city with food, wages, and proof that they will not abandon us again. She named them in order. Brother Enos, formerly of the monastery bursary, will serve as quartermaster of grain. He will answer to the compact, not to any guild or officer. Calder Meyer will serve as examiner of stores. His ledger is now a public record. Amon Fogel was next. She had not discussed this with him. He had not asked, and she had not offered. But the Masons were too large to ignore, and Fogel was too dangerous to leave outside the circle. Amon Fogel will sit on the Emergency Council as guild representative. The council will advise on all decrees affecting workshops, furnaces, and wages. It will not hold veto over the granary or the mint. The murmur began. She heard it spread through the crowd like wind through dry grass. Some heads nodded, some shook. An old woman in a patched shawl spat on the stones. "Tavia Quillen will command the citizen militia. She will answer to the compact alone." Tavia's name drew a different silence. The laundress's daughter, the woman in the apron. Men who had served under imperial captains stared at each other and said nothing. "The compact," Maelis said, "will meet at dawn in the foundry hall. Any citizen may submit a grievance in writing to the granary offices. The compact will rule on it within 3 days. No decree will be enforced without its seal. She stepped back from the edge of the platform. That is all. The market is closed. Return to your homes. The granary will open for ration distribution at noon. The crowd did not disperse. They stood frozen, waiting for something else, the way men wait after a building falls to see if the dust will settle or the walls will fall again. Maelis turned and descended. At the base of the platform, Tavia was already waiting. The guild runners have been gone 3 minutes. Good. They saw me name Pho. They will tell him before I arrive. Tavia fell into step beside her as she walked toward the foundry hall. And Calder? He is useful. That is all he needs to be. A shout rose behind them. Someone in the square had begun to argue. Maelis did not turn. The militia captains who served under the Empire, Tavia said. They will not like taking orders from me. They do not have to like it. They have to obey. And when they refuse? Maelis stopped. She looked at the laundress's daughter standing beside her, the woman who had smelled the river gate fire before anyone else, who had watched the signal tower, who had read danger in a single pulse. Then you will find the ones who can follow orders without the Empire's name on them, she said. They are in this city. They have always been in this city. The Empire just never looked for them. Tavia's jaw tightened. She nodded once. They walked the rest of the way in silence. The foundry hall rose ahead, its chimney cold, its iron doors standing open. Light bled from the crack between them. Lamplight, not forge light. The guildmasters were already inside. Maelis paused at the threshold. A runner for Brother Ines, she said. I want him here before I speak. Tavia gestured to a boy crouched against the wall. He was up and running before she finished the motion. The signal tower still burned beyond the rooftops. One pulse. Danger. Someone was watching. Maelis pushed the iron doors open and stepped inside. Chapter 6. The granary offices smelt of old ink and older rot. Brother Inan stood in the doorway with his hands folded inside his sleeves, watching the clerks scatter like startled birds at his approach. He had arrived before the runner reached him. Maelis would learn that later and understand what it meant. He had been waiting for the summons, had known it would come, had already begun the work she needed before she named him quartermaster. The head clerk, a man named Doro with spectacles mended twice at the bridge, looked up from a stack of ledgers. Brother, we were told to expect you. Inance? He crossed to the main table, where the inventories lay spread like a patient awaiting surgery. No titles. They slow the work. Doro blinked. The compact has not yet met. Inance pulled the nearest ledger toward him and opened it to the first page. Show me the grain count from the Southgate vaults, not the estimate. The actual inspection records. Doro hesitated. The other clerks had stopped pretending to work. They watched him the way men watch a physician who has come to measure a wound. The Southgate vaults, Ines repeated. Now. Doro reached for a second ledger, thinner than the first, its spine cracked from use. He opened it to a page near the back where columns had been entered in 2 hands, the neat script of an imperial clerk, and beneath it, a looser, darker ink that looked like it had been written in haste. That is the last true count, Doro said, taken 6 days before the governor's proclamation. Ines ran his finger down the column. The numbers were precise. Bins 1 through 12, each with a weight, a grade, and a date of last inspection. He had expected lies. What he found was worse. This vault, he said, tapping the page. It should hold 300 barrels. The ledgers on the main table show 240. Your inspection record shows 190. Doro said nothing. 6 days, Ines said. 6 days between this count and the proclamation. Where did the difference go? Release orders, Doro said, signed by the Imperial Quartermaster. Show me. Doro produced a third book, thinner still, its pages soft with handling. Ine opened it and found the release orders, each one signed with the quartermaster's name, each one authorizing a draw of grain from the Southgate vaults. He read them twice. The dates, he said. These orders were all written on the same day. Daro's face went gray. Yes. Ine closed the book. Someone in the quartermaster's office backdated a week's worth of releases to cover a single removal. The quartermaster was dead by the time these were signed, unless he signed them from beyond. The silence in the room stretched like a rope under tension. 300 barrels, Ines said. We do not have 300 barrels. We do not have 200. We have 190. And the vault master will confirm that number is optimistic because I saw the dust on the empty bins when Maelis opened the doors this morning. Darrow's hands had begun to tremble. Brother, I swear to you, I did not. You recorded what you were told to record, I know. Ines set the ledger down. The fault is not yours. The fault is buried with the quartermaster. But we have to work with the numbers we have, not the numbers we wish for. He pulled a fresh sheet of paper from the desk and began writing. 40,000 people, he said, give or take. The last imperial census counted 39,800, but that was before the winter refugees began arriving from the northern villages. He wrote the number at the top of the page. Below it, he began a second column. Rations. If we issue a half-pound of grain per person per day, and we have 190 barrels at 60 pounds each, that is 11,400 pounds, Darrow said. Yes. Ines kept writing. Divide by 40,000 people. That gives us, he did the calculation. He wrote the number. He stared at it. 6 days, he said. Less if we count the refugees. 5 days, perhaps. Then the Southgate vaults are empty. Darrow made a sound like a man who had been struck in the chest. The other granaries, he said. The Northgate vaults, the Riverside stores, will add a week, perhaps 10 days, if they have not been similarly drained. Ines set down the pen. After that, we have nothing but whatever Caldermere's ledger reveals. Hidden stores, hoarded grain, the scraps men thought they could keep from the city's mouth. He looked up at Darrow. How many people die in this city every day, even before the famine? Darrow shook his head. I do not. You keep the burial tallies. I saw them on the shelf. Ines pointed. Bring them to me. Darrow moved like a man in a dream. He crossed to the shelf, pulled down a bundle of papers tied with twine, and set them before Ines. Ines untied the knot and began reading. 5 days ago, 14 burials. 4 days ago, 19. 3 days ago, 22. 2 days ago, 27. Yesterday, 31. He looked up. The red is climbing. Hunger is already killing them. Before we run out of grain, we will run out of time to distribute it. He tapped the page. We need a burial plan, a designated ground, a rotation of diggers, a system for recording names so the dead do not vanish from memory without a trace. Darrow stared at him. You want a plan for the dead before the living have bread. I want to plan for everything. Ines stood. The living will eat what we have. The dead must be accounted for. If we let the bodies pile, we will lose the city to plague before we lose it to starvation. He gathered the ledgers into a stack. Where is Maelis? The foundry hall. The guild masters are waiting for her. Ine nodded. He tucked the burial tallies under his arm and walked to the door. Tell the clerks to begin a new ledger, he said. 1 number per page. No estimates, no guesses. Every barrel, every pound, every mouth. He paused at the threshold. And tell them to sharpen their pens. This winter will be written in ink and ash, and I intend to read every line. The walk to the foundry hall took 7 minutes. The streets were emptier than they had been at dawn. The crowd had dispersed, but the city had not relaxed. Doors stayed closed. Windows stayed shuttered. The smoke from the signal tower still hung above the rooftops, a pale finger pointing at nothing. Ines reached the iron doors and pushed them open. The foundry hall was warm. Lanterns hung from the beams, casting long shadows across the floor. The guild masters sat in a rough semicircle around a central table. Eamon Feel at their head, his face unreadable, his hands flat on the wood. Maelis stood apart from them, her back to the wall, her maimed hand pressed against her coat. She looked at Ines when he entered. Her eyes asked the question before her mouth could form it. He crossed the hall, set the ledgers on the table, and opened the burial tallies. The numbers, he said, are worse than I feared. Vil leaned forward. How much worse? Ines did not answer him. He looked at Maelis. We have grain for 12 days, perhaps 15 if Calder's hoarders prove as generous as he promised. After that, we have nothing. The silence that followed was not the silence of shock. It was the silence of men who had already suspected, who had hoped to be wrong, and who now had nowhere left to hide. "How many will die in those 12 days?" Figel asked. Misha turned a page. "At the current rate, 800. Maybe more if the cold deepens and the medicine runs out." "Medicine," Figel said. "We have 4 weeks of tincture for the infirmaries," Misha said. "Less if the wounds come faster than the bodies can be buried. I have already begun planning the burial ground." Figel jaw tightened. "You are planning graves before we have bread." "I am planning truth," Misha said. "The numbers do not care about our hopes. The winter does not care about our oaths. The only thing that will keep this city alive is the willingness to look at what is real and act accordingly." He turned back to Maelis. "You asked me to be your quartermaster. I accepted, because I believe a city that counts honestly has a better chance than a city that buries its mistakes in ledgers. But I will not lie to you." He placed his hand on the burial tallies. "We are not saving everyone. We are choosing who survives. Every decree you make from this moment forward is a judgment on who lives and who dies." Maelis met his gaze. Her face gave nothing, but her hand tightened against her coat. "Then we choose," she said, "and we make sure the choices are worth the cost." Ines nodded slowly. "Good," he said, "because the burial records will be our final ledger, and I intend for that ledger to have more than one page." Chapter 7. Tavia Quillen reached the storehouse 2 minutes after the runner found her. The knife fight had already spilled from the doorway into the alley. 7 men, maybe 8, locked in a tangle of fists, blades, and boots. A corporal from the old Southgate garrison stood against the wall with blood running from his nose, watching. Tavia grabbed the nearest barrel lid and drove it between 2 wrestlers, splitting them apart. One swung a blade at her face. She caught his wrist, twisted until the knife dropped, and shoved him into the wall hard enough to crack his skull against the stone. "Break it off," she said. The corporal wiped his nose. "They won't listen to you. They'll listen to this." She turned and faced the remaining men. The alley went still. One of them spat, but no one moved. "You," she said, pointing at a man with a split lip. "Why?" "He called me a granary thief. He called me an imperial lapdog," the other said. Tavia looked from one to the other. "We have 12 days of grain and 4 weeks of medicine, and you want to bleed each other over insults?" She dropped the barrel lid. It clattered against the cobbles. "Report to the militia muster point at the Tanner's Gate before dusk, both of you. If you are late, you will be digging graves instead." They stared at her. The corporal laughed. "Who died and made you their mother?" Tavia walked toward him. She was not tall, and her coat was a laundress's coat, but she did not stop until she was close enough to see the broken veins in his nose. "The imperial quartermaster died," she said, "and the governor fled with the treasury. The empire is gone, and I am the one who makes sure this city still has a militia at dawn." She turned to the alley. "Dismissed." The men scattered. The corporal hesitated, then followed. Tavia stood alone in the cold. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs until the trembling stopped. Maelis found her at the militia muster point an hour later. The building was a converted ropeworks near the north wall, wide and drafty, with a dirt floor packed hard by years of foot traffic. 20 men stood in loose formation. A few wore old imperial surcoats. Most wore whatever they had grabbed from home. Tavia stood at the front, reading names from a list. Willer, Tench, Sutter. "Those 3 report to Brother Inez at the granary for ration distribution. The rest stay with me." Maelis watched from the doorway. The men moved slowly, without discipline. One dropped his pike, stooped to pick it up, and almost knocked another over. "They need training," Tavia said, walking over. "And weapons. Half the pikes in the armory are rusted, the other half are missing." "How many men?" 70 signed in, maybe 50 actually show when called. Tavia's voice was flat. "The rest are selling their time to warehouse owners for a half-pound of flour per shift." Maelis said nothing. "The old captains will not take orders from me," Tavia continued. "I have 3 corporals from the Southgate garrison who watch my back, but the rest look through me. They do not hear commands from a laundress's daughter." Maelis turned to face the formation. The men had stopped moving. They stood in a rough line, waiting. "They will learn to hear you," Maelis said. "How?" Maelis walked into the yard. She stopped in front of the line, her gray eyes moving from face to face. "Who here was at the market square this morning?" A few hands rose. "Then you saw the scaffold. You saw the bell. You saw 2 men die because they hoarded bread while children starved." She let the silence hold. "I am not the Empire. I do not care who your father was, or which regiment you served, or whether you have a noble seal on your papers. I care about one thing, whether you can follow orders and keep the people of this city alive." She pointed at Tavia. "She can, and she is your commander from this moment forward. Any man who refuses her orders refuses mine." No one spoke. Maelis walked back to the doorway. "Organize them by district," she said to Tavia. "I want a rotation for the walls, the gates, and the granary. And I want a report by dusk on what we actually have in the armory." She paused. "One more thing. The signal tower pulses once. Someone is watching. Double the watch on the river gate and rotate the men every 2 hours. Cold and boredom make men careless." Tavia nodded. "What if the old captains try to overrule me?" "They won't." "How do you know?" Maelis stood with the formation. "Because I know where their supply orders are filed, and I know which one has been taking kickbacks for grain distribution since the Imperial seal was still warm. If they give you trouble, send them to me." She walked out without waiting for an answer. Dusk came gray and cold. Tavia found Maelis in the counting room at the Mint, standing over Calder's ledger while the hoarder's ink dried. Oil lamps flickered on the desk, casting long shadows. 72 men assigned by district," Tavia said. 20 to the north wall, 20 to the river gate, 15 to the granary, 17 as a mobile reserve. Weapons count: 43 pikes in usable condition, 21 short swords, 9 bows with 30 arrows each. She paused. "The rest is scrap." Maelis did not look up. "The armory will be restocked by morning." "With what? The Forge Guild has no iron." "They have iron. Fed has been hoarding it for a project he will not name. I will have it released before noon." Tavia shifted. "And the men? What about them? They are afraid, not of the Empire, of winter, of hunger, of what happens when the grain runs out and they are standing at the gate with a rusted pike and no one to tell them what to do." Maelis finally looked up. Her face gave nothing, but something in her eyes flickered. "They are not alone in that." Tavia opened her mouth to answer, but a runner burst through the door before she could speak. "Commander," he said, gasping, "the Tanner's district. Someone is passing counterfeit ration chits. 4 men tried to use them at the granary annex." Tavia turned. Maelis was already standing. "Where is Brother Inés?" Maelis asked. "At the granary main vault. He has the chits." Maelis grabbed her coat. "Come." They walked through the dark streets. The city pressed close around them, shuttered windows and cold chimneys. The smell of smoke hung in the air. The granary annex stood at the edge of the Tanner's district, a low stone building with bars on the windows. A crowd had gathered at the entrance. Not riotous, but not calm either. Brother Inés pushed through the crowd as Maelis approached. He held 3 paper squares in his hand. "These are the chits," he said. "Good paper, good ink, but the seal is wrong." He held one up. The lantern light caught the edge of the mark. It looked like the granary seal, but the line of the bridge was crooked, and the letters were slightly too wide. "Where did they come from?" Maelis asked. 4 men say a grocer in the Weaver's district sold them this morning. He had a stack. Maelis looked at Tavia. "Take 2 men, find the grocer, bring him to the Mint counting room, alive." Tavia nodded. She turned and began walking. The crowd watched her go. No one spoke. The counterfeit chit sat in Maelis's hand, 3 paper squares that looked almost real. Almost was not enough. Chapter 8. The counting room stank of tallow and fear. Calder sat at the scarred oak table with his decoded ledger spread before him, 4 guards watching his every move, and the oil lamp burning low enough that shadows crawled across his face. His soft hands rested on the pages like a merchant counting profit. He had been writing for 3 hours. Maelis stood in the doorway and watched him work. The counterfeit chits were still in her pocket. The grocer in the weaver's district was still being hunted, but the ledger in front of her held the difference between 12 days of bread and 20. Calder looked up. "You are waiting for me to finish before you ask." "I am waiting for you to tell me what I need to know." "Then sit." He gestured at the chair across from him. "I do not perform for standing audiences. It makes me nervous, and nervous men forget details." Maelis did not sit. She stepped into the room and closed the door behind her. The guards shifted, uncertain. "Leave us." The senior guard hesitated. "Commander, he is a condemned hoarder. You pardoned him publicly, but—" "I know what I did." Her voice carried no heat. "Leave us." The door closed. The lock turned. They were alone. Calder watched her with something that might have been respect. "You trust yourself more than you trust your men. I trust my judgment more than I trust their fear. And my judgment? You have not earned trust yet. You have earned a stay of execution. That is not the same thing." Calder smiled. It was a thin smile, the kind a man wears when he knows he holds better cards than the table believes. "Then let me earn it." He turned the ledger toward her. The pages were covered in neat handwriting, not the cramped cipher of the original, but clear script, addresses and names and quantities marked in ink that was still wet. "The grain you need is not in the granaries. It never was. The Empire stored what it wanted the Empire to have. The rest of it, the real stores, belongs to the men who knew the famine was coming before the governor did." He tapped the first page. "Start here. The Tanners District, South End. A warehouse behind the tannery yard. False wall in the curing shed. 200 barrels of barley and dried peas packed in lime to keep the rats out. The lime will need sifting, but the grain is sound." Maelis read the entry. The address matched a building she had passed 100 times, a sagging structure she had never thought to inspect. "Who owns it?" "A broker named Vesson. He worked for the Imperial Quartermaster's office until 3 years ago. He knew the release schedules. He knew when the shipments stopped matching the records." "Where is Vesson now?" Calder's smile widened. "Dead. 4 days before the governor fled. A fall from his own roof. The coroner called it an accident." Maelis said nothing. She turned the page. The second entry was in the weaver's district, a private cellar beneath a cloth merchant's shop, accessible through a false floor in the storeroom. 150 barrels of wheat. "The merchant is alive," Calder said. "Name of Pollux. He will deny everything until you put a knife to his throat. Then he will offer to sell you the grain at a price you cannot afford." "And if I simply take it?" "Then he will tell every other merchant in the city that the Civic compact is no better than looters, and the next warehouse you try to open will be empty before you arrive." Maelis looked at him. "You have thought about this?" "I have been sitting in this room for 3 hours with nothing but paper and my own survival to occupy me. Yes, I have thought about it." She turned to the third page. This one had no address, just a name, written in larger letters than the rest, underlined twice. Severin Palk. "What is this?" Calder's hand hovered over the name. For the first time, the thin smile faltered. "That is the name you do not speak in rooms with open windows. That is the name that pays the brokers, owns the false ledgers, and knew the famine was coming before the governor did, before the quartermaster did, before anyone in this city understood what was about to happen." Maelis read the name again. It meant nothing to her. "Who is he?" "An imperial financier. He fronts for a group called the Ledger Circle. They buy debt, control credit, and manage the flow of grain through every major city on the frontier. They do not grow food. They do not transport it. They simply own the paper that makes it move." "And they created the famine?" "They made it profitable." Calder leaned back. "The empire was collapsing anyway. The governor had already stripped the treasury. The wards were failing. The legions were pulling back. The Ledger Circle simply accelerated the timeline and made sure the collapse happened on their terms, with their credit the only thing left standing when the dust settled." He tapped the page. "Severin Palk is the man who wrote the Arithmetic. He is not in Vossbridge. He has never set foot in this city. But half the grain that was supposed to feed us this winter is sitting in warehouses he controls, waiting for the price to rise high enough to justify the sale." Maelis studied the ledger. The name burned in the lamplight. "You have proof of this?" "I have names, Dates, shipment records that do not match the imperial ledgers. I have enough to hang a dozen men in the market square, and enough to put a target on my back that every broker between here and the capital can see. He met her eyes. That is why I need protection. Not for the names I have already given you, for the names I have not. The room went still. The lamp flickered. Somewhere in the mint a hammer struck metal. Maelis considered him. A hoarder she had dragged onto a scaffold and pardoned in front of 4,000 people. A man who knew where every hidden store in the city lay, and who had just named a financier she had never heard of as the architect of the famine killing her people. She could not trust him. That was the truth of it. But she could use him. What kind of protection? A room that locks from the inside, a bed, food that does not taste of sawdust, and a guard I choose, not one you assign. You do not get to choose your guard, then I get to die before I finish the next page. He folded his hands on the ledger. Vesson fell from his roof. Pollux will sell to the highest bidder, and Severin Palk has agents in this city who would slit my throat for the price of a good meal. If you want what I know, you keep me alive long enough to write it down. Maelis studied him. The fear was there, buried beneath the composure, but it was real. She could see it in the way his fingers pressed flat against the paper, in the careful steadiness of his breathing. She reached into her coat and pulled out one of the counterfeit chits. "Do you know this seal?" Calder took it. His eyes moved over the crooked bridge line, the letters too wide. He turned it over, examined the paper, the ink. "This is not a grocer's work," he said slowly. "This is someone who had access to a real chit for copying, and enough skill to get close, but not close enough. Who? I do not know, but if you let me live long enough to find out, I will tell you." Maelis took the chit back. She held it over the lamp flame. The paper curled, blackened, and caught fire. She let it burn until the heat touched her fingers, then dropped the ash onto the floor. "You get your room. You get your bed. You get food from the quartermaster's own stores." She looked at him. "But if you hold back a single name, if I find a storehouse you knew about and did not mark, I will drag you back to the scaffold and hang you myself. Not publicly, not for show. Just you and a rope and the cold." Calder nodded. "I understand. Then finish the ledger. I want every name, every address, every false wall and hidden cellar and broker who sold his city for silver. And I want it by dawn." She turned toward the door. "Maelis." She stopped. Calder's voice was quiet. "There is one more name I should give you now. Not in the ledger, not written anywhere." She turned back. "The man who burned the Chandler's warehouse, the one who moved the grain out before the fire." He waited until he had her full attention. "His name is Doro." Chapter 9. The Tanner's district woke before dawn, not to hammers or curing vats, but to noise. Maelis heard it from 2 streets away, a low vibration in the air like the grumble before a rockfall. She had left the mint counting room an hour before first light, the name Doro turning in her mind like a key in a lock that would not catch. Calder's ledger sat under her arm, half decoded, the remaining pages waiting for the lamp oil she had already burned through. Now she stopped at the corner of Tanner's Lane and smelled the crowd before she saw it. Wet wool, unwashed bodies, the sharp animal reek of desperation. She turned the corner and the press of people opened around her like water parting around a stone. 400 maybe, packed into the narrow street that led to the granary annex. The annex doors were still closed. The militia had not formed a line. She counted 3 men with spears standing at the entrance, looking like they wanted to be anywhere else. "The grain is there," a woman shouted. Her voice cracked. "I saw the barrels, 4 carts full, last night. They are letting it rot while our children chew leather." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. A stone struck the annex wall. Another hit the ground at a militiaman's feet, and he stepped back. Maelis pushed through to the entrance. Her maimed left hand pressed the ledger against her chest. She kept her right hand visible, palm open. "Who commands here?" A young man with a bandaged forearm stepped forward. His face was gray with cold and fear. Acting Corporal Time, ma'am. The captain went to find Tavia Quillen. When? Half-hour ago, maybe more. Another stone. This one hit the iron strap of the annex door and rang like a bell. The crowd surged forward, then back, breath and bodies compressing against the militia line. 3 spears against 400. The arithmetic was brutal. Where is the grain? The woman again. Her hair was thin, her eyes too bright. You took it from the rich houses. Calder Meyer gave you the addresses. Where is it? Maelis did not answer. She was watching the annex door, the cobblestones, the angle of morning light. The grain was inside. There were 200 barrels of barley and dried peas stacked against the false wall in a curing shed 100 yards from where she stood. Calder had marked the address. A team had moved the stores here at midnight under torchlight, using the same wagons that had delivered nothing to the poor for 6 days. The food was in the building. The people knew it. Open the doors, someone shouted. Open them and let us see. Show us the grain. The crowd pressed again. Maelis felt the heat of bodies. The sour weight of hunger condensed into fury. She had calculated for this, the ration schedule, the controlled release, the slow drip of supplies calibrated to keep the city alive without sparking riots. She had not calculated for a crowd that already knew where the food was. Someone threw a bottle. It shattered against the wall above the militiamen's heads. The glass rained down, and the crowd staggered back for a heartbeat, then pushed forward harder. One of the spearmen raised his weapon. The crowd screamed. That was when Tavia arrived. She came through the back of the crowd like a blade, her voice flat and hard. Shields forward, form a line. The militia fell behind her. She had brought 10 men, shields painted with the new ward mark Maelis had drafted the night before, the city's bridge sigil over a grain sheaf. They locked shields at chest height and walked into the crowd. It was not a charge. It was a wall moving. The crowd gave. Feet scraped cobblestones. Elbows found ribs. A woman screamed as her arm caught between 2 shields. The militia did not stop. They kept walking, steady, inhuman in their discipline, until the line had cleared 10 feet of space between the annex doors and the first rank of citizens. Tavia turned to Maelis. The doors hold, the grain holds, but the street is lost if we push harder. She gestured toward the faces beyond the shield line. They are not rioters yet. They are hungry people who heard there was bread and found locked doors. Who told them the grain was here? I do not know. Tavia's jaw tightened. But someone wanted this crowd to form at this annex at this hour. That is not rumor. That is a message. Maelis looked past the shield line. The woman with the thin hair was still there, still shouting, but her eyes were not on the annex door anymore. They were on Maelis, a message. She thought of the signal tower, the counterfeit chits. Doro's name, still unspoken to anyone but Calder. We do not open the doors, Maelis said. Tavia blinked. If they see the grain, they will take it, and they will take more tomorrow. The system does not survive one mob getting what they want before the queue does. They are starving, Maelis. I know. That is why I cannot let them have this. The crowd surged again. A stone hit the shield line. A militiaman grunted. The shields held. Push them back to the fountain, Maelis said. Clear the street, then hold. Tavia's face was stone. She gave the order. The shields advanced. A boy, maybe 14, too thin for his coat, tried to slip between 2 shields and was caught. The militiaman did not throw him back. They handed him to the women behind the line, who pulled him into the crowd. But the momentum was gone. The crowd broke against the disciplined wall and scattered into the side streets, muttering, crying, cursing. The street emptied. Maelis stood in the cold with the ledger under her arm and watched the space where 400 people had been. Her hand throbbed where the scarred palm had pressed against the leather binding. That boy, Tavia said. He was trying to reach his mother. She was on the other side of the shield line. He was not attacking. He was trying to get to his family. I know. Then what do we do with that? Maelis turned and walked toward the annex door. We make sure the grain reaches the ration station before noon, and we find out who lit this spark. She stopped at the door. Her left hand rested on the iron strap, the fingers that did not close properly pressing against the cold metal. "We have 12 days, Tavia. Maybe 15 if Calder's caches are bigger than he claims. After that, it does not matter who lit the spark." She pushed the door open. The grain was there. 200 barrels of barley and dried peas, stacked in the dim light. Enough to keep 1,000 people alive for 3 weeks, if measured carefully. Not enough. Never enough. Tavia followed her inside. "The woman in the crowd, the one who kept shouting. I know her. Her name is Lena Auric. She lost her husband to the fever last month, and her youngest daughter 3 days ago. Her other child has not eaten in 2 days. Maelis turned. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you need to know their names, not their numbers, their names." Tavia held her gaze. "I will hold the shield line. I will push the crowd back. I will keep your system running even when it breaks people. But I need you to remember that every time you order the shields forward, you are breaking someone Lena Auric could have been." The warehouse was silent. Maelis stood among the grain barrels and thought of the ledger under her arm, the counterfeit chits, Doro's name, the signal tower, the approaching enemy. She thought of Severin Palk, who had never set foot in this city and was starving it to buy it cheap. She thought of Lena Auric, whose name she had learned 3 heartbeats ago and could not afford to learn again if she wanted to keep the arithmetic from slowing. "I will remember," she said. Tavia looked at her for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back to the shield line. Maelis stayed in the warehouse with the grain and the dim light and the ledger that held more names than she could afford to know. Outside, the crowd was gone, but that would not last. Chapter 10. The shields moved. Tavia gave the command and the line stepped forward, 10 men with oak and iron pushing into the gap where the crowd had been. The first impact was a sound Maelis would feel in her chest for hours. Wood against ribs, bone against wood, a wet cough of air forced from lungs. A woman went down. 2 more stumbled over her. Maelis stood at the annex door and watched. The militiamen did not draw swords. They were not trained for this. They had been coopers, carpenters, a man who drove a delivery cart until the fuel ran dry. Now they held shields and advanced in step because Tavia had drilled them that morning, and they were still afraid enough of her to obey. "Hold the line," Tavia called. "Do not break. Step and brace. Step and brace." The crowd was 400 people who had woken hungry, heard that grain was being hidden in their district, and come to take what they believed was owed. They were not armed. They had baskets, empty sacks, a few carrying children. The shields hit them again. A young man with a basket tried to duck under the line. The second militiaman dropped his shield edge and caught him across the shoulder. The man folded and went to his knees. The shields stepped over him. Maelis watched. She had designed siege walls that killed men by the score. She had watched a tower burn with 40 soldiers inside and calculated the structural failure before the last beam fell. She had ordered executions on the scaffold and stood on the platform while the ropes went tight. This was different. This was not enemy soldiers. This was not hoarders being made examples. This was her own city, the people she had sworn to keep alive, being driven back by her own militia because she would not open a door. A child's scream cut through the noise. Maelis's hand went to the doorframe, the maimed fingers pressed into the iron strap. "Steady," she said, though no one could hear her. The shields advanced again. This time the crowd broke. Mothers pulled children into alleys. Old men stumbled away with their empty baskets dragging. A boy of maybe 12 lay on the cobblestones where he had been trampled in the surge, his arm bent the wrong way at the elbow. Tavia saw him. She stopped the line. "Hold," she called. "Hold position. Do not advance further." The shields stopped. The street was clear. Maelis walked forward. Her boots sounded loud on the wet stone. She reached the boy and knelt, her bad hand hovering over his face. He was conscious, barely, his breath coming in shallow gasps that shook his whole body. "Get Sister Odra," Maelis said. Tavia was already running. The boy's eyes found hers. He was too young to hate her properly. He just looked confused, as though he did not understand how the morning had turned into this. "It will be all right," Maelis said. She did not know if it was true. The infirmary was a converted weaver's hall on Crow Street, windows boarded, floors scrubbed so often the grain of the wood had swollen and darkened. Sister Ordra Nemid had set up triage at the front table, her hands moving from wound to wound with the economy of a woman who had learned that hesitation kills faster than blood loss. 15 injured from the riot, 3 with broken ribs, 1 with a fractured skull from falling against the fountain edge. The boy with the arm, Maelis, stood against the wall and watched. Ordra had not acknowledged her. She worked in silence, cutting sleeves, setting bones, calling for bandages and splints from a girl who could not have been older than 14. The girl moved fast. She had learned speed from watching people die. Brother Ines arrived as Oda was setting the boy's arm. He stood beside Maelis for a long moment, watching the same scene she was watching. Then he said, "The boy's mother was at the annex. Is she among the injured?" "No." Ines paused. She was trampled. She did not survive. Maelis closed her eyes. "His name is Ren," Ines said. "His father was a riverman, drowned last spring. The mother worked at the Chandler's Guild before it burned. She had lost her husband to the river, her job to the fire, her life to a shield line that Maelis had ordered forward." "I did not order the shields," Maelis said. "You ordered the doors kept closed. The shields were the only way to enforce that." She opened her eyes. The boy, Ren, was crying now. Not loudly, the way children cry when they are too exhausted to make sound. Oda was talking to him in a low voice, her hands still working. "I can hold the city together if I make the right choices," Maelis said. "I cannot hold it together if the crowd overwhelms the storehouse. You understand that?" "I understand the arithmetic." Ines turned to face her. "I am the one who told you how many days remain. I know how thin the edge is. I know you are trying to save as many as possible." "Then what do you want me to say?" "I do not want you to say anything." Ines's voice was not angry. It was worse. It was tired. "I want you to understand that the boy on that table will grow up without a mother because we could not find another way. I want you to feel that weight, not in the abstract, in your chest, in your hands." Maelis looked down at her palms, the scarred one, the maimed one, the hands that had drawn the siege plans, designed the wards, written the ration orders. "I feel it," she said. Ines nodded slowly. "Then you are still human. That is the only thing I can give you tonight." He walked to the table and began helping Odra. Maelis stayed by the wall. She had known the arithmetic would have a cost. She had told herself that the ledger was clean, that 1,400 names could balance against 40,000 living, that it was a trade any competent engineer would make. But the boy did not know he was a variable. He just knew his mother did not come home. A runner found her an hour later. Tavia had secured the annex. The grain would be distributed at noon. The district was calm. But there was something else. "There is a man at the foundry hall," the runner said. "He came in on a river skiff. He says he carries a message for the head of the Civic Compact." "From who?" The runner swallowed. "He says he is from Severin Polk. He says Mr. Polk sends regards and an offer." Chapter 11. Sister Oda roped through the night with the economy of a woman who had learned that talk was a luxury the dying could not afford. Maelis stayed against the wall. The girl helper moved between table and shelf, carrying rolls of linen, pots of salve, a bucket of water that turned pink and then red and then brown. She did not speak. She did not look at anyone. She just kept her hands busy the way Oder had taught her. The boy, Ren, had stopped crying. He lay on the table with his arms splinted and his eyes open, staring at the ceiling beams as though he could find something there that explained the shape the day had taken. Oder had given him something for the pain. Willow bark tea with a drop of poppy. Enough to blur the edges, but not enough to make him sleep. She had more patience than Poppy. The next table held a man with his ribs bandaged. The one after that held a woman with her jaw misaligned. The bones shifted sideways where the crowd had crushed her against a wall. Odra had set the jaw without asking for help. She had done it quickly, the way women did what needed doing because no one else would. Maelis watched. She had watched walls fall. She had watched siege towers burn. She had watched men die in the gap between one breath and the next when the wards failed and the stone gave way. She had never watched a woman fix what she had broken. At midnight, Odra washed her hands for the first time in 5 hours. She stood at the basin, turning her wrists under the water, watching the pink fade to clear. The girl brought her a clean cloth. Odra dried her hands slowly, finger by finger, the way a surgeon did when she was measuring how much of herself she had left to spend. She turned to Maelis. "You are still here. I do not know where else to be. The foundry hall, the mint, any room where you can draw lines on paper and call decisions made." Odra set the cloth down. "You are not useful here. I know. Then why stay?" Maelis looked at the boy. Ren had closed his eyes. His breathing had evened out. For a moment, he looked like a child sleeping, not a child who had watched his mother die under boots. "Because if I leave," Maelis said, "I will forget." Odra studied her for a long moment. Then she walked to the next table, pulled back the bandage on the man with the broken ribs, and checked the swelling. The man winced, but did not complain. He had learned that complaining cost energy he did not have. "The Tanner's district lost 4 people," Odra said. "1 old man, 1 woman, 2 children. The boy's mother and a girl of 8 who was trampled before the shield line even reached her. I did not order the shields to advance. You ordered the doors kept closed. The shields were the only tool Tavia had to enforce that." Odra pressed gently on the man's rib cage. He sucked air through his teeth. "Do you know what the girl's mother said to me when I told her the child was dead?" Maelis said nothing. "She said she was hungry. She wanted bread. I told her to wait." Odra pulled the bandage back into place. "Her daughter died waiting for bread that was 20 feet away behind a locked door." The room was quiet. Maelis felt the words land in her chest the way Ines had wanted. Not as numbers, as a woman's voice, exhausted and flat, describing the cost of obedience. "I can hold this city together," Maelis said. "You can hold the walls together, the stone, the gates, the ledgers." Odra moved to the next table, where the woman with the broken jaw sat with her eyes closed. She checked the alignment, nodded. "But the people inside the walls are not stone. They break. They stay broken. You cannot mortar them back together with speeches. I know. You do not know. You think you know. But when you are in the counting room, looking at your numbers, you do not feel the weight of a mother telling a surgeon that her daughter died waiting for bread." Odra turned. "I am going to make you feel it." She walked to Ren's table. The boy stirred as she pulled back the splint and examined the swelling around the bone. The arm was purple from wrist to elbow. The break had been clean, but the bruising was deep and the skin was tight in a way that made Maelis' stomach turn. "The stitching will not hold if he moves," Odra said. "I need someone to keep him still while I work." Maelis understood. She crossed the room. Her boots sounded loud on the scrubbed floor. She stood beside the table, looking down at the boy who had lost his father to the river, his mother to her shield line, his mourning to an arithmetic he would never understand. "Hold his shoulders," Odra said. Maelis placed her hands on the boy's shoulders, her bad hand, the one with the fingers that did not close properly. She pressed gently, feeling the bones beneath her palms, the smallness of him, the way his body was still growing and would bear the scar of this night for the rest of his life. Ren opened his eyes. He looked up at her. The poppy had made his pupils wide, black pools that swallowed the candlelight. He did not speak. He was too tired and too drugged and too far gone into the hollow place where children went when the world had broken them. "It will hurt," Odra said. "Hold him." She began to stitch. The needle went through the torn skin above the break. Ren whimpered, a sound so small it barely reached the air. His body tried to pull away, a reflex, nothing conscious, but Maelis held him, her palms pressing down, her maimed hand trembling with the effort of keeping him still. The needle moved again. Ren cried out. Maelis looked at Odra's hands, at the thread pulling the skin together, at the blood welling along the line of the wound. She looked at her own hands, the ones that had drawn the siege plans, designed the wards, written the ration orders, holding a child down so that a surgeon could repair what the city had done to him. The needle moved again. Ren stopped crying. He went limp, his body surrendering to the exhaustion and the pain and the drugs. Maelis kept holding him. She did not know if she was holding him still or holding herself up. Odra finished. She tied the last stitch, cut the thread, and stepped back. She looked at Maelis's hands, still pressed against the boy's shoulders, and said nothing. The room was quiet. Maelis took her hands away. She looked at them. The scarred palm, the crooked fingers, the hands that had held the child down while a surgeon stitched his arm. "Is it shelter?" Odra asked. Maelis looked up. "A wall that crushes its own people," Oda said. "Is it still a wall, or is it a trap?" She did not wait for an answer. She turned and walked to the basin to wash her hands again. Maelis stood in the weaver's hall, surrounded by the wounded, the broken, the ones who had waited for bread that was 20 feet away behind a locked door. She looked at Ren's sleeping face and felt the weight Inez had wanted her to feel. She did not have an answer. The runner found her at the door. "The man from Severin Palk is still waiting at the foundry hall," he said. "He says he will not leave until you hear the offer. He says Mr. Palk wants you to understand something before you refuse." "What?" The runner swallowed. "He said to tell you that the grain you found in the Tanner's district was not hidden by brokers. He said Mr. Palk arranged for it to be there, and he arranged for the crowd to know about it." Chapter 12. She found Olin at the granary before the sun cleared the walls. He stood beside a wagon team already harnessed, 4 men waiting with crowbars and lanterns, a 5th carrying Calder's ledger open to the first cash entry. The morning was cold enough to frost the horse's breath and turn the cobbles slick underfoot. "Tanner's district first," Maelis said. "Vessen's curing shed, false wall in the back room." Olin nodded. "And if the wall is brick, then you have crowbars." She walked ahead of the wagon, her boots striking the stone in a rhythm that matched the pulse behind her eyes. She had not slept. Every time she closed her lids, she saw Ren's face, the black pools of his pupils, the way his body had gone limp under her hands. Sleep was not possible. Work was possible. The Tanner's district smelled of lime and blood even in winter. The curing sheds stood in a row along a frozen drainage ditch, their roofs sagging under the weight of frost, their doors bolted with iron that had not been oiled in years. Vesen's shed was 3rd from the left. Olin found the false wall by tapping. The 4th panel from the corner sounded hollow, a difference so subtle Maelis almost missed it. He wedged his crowbar into the seam and levered. The panel groaned, splintered, and gave way. The smell hid first. Barley and dried peas, the sweet must of grain stored too long in the dark, the sharpness of rodent droppings, the faint oil of the sacking they were packed in. The cache stretched behind the false wall, a space 8 feet deep and 12 wide, stacked to the ceiling with barrels. Maelis counted them. 22 barrels. She had expected 30, maybe 35 from Calder's estimate. But 22 barrels of barley and dried peas was 200 pounds of grain that had not existed an hour ago. "Load them," she said. On's men worked quickly. They rolled the barrels out one by one, their breath fogging the cold air, their boots crunching over frost. Maelis stood at the door and watched the street, her bad hand resting on the hilt of the knife she had taken from the militia stores. No one came. The street stayed empty. The windows of the tenements shuttered, the chimneys smoking thin. The people who lived here knew what was happening. They knew the grain was being taken. They did not come out because they were waiting to see whether it would reach the ration queues or vanish into another hidden cellar. Maelis understood the calculation. She had made it herself 1,000 times. The weaver's district was harder. Pollack's cloth shop sat on a corner where 2 narrow streets met, its windows boarded, its door padlocked. A sign hung crooked in the frame that read, "Closed until spring." The wool merchant had not been seen in 3 days. Neighbors said he had taken a wagon south before dawn, loaded with bales and a single iron chest. "He knew we were coming," Olin said. Maelis looked at the padlock. It was good iron, well forged, the kind that took time to break. "He knew someone was coming," she said. "He did not know who." She gestured to the crowbar. Olin wedged the bars under the lock plate and threw his weight against it. The wood splintered. The lock held. He tried again, grunting, his thin frame straining, and the plate tore free with a sound like a breaking bone. The shop was dark. They found the cellar door under a roll of undyed wool. The stairs led down into a space that smelled of damp and cold, and something that had been sealed too long. Maelis went first, her lantern held high. The cellar was half empty. Barrels stood along the far wall, 12 of them, not the 25 Calder had promised. The floor was scattered with straw and the marks of something heavy dragged toward the rear exit, a low tunnel that led out to the alley behind the shop. "He took half," Olin said. Maelis knelt and touched the floor where the barrel marks were fresh. The straw was still pressed flat. The exit tunnel had been unblocked recently, the boards that sealed it leaning against the wall instead of nailed in place. "He took half this morning," she said. "Before dawn, before the sun was up." Olin's face went tight. "Someone warned him." Maelis stood. She looked at the remaining barrels, 12 of wheat, enough to feed 200 people for 3 days if the ration was cut fine. She looked at the tunnel, the dark passage that led into the Weavers' District's network of alleys and hidden courts. "Load the barrels," she said, "and seal that tunnel." She did not say who she thought had warned Pollux, but her mind was already running through the list, the names Calder had given her, the faces she had seen at the Compact Council, the men who had watched her take the mint and said nothing. The third cache was a mansion. It sat on a hill above the river, its gates chained, its windows dark, its gardens overgrown with dead weeds that crackled underfoot. The deed belonged to a merchant who had fled south with the governor, leaving his house locked and his servants unpaid. The cache was in the wine cellar. Maelis found it behind a rack of bottles that had been fixed to the wall on hinges. The rack swung open to reveal a second room, dry and cool, stacked with crates of lamp oil, salted pork in wax-sealed barrels, and grain. Not barley or dried peas, wheat. Clean, dry, mill-ready wheat. Olin counted. 40 barrels. Enough to feed the Tanner's district for a week if the ration was measured tight. Enough to extend the city's survival by 2 days. Enough to make the difference between 12 men dying of hunger and 10. Maelis stood in the center of the hidden room and felt the weight of what she had found. Not the grain itself, the pattern. The houses of the rich, the merchants who had known the famine was coming had filled their cellars and locked their gates and waited for the poor to die. "Load it all," she said. Olin hesitated. "The seal on the ration system, we are not taking it into the granary. We are taking it to the annexes, direct distribution, district by district." She looked at the crates of lamp oil. "The oil goes to the infirmary." Olin nodded and began directing his men. The fourth cache was a false bottom in a baker's oven. The fifth was a cistern that had been drained and lined with wax, then filled with dried beans. The sixth was empty. Maelis stood in the empty space, a root cellar beneath a ghostwork shop, and looked at the marks on the ledger page. Calder had written 20 barrels of rye. The cellar was swept clean. The floor had been scrubbed. The only sign that anything had ever been stored here was the faint ring where a barrel had rested. "Someone beat us to it," Olin said. Maelis looked at the ledger page again. The entry was in Calder's hand, the numbers precise, the location marked with a small symbol she had not seen before. A circle with a line through it. Not a cache mark, something else. "What is this symbol?" she asked. Olin leaned over her shoulder. He studied it for a long moment. "I have seen that before," he said. "On the granary ledgers. It means an imperial audit, a seal verification." Maelis looked at the empty cellar. "This cash was not taken by brokers," she said. "It was taken by someone who knew how to scrub a ledger, someone who knew what the audit symbol meant." She looked at the circle with the line through it and felt the cold crawl up her spine. Someone inside the granary. Olin said nothing. Maelis turned and walked out of the empty cellar, her boots loud on the stone steps, her mind already running through the names of every clerk, every auditor, every man who had touched the granary seals since she had taken the city. The forger of the counterfeit chits had good paper and good ink. The forger had the seal wrong, but the forger had been close. Close enough to know what a real seal looked like. Close enough to have seen one. She stopped at the top of the stairs and looked back at the empty space where 20 barrels of rye had been. "Find me every granary clerk who has access to the seal," she said, "and find me Doro." Chapter 13. The column stopped at the crossroads where 3 villages had once sent their wool south. General Roderic Sunderland sat his horse in the sleet and watched his quartermasters argue with a clutch of elders whose faces had gone the color of wet ash. The elders carried sacks, the quartermasters carried lists. Neither side was winning. "Seed grain," one of the elders said. His voice cracked on the word, not from age, but from something closer to grief. "That is all we have left. If you take it, we do not plant in spring. We do not eat next winter. We die." The quartermaster, a man named Pell, who had served Sunderland for 6 years and never raised his voice, raised it now. "My orders are to requisition grain for the Legion. Your village is listed." Sunderland dismounted before Pell could say another word. His boots hit the frozen mud and the sound carried. Pell turned. The elder turned. The guards at the rear of the column turned because they heard the particular weight of a commander stepping into a dispute he meant to settle. "Show me the list," Sunderland said. Pell handed it over. Sunderland read it in the sleet, the paper going soft at the edges, the ink running where a drop had caught the corner. 8 villages. 300 bushels of wheat, 200 of barley, 60 of dried peas. The numbers were precise. The numbers were reasonable if you assumed the villages had anything left to give. Sunderland looked past Pell at the storehouses behind the elder. The doors hung open. He could see the floor, bare wood and straw dust, and the marks where sacks had sat before they were taken by someone else. "How many times have you given grain this month?" he asked the elder. The elder closed his eyes. 4 times. Imperial tax collectors. A company of the 14th. A man with a writ from the provincial quartermaster. And now you. Sunderland folded the list. He handed it back to Pell and watched the quartermaster's face as he said what came next. "We do not take their seed grain." Pell blinked. "Sir, the men are eating half rations as it is. The horses are losing condition. If we do not—" "Then we tighten the belt again." "There is no more belt to tighten." Sunderland looked at him, not with anger, with the patience of a man who had spent 30 years learning when to push and when to hold. "There is always more belt, Pell. You just have not found it yet." He turned to the elder. "Keep your seed, planted when the ground thaws. If my column passes this way again, I will expect bread, not charity. But I will not steal your spring to feed my men tonight." The elder's hands shook. He did not thank Sunderland. He simply clutched the sacks and walked back toward the storehouse, his feet leaving prints in the mud that filled with sleet almost as soon as they were made. Pell waited until the elder was out of earshot. "The men will not understand." "Then explain it to them." "Sir, we are marching to reclaim a city that has declared itself independent. If we arrive weak, hungry, with horses that cannot carry a charge, we are not reclaiming anything. We are asking to be buried." Sunderland mounted his horse. He looked down at Pell, at the sleet collecting on his shoulders, at the map case strapped across his chest that held the routes and the promises and the names of every village they had passed. "If we arrive strong because we stole the food that would have kept these people alive through winter," he said, "then we are not reclaiming a city. We are conquering a graveyard, and I will not be remembered as the man who fed his soldiers on next spring's corpses." He turned his horse and rode south, leaving Pell standing in the sleet with the folded list and the weight of an order he did not like but would obey. The column made camp that evening in a hollow where the road dipped between 2 low hills, and the sleet gave way to a wind that cut through wool like a blade. Luke Marrow sat with his back against a wagon wheel, his fingers stiff around a charcoal stick. His maps spread across his knees under a scrap of oilcloth that kept the worst of the wet off the paper. He was young, 19, with a courier's build and a clerk's memory for numbers, and he had been tracking the supply routes for 3 weeks because no one else in the Legion seemed to care how many promises had been made and how few had been kept. He had started with the villages. The column had passed 17 since crossing the northern ford. 17 settlements where the elders had come out with lists of their own, lists that never matched the imperial ledgers, lists that showed deliveries promised and deliveries that never arrived, lists that showed grain allocated and grain that had been redirected to some other unit, some other depot, some other officer's pocket. Luke had copied the numbers into the margins of his route maps, small and tight, no one else's business. But the numbers would not stop growing. He looked at the map now, the charcoal marks clustered around the road like bruises. 17 villages, 23 promised convoys, 9 that had actually arrived. The rest had been rerouted, delayed, or simply erased from the records. And the villages were starving. Not slowly, not quietly. Starving the way a wound festers before anyone notices the smell. Luke looked up as boots approached through the mud. Sunderland's adjutant, a thin man named Vossler, whose face was always cold, stopped beside the wagon wheel and looked down at the maps. Still drawing? Recording, Luke said. Same thing. No. Luke tapped the map with his charcoal. Drawing is what you do when you have nothing to say. Recording is what you do when the numbers are trying to tell you something. Vossler looked at the marks. He did not ask what they meant. He did not want to know. The general wants you, he said. He has a dispatch for the forward scout. Ride it at first light. Luke nodded. He folded his maps, tucked them inside his coat, and stood. The cold had settled into his knees and his knuckles and the small of his back, and he moved like a man twice his age. Vossler. The adjutant paused. How many convoys have we lost this month? Vossler did not answer. He walked away, his boots sucking at the mud, and Luke watched him go and felt the numbers pressing against the inside of his skull like something trying to be born. 23 convoys promised, 9 delivered. And somewhere ahead, a city that had declared itself free, with a woman in command who had already hanged 2 men for hoarding grain and pardoned a 3rd for his ledgers. Luke walked toward the general's tent, the maps warm against his chest, the charcoal still in his hand, and he wondered how long it would take for the woman who ran Vossbridge to realize she was not just fighting the Empire. She was fighting a ledger she could not see. Chapter 14. The runner found her in the foundry hall, still in her coat from the cash work, the smell of barley dust and cold lamp oil clinging to her sleeves. South Granary, he said, bent double, hands on his knees. The ward in the lower arch. It flared, smoke. They pulled the apprentices out, but the stone is cracking. Maelis was already moving. She took the stairs 2 at a time, her bad hand slapping the stone rail, the reduced fingers useless for grip, but still useful for balance. The cold air hit her face, and she kept moving, past the militia guards who straightened when they saw her, past the clerks who pressed themselves against the walls, past the smell of the city. Smoke. Not the clean smoke of a furnace, but the acrid chemical smoke of a ward sigil burning itself out. The South Granary stood at the junction of 2 old supply roads, a broad stone building with a slate roof and loading doors facing the river. She had inspected its wards herself 6 years ago, when she had refreshed the granary circuit for the imperial quartermaster. She knew the stress points. She knew which sigils carried the heaviest load. She knew which ones were failing. The apprentices stood in a cluster outside the loading doors, their faces gray with dust and fear. A young woman with soot on her hands and a burn across the back of her left arm held a bucket of sand that she had not used. Report, Maelis said. West interior arch, the woman said. The ward crackled and gave off a pulse of heat. We felt it through the floor. The arch has a hairline fracture running from the keystone to the left springing point. We evacuated the bay. No one trapped. Maelis looked past her at the interior. Through the open doors she could see the dim light of the bay, the rows of stacked barrels, the dark line of the arch. The air shimmered slightly above it, as if heat still radiated from the stone. How long since the last refresh? The apprentice hesitated. Her face was not young under the soot. 25, maybe? Old enough to know the answer and to dread saying it. No record of a refresh in the granary circuit since the governor's 3rd year, she said. The logbook was missing when we checked. Maelis did not react. The governor's 3rd year was 9 years past. 9 years since anyone had fed power into the wards that held the granary together. Lampstone dust, she said. How much do we have? Half a jar, maybe a pound. Bring it, and bring me a scribing blade and a mallet, and someone to hold the lantern steady. She walked inside before anyone could argue. The heat hit her skin as she crossed the threshold. The ward was still running, barely, a slow bleed of energy that had nowhere to go. She could feel it in the floor, a vibration like a plucked string fading. The arch stood above her, black stone shot through with veins of white quartz, and the hairline fracture ran exactly as the apprentice had described, from the keystone down the left edge, thin as a spider's thread. But the thread was alive. She could see the edges of it glowing faintly, the ward burning through the last of its strength. She walked to the base of the arch and put her good hand against the stone. The surface was warm, warmer than it should have been. She traced the lines of the old sigil with her fingertips, following the carved channels where the lampstone had once been packed, where the energy had once flowed. The channels were dry, scoured, clean, not worn, clean. She knelt and examined the base of the arch where the sigil met the floor. The carved lines stopped abruptly, as if someone had taken a blade and scraped them flat. Not cracked, not weathered, scraped. The hair on the back of her neck stood up. She heard footsteps behind her. The apprentice returned with a small clay jar and a leather roll of scribing tools. She set them down carefully, her burned hand trembling. "The lampstone dust," she said. Maelis did not take her eyes off the scraped sigil. "Who has access to this bay?" "Everyone," the apprentice said. "It's the main storage bay. Clerks, loaders, porters, anyone with a work order." "Who has access to the ward logbook?" "The quartermaster and the senior ward clerk." She paused. "The senior ward clerk left 2 days ago. Said he had family in the southern villages." Maelis stood. She looked at the scraped sigil, at the clean edges, at the deliberate removal of the lampstone channel. This was not age. This was not neglect. This was a cut. She opened the clay jar. The lampstone dust inside was a pale gray powder, almost white, with a faint shimmer that caught the dim light. There was barely enough to cover the arch's main lines, let alone the full circuit. "Hold the lantern steady," she said. The apprentice raised the lantern. The light fell across the stone, casting shadows into the scraped channels, and Maelis began to work. She used the flat of the scribing blade to pack the dust into the old lines, pressing it deep into the grooves, using the heel of her hand and the mallet to set it. The dust clung to the stone, feeding on the residual heat of the dying ward, beginning to glow with a thin, pale light. She worked from the base up, following the curve of the arch, her bad hand braced against the stone for balance. The two ruined fingers pressed against the cold surface so hard they felt nothing. The heat grew under her palm. The ward was drinking the dust, pulling the energy through the carved channels, trying to complete the circuit. She felt it surge once, twice, and then stabilize. She kept working. The arch ran the whole interior width of the bay, 30 feet of carved stone and dying magic. She packed dust into every visible channel, every joint, every junction where the old ward met the newer stone. She found 3 more places where the sigil had been deliberately scraped. 3 cuts, 3 points where someone had ensured the circuit would fail. By the time she reached the far side, her left hand was cramped and her coat was soaked with sweat. The lampstone dust was almost gone. The arch glowed now, a thin, steady light running through the carved lines like veins of phosphorus. The hairline fracture was still visible, but the stone had stopped cracking. The heat had stabilized. She stepped back and looked at the work. It would hold for a day, maybe 2. Then the dust would be consumed and the ward would begin to fail again. She turned to the apprentice, who still held the lantern, whose face was gray with more than dust. "Whoever scraped those sigils knew the ward layout," Maelis said. "They knew which lines to cut and which to leave. They did not guess. They had access to the original plans." The apprentice shook her head. "Those plans are in the foundry hall, locked in the Imperial record cabinet." "Were." The apprentice went still. Maelis wiped her hand on her coat, the lampstone dust smearing across the wool like a ghost of the light she had just fed into the stone. "Check the cabinet," she said. If the plans are missing, we have our answer. If they are still there, we have a different problem. What problem? Maelis looked at the scraped sigil, at the clean edges, at the deliberate, patient violence of the cut. Someone who saw the plans once, she said, and remembered them well enough to draw the lines again in the dark. Chapter 15. The foundry hall smelled of cold iron and old coal dust. The furnace pits had not been lit in 3 days, and the chill clung to the stone benches where the guild elders sat in uneven rows, their breath fogging the air between them. Eamon Fael stood at the head of the long oak table, his hands flat on the surface, his jaw set in the particular stubbornness of a man who had been maneuvered into a room he did not want to be in and intended to make everyone pay for the inconvenience. Maelis stood across from him. She had not sat down. The chamber held 14 guildmasters, 3 district elders, and Brother Enis, who had arrived with a sheaf of burial tallies he did not open. Calder Mir was conspicuously absent, which meant he was either decoding another ledger page or deciding which side of this room to survive. "Furnace quotas," Fael said. "You want us to ration fuel by household instead of by guild. I want you to accept the quotas I have already written," Maelis said. "What you do with them after that is your own negotiation." Fael's eyes flicked to the paper on the table. He did not touch it. "The Masons' Hall heats 300 men during winter. You are assigning us enough coal for 150. Then the Masons' Hall works in shifts. The kilns will be scheduled for daytime only," Maelis said. "I have already spoken to the potters. They agreed." A murmur ran through the elders. The potters had not sent a representative to this room, which meant Maelis had dealt with them separately, before the meeting, without telling anyone. Fael's mouth tightened. "You move pieces before we sit down," he said. "I move pieces before they break. There is a difference." The burial teams took longer. Ninas laid out the arithmetic without inflection. 243 bodies in the past 6 days, 17 more since dawn, and the ground was too frozen for single graves. "Mass pyres or trench burials," he said, "and the guilds would need to supply the fuel, the timber, and the men to dig." "The dead will not wait for your consensus," Enos said. "They are already waiting too long." The elders shifted. One of the weavers' representatives, a woman with a scarred chin and hands that had not stopped shaking since she sat down, asked whether families would be allowed to claim their dead before the pyre. Enos said yes, with a tag, within 12 hours, after which the body would be recorded and burned, regardless of claim. "That is not burial," the weaver said. "That is disposal." "It is both," Enos said. "We do not have the luxury of separating them." Maelis watched the room. The elders were not angry. They were afraid, and fear in a negotiation looked like anger if you did not know the difference. She had known the difference since she was 23 years old, and sitting across from an imperial supply officer who was afraid of a siege he would not live to see the end of. Fuel pushed again on the workshop schedule. The foundry would run at half capacity, the timber mill at quarter. The tanneries would close altogether until spring because the vats could not be kept warm. "The tanners will starve before the thaw," someone said. "The tanners are already starving," Maelis said. "Closing the vats will not change that. It will only mean they freeze indoors instead of outdoors." The room went quiet. She let the silence sit. She had learned that trick from the same imperial officer years ago. Let the silence sit until the other person fills it with something useful. Will filled it. "You want us to sign," he said. "You want our names on paper that says we agreed to your quotas and your schedules and your burial teams. And then when the pyres burn and the kilns go cold and the tanners' children freeze in their beds, you want to show that paper to the city and say the guilds were part of it." "I want to show that paper to the city and say we survived," Maelis said. "Whether you call it agreement or complicity does not matter to me. What matters is that it was done." Fala held her gaze. He was a good stonemason. She knew that about him. He could read a wall the way she could read a ledger, could feel the stress in a joint before it cracked. He had built half the arches in the old market quarter, and he had done it honestly, which was more than most guildmasters could claim. He was also dangerous in a way that had nothing to do with stone. He believed in process. He believed that a city could not be held together by one person's will, no matter how competent that person was. and he was not entirely wrong. "You will give us the council charter," he said. "I will give you a charter I have reviewed and weakened, reviewed and kept from being used to paralyze the city while it is starving." Vald's hands left the table. He folded them across his chest, a gesture that made him look older than he was. "You are not the Empire," he said. "You are a woman with a ledger and a militia commander who used to work in a laundry. People will follow you as long as you are the only source of bread. When the bread runs out, they will follow whoever promises to bring it back." "I know. Then you also know that emergency habits harden into crowns. You will not give up the granary keys, the mint seal, or the gate passwords. You will not call an election. You will not let the council vote on anything that matters. And in 6 months, we will be living under the same tyranny we fled, only without imperial wine and the emperor's face on the coins." Maelis said nothing. Phil waited. When she did not answer, he nodded, as if she had confirmed something he already suspected. "The foundry will accept your quotas," he said. "The masons will supply burial crews. The timber mill will run at quarter capacity, but you will put the charter to a vote within 30 days, and you will accept whatever terms the council approves." "What if the terms would kill the city?" "Then you will argue against them, and if you lose, you will abide by the result, or you will prove every warning I have given this room." Maelis looked at the faces around the table. The weaver with the scarred chin, the potter's empty chair, the district elders who had not spoken once, who had come to watch and to report back to neighborhoods where the bread lines were already forming. 30 days, she said. Shang nodded. "Write it down." He reached for the paper. The meeting broke into smaller negotiations after that, details of timber allotment and pyre timber, and which guild would supply the burial tag wire. Maelis stood at the head of the table and watched the elders argue over wire as if it were the last resource in the world. Brother Ines came to stand beside her. "That went better than I expected," he said. "It went exactly as I expected." "You planned to concede the charter vote?" "I planned to concede something." She looked at the room, at the elders who were already rewriting the agreement in their own favor, shading the margins toward their own guilds. "The charter is a risk, but so is a foundry master who believes I am becoming a tyrant. I need him to believe he is still part of the decision." "And is he?" Maelis did not answer. The meeting ended at dusk. The elders filed out, carrying copies of the furnace quotas and burial schedules, their breath misting in the cold air. Phil was the last to leave. He paused at the door, looked back at Maelis, and something crossed his face that she could not read. "Emergency habits harden into crowns," he said again. "Remember that." He left. The door swung shut. The foundry hall fell quiet, the only sound the faint crackle of cooling iron in the unlit furnace pits. Maelis walked to the table where Phil had been standing. She picked up the agreement, scanned the signatures, noted where the weaver had drawn her mark instead of her name. Then she saw it. A blade, tucked into the gap between the oak boards, seated in the shadow where the table met the floor. A kitchen knife, cheap steel, wooden handle darkened with use. The blade was clean. She did not touch it. She stood very still, looking at the knife, at the angle of its placement, at the way it had been hidden under the edge of the chair where Fedja had sat. Not at her seat. His. Someone had put it there during the meeting. Someone who had access to the room before the elders arrived, who knew where Fedj would sit, who wanted either to threaten him or to frame her, or to warn her that the man who spoke of charters and votes was already being named as a target. Maelis looked at the door where Fedj had gone. She looked at the knife. She did not call for guards. She did not move the blade. She waited, and she thought about the 3 scraped sigils in the granary ward, and the empty cash at the coiper's workshop, and the counterfeit chit that had come from a grocer who had seen a real seal. The room was cold. The knife stayed where it was. Chapter 16. Calder rode through the tanner's district with a scarf pulled over his mouth and the counterfeit chit folded against his palm. The streets smelled of lime and spoiled meat. The vats had gone cold 3 days ago, and what remained in them had not been emptied. He passed a child sitting in a doorway with a bowl on her lap, the bowl empty, her eyes following his horse with the flat attention of something that had stopped hoping. He did not look away. He counted the doorways instead. 12, 15, the number of families who would not survive the week. At the third intersection, he dismounted and handed the reins to a boy with crusted sleeves. "Wait here. If the horse bolts, find me. If I do not come back, sell it and keep the copper." The boy stared. "Go on," Calder said. "You were employed." He walked into a narrow lane between two curing sheds where the snow had been trampled to gray slush. The chipmaker worked out of a room about a dye house, and the dye house owner owed Calder for 3 seasons of grain delivered under imperial tariffs that had never been paid to the empire. The stairs groaned. The door at the top was unlocked. The room inside held a table, a lamp, a stack of paper, and a dead man. Calder stopped in the doorway. The dead man sat at the table with his head on the paper, his fingers curled around a pen that had dried black against the wood. The wound was in his back, a single puncture between the shoulder blades, neat and professional. The blood had dried dark, almost black, hours old. Calder did not touch anything. He stood in the doorway and looked at the room the way Maelis Dorn looked at walls, searching for the weakness that had let the killer in. A window above the dye house roof cracked open just enough for a man to reach through. A chair that had been kicked aside. A stack of finished chits on the corner of the table, their ink still glossy in the lamplight. He had been killed while working, while producing. Calder stepped forward and picked up one of the finished chits. Good paper, good ink. The bridge seal line was still wrong, the letters still too wide, but the forger had improved. The crookedness was barely visible now. Another week and the chits would pass at any granary window. He tucked the chit into his coat. Then he searched the dead man's pockets. The body was still warm at the core. The killer had left in a hurry. The small leather purse at the dead man's belt still held silver. A folded paper in the inner pocket held 3 names written in a hand Calder recognized. He read them once. He read them again. The first name was a dyer in the weavers' district. The second was a scrivener who worked out of the foundry hall. The third was a man Calder had buried himself 4 days ago in the frozen ground behind the old grain exchange. A dead clerk whose records had been altered after burial. Calder stood very still. The counterfeit chits, the dyer who supplied the paper, the scrivener who had access to original seal records, and a dead man whose ledger had been changed while his body was still in the earth. Someone inside the foundry hall had known the clerk was dying. Someone had accessed his records before the burial crews had even finished the trench. Maelis Dorn needed to know this. Calder turned toward the door. The crossbow bolt hit the window frame 6 inches from his head. The crack of splintering wood was louder than the bolt itself. Fragments of frozen paint sprayed across the table. Calder dropped flat, one hand over his head, the other scrambling for the edge of the dead man's chair. The window had shattered outward. The bullet had come from the rooftop across the lane, a flat trajectory, fired by someone who had been waiting for him to find what the dead man had left behind. He lay still. The room was silent except for the drip of melting snow through the broken frame and the faint scrape of feet on shingles already moving away. Calder counted to 30. Then he crawled to the window, kept his head below the sill, and looked out. The rooftop across the lane was empty. The footprints in the snow led east, toward the foundry hall, toward the river gate, toward the quarter of the city where the imperial creditor houses still kept their ledgers locked in iron chests. He pressed his back against the wall and looked at the dead man at the table, at the paper still curled under his hand. The name he had been about to speak was not safe to say aloud in a room with broken windows. He pulled the folded paper from his coat, opened it, read the 3 names one more time. The dyer, the scrivener, the dead clerk, and behind them, the broker who had paid for every chit, every alteration, every death that kept the black market running while Vossbridge starved. A broker tied to old imperial creditor houses. Calder folded the paper, tucked it back into his coat, and began the long walk back to the foundry hall with nothing but a counterfeit chit, 3 names, and the certainty that someone had known he would come. Chapter 17. The first light came gray and cold through the burial ground's broken wall. Brother Aeneas stood at the edge of the trench with a ledger in one hand and a piece of chalk in the other, watching the wagons arrive. 4 bodies in the first cart, 2 in the second, a single wrapped shape in the third, too small to be an adult. The ground had frozen hard enough to crack the blade of the first shovel. The crew had built a fire at the trench's far end, not for warmth, but to soften the earth enough to dig. The flames cast jumping shadows across the piled bodies, making them seem to move. Aeneas had been at the burial ground since midnight. He had not slept. He had not eaten. He had stood in the cold and watched the dead arrive, one cart at a time, and he had written down every name the families could give him, and every cause of death the infirmary runners could confirm. Hunger, fever, exposure, trampled. He wrote them all the same way, in the same neat hand, because the dead deserved precision if nothing else. The family of the third cart's occupant had arrived before the wagon. A woman in a dyer's apron, her hands stained blue to the wrist, stood at the trench's edge with a child wrapped in her arms. The child's face was gray, eyes closed, mouth slightly open. Aeneas walked over. "Your daughter?" The woman nodded. She did not look at him. She looked at the trench, where the first bodies were being lowered into the frozen earth. "I need her name," Aeneas said. "And the cause." "Fever, 3 days." The woman's voice was flat. "She stopped eating. Then she stopped breathing." Aeneas wrote it down. The child's name was Lyra. She had been 6 years old. "I can take her now," he said. "We'll place her with the others." The woman's grip tightened on the child's body. "Others? The trench is the only option. The ground won't take individual graves." "I know." The woman's voice cracked, just slightly. "I know, but she was mine." Aeneas waited. He did not reach out. He did not offer comfort he could not deliver. The woman held her daughter for a long moment, then bent and placed her in the cart with the other bodies. She did not weep. She turned and walked back toward the city, her blue-stained hands hanging at her sides. Aeneas wrote the time of burial next to the name. He worked through the morning. The carts came every hour. The families came less frequently because the living had their own calculations to make, bread to find, doors to keep closed against the cold. By noon, the trench held 73 bodies, and Aeneas had filled 4 pages of his ledger with names, ages, and causes. He was reading back through the entries when he noticed the mark, a small circle with a line through it, written in the margin beside 3 different entries. He turned back through the pages. The first entry was a man named Callo, a grain clerk who had died of fever 4 days ago. The second was a tanner named Vessin, dead from a fall before the governor fled. The third was a man whose name Aeneas did not recognize, a warehouse watchman found in an alley with his throat cut. 3 men, 3 different causes of death, 3 identical marks in the margin. Aeneas looked up from the ledger. The burial crew was dragging the next cart toward the trench, their breath pluming in the cold. The fire at the far end had burned low, and the bodies were piling faster than the ground could absorb them. He walked to the cart and looked at the bodies inside. The watchman lay on top, his throat a dark seam in the gray light. The wound was clean, professional, a single cut that had opened the artery without touching the spine. The work of someone who knew exactly where to place the blade. Aeneas looked at the dead man's hands. Empty. No weapon, no sign of struggle. He looked at the man's pockets. Empty. He turned to the burial crew. "Who brought this body in?" The foreman, a broad man with a scarf wrapped to his eyes, shrugged. "Found him in the alley behind the foundry hall. Militia brought him to the infirmary. Oda signed the death certificate." "Who identified him?" "Nobody. No papers. No family came forward." Aeneas wrote that down. He looked at the mark again, the circle and the line, and he thought about the dead clerk in Calder Meyer's report, the one whose records had been altered after burial. He thought about the forger with the hole between his shoulders. He thought about the kitchen knife under Eamon Fell's seat. The pattern was there, just beneath the surface, like the first crack in a wall before the whole thing came down. But he could not see the shape of it yet. He closed the ledger. "Keep the watchman's body separate," he said. "Do not bury it until I say so." The foreman nodded and turned back to the carts. Aeneas walked to the fire and held his hands out to the flames, watching the frost melt from his fingers. His hands were shaking, not from cold. He thought about the 3 names in the margin: Kahlo, the grain clerk; Vessin, the tanner; the watchman, with no name. 3 men linked by a single mark. 3 men who had all died before they could tell someone what they knew. He looked up at the city walls, black against the gray sky, and he thought about the warding sigils that were failing faster than Maelis could repair them. He thought about the grain that had been stolen, the chits that had been forged, the riot that had been engineered. Someone was cleaning up the traces. Someone was making sure the dead stayed quiet. He turned from the fire and began walking back toward the foundry hall, the ledger tucked under his arm, 3 names birding in his memory like a brand. The wind shifted, carrying the smell of smoke and frozen earth and something else, something beneath the cold. He walked faster. Chapter 18. The wind came off the river in sheets, cold enough to crack stone. Maelis rode with Allen at her flank and 6 militia behind her, their breath pluming white against the gray sky. The road from Vossbridge dropped through frozen marshland where reeds stood brittle as glass, and the mud had hardened into ruts that caught the horses at every stride. She had left word at the foundry hall that she would be gone before noon and back before dark. She had not told them where. The river came into view between 2 low bluffs, wide and iron-gray under the winter sky. Ice had crept from both banks, narrowing the current to a channel no wider than a barge, and on the far shore the clan banners hung stiff as boards from poles driven into the frozen earth. Maelis reined in at the water's edge. They were waiting for her. A line of archers stood among the reeds, bows half raised, their breath hanging in the air like smoke. Behind them, a cluster of hides and wool marked the chieftain's party, and at the center, a man sat a horse as gray as the river itself, watching her with eyes that had seen 20 winters of imperial arrogance and learned to wait. Chieftain Civic Bellin did not ride forward to meet her. Maelis dismounted. She handed the reins to Olin and walked onto the ice alone. The surface groaned under her boots. She kept her pace steady, neither fast nor slow, and she did not look at the archers. She had come to ask for what she needed, and she would do it standing on ground the Empire had never bothered to claim. The chieftain watched her cross. When she was 10 paces from the far bank, he raised a hand. The archers lowered their bows. He dismounted and walked to the water's edge, his boots crunching against the frost. He was taller than she had expected, broad-shouldered, with a scar that ran from his temple into his beard and a coat made from something that had once been alive and dangerous. "You ride alone onto my land," he said. "That is either courage or desperation." "Both," Maelis said. "The winter does not care which." Civic's mouth twitched, almost a smile. "You are the woman who took Vossbridge. I am the woman who keeps it. And you come to me for what? Grain? Passage? Permission?" She met his gaze and held it. "Fish, barges, winter guides. I need the river open long enough to bring supplies through before the ice locks it solid. I need passage for 3 convoys between now and the deep freeze, and I need it without imperial tax claims or garrison rights attached." Civic said nothing for a long moment. Behind him, the clan banners cracked in the wind. "You name what you want," he said. "Now name what you offer." "I offer what the Empire never did. Recognition of your water rights. Free passage for clan vessels past Vossbridge without inspection or toll. A written compact sealed with the city's mint mark, not an imperial sigil. You offer what should have been ours by law. I offer what I can deliver. The Empire is gone from this frontier. Whether it stays gone depends on whether the people who replace it learn to deal instead of command." Civic looked past her, toward the city walls visible through the gray air. His eyes narrowed. "The monument," he said. Maelis had known it would come. "The stone pillar on the south bluff," he said. "The one your Empire raised to mark the year they burned our winter camp and drowned our elders in the river. You know the one." "I know it. It stands on land my grandfather bled for. It tells a lie in imperial script, and every spring your people come to look at it and remember that they won." Maelis said nothing. "I want it pulled down," Civic said, "stone by stone. I want the ground it stood on salted, and I want the proclamation of its removal written in our tongue and yours, posted at every gate in Vossbridge." The ice groaned under her boots. She did not shift her weight. You are asking me to erase imperial history on land I do not fully control, within sight of roads the Legion still uses. I am asking you to choose, Sabak said. The Empire carved that stone to say we would never rise. You can leave it standing and prove they were right, or you can tear it down and prove you are not them. Maelis looked past him, at the clan banners, at the women and children watching from the huts beyond the bluff. She thought about the grain that was not coming, the wards that were failing, the knife under Eamon Fell's seat. She thought about the bodies Brother Ines was piling in the frozen ground. What else? She said. Savak studied her for a long moment. 3 convoys, each with a clan pilot on the tiller. No imperial colors, no garrison. You send word before you move and we will decide each passage when the ice allows. And fish, 30 barrels a week, delivered to your granary for the duration of the compact. In exchange, you will not tax our traders or question our cargo on the river approaches. Agreed. The monument comes down within 7 days of the first convoy's arrival. Agreed, Savak nodded. He turned and walked back toward his horse, then stopped. One more thing. Maelis waited. The Empire raised that monument on the bones of my family, he said without turning. If you mean to keep your city, you will have to tear down more than stone. You will have to bury what they believed about people like us. He mounted his horse and rode back through the reeds, the clan banners snapping above him. Maelis stood on the ice and watched him go. The river groaned beneath her, a deep sound that came from somewhere far below, where the current was still moving, still cutting its way through the cold. She turned and walked back across the ice. Alan met her at the bank, his face gray with cold and worry. How much did we give away? Imperial claims we could not enforce anyway, she said, and a monument that should have fallen the day the governor fled. And in return? Fish, passage, a chance to get supplies through before the river freezes solid. She swung onto her horse and looked back across the river. The clan banners were still there. The archers were still watching, but the ice between the banks felt different now, thinner and more treacherous than when she had walked it. The monument would have to come down. She would have to order it herself, in front of the city, while the Legion scouts watched from the hills, and every guildmaster who already distrusted her saw proof that she was erasing imperial authority, piece by piece. She gathered the reins. Ride ahead, she told Owen. Find Eamon Fuel. Tell him I need the Mason's best crews at the South Bluff at dawn. Owen blinked. The monument? Tell him it comes down tomorrow. She kicked her horse forward, the cold air burning her throat, and behind her the ice cracked once, a sound like a breaking bone, before the wind swallowed it. Chapter 19. The air had not warmed by the time Maelis reached the South Bluff. Dawn came gray and brittle, the frost so thick on the stone that the monument looked sheathed in bone. It rose 40 feet above the river bend, a pillar of black granite carved with Legion victories and imperial script that told the story of the winter camp burning exactly as the Empire wanted it remembered. Maelis sat her horse at the base and watched the Masons assemble. They came reluctantly. Eamon Fuge had sent his best crews, but their faces said they would rather be anywhere else. They stood in a loose knot, chisels and hammers in gloved hands, breath pluming in the cold, waiting for someone to give the order that could not be taken back. Olen had been right to worry. The Legion scouts were out there. Anyone with eyes on the south approach could see what was about to happen. Maelis swung down from the saddle and walked to the base of the pillar. The carvings were deep and precise. She read the first panel without meaning to. In the 3rd year of the subjugation, the governor ordered the burning of the Billen winter camp. 473 clan irregulars were driven into the river. The current took them. The Empire remembers. She had read it before. She had walked past it 100 times in the years before the governor fled, never stopping, never thinking much of it. It was just stone, just history, just the way the Empire told its stories. Now she saw the other story that was not carved there. The cold, the screams, the bodies washing against the ice downstream, the elders Savak had mentioned. Tell me you are not doing this. Maelis turned. Eamon Fell stood at the edge of the bluff, his coat collar turned up, his face set in the stubborn lines she had learned to read in the foundry hall. He looked past her at the monument, and his jaw tightened. "You rode out at dawn to speak with a clan chieftain," he said. "Now you come back and order his demands carved into our gates." "I ordered a monument pulled down. It is the same thing." "No," Maelis said. "It is one thing. The monument comes down. The gates are still ours. The walls are still ours. The granaries are still ours." Fado walked past her and stopped at the base of the pillar. He ran his hand over the carved script, a gesture that looked almost like grief. "I built the arch in the old market quarter with stone from the same quarry this came from. I know how much time and skill went into this, and you want to reduce it to rubble because a clan chief demanded it?" "I want the river open," Maelis said. "I want fish in the granary before the ice closes the channel for the winter. I want convoys moving before my people start eating each other. If the price of that is a monument to a massacre, I will pay it." Vidal turned to face her. "The Legion is still out there. Their scouts are measuring your walls, and you are about to tear down Imperial stonework in full view of the road they march on. Do you understand what that looks like?" "It looks like a city that makes its own choices. It looks like weakness. It looks like survival," Maelis said. "If the Legion wants to punish me for pulling down a monument to dead children, let them try. But they will have to march through a city that can feed itself first, and that is worth more than any carved lie the Empire left standing." Vial held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once, short and sharp. "Your crews are ready," he said. "I will not give the order, but I will not stop them either." He turned and walked away, his boots crunching on the frozen gravel. Maelis watched him go, then turned back to the monument. She looked up at the carved panels, at the victory script that had stood for 20 years, at the story the Empire had told itself about the day it drowned a winter camp and called it order. She thought about Civic's voice across the ice. The Empire carved that stone to say we would never rise. She looked at the masons waiting in the cold. "Start at the top," she said. "Work down. I want every panel down before noon." The masons moved. Hammers rang against chisels. Stone cracked. The first carved letters splintered and fell, hitting the frozen ground in pieces that scattered across the bluff like shattered teeth. Maelis watched the work for a while, then walked to the base of the pillar to inspect the lower panels up close. That was when she saw the seam. It ran along the base of the monument, a hairline gap where the stone had been fitted against a secondary piece. She knelt and traced it with her stiff fingers. The seam was too regular to be a flaw in the quarry work. She looked at Olin, who had followed her down. "Get a crowbar." Olin fetched one from the wagon and wedged it into the seam. He leaned into it, his thin frame straining. The stone shifted with a grinding sound, and a panel popped loose, revealing a hollow space inside the base. Maelis reached in. Her fingers found clay. She pulled out a tablet, then another, then a bundle of parchment tied with a leather thong. The tablets were tax records, dated to the same year as the monument's dedication. The parchment was a list. She read the first line. Hostages taken from the Bellin winter camp, year of the subjugation. Below it, names, dozens of them, men, women, and children. Each entry marked with a date of death or a notation in imperial script. Transferred, sold, died in custody. Maelis stared at the list. The monument was not just a symbol. It was a ledger, a record of everything the Empire had taken from the clans and how each captive had been disposed of. She thought about Civic, about the elders he had mentioned, about what he would do if he knew this existed. She looked at the masons, who had stopped working as they watched her pull the tablets from the hollow stone. "Keep working," she said. "Do not stop." She turned to Olin, her voice low. "Get a cart up here. I want everything from that compartment loaded and brought to the foundry hall. Quietly." Olin nodded and moved. Maelis stood at the base of the monument, the hostage list in her hands, and listened to the hammers ring against the stone above her. Behind her, across the frozen river, she could see the clan banners still flying above the huts on the far bank. She wondered how many of the names on this list were carved into the memory of the people watching her from across the ice. The first large panel hit the ground and shattered. The sound echoed across the bluff, rolling down toward the river road, and Maelis knew the Legion scouts would hear it. Alin reappeared at her elbow. "There is something else," he said. He held up a second compartment, smaller than the first, hidden behind a false block in the pillar's western face. Inside it, a single object lay on a bed of dried rushes. A child's bone, wrapped in a strip of clan-dyed cloth. Maelis did not touch it. She stood very still and looked at the bone, at the cloth, at the hollow in the stone that had held them for 20 years. Then she turned and walked to the edge of the bluff, where she could see the river and the road and the gray line of the horizon where the Legion would come from. She heard the masons working behind her. She heard the ice groaning on the river. And somewhere out on the eastern road, just below the ridge, a column of men moved through the sleet, heading toward a city that was tearing down its own history before the winter had even ended. Chapter 20. The cart creaked up the bluff road, its wheels cutting shallow grooves in the frozen gravel. Alin walked beside it, one hand on the tailgate, his breath fogging the cold air. Maelis stood at the edge of the bluff and watched the river. Behind her, the masons worked in rhythm. Hammers rose and fell, stone splintered. The carved panels of the monument came apart piece by piece, each chunk of granite hitting the frozen ground with a sound like a door slamming shut. She did not turn around when Alin stopped beside her. "It is done," he said. "Everything from the compartments is loaded. I wrapped the bone in oilcloth myself. No one else touched it." "And the masons?" "They saw you pull the tablets out. Bell told them to keep working and keep their mouths shut. Whether they will." Alin shrugged. Maelis looked at the cart. The clay tablets were stacked in a crate, the parchment bundle beside them, the oilcloth package nested in a smaller box. 20 years of hidden accounting packed for transport in a quarter hour. "Take it to the foundry hall," she said. "Put it in my office. Lock the door. Wait there until I come back. And if someone asks what is in the crate, tell them demolition debris." Alin nodded and climbed onto the cart seat. He flicked the reins and the horse leaned into the trace, pulling the cart back down the bluff road toward the city. Maelis watched him go. Then she walked down to the river. The ice held. It groaned under her boots, the same sound she had heard the day before, a language of stress and pressure that she understood better than most. She read the surface the way she read a failing ward circuit. Cracks running from the banks toward the center, weak points where the current still moved beneath the freeze, a span that would hold for now but would not survive a thaw. She crossed alone, the same show of nerve as yesterday, and found Civic waiting on the far bank with 2 clansmen. He watched her approach without speaking. Behind him, the huts of the winter camp sent thin threads of smoke into the gray sky. Children played between the shelters, their voices carrying across the ice. A dog barked somewhere in the tree line. Maelis stopped 10 paces from Civic. "The monument is coming down," she said. "The first panels fell before noon. It will be gone by nightfall." Civic studied her face for a long moment. His scarred jaw worked, the muscle bunching under the skin. "I heard the hammers from here," he said. "My grandmother heard them too. She said it sounded like the stone was screaming." Maelis said nothing. Civic looked past her, toward the bluff where the masons were still working. The top of the monument was gone now, the carved eagles and victory script reduced to rubble on the frozen ground. "You are the first imperial representative to tear down a monument," he said. "In my lifetime. In my father's lifetime." "I am not imperial," Maelis said. "No," Civic agreed. "That is what makes this interesting." He gestured toward the camp, and Maelis followed him past the huts to a longhouse built from split logs and packed earth. Inside, a fire burned in a central pit, and the air was thick with wood smoke and the smell of dried fish. Civic sat on a bench near the fire. Maelis sat across from him. The 2 clansmen stood by the door, their spears grounded, their faces unreadable. "Your compact," Civic said. "Show me the words." Maelis reached inside her coat and pulled out the written agreement she had drafted the night before, 2 pages of compact script, sealed with the city's mint mark. She laid it on the packed earth between them. Civic picked it up. He read slowly, his lips moving over the words, and Maelis wondered how much imperial script he actually knew and how much he was making a point of not trusting her translation. When he finished, he set the paper down. 30 barrels of fish per week, he said. 3 escorted convoys before the river freezes. Clan pilots on every tiller. No imperial colors, no garrison, no tax on clan traders. That is what we agreed. And the monument. It is falling as we speak. Civic nodded. He sat in silence for a moment, staring at the fire. There's something else, he said. Something you did not write in your compact. Maelis's hand, resting on her knee, went still. Tell me, you found something inside the stone. The fire crackled. A log shifted, sending sparks up toward the smoke hole in the roof. Maelis looked at Civic's face, at the scar that ran from his temple into his beard, at the eyes that had seen a winter camp burned and elders drowned in the river. Yes, she said. Show me. She reached into her coat again and pulled out the parchment bundle. The leather thong was still tied, the knots tight from 20 years of dry storage. She placed it on the ground between them. Civic did not reach for it immediately. He looked at the bundle for a long time, as if the names inside were already known to him. My grandmother lost 3 daughters, he said. My mother lost her brother. Every family in the winter camp lost someone. We knew the Empire kept records. We did not know they had hidden them in the stone they raised to mock us. He picked up the bundle and untied the thong with hands that did not shake. He read the first page in silence. He read the second. When he reached the third, he stopped. Liren Bellin, he said. Age 8, transferred, no date of death. He looked up at Maelis. That was my sister's name. Maelis held his gaze. She may still be alive, Maelis said. The notation says transferred, not sold and not died in custody. There is no death date. Civic stared at the paper for a long moment, then set it down beside the fire. The compact, he said. I will sign it. The fish, the convoys, the pilots. I will give you everything we agreed. He paused. But I keep the list. Maelis did not hesitate. You keep the list. Civic picked up the parchment and tucked it inside his coat. Then he reached for the written compact and pressed his clan seal into the wax beside Vossbridge's mint mark, a circle broken by a line, the same symbol that had marked the hidden compartment in the monument. He held the paper out to her. Your city lives, he said, for now. Maelis took the compact and folded it into her coat. The first drop of ice crackled as the rider's horse skidded to a stop outside the longhouse. The door swung open, letting in a blast of cold air, and a militia courier stumbled inside, his face red from the wind and his coat crusted with sleet. He saw Maelis and crossed to her in 3 quick strides. Commander, he said, breathing hard. Scouts, the eastern approach. Maelis was already standing. How many? A half-dozen, maybe more. They were measuring the outer wall, the foundation stones, the postern. The room went still. Civic watched from the fire, his face unreadable. Maelis thought about the wall she had designed. The weaknesses only an engineer would know. The ward circuits that had not been refreshed in a decade. The temporary repair at the south granary that would not hold much longer. Where are they now? Gone, the courier said. But they were marking positions, drawing maps. They knew exactly what they were looking at. Maelis looked down at the compact in her hands, at Civic's seal pressed into the wax. She had bought the river, but the Legion had already measured her walls. Chapter 21. The sleet came sideways, stinging the exposed skin of Luke Murrow's neck as he knelt in the frozen mud beside the supply wagon and ran the numbers again. He had been at it for 2 hours, charcoal nub between fingers gone too stiff to grip properly, the paper spread across a barrel lid that kept shifting under the weight of the wind. His hands shook from cold and from what the numbers kept telling him. The convoy manifest claimed 53 barrels of wheat. The wagon tracks behind him told a different story. Too shallow for that weight. The horses had not strained enough on the grades. He had watched them climb the last frozen ridge, had seen how easily they pulled, and the number had lodged in his mind like a splinter he could not stop pressing. 53 barrels of wheat at standard army measure meant roughly 4,000 pounds of grain. Add barrel weight, rigging, the driver, the guard bench, nearly 6,000 pounds total load. No team could haul that over the pass they had just crossed without breaking stride. He had seen the tracks. He knew. The real load was closer to 30 barrels, maybe 35. Someone had written the difference into existence on paper. Luke folded the page and stood, his knees complaining, his coat crusted with ice where the sleet had frozen against the wool. He looked at the convoy columns stretched along the road. 8 wagons, 40 soldiers, a quartermaster's clerk who had not met his eyes once in the entire march. He walked. The camp was little more than a huddle of canvas and banked fires, the soldiers too cold and too tired to do more than crouch in whatever shelter they could find. Sunderland's tent stood at the center, its flaps tied open despite the weather, the general seated on a folding stool with a map spread across his knees. Luke stopped at the entrance. His boots were wet. His voice came out rougher than he meant. "Sir, I need to show you something." Sunderland looked up, his eyes with the color of wet iron, and they stayed on Luke's face for a long moment before he nodded and set the map aside. "Come in." Luke crossed the tent and laid the paper on the ground between them. The charcoal marks had smudged in the damp, but the numbers were still legible. "I ran the weights against the grades we crossed yesterday," Luke said. "The Porlock Ridge, the switchbacks above the mill ruins, and the frozen fort at Hart's Brook. I calculated the maximum load a standard draft team can pull over each surface in winter conditions." He pointed at the first column of figures. "The manifest says 53 barrels. The tracks say 30, maybe 35. The difference is 18 barrels of wheat that the paper claims exist but no wagon could have carried." Sunderland stared at the numbers. His jaw moved once, a tight muscle shifting beneath the weathered skin. "You are certain?" "I am certain." A long silence settled between them. Outside, sleet rattled against canvas, and someone shouted orders at the picket line. The sound seemed very far away. Sunderland reached for the paper and held it up to the lantern light. He read slowly, the way a man reads when he already knows what the words will say and is looking for the moment he can stop believing them. "How many convoys have you checked?" 9 from the past 3 weeks. The ones we caught up to or passed on the road. Every single one has the same discrepancy. Paper says one weight, tracks say another. Paper says more. Every time. Sunderland set the paper down. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes, and when he spoke, his voice was quieter than Luke had ever heard it. "I ordered those convoys. I signed the requisition forms. I sent riders ahead to confirm the schedules." "Yes, sir. I trusted the quartermaster corps." "I know, sir." Sunderland dropped his hands and looked at the paper again. The sleet had stopped, the wind dying to a murmur that made the tent walls breathe in and out. "Nescourt rosters," he said. "Do you have them?" Luke pulled a second sheet from inside his coat, the paper still warm from his body. He had copied the names from the station logs at the last 3 supply depots, matching them against the casualty reports that had been filed at the same time. "The 22nd Company was listed as escort for a convoy that never reached us," he said. "The roster shows 40 men, but the casualty roll for the same week lists 31 dead from the 22nd, all attributed to a skirmish that no surviving soldier remembers fighting." He laid the sheet beside the weight calculations. "The 17th Recon lost 13 men the same month. Their names appear on a convoy manifest as escort detail, but the timing overlaps with a fever outbreak that killed 9 in the same barracks." Sunderland read the second sheet. His knuckles went white where his hand gripped his own knee. "Someone is writing deaths that did not happen," he said, "and signing men onto convoys that never formed." "Yes, sir." "And the grain?" Luke met his eyes. "The grain existed. It was loaded at the source depots. I found 2 depot clerks who remembered the weights, but it never arrived at any village on the delivery schedule. It was rerouted somewhere else before the convoys reached the first checkpoint." "Rerouted where?" "The paper trail ends at a warehouse syndic in the Creditor quarter of the provincial capital. I could not get past that name. The clerks stopped talking when I mentioned it." Sunderland sat motionless for a long time. The sleet resumed, a quiet drumming against the canvas. A candle guttered and died, and neither of them moved to relight it. "Bring me everything you have," Sunderland said at last. "Every manifest, every roster, every casualty report that does not match. I want the names of the clerks who remembered the loads. I want the dates. I want the distances between the depots and the villages." "Yes, sir." Sunderland looked up at him. and in the dim light his face seemed carved from something harder than flesh. "Tell no one what you have found. I understand. Not your sergeant, not the quartermaster, not the officers I break bread with. No one." Luke swallowed. "Sir, who do you trust?" Sunderland was silent. The question hung between them, unanswered and unanswerable, as the sleet continued its quiet assault on the canvas above their heads. Chapter 22. They came at noon, 23 men and women filling the foundry hall benches with the weight of a prepared argument. Eamon Fooge stood at the front of the room, a sheaf of parchment in his hands and a lifetime of civic pride tightening his jaw. Maelis watched them settle from her place at the iron table. She had not slept since the river. The cold in her bones had become a permanent resident, and the taste of the sledging wind still clung to her tongue. "You have read the draft," Fooge said. He did not wait for her answer. "We have made the changes you requested, the language on emergency suspension, the threshold for override." He laid the parchment flat and spread it with both hands, the gesture of a man presenting a finished thing. Maelis rose and walked to the table. She did not look at the trotter. She looked at the hands of the people who had come with him. Weavers, tanners, 3 district elders she had appointed herself. A woman from the Chandlers' Guild who had lost her husband to fever the same week the granary seal was broken. "Read the clauses," Financier said. She picked up the parchment and read. The words were precise, elegant even. Someone had spent hours shaping the language so that each restriction sounded like protection. "Every signature shall be required for granary release orders exceeding a daily threshold. Mount output shall be verified by a standing committee of 3. Militia levy and deployment beyond the original ward boundaries must carry council approval." Shackles. Beautiful legal shackles dressed in the language of shared governance. "You are asking me to surrender control of the food, the currency, and the armed defense of this city," she said. "We are asking you to share it. There is no difference when the enemy is at the walls." Field had met her eyes. His face was calm, but she had known him long enough to see the crack beneath the composure. He believed in this. He believed it so completely that he could not see the edge he was leading them toward. "The charter creates a standing civic council," he said. 7 seats. Guild masters, district elders, militia command, granary release, mint output, and militia deployment require a majority vote. Emergency suspension of the charter requires a supermajority. How many is a supermajority? 5 of 7. Maelis set the parchment down and looked at the room. The weaver from the 3rd district, the tanner whose son had nearly been trampled in the riot, the woman from the Chandlers' Guild. "You signed this," she said to the weaver. He shifted on the bench. "I signed a document that gives our district a voice in how the grain is distributed. You have made good decisions, Commander, but you make them alone. I make them fast. Fast is not the same as right." The chandler's widow spoke without raising her head. "My husband died because the granary clerks could not agree on which orders to honor. He stood in line for 3 days. By the time they unlocked the doors, the fever had already taken him." Maelis turned to face her. "The granary clerks were following imperial rules, not mine. The rules I wrote let grain move in hours, not days." "And who writes the rules after you?" The question landed like a blade slid between ribs. Maelis felt the weight of it, the quiet implication that she was not a permanent solution but a temporary one, a hinge between collapse and something none of them could name. She looked back at the charter. 7 seats. 3 for guildmasters, 2 for district elders, 1 for militia command, 1 for the quartermaster's office. The 7th seat, the one that would hold the balance in any divided vote, was left blank, as if they expected her to name herself. "The militia seat," she said. "Who fills it?" Foyle hesitated. "Tavia Quillen, by acclamation of the ward captains." "Did anyone ask her if she wanted to sit on a council?" "She was consulted." Maelis let the silence stretch. She was looking for Tavia in the room, but the militia captain was not there. She had not come. Whether that meant Foyle had acted without her consent, or she had agreed to the role without attending the presentation, Maelis could not yet tell. She looked at the signatures again. The weaver, the tanner, the chandler's widow. 3 district elders she had chosen herself, two of whom had sworn loyalty to the Civic Compact in the first days of the coup. One of them, a woman named Vela Oran, who ran the Millers' Cooperative, met her eyes without flinching. "You cannot rule alone forever," Vela said. "The charter is not a betrayal. It is foundation." "Foundations are laid before the siege begins," Maelis said. "Not after the scouts have already measured the walls." The room went still. "You know about the scouts?" Vel asked. "I buried the man who killed the warehouseman who tried to warn us. I know exactly how much the Legion has learned about my walls." She did not say "my walls." She caught herself, the possessive slipping out like a confession of how far she had come from the woman who had once been paid to design those walls and told to sign the credit over to imperial overseers. Vel's face tightened. "Then you understand why we cannot afford a single point of failure. If something happens to you, Commander, the city has no chain of command, no process for succession, no structure that outlasts your breath. And you think 7 people debating grain quotas in a locked room will survive the assault? I think it has a better chance than one woman who cannot be everywhere at once." Maelis picked up the charter and read it again. The words were the same, careful, balanced, designed to prevent the very concentration of power that had let her seize the city in a single dawn. The tanner spoke. "We are not your enemies, Commander. We are the people who will have to live in the city you are building. We have seen what happens when one person holds the granary keys and answers to no one. You have seen what happens when the Empire holds the keys and answers to profit. And you are not the Empire, we know that. But the charter exists to remind whoever comes after you that they are not the Empire either." Maelis looked at the chandler's widow, whose husband had died waiting for grain, at the weaver, whose children had gone to bed hungry 3 nights running, at Vela Oran, who had sworn loyalty and then signed a document that would limit Maelis's power to release flour during a siege. She thought of the river and the ice cracking beneath her feet as she rode back from Vivac's longhouse. She thought of the bones wrapped in oilcloth, still waiting in the foundry hall for her to decide what they meant. She thought of the knife under Eamon Fail's seat and the crossbow bolt that had missed Caldermere by inches. "You have already counted the votes," she said. Fail did not deny it. "You knew I would resist, so you came with a majority signed and ready, hoping I would accept the weight of public consent rather than fight it. I came with a document that gives the city a future beyond your personal survival." Maelis let the words hang. She looked at the signatures again, memorizing the names. Vela Oran, Townsholt, the tanner, Maelis Dorn, no relation, the chandler's widow. She looked for a pattern, something that would tell her who had organized this, who had gone to each of these people and convinced them that now was the time to push. She did not see Eamon Few at the center of the web. He was too direct, too willing to stand in front of a room and take the blame. The orchestrator was someone else, someone who had let Few carry the charter while they stayed in the shadows. "I will not sign," she said. The room shifted, not with surprise, but with the recognition that they had expected this answer and prepared for it. "Then we present the charter to the city without your signature," Few said. "The council will convene at the end of the 30-day window, as we agreed. The guilds will elect their representatives, the districts will name their elders, and when the charter passes, it will bind you by acclamation, not by signature." He gathered the parchment and stepped back. "We are not trying to unseat you, Commander. We are trying to build something that does not require you to be immortal." The foundry hall emptied, guild members and elders filing past her with the careful silence of people who had said what they came to say. Maelis stood at the iron table, the cold seeping through her boots, and watched them go. The last to leave was Vela Oran. She paused at the door, her hand on the frame, and looked back. "I meant what I said," Vela told her. "The charter is not a betrayal." "Then why does it feel like one?" "Because you have never had to share anything that mattered." The door closed behind her, and Maelis was alone in the foundry hall, with the echoes of a room that had decided she was not enough, and the certain knowledge that someone in that room was already counting the days until she broke. Chapter 23. She was still standing at the iron table when the door opened. Brother Ines stepped inside without knocking, his coat wet at the shoulders, his hands stained with ink and something darker at the nail beds. He looked at the empty hall, at the abandoned chairs, at the single sheet of paper Maelis had left on the table. You refused to sign. You heard already. I heard the charter will pass in 30 days regardless. He crossed to the table, picked up the sheet, read it in 3 slow passes. This is not a bad document, Commander. It is a document that will let 7 people starve the city by debate while I watch from a chair. It is a document that lets 7 people say no. Ines set the paper down. You have been the only person in this city who could say no for 3 weeks. That is 3 weeks longer than any ruler should hold that power alone. Maelis looked at him. The cold from the floor had climbed into her knees. Her maimed hand ached at the knuckles where the fingers never closed properly. You think I should sign it? I think the charter is clumsy and slow and will make you furious every time it blocks a decision you know is right. Ines met her eyes. But fear cannot remain the only mortar in these walls. You have held the city by competence and terror long enough that people forget which one they are obeying. The charter forces them to remember that you chose to share the weight. And if the weight crushes us while we pass papers between committees, then we die with a structure that might have saved us if we had started sooner. He said it without drama, the same flat voice he used for burial tallies and grain counts. I am not asking you to trust the guild masters. I am asking you to trust that a city cannot be held together by one woman's will forever. Not even yours. Maelis turned toward the furnace at the far end of the hall. The coals had burned low, casting orange light across the stone floor. She watched the glow pulse and fade. Pulse and fade. Tavia did not attend the presentation. No. She was named to the militia seat without being present. Ines was quiet for a moment. That concerns you. It concerns me that someone else put her name forward before she could accept or refuse. It concerns me that the balance vote was decided in a room she did not enter. The door opened again. Tavia Quillen stepped through, still wearing her militia coat, the bridge and sheaf badge pinned at the collar. Her face was flushed from cold, her eyes holding the particular sharpness of someone who had been running through decision after decision without stopping. I did not put my name forward, she said. The ward captains voted before I knew they were meeting. Maelis studied her. Would you have accepted if they asked? I would have asked you first. Tavia crossed to the table, planting her hands on the edge. I am not here to be your counterweight, Commander. I am here to keep this city standing. If the charter helps that, I will carry it. If it gets people killed, I will burn it. The charter divides the militia command, Maelis said. Deployment requires council majority. I read it. And you still accepted the seat. I accepted it because the alternative was letting someone else take it. Tavia's jaw tightened. If I had refused, they would have named another captain. Someone who does not know how to hold a shield line, someone who would let the council debate while the gates burn. The furnace popped, embers scattered across the stone. Ines spoke into the silence. She is not wrong. The charter is imperfect, but the alternative to imperfect shared power is perfect solitary power. And that road ends with you becoming the thing you replaced, whether you intended or not. Maelis looked at them, her 2 most reliable people, one arguing for restraint, one arguing for speed, both convinced they were protecting the city from the same danger. She thought of the river ice cracking beneath her horse, of the child's bone wrapped in clan cloth, of the knife that had appeared under Amonfew's seat while 14 people sat in this very room. Someone had orchestrated the charter. Someone had named Tavia before she could refuse. Someone was counting days. I will give my answer tomorrow, Maelis said. Ines's face told her he understood what she was doing. A delay was not a refusal, but it was not acceptance either. It was a hinge, and hinges could swing either way. A day will not change the document, he said. The day will tell me who moves while I am silent. She walked past them both, through the door, into the frozen corridor where the torchlight struggled against the dark. Behind her, the foundry hall settled into silence. The rumor reached the weaver's district before she crossed the courtyard. She heard it from a runner who caught her at the arch. They were saying she had wavered. that the charter had cracked her resolve, that the woman who hanged merchants in the market square had finally shown the soft edge everyone had been waiting for. By the time she reached the granary steps, a second version had already replaced the first. She was not wavering, they said. She was buying time. And when she moved, she would move hard, and the charter's supporters would be the first to feel the weight of what they had tried to take from her. Maelis stopped at the top of the steps and looked back at the city. Somewhere in the frozen streets, a door closed. A voice carried through the dark. A decision she had not made yet was already shaping the ground beneath her feet. She had bought one day to think. The city had already spent it on fear. Chapter 24. At dawn, the relief convoy did not appear on the eastern road. Maelis stood at the north gate with frost stiffening the seams of her coat, watching the empty ridge where the road curved through the frozen marsh. Beside her, Tavia stamped her boots against the stone and said nothing. The convoy was 3 days late. The first wagons had been promised on the morning of the charter presentation. Then word came that the river crossing at Hart's Brook had iced over, and the teams needed to cut a longer route around the shallows. That cost a day. Then a rider arrived with a message about axle trouble and a broken trace, which cost another. Then the messenger stopped coming. Maelis had spent the night calculating what the delay meant. The granary had 6 days of grain at half ration. The settlement with the river clans had secured fish and passage, but the first escorted convoy was not due for another 8 days. The gap between what she had and what she needed was measured in hours, not barrels. She did not tell Tavia the number. There, Tavia said. Maelis followed her gaze. A speck on the ridge, barely visible against the gray sky. Then another. Then a line of them, strung out like beads on a broken thread. 6 wagons. The contract had promised 18. Maelis walked through the gate and onto the frozen road before the lead wagon reached the outer post. The driver saw her coming and did not lift the reins. He let the team stop 10 paces short and sat there, face hollow with cold and something heavier than exhaustion. She did not ask how many had died. She read it in the empty benches, the missing canvas, the way the driver stared through her rather than at her. "The seals," she said. The driver gestured toward the cargo bed with a hand that did not seem to belong to him anymore. "Broken before the second checkpoint. 4 days ago, they cut the canvas and took what they could carry. We buried the rest." "Buried?" "The men who tried to stop them." Maelis walked the length of the lead wagon, the seals hung in shreds, the imperial crest sliced cleanly through. Whoever had cut them knew which knot to pull and which blade to use. Professional work. The same hands that had rerouted convoys across 17 villages. The same hands that had fabricated casualty reports and signed men onto phantom escorts. She climbed onto the wagon bed and pulled back the canvas. The grain was there, some of it. Sacks stacked in neat rows, but the rows stopped halfway to the frame. She counted. 22 barrels. A single wagon's load scattered across the surviving cargo. The other 5 wagons held less. The final count, tallied on the frozen road with Tavia reading numbers and Maelis writing them in the margin of the compact, came to 74 barrels. The convoy had been dispatched with 300. "Where?" Maelis asked. The driver shook his head. "They came at night. Lanterns out, horses muffled. Knew exactly which wagons carried the grain and which carried fodder. Did not touch the oats." Tavia stared at him. "They took only the wheat?" "Aye." Maelis looked at the numbers again. 74 barrels of wheat, most of what she had been counting on to close the gap between the granary's reserves and the first river convoy. The gap had yawned open again, wider than before, and she had nothing to fill it with. "Unload the wagons," she said. "Get the grain to the granary. Seal the ledger." Tavia moved to obey, but Maelis did not follow. She stood on the road, watching the eastern ridge where the wagons had appeared, and tried to think of the next move. There was no hidden cache Calder had not found. There was no merchant hoard she had not already requisitioned. The river clans would not send fish for another 8 days, and even if she pushed the compact, the ice on the upper Voss might close the route entirely before the first barge reached the city. She was still calculating when the smoke rose. It came from 2 directions at once. The first plume lifted from the Coppers district, a fat column of gray and black that caught the morning light like a bruise. The second came from the weaver's quarter, thinner but darker, the color of burning oil. Maelis was running before she decided to move. The copper's warehouse was the nearer of the two. She reached it with Tavia and 2 militiamen at her heels, the heat already pressing against her face from 30 paces away. The front doors stood open. Inside, the flames had not yet reached the main grain stores, but the dry timber of the walls was feeding a fire that moved faster than any bucket line could match. "Get everyone out," Maelis said. "Clear the surrounding buildings. Do not try to save the stores." Tavia grasped her arm. "The wards?" Maelis looked up. The sigil carved above the warehouse door was pulsing. Not the steady glow of a working circuit, but the ragged, failing flicker of a seal that had been cut or worn to the point of collapse. The same pattern she had seen in the South Granary, the same deliberate sabotage. "It is going to fall," Maelis said. "Get back, now!" The ward screamed. Not a sound that traveled through air, but a pressure that drove through bone and sinew like a nail being hammered into the spine. Maelis felt it in her teeth, her maimed hand, the old scar along her palm. The stone above the doorway cracked, and the ward circuit failed in a burst of heat and light that sent a shockwave rolling through the warehouse floor. The building did not fall. It exhaled. Grain dust, superheated and thick as fog, rolled out of the open doors and through the shattered windows. The air turned to chalk and fire. Maelis could not see, could not breathe, could only feel Tavia's hand locked around her wrist and the weight of the building groaning above her as the flames found the dust and the whole street became a furnace waiting to close. She pulled Tavia sideways toward the gap between 2 storehouses and did not look back. The explosion hit her before she finished the first stride. Chapter 25. The world came back in pieces. Sound first, a ringing in her skull that drowned everything beneath it, then the crack of flames eating dry timber, then a voice shouting her name from somewhere close but too far to reach. Maelis opened her eyes. She was on her back. The sky above her was gray and hazy, choked with smoke and grain dust that turned the morning light the color of old bone. Her ears rang. Her left hand was numb. She tried to move and felt a weight across her legs, a timber that had fallen from the storehouse wall and pinned her at the thigh. She pushed. The timber shifted. She pulled herself free and sat up. Tavia was 10 paces away, on her knees, coughing black sputum into the frozen mud. Her coat was scorched along one sleeve. Her face was red and blistered where the heat had caught her unprotected. She was alive. "Tavia." Tavia looked up. Her eyes focused slowly, then sharpened. "You are awake. Help me stand." Tavia crossed the distance in 3 strides and hauled Maelis to her feet. The street was gone. The coper's warehouse was a shell of blackened beams and collapsing walls, the fire still feeding on what the explosion had not consumed. The storehouses on either side were burning now too, flames leaping from roof to roof as the wind picked up and spread the ruin. "The other fire," Maelis said. "The weaver's quarter. Already sent a runner before I found you." Tavia's voice was hoarse. "You were under that beam for 2 minutes, maybe 3. Maelis looked at her hands. The maimed fingers were bleeding. She did not remember when they had started. "The grain," she said. "Gone. All of it." Tavia gestured at the warehouse. "What the explosion did not burn, the fire took. That ward failure turned the whole store into a kiln." Maelis stood in the smoke and counted. 74 barrels from the ambushed convoy. Whatever reserves remained in the granary after the sabotage and the theft. No River Clan fish for 8 more days. And now the coper's warehouse, which had held 120 barrels of winter wheat waiting to be milled, turned to ash. She walked. She did not remember deciding to walk, but her body was moving, stepping over debris and around bucket lines that had formed too late to matter. Tavia followed. The streets blurred past. Smoke clung to her coat and her hair and the inside of her throat. She ended at the granary. Brother Ines was already there. He stood beside the ledger table in the front office, his habit streaked with ash, his hands resting flat on the wood. He did not ask if she was injured. He did not offer water or a seat. He simply looked at her and waited. How much? Maelis asked. 106 barrels usable. 30 more that will need sorting before they can be ground. The rest is gone. The weaver's quarter? Burning. The militia have contained it to 3 buildings, but the storehouse there is lost. 12 barrels of rye, some cloth, nothing that feeds people. Maelis closed her eyes. The numbers arranged themselves in her skull like stones in a wall she could not reinforce. 106 barrels, enough to keep 1 district at full ration for 10 days, or 2 districts at half ration for the same period, or the entire city at quarter ration for 5 days, which would stretch nothing and kill everyone slowly. The gap, she said. How many days until the first river convoy? 8, if the ice holds. It will not hold 8 days, not with the temperatures we have been getting. Ina said nothing. Maelis opened her eyes and looked at the ledger. She did not need to write the calculation down. It was already there, pressed into the bone behind her forehead, a weight she could not set aside. 1 district, full ration, 10 days. The other, half ration, 10 days. There was no third option. Which district? Ines asked quietly. Maelis did not answer. She knew the answer. She had known it since the moment she counted the barrels on the frozen road. But saying it aloud would make it true in a way the arithmetic alone could not. She walked out of the granary and through the streets of Vossbridge. The city was waking to the smoke. People stood in doorways watching the haze drift overhead, their faces unreadable. A woman clutched a child to her skirts. An old man sat on a stoop with a bowl in his hands, empty. Maelis walked past them all. She walked through the workshops where the mills still turned, through the district where the forge fires burned and the tanners cured what hide they could still find, through the streets where militia families lived in narrow houses with children who would eat if the adults went hungry. She walked to the edge of the poorest quarter. The houses here were smaller, the streets narrower, the people thinner. They looked at her with eyes that had already learned to expect nothing. She stopped at the crossroads where the quarter met the main road and turned to face them. The crowd gathered slowly. Not summoned, but drawn by the sight of her standing there. A woman in a scorched coat with a bleeding hand, her gray eyes fixed on something only she could see. The convoy was ambushed, she said. The coppa's warehouse burned. The fire in the weaver's quarter destroyed more than we could afford to lose. The crowd did not move, did not speak. They waited. We have 106 barrels of clean grain. That is enough to feed 1 district at full ration for 10 days, or 2 districts at half ration for the same time. Maelis looked at the faces in front of her. She knew what she was about to say. She had known before she started walking. She had known since the moment she counted the barrels and saw the gap yawn open wider than any calculation could bridge. The workshops keep the city running, she said. The mills keep us grinding. The forge keeps us warm. The militia families keep the walls guarded. She paused. This quarter gives none of those things. The silence that followed was not angry. It was worse than anger. It was the silence of people who had just heard their own worth measured and found wanting. A woman stepped forward, not young, not old. Her hands were raw from cold and work. She held a child on her hip, a girl of 4 or 5 with hollow cheeks and wide eyes. "What are we supposed to eat?" the woman asked. Maelis looked at her. "Half rations," she said, "until the river convoys arrive." The woman did not shout. She did not curse. She simply turned and walked back into the quarter, her child's face staring over her shoulder at Maelis with an expression that would take years to name. The crowd dispersed in silence. Maelis stood at the crossroads until the last of them had gone. Then she walked back to the granary, her hands shaking, her throat closed, the arithmetic still running in her skull like a wheel that would not stop. Nias was still at the ledger table. She stopped in the doorway and looked at him. "Write it down," she said. "Full ration for the workshop district, half for the poor quarter, effective tomorrow." Nias picked up the pen. He did not argue. He wrote. Chapter 26. Sister Odra found her before she reached the granary door. The surgeon stood in the narrow alley between the grain offices and the chandler's workshop, her apron stained with something darker than water, her sleeves rolled to the elbow. She did not speak. She simply stepped into Maelis's path and waited. Maelis stopped. You have a moment? Odra said. It was not a question. I have a city burning. The fires are contained. Tavia has it under control. You have a moment. Odra turned and walked north without looking back, her boots striking the frozen cobbles in a rhythm that did not invite refusal. Maelis followed because following was easier than explaining why she should not. The infirmary occupied what had once been a cloth merchant's hall, 3 stories of open floor space with tall windows that let in light no one had cleaned in weeks. The windows were shuttered now, the hall lit by oil lamps that cast long shadows across rows of cots arranged in precise military lines. Odra had been a field surgeon before the monastery. The order of her infirmary betrayed that past. The first row held the old, men and women with hollow cheeks and paper skin, their breath shallow, their eyes fixed on nothing. Hunger edema swelled their ankles to twice their natural size, the skin stretched tight and shawny as candle wax. A woman lay with her arms crossed over her chest as if already laid out for burial, though her chest still rose and fell in short, uneven gasps. Maelis walked past them because Odra was walking and she had no choice but to follow. The second row held the adults who still had strength to cough. The sound was everywhere, a wet, tearing rasp that filled the hall like a second language. Man sat propped against the wall, a cloth pressed to his mouth that came away red every few seconds. He did not look at Maelis. He looked at the cloth, at the blood, at the way the stains spread, as if it were a message he was trying to read. Cough blood, Odra said without stopping, from grain dust and damp and lungs that have not seen proper food in 6 weeks. There are 43 of them. 3 will die before dawn. Maelis said nothing. The third row held the children. Maelis stopped walking. They lay in cots that were too large for their bodies, small forms lost under blankets that had been washed so many times the wool had gone threadbare. A boy of 7 or 8 stared at the ceiling with eyes that had stopped asking questions. A girl with a bandage wrapped around her head turned restlessly, her lips moving in a language that might have been prayer or fever. A toddler sat on a cot near the end of the row, too young to understand why she was there. She held a wooden spoon in both hands and was tapping it against the cot frame, a small, steady rhythm that no one had the heart to stop. The children are the worst, Odra said. She had stopped walking, too. She stood at the foot of a cot where a girl of 5 or 6 lay with her eyes closed, her breathing so shallow that Maelis had to watch for several seconds before she was sure it was still there. Not because they suffer more. They do not. Their bodies are smaller. They burn through reserves faster. They die more quietly. But the children are the worst because the mothers watch. Odra turned and looked at Maelis with an expression that held no anger, only the flat exhaustion of someone who had seen too many cots to be surprised by any of them. You made a decision this morning, Odra said. Workshop district, full ration, poor quarter, half ration. You have already written it into law. It will go into effect at dawn tomorrow. Maelis did not deny it. I am not going to argue with you about whether it was necessary. I'm not going to tell you that the poor quarter has children who will not survive half rations. You know that already. You calculated it before you opened your mouth. Odra stepped closer. But I want you to see what that calculation looks like from the other side of the numbers. She led Maelis to the far end of the hall where a single cot stood apart from the others, screened off by a hanging sheet that had been patched in 3 places. Odra pulled the sheet aside. The woman on the cot was not old. She was perhaps 30, with dark hair plastered to her forehead and a face that had been pretty once before hunger carved the softness out of it. She lay on her side, curled around a small bundle that Maelis took a moment to recognize as a child, a boy of 4 or 5, wrapped in a coat that must have been the woman's own. The boy was asleep. His breathing was even. His cheeks still had some color. The woman was awake. She looked at Maelis with eyes that had stopped expecting rescue. This is Ilara, Odra said. Her son is named Corin. He has been sick for 6 days. Not dying, but sick enough that he needs warmth and rest and food he can keep down. Ilara sold her ration chit 4 days ago. She traded it for lamp oil to keep the room warm. Maelis felt the words land like stones in her chest. She has not eaten in 4 days, Odra continued. She gives her son what she can find, crumbs, a bit of broth from the infirmary, whatever she can beg. She will be dead within 2 weeks if she continues like this. But her son will live. Odra let the sheet fall back into place. Tell me, Governor, she said, and the title was a blade. What category does that belong in? Productive or non-productive? Is she workshop district or poor quarter? Does her choice fit in your arithmetic? Maelis stood in the dim light of the infirmary, the smell of illness and ash in her lungs, the weight of the morning pressing down on her shoulders like a stone she could not set down. She had no answer. She had never had an answer. She had only the numbers, the ledgers, the calculations that kept the city alive one day at a time. And now, at the end of a corridor of Cots, with a woman who had traded her own life for her son's, the numbers felt like what they had always been, a lie dressed in precision. She needs a ration, Maelis said finally. Her voice was flat. Corin too. Full ration, from my personal allotment. Odra stared at her. You do not have a personal allotment. I do now. You cannot feed the whole city from your own bowl. I am not trying to feed the whole city. Maelis turned and looked at the row of cots, at the children, at the toddler still tapping her wooden spoon against the frame. I am trying to feed this one. Odra was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded once and turned back toward the surgical table where a man with a burned arm was waiting for her attention. Maelis walked out of the infirmary into the gray winter afternoon, the cold hitting her face like a slap. She stood in the street, the sound of the toddler's spoon still echoing in her skull, and realized that the arithmetic had not stopped running. It would never stop running. But somewhere, in a cot at the end of a hall, a boy named Corin would eat tomorrow because a woman named Alara had made a choice the numbers could not explain. That would have to be enough. For now. A runner was coming down the street, his boots loud on the frozen cobbles, his face pale with urgency. He was looking for her. Chapter 27. Loop Marrow spread the papers across the supply tent floor like a map of failure. 3 convoy manifests, 2 village requisition tallies, a warehouse receipt from the provincial capital that had taken 4 days, and a bribe to copy. He knelt among them, his breath fogging in the gold, and ran his finger along the line where the numbers refused to meet. For 3 weeks he had believed the discrepancies were incompetence, bad clerks, double counting, the ordinary rot of a frontier supply chain straining under winter and distance. That belief had been a comfort. Incompetence could be corrected. Rot could be cut out. The pattern he was seeing now was not rot. He picked up the first manifest. Convoy 7, routed through Thornwell village. Paper claimed 53 barrels of wheat, 30 of rye, 12 of salt fish. The village elder at Thornwell had signed for 40 barrels total. Not 53, not 12, 40. Luke had walked the Thornwell storehouses himself. He had counted the barrels. He had watched the elder unlock the door with hands that shook from more than cold. 40 barrels, the second manifest. Convoy 11, routed through Brackenford. Paper claimed 60 barrels of wheat, 20 of fodder, 8 of cured meat. Brackenford's receiving clerk had signed for 37. The third, Convoy 14, 45 barrels on paper, 23 delivered. Luke sat back on his heels and stared at the 3 documents as if they might rearrange themselves into a lie he could still believe. They did not. He reached for the village tallies. 17 villages along the frontier road, each one stripped by requisitions over the past 4 months. He had collected the numbers himself, walking frozen lanes, sitting in cold kitchens, watching elders turn out pockets full of receipts and manifests that told a story no one wanted to hear. 23 convoys had been promised across those 17 villages. 9 had arrived. 9. The rest had been rerouted, delayed, erased. Some had never been loaded at all. The paper moved through the chain while the grain stayed in warehouses that did not exist on any official map. Luke picked up the warehouse receipt, the one that had cost him 4 days and half his travel allowance to copy. It came from a syndic in the Creditor quarter of the provincial capital, a man named Haskin, who kept ledgers in a counting room behind locked iron grills. The receipt showed delivery of 300 barrels of wheat, 200 of rye, and 60 barrels of saltfish to the Frontier Supply Depot at Vossbridge. Date: the same week the 16th Company was listed as transferred south. Luke had checked the 16th's rosters. They had not transferred south. They had been disbanded, scattered across 5 other companies, their equipment sold to a contractor who had no military commission. The grain had never reached Vossbridge. It had been loaded at source, rerouted before the first checkpoint, and receipted as delivered to a depot that no longer existed. Someone had built an entire supply chain inside a lie. The tent flap opened, and Sunderland ducked inside, sleet collecting on his shoulders. He stood for a moment, taking in the papers spread across the ground, the ink-stained fingers of the young courier kneeling among them. "You found something," Sunderland said. "Not a question." Luke nodded. He could not find his voice. Sunderland dropped to one knee, the joints protesting, and began reading the papers in the order Luke had arranged them. Manifest, village tally, receipt. Manifest, village tally, receipt. His face did not change as he read. That was how Luke knew the general had already suspected. A man who was surprised would have shown something, a frown, a tightening around the eyes. Sunderland showed nothing because he was confirming what he had already begun to believe. "The convoys never reached the villages," Sunderland said. It was not a question. "No, sir." "The grain was diverted before the first checkpoint." "Yes, sir." "And someone at the depot level signed for deliveries that never happened." Luke pointed to the warehouse receipt. "This came from a syndic in the Creditor quarter, name of Haskin. He receipted 300 barrels of wheat to the Vossbridge depot the same week the 16th Company was dissolved." Sunderland's jaw tightened. "The 16th was dissolved because their supply line collapsed," he said slowly. "They were eating horses by the end. The survivors were reassigned to 4 other companies. I signed the orders myself." "Yes, sir." "The grain was stolen before it reached them." "Yes, sir." Sunderland was silent for a long moment. The sleet hissed against the tent canvas. Somewhere outside, a soldier laughed at something, the sound thin and distant through the falling weather. "How far up does it go?" Sunderland asked. Luke shook his head. "I cannot see the top from here. The receipt traces to Haskin. Haskin reports to a warehouse syndic in the provincial capital. The syndic reports to a creditor house. The creditor house answers to someone who has never touched a grain sack in his life." "A financier?" "Yes, sir." Sunderland closed his eyes. "General," Luke said, and the word came out rougher than he intended. "The pattern is not random. The villages that lost the most grain are the ones that sit astride the main approach routes to Vossbridge. The convoys that were diverted were the ones carrying the longest-lasting stores: wheat, saltfish, cured meat. The fodder went through. The perishable goods went through. The things that would keep a city alive through winter did not." Sunderland opened his eyes. "Someone starved the frontier deliberately," Luke finished. "Not because they needed the grain, because they wanted the region to empty. They wanted the land and the debt and the contracts that come after collapse." Sunderland looked at the papers spread across the tent floor, at the pattern of theft that had taken shape under Luke's patient hands, and for a long moment he said nothing at all. Then he stood. "I need a name," he said. "I need the name of the man who is signing the receipts at the provincial capital, and I need to know whether he is burning records right now." Luke opened his mouth to answer, but the tent flap opened again before he could speak. A soldier stood in the entrance, his face pale, his breath clouding in the cold. "Sir," he said to Sunderland, "Quartermaster Pell is burning documents in the supply tent. He started a fire half an hour ago. When I asked what he was doing, he told me to mind my own duties and walk away." Sunderland turned to face the soldier. His expression had not changed, but something in the set of his shoulders shifted, like a man who had just felt the ground beneath him begin to crack. "Stay with the documents," he said to Luke. "Do not let anyone into this tent. Not my adjutant, not the company sergeants, not a man with a general's seal." "Yes, sir." Sunderland walked past the soldier and into the falling sleet, his boots loud against the frozen mud, heading toward the supply tent where a quartermaster with 6 years of service was feeding evidence to a fire that had already been burning for half an hour. Chapter 28. The runner found her near the granary steps, a pale boy in a threadbare coat who could barely get the words out between gasps. Calder Meyer. The Foundry Hall. Urgent. Maelis went without asking what kind of urgent. The boy fell in behind her as she crossed the market square, past the empty scaffold and the closed shutters of the guild hall, past the queue of women waiting with empty bowls outside the ration annex. Their eyes tracked her. She felt them like pressure on her back. The foundry hall was warm when she pushed through the door. Calder stood at the iron table with papers spread across its surface, his expensive coat thrown over a chair, his sleeves rolled to the elbow. He looked like a man who had not slept in 2 days and did not intend to start now. "You need to see this," he said. Maelis closed the door behind her. The guards took position outside. The sound of the latch was loud in the empty hall. Calder tapped a finger on the nearest paper, a folded sheet of cheap ledger stock with columns of numbers in 2 different inks. "The counterfeit chits, the ones my forger nearly perfected. I have been tracing the paper stock for 3 days. And it comes from the same mill that supplies the imperial creditor houses in the provincial capital. The same watermark, the same pulp blend. Someone ordered a special run and paid extra to keep the millmaster quiet." Maelis stepped closer to the table. The paper was gray in the lantern light, the columns precise, the handwriting a clerk's careful print. "That is a connection," she said. "It is not a name." Calver's mouth twisted. He picked up a second paper, a receipt for a warehouse lease in the Weaver's Quarter, signed by a factor who had left the city 3 days before the fire started. The lease was paid in advance through spring. The factor used a creditor draft drawn on a house called Elstone and Venn, Imperial Charter, main office in the provincial capital, secondary offices in 3 other frontier cities. And Elstone and Venn reports to someone, to a holding company called the Northern Collateral Trust. Calder laid a third paper on top of the receipt, a creased letter with a broken seal. "This came from the factor's desk after he fled. It mentions quarterly returns, debt schedules, and a reference to the principal's satisfaction with current price conditions in the Vossbridge corridor." Maelis read the letter in silence. The handwriting was different here, sharper, the strokes confident and unhurried. The man who wrote this had never been hungry in his life. "Price conditions," she said. "The grain theft, the burned warehouses, the broken convoys." Calder's voice was flat, stripped of its usual sardonic edge. "None of it was random. Someone pressed Vossbridge for collapse. They bought the debt cheap when the Empire abandoned the frontier, then engineered the scarcity to make the holdings worth buying when the price bottomed out. Every empty granary, every forged chit, every convoy that did not arrive, it was all a calculation." Maelis looked at the papers on the table. The counterfeit chits, the warehouse receipt, the factor's letter, the marks she had seen on the convoy seals, the same careful strokes that Calder had showed her an hour ago in the foundry hall. "You are telling me the people who starved my city did it for a profit margin?" "I am telling you they did it for the land." Calder met her eyes. "When the governor fled, the imperial writ died with him. Every title, every deed, every lien held by a creditor house in the provinces, they became orphans. Without a sovereign to enforce them, they are just paper. But if a city collapses, if the people starve or scatter, then the land reverts to whoever holds the strongest claim when the chaos settles." "Settle to whom?" "To the men who bought the debt." Calder pointed at the letter. "The Northern Collateral Trust does not want grain. They want the district titles, the water rights, the mill charters, the contracts for reconstruction after the war. They want Vossbridge to become a ledger entry on a balance sheet in the provincial capital. The financiers who own the debts will own the city," she said. "If they can make the old owners disappear, yes." Maelis was silent for a long moment. The lantern flame flickered. Somewhere in the foundry hall, a timber creaked in the cold. "Name them," she said. Calver's jaw tightened. "The man fronting the network is Severin Palk. He holds a third of the debt on the Vossbridge corridor, locked in front companies that trace back through Elstone and Venn to a holding house in the imperial capital. He has never touched a grain sack. He has never walked a warehouse floor. He sits in a heated office 300 miles south and shifts figures on paper while my city starves." "And the guild brokers?" Calver's expression flickered. Something behind his eyes went flat. "What about them?" You said they were ready to sell districts. That was before the fires, before the half-ration decree. Maelis watched him. Tell me what you know. Calver was quiet. His hands rested on the table, soft hands that had never held a weapon, hands that had spent years turning coin and ink into control of the city's hidden economy. 3 guildmasters have standing offers from Pauk's agents, he said. Open offers, valid through winter. The Weavers' District, the Tanners' Quarter, the Old Market. Priced per block, with bonuses for expedited transfer at the moment of collapse. They were going to sell the city out from under me. They were preparing to. The offers were made before you took the granaries, before the hangings, when the Empire still looked like it might return and the governor looked like he might come back with a legion at his back. And now? Calver met her eyes. Now, the Empire looks like it is marching on us anyway, and the offers are still open. The room was very quiet. Maelis could hear her own pulse, a steady drum in her ears, and the faint hiss of the lantern flame burning down. 3 guildmasters, she said, potentially more. Names. Calver shook his head. Not yet. If I give you names before I have proof, the rumors will do Pauk's work for him. The guild will fracture. The charter crisis will become a civil war inside the council. You need evidence, not suspicion. Then get me the evidence. I am working on it. Calder pulled a folded paper from his coat pocket and laid it on the table. This is the list of creditor marks used by Elstone and Venn on every transaction in the Vossbridge corridor for the past 9 months. Cross-reference it against the convoy seals, the counterfeit chits, and the warehouse leases, and you will see the same hand drawing the same lines. Maelis picked up the paper. The marks were small, careful, the work of a trained clerk or a meticulous accountant. A circle, a line, a number. The same symbol she had seen in Enos's burial ledger, the same mark that had been carved into the hidden compartment inside the monument. Her hand tightened on the paper. Calver? I see it. This mark was on the dead clerk's burial entry, on the watchman's death certificate, on the compartment inside the monument where I found the prisoner list. Calver nodded slowly. Then Pauk's people have been inside my city for months, Maelis said. Not just watching, marking. They have been identifying witnesses, tracking who knew what, eliminating the ones who could connect the network before they spoke. That is how they work, Calder said. They do not move fast. They move quiet. They stay ahead of the collapse by pruning the branches that might grow into evidence. Maelis stared at the paper in her hand. The circle, the line, the cold precision of a system designed to turn a city into a dead entry. 3 guildmasters, she said again. At least. And Pauk. And Pauk. A knock came at the door. Hard, urgent. Maelis turned. The door opened before she could answer, and a militia runner stood in the gap, his face flushed from running, his breath clouding in the cold air. Governor. The word was new, still awkward on his tongue. The signal tower is lit again. 2 pulses this time. 2 pulses. Not warning. Contact. Who is coming? Maelis asked. The runner shook his head. The signalmen say it is not a military code. It is a merchant code. A prearranged signal for a convoy approach from the southern road. Calver went still. Southern road, he said. That is Pauk's route. The room felt colder than it had a moment ago. Maelis looked at the paper in her hand, at the marks that had followed her from the monument to the burial ledger to the foundry hall floor, and she understood in that moment that the financier was no longer content to wait for collapse. He was coming to claim his city. Chapter 29. The sleet came through the window crack in a fine, mean mist, settling on the inkwell and the stacked casualty tables. Severin Pauk did not move to close the shutter. The cold kept him awake, and wakefulness was a discipline he had cultivated longer than most men had cultivated farms. He turned the page. 37 dead in the Tanners' District riot. 11 from the Copper's warehouse fire. 43 with cough blood in Owen Nemet's infirmary, who would not see spring. He read each number the way a mason reads a wall, looking for the crack that would spread if left untended. The candle guttered. He trimmed the wick with a small brass knife, then set the blade beside the inkwell. The numbers were good. Not good in the way a farmer meant good, or a mother meant good. Good in the way a structure held. The frontier was collapsing at a rate he had predicted to the decimal, and every corpse was a signature on a contract he had written years before the first convoy failed to arrive. He had learned the arithmetic of starvation at 11, watching a siege from the nursery window of his father's counting house. The city beyond the walls had been fat with grain for 3 months, but the grain was locked behind imperial seals, held for troops that never came, while the districts without seals ate their shoes and then their children. By the time the gates opened, 20,000 had died, not from the enemy, from the chaos of men who did not know how to calibrate hunger. His father had explained it that night, standing at the same window, watching the smoke rise from the funeral pyres. They died, his father said, because the Empire was too afraid to be cruel in measure. They tried to be merciful and failed at everything. Remember this, Severin. Controlled deprivation is surgery. Mercy without structure is butchery. He had remembered. Paulk set the casualty table aside and pulled the dead exposure ledger from the bottom of the stack. The leather was soft from handling, the entries written in a clerk's hand so precise it bordered on obsession. Vossbridge Corridor, Northern Holdings, Elstone and Venn Portfolio. The numbers ran in neat columns, each one representing a district title, a water right, a mill charter, a warehouse lease that would transfer to the Northern Collateral Trust when the city's resistance buckled. His finger traced the line for the Weaver's Quarter. Priced per block, with a bonus clause for expedited transfer at the moment of collapse. The guildmaster had signed the initial inquiry himself, though the man did not know Paulk's name. He knew only a faceless creditor house with generous terms and no questions about repayment schedules. That was how it worked. Men did not need to be corrupted. They only needed to be given permission to do what they already wanted. A log shifted in the hearth, sending a pulse of warmth across the room. Paulk looked up, blinked the dryness from his eyes, and reached for his pen. The next pressure point needed to be precise. The half-ration decree had created the right kind of tension inside Vossbridge, but tension alone did not accelerate transfer. He needed a secondary collapse, something that would make the guild masters believe the city could not recover, something that would push them from consideration to action. He wrote 3 lines in his dispatch book, canceled the Southern Depot grain release scheduled for next week, authorize a double purchase of lamp oil through the river brokers to tighten fuel supply in the Weaver's district. Instruct the Elstone agent inside the city to float the rumor that the river convoy will not arrive before the freeze. Small moves, each one deniable, each one calibrated to increase the pressure on Maelis Dorn's ration arithmetic without triggering the defensive panic that would unite the city against an external threat. He paused, the pen hovering over the 4th line. A sealed petition sat at the edge of his desk, addressed to him by name, carried by a rider who had ridden through 2 nights of sleet to deliver it. He had read it an hour ago and set it aside to cool. Now he picked it up again. The petition was from a clerk in the foundry hall, one of the men Elstone and Venn kept on retainer for facility access and document monitoring. The man was not asking for payment. He was asking for medicine, a specific tincture for his daughter, who had developed the cough blood that was cutting through the poor quarter like a scythe. The request was reasonable. The tincture existed in the Creditor house stores, set aside for Paulk's own staff. A single bottle would not affect the supply arithmetic. Paulk read the petition a 3rd time. He thought of the toddler in Ordra's infirmary, the one with the wooden spoon. He had never seen her, but the runner's report had mentioned her, tucked in among the casualty estimates like an afterthought. Female child, approximately 4 years, caught near the east wall, no ration chit on file. He did not know her name. He would never know her name. He dipped the pen. Authorized medicine release for foundry clerk Asher Venn. Single bottle, charged to personal accounts. It was not mercy. It was discipline. A loyal asset who believed his employer cared for his family would remain loyal. That was worth the cost of a tincture. He signed the authorization, set the pen down, and closed the ledger. The room was quiet. The sleet had stopped. The fire had burned to embers. Paulk sat in the silence and let himself feel, for a moment, the weight of what he was building. Not guilt. He had made peace with guilt 20 years ago, standing beside his father at that nursery window. What he felt was something closer to grief, a distant recognition that the world he was shaping would never thank him for the order he imposed. That was acceptable. Order did not require gratitude. A knock came at the door, low, deliberate, the rhythm of a man who knew exactly when to interrupt. Enter. The door opened to reveal a courier, still wearing a wet coat, frost clinging to his collar. He crossed the room without preamble and placed a sealed dispatch on the desk. "From the Southern Watch Post, sir. Arrived 10 minutes ago." Polk broke the seal. The message was short, 3 lines. Subject sighted on the Vossbridge road, traveling with a reduced escort. Estimated arrival before the next full dark. No name. None was needed. Polk read the message twice, then set it beside the casualty tables, beside the authorization for the medicine, beside the debt exposure ledger that held the future of the Vossbridge corridor in its neat, precise columns. He had not expected Maelis Dorn to reach this far forward. He had expected her to break sooner, to fracture under the weight of a city she was never trained to govern. But she had not broken. She had held. And now the siege engineer was coming to meet him on ground he had not chosen. The candle flame steadied. Polk reached for his pen again, found a fresh page, and began to write a different kind of dispatch, one that acknowledged, for the first time in months, that the arithmetic might need recalibration. The knock came again. He did not look up. "The financier is coming to Vossbridge," the courier said, breath loud in the quiet room. "He crossed the river at dawn. He will be at the south gate before midnight." The pen stopped. Polk raised his head. The financier. Not a reference to him. A reference to the man who held the debt above his, the silent partner who had never set foot on the frontier and never would, the one whose name appeared in no ledger and whose signature existed only in the margins of accounts he did not officially own. "He is coming early," Polk said. The courier did not answer. He did not need to. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago. Polk looked down at the dispatch in his hand, at the casualty tables that had seemed so precise, at the debt exposure ledger that had seemed so complete, and understood that he had been calculating the wrong variables. The siege was not coming from the walls outside. It was coming from the money behind them. Chapter 30. The fog came off the river before dawn, thick enough to drown the signal tower and the south bluff in the same white silence. Maelis stood on the east curtain wall, her bad hand pressed flat against the stone, feeling for vibrations the way a surgeon reads a pulse beneath damaged skin. Nothing yet. But the fog was wrong. Not the ordinary winter breath of the Voss, but something deliberate. A screen laid down by men who knew when to move and when to vanish. She had been on the wall since the second pulse lit the tower, since Polk's convoy was sighted on the southern road, since she learned someone above Polk was coming early and unannounced. The stone told her nothing. She tapped the parapet twice, listening to the ring, and then she saw them. 3 figures, low and spread wide, moving through the fog line where the east road met the outer glacis. They did not walk like laborers. They did not hesitate at the dead ground where imperial surveyors had once planted false gradients and hidden drainage ditches meant to bog advancing siege towers. They stepped around the ditches without looking down. They knew the ground. Maelis watched them stop at the base of the outer wall, where the ward sigils had been fading for 3 winters without refresh. One of them raised a hand, palm flat, and pressed it against the stone in the same gesture she had used moments ago. He was reading her wall. She did not move, did not call for archers, did not signal the watch. The fog would swallow any arrow, and the 3 men were already turning, already satisfied, already stepping back into the white curtain as if they had never been there. Legion scouts, Sunderland's men. And they had just confirmed what she had feared since the monument demolition. The general was close enough to read her engineering mind through stone. She walked the wall east to west, counting paces, feeling the old flaws in the ashlar, the places where the foundation had settled unevenly after the second winter, the stretch where the ward circuit had been laid too shallow and would fail first under concentrated assault. She had built this wall. She knew every weak point the way a carpenter knows every hidden knot in a beam she has planed by hand. Sunderland's scouts had just found 3 of them in the time it took fog to burn off the outer glacis. Maelis descended the wall stairs at a run, her boots loud on the frozen stone, and found Olin waiting at the base with a lantern and a coil of wire. His thin face was gray with cold and something else, a fear he was too disciplined to name. "They were on the east face," she said. "Southeast quadrant, where the shallow circuit runs under the third Merlin." Olin's jaw tightened. He knew that section. Hev helped her pack the lampstone dust into the failing sigil at the south granary, and he understood what it meant that the Legion scouts had gone straight to the wall's most brittle joint. "How close is he?" Olin asked. "Close enough to have studied the original garrison plans. Close enough to know where I cut corners because the Empire refused to pay for proper foundations." She was already moving toward the foundry hall, her mind rearranging the city's defenses like pieces on a game board. "We need to redistribute the ward fuel. If they hit the east face first, they will drive through the shallow circuit and collapse the third Merlon into the postern yard. That section carries the main approach to the river gate." "I know." The foundry hall was empty when she reached it, the forge cold, the iron table cleared of Coulter's ledgers. A single tallow candle burned at the far end, and beside it lay a strip of rough paper weighted with a chisel. Maelis picked it up. "North Postern, 2 laborers. They are not laborers." Tavia's hand. Terse, unadorned, the handwriting of a woman who had learned to write in a ledger's office and never developed flourishes. Maelis read it twice, then crumpled it into her pocket and ran. The North Postern sat at the base of the old merchant tower, a narrow iron door set into the curtain wall at an angle that let a single defender hold the passage against a dozen attackers. It was the weakest gate in the city, not because of its construction, but because of its placement. It opened onto a frozen coulee that led directly to the river road, and no one had guarded it seriously since the Empire abandoned the frontier. Tavia was crouched behind a collapsed cart 20 paces from the postern, her militia coat dark with melted frost. 2 men in heavy wool stood at the iron door, one holding a lantern low against the ground, the other running his fingers along the door's hinge line as if measuring the depth of the rust. She did not speak when Maelis dropped into a crouch beside her, just pointed. "The tall one has calluses on his fingers that do not come from shovels." He touched the hinge like a smith checking a weld. Maelis watched them. The taller man finished his inspection, then stepped back and murmured something to his companion. They turned together, moving toward the coulee path that led to the river road, their boots making no sound on the frozen gravel. "They are heading back to report," Tavia said. "No." Maelis stood. The 2 men had stopped at the edge of the coulee, and the taller one was unrolling a strip of oilcloth, smoothing it flat against a stone. Even at this distance, she could see the marks on it, lines, angles, the outline of a gate. He was drawing her postern. "You let them walk out," Tavia said, and there was no accusation in it, only the flat assessment of a woman who had learned to trust Maelis' judgment even when she did not understand it. "I needed to know what they were mapping, and now you know. Now I know they are not here to scout for a siege." Maelis watched the taller man fold the oilcloth and tuck it into his coat. "They are here to map the points of entry for a coup. Palk's coup. The charter delay, the fires, the counterfeit chits, the scouts on the wall, they are all the same operation. Someone inside this city is going to open a gate for Severin Palk, and these men are drawing the map." Tavia was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "How many gates?" "1. That is all it takes." Maelis turned from the coulee, her maimed hand pressed against her thigh, the 2 fingers that never closed properly aching in the cold. "We need to know who inside the city is holding the other key." The taller man disappeared into the fog. Tavia stood, brushed the frost from her coat, and looked at Maelis with an expression that was not quite anger. "You let them walk." "I let them carry a map back to a man who thinks he has already won. That map will tell me exactly which gate Palk intends to use, and when." "And if you were wrong?" Maelis did not answer. She was already walking toward the foundry hall, her boots loud on the frozen stones, because if she was wrong, the maps, the scouts, the feints at the east wall, and the 2 men at the north postern were not a preparation for a coup. They were a distraction. And the real blow was already falling somewhere she could not see. Chapter 31. The foundry hall had never held so many people who did not work iron. Maelis stood at the forge platform, the dead furnace at her back, and watched them file in. Guildmasters in their best wool, district elders with frost in their beards, militia ward captains still carrying the smell of smoke from last night's fires. And at the edges, pressed against the walls, a dozen faces she did not recognize. Thin faces. Hollow faces. The half-ration quarter had sent its own delegation. Brother Ynes stood near the door with his burial ledger under his arm, watching the crowd the way he watched grain scales, waiting for the weight to settle. Tavia had taken position at the base of the platform, her hand resting on the chisel she carried instead of a sword. Eamon Fell was the last to enter. He walked to the front of the room, stopped, and turned to face her without sitting. "Maelis Dorn," his voice carried. "You asked for this meeting. We are here." She had not asked. She had summoned, but correcting him would cost more than it gained. "I called this council," she said, "because the city is bleeding from wounds we cannot afford to dress separately. The charter divides command at the moment we need unity. The fires last night destroyed what little reserve we had, and Severin Palk is coming down the southern road with enough coin to buy this city district by district, if we let him." The name landed. She saw it in the way the guildmasters shifted, in the way a woman near the back pressed her hand to her mouth. "Does that matter to you?" A voice from the side, thin, female. A woman stepped forward from the cluster against the wall. She wore a patched coat 3 sizes too large, and her face had the sharp geometry of someone who had stopped counting meals. "My name is Marta Kell." She did not look at the guildmasters. She looked only at Maelis. "I live in the half-ration quarter. My husband works the mill wheel in the workshop district. He gets full rations. I get half. My children get half." The room went still. "I am not here to ask for more bread." Marta's voice did not shake. "I am here to ask who decided. Was it you, Governor, or was it the Arithmetic?" Maelis felt the shape of the question like a stone in her chest. The forge platform was suddenly too high, too visible, a scaffold instead of a lectern. "The decision was mine," she said. "Then tell me why." Marta's hands were knotted at her sides. "Tell me why my children eat half while the miller's children eat full. Tell me what calculation made my son less valuable than a sack of flour." "No one said your son is less valuable." "Then tell me the arithmetic." Eamon Feathers stepped forward before Maelis could answer. "This is not the place for—" "No." Maelis held up her good hand. "Let her speak." She looked at Marta Kell, at the hollow spaces where fear and anger had carved out room for something harder. And she told the truth. The workshop district keeps the mill wheels turning, and the forge fires burning, and the ward sigils fed. If the workshop district starves, the walls fail, the grain goes bad in the stores, and the militia has no weapons to hold the gates. If the half-ration quarter starves, the city survives. The silence that followed was not the silence of understanding. It was the silence of a wound that had just been named. Marta Kell did not flinch. "So I am a variable, a cost you calculated." "Yes." The word hung in the air, bare and brutal, and Maelis let it stay there because lying would have cost more. Eamon Fale's voice cut through the stillness. "And that is exactly why we need the charter." He turned to face the room, his hand spread in appeal. "Not because Maelis Dorn is a tyrant, not because she is cruel, but because no single person should carry the weight of deciding who eats and who starves. That weight belongs to a body that shares the cost of each decision. That is what the charter builds. A council that answers to the city, not to one woman's arithmetic." "A council you wrote," Tavia said from the platform base. "A council where guildmasters hold the majority seats. A council where no single person holds the power to starve a district without debate." "You would have debated last night?" Maelis's voice was low. "While the fires burned and the ward failed, and the city had 74 barrels of wheat to stretch across 8 days, you would have called a vote while the weaver's quarter was still burning?" "I would have called a meeting," Succa said. "I would have made the decision visible, not whispered in a corridor between the granary and the infirmary. Visible takes time. Time we did not have, and the necessity becomes permanent." Shell's jaw tightened. That is what I fear, Maelis. Not your competence, your permanence. The room was splitting. She could feel it, the fault line running through the crowd. Guildmasters on one side, district elders on the other. The half-ration families pressed against the walls like witnesses at an execution. Brother Aeneas stepped forward. The charter does not have to be a weapon, he said quietly. It can be a structure, a cage that holds both the ruler and the ruled. You built the walls of this city, Maelis. You know the difference between a cage and a fortress. I know the difference between a charter and a noose. She turned to face Fell directly. I will not sign a document that splits command while a financier is mapping my gates and a legion is marching down the eastern road. I will not let a council vote decide whether the militia deploys when saboteurs are already inside the walls. Then what will you sign? The question came from Vela Oren, standing near the back of the guildmasters. She had not spoken since the charter presentation, and her voice was careful, deliberate, the voice of a woman who had already chosen her side and wanted to know if there was still a bridge between them. Maelis looked at her, at Mardikel, at Enos, at the hollow faces pressed against the wall. I will sign a charter that preserves emergency command in military and supply matters until winter ends, she said. After that, I will accept full council oversight, not before. Emergency command with no definition of what constitutes emergency, Fal said. Define it with me, in writing, right now. The chamber held its breath, and then the door crashed open. A runner stood in the frame, his coat smoking, his face white with ash. He was coughing before he could speak, bent double over his knees. Tevye was at his side in 3 strides. What happened? The runner straightened. His voice came out raw and thin. North stores. They're burning. He looked at Maelis, and there was something in his eyes that was not panic but certainty, the certainty of a man who had seen a pattern complete itself. The ward sigil was cut, clean, same as the coper's warehouse. Tevye turned to Maelis. How fast? Fast enough that whoever cut it knew exactly when to strike. Maelis was already moving, her boots loud on the foundry floor. Who was on watch? The runner shook his head. No one. The post was empty. Eamon Fell's voice followed her as she reached the door. Maelis? She stopped, turned. 2 fires in 2 nights. A sabotaged ward. An empty watch post. His face was pale, and she realized he was afraid, not of her, but of what he was about to say. Someone inside the city is burning your reserves district by district, and if the north stores go, we lose the rest of the grain that was not already lying in ash. Maelis looked past him, past the guildmasters and the hollow faces, and the weight of the charter still unsigned on the iron table. Then I will stop the fire, she said, and then I will find the person lighting it. She walked out into the cold, and behind her the foundry hall erupted into argument and fear, and the sound of a city learning that the enemy was already inside. Chapter 32. Tevye reached the north postern before the fire bells stopped ringing. She had been running since the runner crashed through the foundry doors, not toward the north stores where the flames were already climbing, but toward the gate the scouts had mapped that morning. The gate 2 men had drawn in oilcloth. The gate someone inside meant to open. Her boots hit the cobbles hard. The militia post she had ordered manned after Maelis showed her the note stood empty again. 3 men gone, their lanterns still burning on the hook. She did not stop to wonder where they were. She kept running. The postern door was a slab of black iron set into the curtain wall where the stone bent northward, old rivet work from the original garrison, a door designed to let messengers slip out during siege, not soldiers in. It was bolted from inside with a crossbar that weighed as much as a man. In the torchlight, the crossbar lay on the ground. Tevye skidded to a halt. The iron brackets that held it were still warm, the metal bright where the bars had been levered out. The oil on the hinges was fresh, gleaming, applied within the hour so the door would swing without a sound. She drew the blade from her belt, a short militia-issue stabbing sword with a grip that still remembered her father's hand, and stepped into the shadow beside the postern arch. The fire at the north stores painted the sky orange. The shouts of bucket crews carried across the district, muffled by the same fog that had covered the scouts that morning. But here, in the lee of the wall, the world went quiet. Footsteps. Two men, moving fast, their breath ragged. They came around the corner carrying a clay jar wrapped in cloth, the kind of jar used for lamp oil or lamp black, but heavier. One carried a striker in his free hand, the other had a pry bars. They did not see her. The first man reached the postern and set the jar down, working the cloth free with practiced fingers. The second crouched beside him, striking flint against steel, the spark catching the cloth once, twice, dying, then catching again. Tavia stepped out of the shadow. The man with the striker saw her first. His eyes widened and his mouth opened to call a warning, but she was already inside his reach, the blade coming up under his ribs in the short, brutal arc the old militia sergeant had drilled into her when she was still a laundress's daughter, learning which end of a sword did the work. He went down without a sound. The second man spun, the pry bars coming up, and she caught the blow on her forearm instead of her face, the bone jarring so hard her fingers went numb. He was bigger than her, broader, and he knew how to use the weight. He swung again. She let him commit, then stepped sideways and put the blade through his thigh. He screamed, a wet, tearing sound, and fell sideways against the postern door. The jar tipped, cloth spilling, oil glugging across the stone, and she kicked it away from the iron before the spark could find it. The man was still screaming. She knelt on his chest, the blade at his throat. "Who sent you?" He stared at her. His eyes were gray, flat, the eyes of a man who had already counted the cost of talking and found it too high. "Who opened the postern?" He did not answer. His hand moved, slow, reaching for something at his belt, and she pressed the blade harder, a thin line of blood rising at his throat. "Don't," he smiled. It was a dry, knowing thing, the smile of a man who had already lost. "Too late," he said. "She is already inside." Then he bit down. Tavia saw the change in his jaw, the sudden clench, the foam that followed, and she was already pulling back, rolling off him as the convulsions took him, his body arching against the stone, then going still. Poison, carried in the cheek. Ready for the moment capture became certain. She stood over him, breathing hard, her forearm throbbing where the pry bars had landed. The first man was dead, her blade still in his ribs. The second lay in the pool of oil, his face frozen, mid-smile, the tooth that had held the poison still visible in the slack line of his jaw. She knelt beside the second man, the one who had spoken, and searched his coat. A leather purse, dry rations, a winding sheet of cheap paper with nothing written on it, and in the inside pocket, folded into the lining so carefully she almost missed it, 2 tokens. The first was a guildmaster's seal token, the kind used to authorize transfers from the foundry stores. The mark on it was the Tanner's Guild, scored into the brass with a biren that had been used 1,000 times. The second was a Legion supply pass, imperial issue, stamped with the mark of the 16th Company, the company that no longer existed, the company that had been dissolved because its supply line collapsed, its men forced to eat their horses while the grain that should have fed them was rerouted to a warehouse that never existed. Tavia held both tokens in her palm, the brass warm against her skin, and felt the shape of what they meant. A guildmaster inside Vossbridge had provided the seal to move materials through the foundry. A Legion quartermaster, one of Sunderland's own, had provided the pass that let a saboteur move through checkpoints, through supply lines, through the cordon of suspicion that should have stopped a man carrying a clay jar of lamp oil near a gate he was not supposed to touch. Someone was stitching the two sides together, not as enemies, as threads in the same fabric. She stood. Her arm ached. The fire at the north stores was still burning, and somewhere in the dark, the woman the dying man had named was already inside the walls. Tavia looked at the postern. The crossbar lay on the ground. The brackets were still warm. The door was closed, but unsealed, a single iron bolt the only thing between Vossbridge and the night. She pushed it home with her good hand, the metal grinding into the socket with a sound that felt final. Then she turned and ran toward the foundry hall, the 2 tokens tight in her fist, and behind her, the fire painted the fog orange, and the dead men lay in the oil, their secret already heavier than their bodies. Chapter 33. The foundry hall stank of smoke and wet wool when Maelis walked back through the doors. The council had scattered, the north store's fire still burning, and the empty chairs around the iron table looked like a room that had already learned to hold absence. Calder Mere sat against the far wall, his coat dark across the shoulder, his face the color of tallow. Maelis stopped. He was pressing a rag against his ribs, and the rag was red. His shoes lay beside him on the stone, one on its side, the leather still wet from the street. A knife sat on the floor between his feet, the blade clean, the handle wrapped in leather that had seen years of palm sweat. He looked up at her and smiled. "Came through the kitchen door," he said. "Thought that was clever of him." Maelis crossed the room, knelt beside him and pulled the rag away from his ribs. The cut was shallow, running along the curve of the bone, the kind of wound that bled impressively and killed slowly if left untended. She pressed the rag back against it. "Where is he?" "In the pantry." Calder gestured with his chin. "He is not getting up." "Who?" "Warehouse factor named Jaskin. Worked for Elstone and Venn until the Empire pulled out. I did not think he remembered me." Maelis looked at the knife on the floor, then at Calder's face. He was still smiling, that thin, knowing smile she had learned to distrust. But there was something else beneath it now. Pain, yes, but also satisfaction. "You are not surprised?" "I have been waiting," he said, "ever since I told you about Palk. They know I gave you the names. They know I have the ledgers. They will keep sending men until one of them does not miss." He shifted, grimaced, and the rag darkened again. "The pantry," she said. "Third shelf, behind the flour sacks." He was patient. "I will give him that." Maelis stood and walked to the pantry. The door was open, and the body lay on the stone floor, half hidden behind a fallen sack of coarse meal. A man in his 40s, dressed in the plain wool of a warehouse clerk, a short blade still in his hand. His throat had been cut with enough force to reach bone. She looked at his hands, soft, clean nails, a silver signet ring on the middle finger, the stone worn smooth by decades. She pulled the ring off and carried it back to the light. Calder watched her from the floor, his breath coming shallow. "Jaskin," he said again. "Worked the receiving ledger at the South Depot. He was the one who signed the false weights for the mill shipments. I thought he had fled when the Empire collapsed. I thought he was smarter than this." He was not fleeing. No. Calder's smile faded. He was waiting for orders. Maelis held the ring off to the lantern light. The stone was plain, dark, neither seal nor crest, but the band was silver, heavy, the kind of ring a man wore because it meant something to someone above him. "Brother Ines," she said. Ines looked up from the door. He had entered while she was in the pantry, his burial ledger still under his arm, his face gray with exhaustion and the night he had already spent. "Show me the marks." He crossed to the iron table and opened the ledger. The pages were filled with names, dates, causes of death, the careful bureaucratic record of a city that was dying faster than it could bury its dead. He turned to the pages with the circled line, the creditor mark that had tied the monument compartment to the burial ledger to the counterfeit chits. 3 entries: Kahlo, grain clerk; Vesson, tanner; and the unnamed watchman whose throat had been cut before he could speak. Maelis laid the silver ring beside the ledger. "Jaskin," she said. "Warehouse factor. Elstone and Venn. He just tried to kill Calder in the pantry." Ines looked at the ring, then at the ledger, then at Calder, still bleeding against the wall. "He was the one," Ines said slowly. "He marked them." "Or he reported to the one who did." Maelis turned back to Calder. "How many more?" "How many more what?" "Witnesses. People who could connect Palk to the grain theft. People who saw the false receipts, handled the rerouted shipments, knew which guildmasters took the offers." Calder closed his eyes. His hand was still pressed to his ribs, the blood beginning to slow. "There were 7 of us who knew the full shape of it," he said. "Jaskin made 3. I made 4. There was a clerk at the foundry, but he died of fever last month, and I never believed that fever was natural. There was a carter who hauled the sealed chests from the depot to the river landing, and there was a quartermaster scribe who kept the parallel ledger for the Legion supply chain." "The scribe's name?" "Marrow." Calder opened his eyes. "Luke Marrow, young, courier's build. He ran manifests for the 16th Company before it dissolved. Maelis stood very still. Marrow is in Sunderland's camp. Calder nodded, a slow, deliberate motion. Then Palk's people know it, or they will soon, Maelis said. If the scribe is the last surviving witness outside this room, he is already a target. She looked at the ring, the ledger, the body in the pantry, and the pattern snapped into focus. The same invisible hand had been pruning witnesses inside Vossbridge for weeks, marking them in Annis's burial ledger, sending men like Jaskin to finish what the fevers and accidents had started. The woman Tavia's dying man had named, the one already inside the walls, was the same hand. And one surviving name led toward the Legion camp, toward a young courier who had already seen too much. Maelis turned to Ines. Send a rider to the eastern road. Find Sunderland's forward scouts and get a message through to a man named Luke Marrow. Tell him the witnesses inside the city are being eliminated, that the same network that stole the grain is silencing everyone who touched the records. Tell him to trust no one, not his quartermaster, not his officers, not the men he breaks bread with. Ines hesitated. If the scouts catch the rider, they will know we are watching them. They will know we have names. Then make sure the rider is faster than their archers. She turned back to Calder, who was trying to stand, his face white with effort. You are not dying in my pantry, she said. I was not planning to. Good, because I still need your ledgers. She caught him under the arm, felt his weight sag against her, and half carried him toward the door where the infirmary waited, and the fire at the north store still painted the sky the color of old blood. Chapter 34. Sunderland stood at the tent flap and watched his own supply corps load grain barrels onto wagons that would never reach the frontier. The morning was iron gray, cold enough to freeze breath mid-air. Soldiers moved between canvas shelters with the slow economy of men who had learned to conserve warmth. They did not look at him. They had stopped looking at him 3 days ago, when word spread that he had locked Quartermaster Pell in the command tent under guard and refused to name the charge. He let them wonder. Let them imagine mutiny, theft, incompetence. Anything was safer than the truth. Behind him, inside the tent, Luke Marrow sat on a field stool with his copied manifests spread across a crate. The young courier had not slept more than 4 hours in the past 2 nights. His hands shook when he reached for his charcoal stick, but his voice stayed steady. 2 more convoy ledgers arrived this morning, sir. Same pattern. 33 barrels receipted, 17 delivered. The difference was signed out to the Vossbridge depot. Signed by whom? Haskin's seal on both. Luke looked up. But the handwriting is different from the earlier receipts. Someone else is using his name now. Sunderland turned from the tent flap. Pell's men are burning evidence in the quartermaster tent, he said. Haskin's clerks are signing false receipts in the provincial capital. And somewhere between here and Vossbridge, the grain we were supposed to feed the frontier is sitting in a warehouse that does not exist on any map. Luke said nothing. He had learned when not to speak. The question is not who. Sunderland's voice dropped. The question is how far up the chain it goes before we hit a man whose hands are clean. He had spent 23 years in the Legion. He had watched good officers break under siege, good soldiers die from bad supply decisions, good men make terrible choices because the alternative was watching their company starve. He had always believed the system was flawed but repairable, that discipline and honor could hold against rot if enough people refused to look away. He had never before stood in his own camp and wondered how many of his own officers were waiting for him to turn his back. A boot scraped gravel outside the tent. Sunderland's hand dropped to his belt knife before the canvas parted. Captain Vedran Hask stepped inside, a man of 50 with a soldier's bearing and a politician's eyes. He had served under Sunderland for 12 years, commanded the 3rd Supply Company, and never given cause for doubt. Now he stood in the entrance with his hands visible and his face carefully empty. Sir, a word. Sunderland did not step aside. Speak. Hask glanced at Luke, then back at Sunderland. Alone, sir. Corporal Marrow stays. The hesitation was barely a breath. Hask let the flap fall behind him and crossed to the crate, looking down at the copied manifests with the faintest narrowing of his eyes. These are the same documents you showed me yesterday. Yes. I told you they prove nothing. Route discrepancies happen. Winter roads shift. Convoys get delayed or diverted by weather. You told me. Sunderland's voice was flat. "And I told you I would investigate further." Hask straightened. He was taller than Sunderland, broader in the shoulders, the kind of man who had learned to command through presence rather than speed. "The men are restless. They hear rumors that you have turned against your own quartermaster corps, that you trust a 19-year-old courier over officers who have bled for this legion. The men hear what they are told to hear. The men see their general locking down supply operations instead of marching on the city that declared independence. They see him reading ledgers instead of battle plans." Sunderland stepped closer. Not fast, not threatening, just close enough that Hask could not avoid the weight of his attention. 3 days ago, Sunderland said, Quartermaster Pell was caught feeding supply records into a stove. When I asked him why, he told me the papers were outdated and he was making room for new inventory. The stove was hot enough to melt iron. Hask did not flinch. Pell is a quartermaster. Quartermasters burn old records every winter. This quartermaster burned receipts for 3 convoys whose grain never reached their destinations. The same 3 convoys that Luke traced to a syndic in the provincial capital who signed for deliveries to a defunct depot. Silence. Hask's jaw tightened. "You have no proof that Pell knew what he was burning." "I have the ash and the seal fragments." Sunderland's voice did not rise. "And I have a tent full of soldiers who saw him do it. That is enough to start a formal inquiry." "You start a formal inquiry into the quartermaster corps of this legion, and you will have a mutiny within the week. Then I will have a mutiny." Hask stared at him. For a long moment something passed between them that might have been respect, or might have been the recognition that neither would yield. "Your judgment is compromised, sir." Hask's voice was quiet. "You have spent too long in the field. You see conspiracies where there are only shortages. I see a pattern." Sunderland held his gaze. "And I will follow it wherever it leads, even if it leads to men I have trusted for half my life." Hask did not answer. He turned and pushed through the tent flap, letting the canvas fall behind him. Luke let out a slow breath. "He knows more than he told you. He knows exactly how much he told me." Sunderland moved to the crate and looked down at the manifests. "That is what makes him dangerous." "I know." A runner arrived before Sunderland could say more. A boy of 16 with chapped lips and a dispatch case strapped across his chest. He saluted, breathless. "Sir, intercepted packet from the southern road, merchant courier heading north toward the provincial capital. The scouts pulled him in for questioning and found this." He held out a folded letter, still sealed with wax that bore no crest. Sunderland took it. The seal was plain, unmarked, the kind used by men who did not want their correspondence traced. He broke it open. The handwriting was neat, professional, a clerk's hand trained in ledgers and invoices. The letter was addressed to no one by name. The contents made his stomach turn cold. "The charter moves through the foundry hall faster than expected. Val holds the delegates, but Maelis has not signed yet. The weaver's quarter is ready to transfer on signal. The financier arrives before midnight to confirm terms. The woman inside the walls will open the postern when the time comes. The deputy quartermaster at the Legion camp is prepared to move on your order." Sunderland read it twice, then a third time, to make sure he had not imagined the words. Luke watched his face. "Sir?" Sunderland held out the letter. Luke read it. His hands stopped shaking. "The charter crisis in Vossbridge," he said slowly. "The weaver's quarter ready to sell, the woman inside the walls, and a deputy quartermaster in this camp. Someone in my command is taking orders from the same network that stole the grain." Sunderland's voice was stone. "They are feeding on both sides, on law and on rebellion, on us and on her." He looked at the letter, then at the tent flap where Hask had vanished. "Find me the writer of this letter," he said, "before they finish what they started." Luke folded the paper. "And the deputy quartermaster?" Sunderland's hand rested on the crate edge. His fingers found the words Luke had written in the margin of the Convoy manifest, the name of a depot that no longer existed, the seal of a syndic who signed for deliveries that never arrived. "The deputy quartermaster will wait." He looked up. "Because if I move on him now, I will warn the hand above him that I know the shape of the board." He stood in the tent, surrounded by evidence of a conspiracy that reached from his own supply corps into the heart of Vossbridge. and understood for the first time that restoring imperial authority might mean restoring the shell of a thing already hollowed out, served up on the same ledgers that had strangled the frontier. The woman inside the walls, the financier arriving before midnight, the deputy quartermaster waiting for orders. They were all part of the same mechanism, a machine built from debt and hunger and the quiet arithmetic of men who had never held a sword but knew exactly how much a life was worth on paper. "I will not let you be the next witness they silence," Luke said. "Start finding the carter who hauled the chests." Sunderland did not turn. "I want his name before dark. And the scouts, sir? We are 2 days' hard march from Vossbridge." Sunderland reached for the map. "We march in the morning, but we march quiet, and we watch our own lines, because the man who tries to stop us may be the one carrying our rations." Outside the tent, a horn sounded across the frozen camp. The note carried through the iron air, a call to formation, to movement, to a war that was no longer simple. Sunderland looked at the plain sealed letter in his hand and knew that the true enemy was not the woman who had seized a city. It was the ledger that bound both sides, the network that fed on collapse and called it profit, the shadow that was already inside his camp, waiting for orders. He folded the letter into his coat. They marched at dawn. Chapter 35. Rather Enos came for her before the sky had fully lightened, standing in the foundry hall doorway with his coat collar turned up against a wind that smelled of ash and frozen river. Maelis had not slept. The north stores still smoldered. Calder lay in Odra's infirmary with his ribs stitched and his breathing shallow. The silver ring sat wrapped in cloth on the iron table, waiting for a name she could not yet find. "You need to see it," Enos said. "I have seen it. I made it." "No." His voice carried the flat patience of a man who had spent years explaining arithmetic to people who did not want to learn. "You made the numbers. You have not seen what the numbers made." He did not wait for her consent. He turned and walked out into the half-light, and after a moment, she followed. They passed through the workshop district first, where the furnaces had been lit since midnight and the hammer rhythm had not stopped. Men and women moved through the steam with purpose, carrying castings and fuel and the grim energy of people who still believed their labor earned them survival. A baker's boy passed with a basket of ration loaves, warm enough that steam curled from the cloth. Inez did not slow. The boundary between districts was invisible on the map, but unmistakable on the ground. The street narrowed. The cobbles grew uneven, patched with gravel where nobody had bothered to reset the stone. The doors here were not shut against the cold. They were shut against hope. A woman sat on a stoop with a child across her lap, the child's face pressed into her shoulder, neither of them moving. A man hauled a handcart loaded with broken furniture, the wood destined for a fire that would burn for an hour and leave nothing but ash and the memory of warmth. The faces turned toward Maelis as she passed. She had expected fury. She had prepared for curses, for the weight of blame thrown at her like stones. What she found was worse. They looked at her the way they looked at the sky when it refused to snow. Not with anger, with the quiet acceptance of people who had stopped expecting anything else. A woman drew her children inside and barred the door. An old man sitting on an upturned bucket watched Maelis pass and did not bother to spit. The effort would have cost more than the satisfaction. Inez walked beside her, his hands clasped behind his back, his pace steady and unhurried. He did not point. He did not explain. He let the district speak for itself. At the corner where two streets met, a soup line had formed outside a distribution point. The pot was thin, mostly water with a few grains of barley floating in it, and the people holding bowls watched it simmer with the patience of animals who had learned that rage burned more calories than hope. A child broke from the line, a girl of 7 or 8, with dark hair scraped back and a coat that had been mended so many times the original fabric was almost gone. She held something in her hand. She walked straight to Maelis and held it up, a bread token, carved from a scrap of wood, the shape rough but recognizable, the grain of the wood following the curve of the ration mark Maelis had ordered struck at the mint. The girl did not speak. She simply held the token out, offering it the way a beggar might offer a cup, waiting for something in return. Maelis looked at the carved wood, at the child's fingers, red from cold, at the eyes that had not yet learned to hide what they felt. She opened her mouth. No sound came. Ines did not intervene. He stood at her shoulder, silent, letting the moment stretch until it either broke or held. The girl waited. Maelis reached out, her maimed hand moving before she had decided to move it, and touched the carved token. The wood was warm from the child's grip. The edges were rough, cut with a blade that had not been sharpened properly. "Thank you," Maelis said. The words came out cracked, barely audible, but the girl heard them. She pulled the token back, clutched it against her chest, and returned to the soup line without looking back. Ines exhaled. It was not a sound of approval or disapproval. It was the sound of a man who had watched a lesson land and was waiting to see what the student did with it. "You built this city's walls," he said quietly. "You know that stone alone cannot hold a structure. There must be mortar. Trust. The belief that the thing will stand." Maelis did not answer. "Legitimacy is the same," Ines said. "It is not a reward you earn after survival. It is the mortar that makes survival possible. If the people do not believe you have the right to rule, they will not obey. They will not inform. They will not carry water to the watchposts or report the man who cuts a ward sigil in the dark. They are hungry," Maelis said. "Trust does not fill a stomach." "No, but bread dispensed by a tyrant is still bread. The same loaf, held in the same hands, leaves a different taste depending on whether the giver is feared or believed in." He started walking again, and Maelis followed because there was nothing else to do. They passed a boarding house where the windows had been boarded over with scrap timber. A woman stood at the door with a ledger of her own, marking names as people filed past with empty bowls. She saw Maelis, paused, then went back to her tally without acknowledgement. At the far end of the street, where the district gave way to the frozen marshland beyond the wall, a well had been capped with iron plates and locked. A group of women stood around it, holding buckets that would stay empty until the ration crew arrived. One of them turned as Maelis and Ines approached. It was Martyr Kell. Her face was sharp, hollowed by the same hunger that marked everyone in this district, but her eyes held the defiance that had carried her into the foundry hall to confront Maelis in front of the council. She looked at Ines first, then at Maelis. "You came." Not an accusation, a statement of fact, as if she had been expecting the visit and had simply been waiting for it to arrive. "I brought her," Ines said. Marta nodded. She hefted her empty bucket and walked past them without another word, heading toward the distribution point where the thin soup simmered. Maelis stood at the frozen well and watched her go. "She will not thank you," Ines said. "She will not forget that her children eat half what they need because you judged them less essential." "I know, and yet you are here." Maelis turned her maimed hand over, looking at the scars on her palm, the fingers that would never close properly. The scaffold collapse that had done this had also taught her that bones healed wrong when you did not set them immediately, that waiting made the damage permanent. "The girl with the token," she said. "Where did she learn to carve that shape?" Ines was silent for a moment. "Her father was a woodworker. He died in the Tanner's District riot. She has been carving tokens ever since. She gives them to people she wants to remember." Maelis closed her eyes. The wind carried the smell of the frozen river, the ash from the North stores, the thin smoke of fires burning fuel that should have been saved for winter's deepest cold. Somewhere behind her, the city was waking to another day of ration lines and empty hours and the slow arithmetic of survival. She had calculated this district as a variable cost. She had told the council so, plainly, without softening the edges. But the girl with the carved token did not know she was a variable. The women at the well did not know they were a cost. They only knew that the bread was thinner today than yesterday, that the cold bit deeper, that the person who had decided their value had never stood in their line. "They will not trust me," Maelis said. "Not after what I did." "Trust is not a door you open once." Ines's voice was low, almost gentle. "It is a wall you build stone by stone. Every ration delivered, every guard who does not take a bribe, every day you walk through this district without a phalanx of spears at your back." He paused. "You came here without guards. That is one stone." Maelis looked at the iron cap on the well, the frozen ground, the distant figures moving through the thin light of a winter morning. "One stone is not enough. No, Enos agreed. But it is more than you had yesterday. He turned and began walking back toward the foundry hall, his pace steady, his hands still clasped behind his back. Maelis did not follow immediately. She stood at the well, feeling the cold seep through her boots, and thought about the weight of a city that had become hers not by conquest, but by default. A ledger of debts and hungers and carved bread tokens that someone else would have to learn to read. A voice called from behind her, a runner, breathless, his face flushed with cold and urgency. "Governor, the rider you sent south, he is back. He brought someone." Maelis turned. The runner's hands were shaking, not from cold. He brought Luke Marrow. Chapter 36. The foundry hall stank of tallow smoke and cold stone when Maelis pushed through the door. Luke Marrow stood at the iron table with Enos, his courier's coat still wet from the road, a canvas satchel open beside him. He looked 19 and ancient at once, the kind of exhaustion that came from riding through enemy country with evidence that could get a man killed twice over. He looked up when she entered. "Governor." The word sat strangely in his mouth, as if he had rehearsed it and still was not sure it fit. "You have something for me?" Maelis said. Luke reached into the satchel and pulled out a folded oilcloth. He spread it across the table, revealing a stack of papers held together by dried mud and the pressure of hard travel. Convoy manifests, warehouse receipts, a letter with wax that had cracked in the cold. "General Sunderland sent me to find the carter. Instead, I found these." He tapped at the letter. "This one names your Weaver's Quarter Guildmaster by his sigil. It also names a woman inside your walls who will open a gate." Maelis did not touch the papers. She read them standing, her maimed hand pressed flat against the table edge. "Where did you get this?" "From a dead merchant courier. His horse threw him on the ice road. I found the body before the wolves did." Enos stepped forward, his voice quiet. "The general knows about the woman, about the postern, about the deputy quartermaster in his own camp who is waiting for a signal." Luke nodded. "He knows, but he cannot act without proof that names the same network on both sides, and he cannot march into this city without being certain he is not crushing the wrong enemy." Maelis looked at him for a long moment. "You want me to meet him?" "I want you to read what he sent." Luke pulled a second letter from the satchel, this one sealed with plain wax and no mark. "He wrote this himself. He said you would recognize the hand if you saw it." She broke the seal. The letter was short. Sunderland's handwriting was precise, military, every stroke intended. He did not threaten, did not demand surrender. He wrote that he had seen the pattern in the grain routes, the falsified casualty reports, the letter intercepted on the northern road. He wrote that he believed the financiers meant to trigger a massacre between their two forces and claim the frontier as a burned corpse they could pick clean. He wrote that he would meet her at the river bend, outside bowshot, with no more than 3 attendants each, at the hour before dawn. Maelis refolded the letter. "Set a watch on the Weaver's Quarter Guildmaster," she said to Enos. "Quietly. If he moves tonight, I want to know before he reaches a door." Enos inclined his head. "And the meeting?" She looked at the window. The sky beyond the glass was the color of old iron, heavy with clouds that promised more snow before morning. "I will go." The river bend lay a quarter-mile south of the wall, where the frozen channel curved around a gravel spit too shallow for barges and too exposed for ambush. Maelis rode out before the sky had begun to lighten, wrapped in a coat that had belonged to an imperial engineer who died of fever 3 winters ago. Tavia rode beside her, a short blade visible at her belt. Luke followed at a distance, holding a white cloth tied to a lance. The wind carried the smell of snow and the absence of smoke. 3 figures waited on the gravel spit. Sunderland sat his horse in the center, his shoulders squared against the cold, his breath clouding in the still air. Captain Hask flanked him on the right. A young scout Maelis did not recognize held the white flag on their side. She reined in 30 feet from the general and did not dismount. They studied each other across the frozen ground. She saw the gray in his temples, the old scar under his jaw, the way he held his reins with the practiced looseness of a man who had spent 30 years in the saddle. He saw her maimed hand resting on the pommel, the engineer's way she catalogued the terrain even as she watched him, the lack of ornament or pretense in her coat. "You are not what I expected," Sunderland said. "Neither are you." He almost smiled. Almost. "I have read your Convoy records," he said, "the ones your courier copied before I knew what he was doing. I have seen the same pattern in 17 villages and 3 dissolved companies. Someone is stealing grain at the source and letting the frontier starve." "I know." Maelis shifted her weight in the saddle. "I also know who." Severin Palk fronts a creditor house called the Northern Collateral Trust. He holds a third of the debt on the Vossbridge corridor. He has 3 guildmasters inside my city ready to sell their districts the moment the gates open. Sunderland's jaw tightened. He has a deputy quartermaster in my camp who is prepared to move on command, and a woman inside your walls who will open a postern. The woman is already inside. We stopped the postern attempt 2 nights ago. The saboteurs carried poisoned teeth and a Legion supply pass from your dissolved 16th Company. The silence between them stretched. "You are telling me," Sunderland said slowly, "that my own quartermaster corps has been arming the same people who are burning your grain stores. I am telling you that Palk's network feeds on both sides of every conflict it creates. He does not care who wins. He cares that the fighting is long enough and bloody enough to collapse the value of every title, every debt, every acre between here and the capital." Sunderland looked at the frozen river, the black stone of Vossbridge's walls visible through the gap in the bluffs. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. "I have served the Empire for 23 years. I have watched good men die holding supply lines that should have held. I have signed dissolution orders for companies that were starved to death by men who never carried a blade." He turned back to her. "If I march on this city, I will be doing exactly what Palk wants. If I do not march, my own officers will call it cowardice, and the capital will send someone worse." Maelis held his gaze. "Then do not march. Hold your position. Let me open the gates to the Weaver's Quarter Guildmaster and see who arrives to claim the district." "You would use yourself as bait. I would use my city as a trap. The difference is intent." Sunderland studied her for a long moment. The wind picked up, carrying the first flakes of a coming snow. "You are willing to let your own people believe you have been betrayed," he said, "to let them think you lost control." "I have already lost control. The question is whether I can make that loss useful." He nodded slowly. "I will hold my position for 3 days. If your trap springs before then, send word by the same courier who brought my letter. If it does not, I will have to make choices that neither of us will like." 3 days, Maelis agreed. She turned her horse and Tavia fell in beside her. Behind them, Sunderland's voice stopped her. "Maelis?" She looked back. "You built these walls," he said. "If this works, if we stop Palk, the city will still need to decide what it wants to be, and I will still be bound by my oath." "I know." She rode back toward the south gate, the snow beginning to fall in earnest. And then the horn calls came. 3 long notes rising from the walls behind her, the signal for an attack assembling beyond the northern ridge. Tavia's horse shied. Maelis pulled her rein tight and looked back at the city where torches were already flaring along the battlements. The horn calls did not stop. They kept coming, one after another, a pattern she had not heard since the Empire had fallen, a call for every able-bodied defender to the walls. Sunderland's voice carried across the spit. "That is not my signal." Maelis looked at the northern ridge, where the sky had begun to glow with the light of torches moving in formation. She looked at Sunderland. "No," she said, "it is not." Chapter 37. The first alarm came from the counting house. Maelis was still 3 blocks from the south gate when the bell began, not the slow rhythm of a fire call, but the hammered urgency of something worse. She pulled her horse around, Tavia already turning beside her. "That is not the wall signal." Tavia pointed east. "Smoke." A column rose above the Creditor district, black and thick, fed by lamp oil or tallow stores. Before Maelis could answer, a second bell started west, toward the ration archive where Inez kept the grain tallies and distribution ledgers. Then a third, closer, from the militia barracks near the old cloth hall. 3 fires in the same minute. Tavia's face went hard. "They are hitting everything at once." Maelis calculated the distances, the response times, the number of bucket brigades still awake. The counting house held debt records and creditor marks. The archive held the city's memory of who had eaten and what remained. The barracks held the men who would fight tomorrow. She could not save all three. "The archive," she said. "The barracks has 40 men sleeping inside. The archive has the ration schedule for the next 6 weeks. If we lose the barracks, we lose soldiers. If we lose the archive, we lose the proof of what Palk has done and the ability to feed anyone tomorrow." Tavia's jaw tightened, but she did not argue. She swung her horse toward the archive, and Maelis followed. They reached the archive building as the front window blew outward, glass spraying across the frozen street. Flames licked from the ground floor where someone had poured oil along the baseboards and touched a match. Maelis dismounted before her horse stopped, pointed at the well pump 20 paces away. "Form a chain. I need the ledgers from the basement. The floor above that fire will collapse in 10 minutes. A militia runner appeared beside her, young, scared, his coat half-buttoned. "Governor, the counting house guard is dead. They broke in through the roof, hit the vault with hammers, took nothing but burned the files." "Who did you see?" "Shapes, shadows. They moved like soldiers, not thugs." Maelis looked at the archive, at the flames eating the ground floor, at the smoke already curling under the basement door where the ration records were stored. She grabbed the runner's arm. "Tell Tevye to hold the chain. Do not let anyone enter the building until I come out." She went to the archive's side door, kicked it open, and descended into the smoke. The basement smelled of damp paper, ink, and the first thin fingers of heat pushing through the floorboards above her. Shelves lined every wall, crammed with ledgers, manifests, grain tallies, and the original charter drafts from the imperial surveyors. She found the ration archive in the northeast corner, 20 fat ledgers bound in oilcloth, each one marked with the district seal and the month of record. She grabbed the first stack, shoved it into a grain sack she had seen hanging from a nail, and climbed back up the stairs. Tavia met her at the door, her face streaked with soot. "The bucket chain is slowing the fire, but the basement floor is starting to smoke. You have maybe 2 more trips." Maelis emptied the sack onto the cobblestones, handed it back to Tavia, and went down again. The second trip found the grain purchase ledgers, the convoy manifests. Ines had copied from the Imperial archives, and the burial tally with the circled line marks Calder had identified. She wrapped them in her coat, heaved the bundle up the stairs, and felt the floorboards above her begin to sag. Third trip. The smoke was thicker now, gray and biting, and she worked by memory, sweeping her hand along the shelves until she found the creditor records, the ones that linked Elstone and Venn to the Northern Collateral Trust. Something crunched under her boot. She looked down. A small clay seal, broken in half, lay in the ash, the circle with a line through it. Palk's mark. She picked up the pieces, shoved them into her pocket, and climbed the stairs as the first beam fell behind her. Outside, the archive's ground floor was fully involved, flames reaching through the roof slats. Tavia had cleared the bucket chain back to the well, and men were wetting down the neighboring buildings to keep the fire from spreading. Maelis stood in the street, her coat gone, her hands black with soot, the broken seal pieces heavy in her pocket. A second runner arrived, breathless, his sleeve singed. "Governor, the barracks fire is contained. The counting house is gone. Nothing left but ash and melted stone. The watch found a body in the counting house vault." "Who?" "Unknown, burned beyond recognition. But the militia captain who found him says the hands were bound behind his back. Execution, not accident." Maelis looked at the archive, at the flames consuming the building that had held the city's paper memory, at the handful of ledgers she had managed to save scattered across the cobblestones. "This was meant to hit all 3 at once," she said. "Destroy the debt records, the ration records, and the men who enforce the ration. Leave us blind and leaderless in the same hour." Tavia knelt beside the ledgers, checking the bindings. Whoever planned this knew exactly where each building was, how to enter, and how fast the fires would spread. "They had a map," Maelis said. "Someone gave them a map of the city's administrative bones." She pulled the broken seal pieces from her pocket and held them out. Tavia's breath caught. "Palk. That is from the archive basement. It was dropped in the dark or left deliberately. Either way, it is proof he is reaching inside the walls faster than we can stop him." Maelis looked at the northern ridge, where the horn calls had come from an hour ago, where the unidentified force was still assembling beyond the city's site. "He wants us to retaliate," she said. He wants us to blame Sunderland, blame the Legion, blame anyone except the men who hold the debt. He wants this city to burn itself out from rage before winter even tightens. So what do we do? Maelis looked at the broken seal in her hand, at the ledgers scattered across the cobblestones, at the men and women already forming bucket chains to save what remained of the archive. We find the woman who opened the postern. We find the guildmaster who sold his district. And we let Palk believe his fire worked. She turned toward the foundry hall. Because if he thinks we are blind, he will show us exactly where the next blow lands. Behind her, the archive roof collapsed in a shower of sparks, and the city's paper memory turned to ash on the wind. Chapter 38. The foundry hall smelled of smoke before she reached the doors. It clung to her coat, her hair, the cracks in her hands. Maelis carried it with her like a second skin, along with the broken seal pieces in her pocket and the ledgers Tavia had stacked against the wall outside the archive. The council was already waiting. Eamon Fugel stood at the long table with the document spread before him, his mason's hands flat on either side of the parchment. Brother Mineas sat near the furnace with his burial ledger closed, watching. Vela Oren had pulled a chair close to the brazier, her fingers laced in her lap. Half a dozen guild masters filled the benches behind them, and Mata Kell stood near the door with her patched coat and her sharp geometry of a face. They had not waited for her to wash. The archive is gone, Maelis said. She did not sit. The counting house is gone. The ration ledgers I pulled are scattered across the street. We saved maybe a third of what we need. Eamon did not look away from the document. Then the city needs something that does not burn. Fire does not respect parchment either. This one is not for the archive. He turned the parchment so she could see the seal at the bottom, the mason's guild mark, the weaver's quarter sigil, the poor district's crude ink stamp, and a space where her own signature would go. It is for the people who need to know what comes after the fire. Maelis walked to the table. Her boots left ash on the floor. The charter was shorter than the first draft. Fewer clauses, fewer signatures required. She read it standing, her maimed hand pressed flat against the edge of the table, the two fingers that never closed properly leaving a gap between the wood and her palm. Emergency military command shall remain with the governor until the spring thaw, subject to quarterly review by a council of 9. That was new. The first draft had demanded council majority for any deployment. This one gave her speed but a clock. Ration policy, mint output, and arrest authority shall pass to shared civic oversight upon the adjournment of the immediate emergency, defined as the first convoy of grain to reach the city from any source after midwinter. A trigger, not a date. She could accelerate it with a single shipment or delay it by holding the gate closed. All emergency decrees issued between the flight of Governor Rin and the signing of this compact shall stand unless formally repealed by a 2/3 council vote after the emergency period ends. Her past actions were protected. The hangings, the half-ration decree, the seizure of the granaries, none of it could be undone by the council alone. She looked up. Eamon was watching her with the stillness of a man who had already lost the argument 3 times in his head and had decided to lose it again if it meant getting the document signed. The Weaver's quarter guildmaster did not sign, she said. He is not here, because he is selling his district to Severin Palk. The room went still. Vela Oren's fingers stopped moving. Martyr Cal made a sound that might have been laughter, or might have been the beginning of a cough. Eamon's jaw tightened. You have proof? His sigil is on an intercepted letter naming the women who opened the postern last night. His agents carry Tanner's Guild seals and Legion supply passes. He is standing in the firelight while his allies burn the city's paper memory. Then arrest him? I will, but the charter does not let me arrest a guild master without the council's approval under the new provisions. Eamon looked at the document, then back at her. You are reading the crisis provisions. The arrest authority clause is on the 2nd page. She turned the page. Read. In the event of an active threat to the city's security confirmed by no fewer than 2 council members, the governor may detain any person for a period not exceeding 14 days, after which charges must be presented or the detainee released. 2 signatures. she could find 2 signatures. "The council will not obstruct an arrest that protects the city," Eamon said, "but it will also not grant a single signature the power to lock every throat that disagrees with you." Maelis looked at the space where her name would go. The document was a cage. But the cage had been built with a door she could open from the inside, and the bars were wide enough to reach through when the city needed a hand on the throat of a traitor. It was not weakness. It was a lie. She had spent 39 years watching men draw lines and then cross them when the arithmetic demanded. The Empire had drawn lines around honor, then crossed them for coin. The governor had drawn lines around duty, then crossed the river with the treasury. Sunderland had drawn lines around law, then watched his own quartermasters feed the famine. Every line held until the next calculation made it cheaper to cross. But this one was different. This one was drawn in ink, in daylight, with witnesses who would remember where the mark had been placed. If she crossed it, she would be crossing it in front of the people who would hold her to account. "You are offering me a leash," she said. "I am offering you a structure that does not collapse when the fires stop," Eamon replied. "If you sign this, the city knows there is a limit. It knows the ration policy, the arrests, the mint output. All of it eventually belongs to the council. That knowledge keeps people from opening posterns in the dark. Or it tells Palk's agents that I am weaker than they thought. It tells them you are harder to kill than a tyrant." Brother Inés rose from his seat. His hands were empty. No ledger, no pen, no ink. Just the quiet weight of a man who had been counting bodies long enough to know when the arithmetic was done. "Governor," he said, "you have saved the ration archive, the burial tallies, and the creditor records. You have pulled the city back from 3 simultaneous fires. You have a general waiting 3 days beyond the ridge, and a financier inside the walls who believes you are blind. The charter does not take any of that from you. It only asks what you are building with it." She looked at the empty signature line. A bell struck somewhere in the city, one of the temple towers, marking the hour. The sound carried through the foundry hall's cracked windows, thin and clear against the winter air. "The Weaver's guildmaster," she said. "I need 2 signatures to detain him." Vela Oren stood. "You have mine." Martikel stepped forward from the door. "And mine, for the half-ration quarter so it does not rot from the inside." Eamon produced a pen and set it beside the parchment. The room waited. Maelis picked up the pen. The wooden handle was warm from the brazier, and the nib was sharp, newly cut, unused. She held it over the empty line and felt the weight of every decision she had made since the governor's barge disappeared into the morning mist. Then she wrote her name. The ink was black and final. It did not smudge. She set the pen down and looked at the signature. Maelis Dorn, engineer. Not governor, not protector. The title she had earned before the Empire decided she was not worth paying. "Send word to the Weaver's quarter," she said, "and find me the woman who opened the postern before Puck's next fire starts." Eamon folded the charter and tucked it inside his coat. "It will be done." Outside, a runner's boots hit the cobblestones at a sprint. The door burst open before anyone could reach it. The scout was young, no more than 16, his face white with cold and something worse. He carried no dispatch, no sealed letter, just a message stamped raw into his memory by the speed of the ride. "Governor," he bent, gasping. "The northern ridge, the force that assembled before dawn." "What about it?" "They are not waiting. They are marching. They will reach the outer wall before the evening watch changes." The room went silent. Maelis looked at the charter inside Eamon's coat, at the signature still wet on the parchment, at the broken seal in her pocket. Signed, sealed, and tested before the ink was dry. Chapter 39. The scout stood in the foundry hall doorway, chest heaving, frost crusting the collar of his coat. Maelis looked at him, at the empty hands, at the message already delivered, already stamped into the room's silence. "How many?" "Hard to count through the sleet, Governor. 300, maybe 4. Moving fast, no supply train. They mean to hit the wall before we can reinforce it." "Banners?" The scout shook his head. "None that I could see. No colors, no standards." Maelis turned to the iron table where the rescued ledgers lay stacked beside Pock's broken seal. She picked up the seal and turned it in her maimed hand, feeling the weight of it, the sharp edges where the clay had fractured. "They are not Sunderland's men," she said. "He conferred it at the river bend. That leaves one answer." "Palk," Tavia said from the door. "Palk's insurance. If the truce held, if the trap worked, if we found a way to reconcile with the Legion, he needed a third blade already in motion." Eamon stepped forward. "Then we close the gates, hold the wall, wait for Sunderland to honor his 3 days." "No." The word came out flat and final, the same tone she had used when the South Granary Ward failed, when the half-ration decree had to be written. "If we close the gates, the northern force lays siege. Sunderland watches from beyond the ridge. His officers see us seal ourselves in, and whatever truce he promised unravels in his own command tent before the second day finishes. His compromised men use our closure as proof that he was negotiating with a cornered tyrant, not an ally. So we open the gates and let them walk in?" Eamon's voice cracked. "That is suicide. It is not suicide if the gates are bait." Tavia crossed to the wall where a map of the outer approaches hung beside the furnace. She put her finger on the northern road, then traced the line where it intersected the river bend. "Kill zones," she said. "Engineered before they reached the wall." "The Postern lane," Maelis said. "The Coophoppers alley. The South Bluff approach, dead ground under the old ward platform. I built those spaces for defense 20 years ago. I know every angle, every collapse point, every place a shield line cannot hold." "You would fight them outside the wall," Eamon said, "on open ground. I would fight them where I choose the geometry. They want a siege, I will give them a funnel." The room went quiet. Inviolent stood near the furnace with his burial ledger closed, watching her the way he had watched her in the poor quarter, waiting for the calculation to land on its human cost. "Tavia," Maelis said, "how many militia can you have armed and positioned at the Postern lane in 2 hours?" 200, if I pull every spare body off the wall and leave the gates watched but not fully manned." "Do it, quietly. No torches, no shouted orders, no bells. I want the force hidden before the northern column reaches the ridge crest." Tavia nodded and was gone before anyone could argue. Maelis turned to the scout. "Ride back to Sunderland's camp. Tell him what is coming. Tell him I am not sealing the gates. Tell him the 3-day truce begins now, and if he wants to know what loyalty looks like, he will arrest every officer whose name appears on Luke's manifest list before his own men start dying." The scout hesitated. "The road runs past the northern column's approach. If they have forward riders, they have forward riders," Maelis said. "That is why you take the river path, through the ice marsh, the same route Civic's barges use. The clans know that ground. The northern column does not." The scout touched his chest, a salute born from something older than imperial training, and ran. Brother Inés crossed the room. He set his ledger on the iron table beside Palk's broken seal and opened it to a clean page. "How many do you expect to carry back to the infirmary?" "I expect to win." "That is not what I asked." Maelis looked at the empty page, at the pen waiting beside it, at the space where names would be written before dawn. 40, she said. "Maybe 50, if the funnel works. And if it does not, then you will need a larger book." She left him standing at the table with the ledger open and walked toward the door. The Weavers' Quarter Guildmaster's arrest could wait. The woman who opened the postern could wait. Everything waited when the northern column was 3 hours from the wall. Outside, the air had turned cold enough to crack stone. The sky was the same iron gray it had been all winter, clouds thick and low, promising snow before midnight. Maelis walked toward the postern lane. She had built this city's defenses. She knew where every ward sigil had been cut, every foundation laid, every stone shaped to bear weight or redirect force. The Empire had used her knowledge to hold the frontier. Now she would use it to break the men who thought they could buy the frontier with blood. She reached the Postern lane. The alley ran between 2 warehouses, both shuttered, both empty since the famine thinned the district's trade. The walls rose 3 stories on either side, sheer stone with no windows below the 2nd floor. At the far end, a narrow arch opened onto the northern approach road. Perfect killing ground. She tapped the left wall, feeling the stone's response. The mortar was sound. The ward sigil embedded in the arch's keystone was dead, cut by the same hand that had taken the Coopper's warehouse, but the stone itself was still strong. "All in," she said. He stepped out of the shadow of the nearest warehouse door. His clerk's stoop was more pronounced than it had been a month ago, and the ink stains on his fingers had deepened to something permanent. "Governor? The keystone. How long to rig it to drop on command?" He looked up at the arch, squinting against the gray light. "An hour, with the right wedges and a length of chain." "Do it. Then find Halver and tell him to pull the ward covers on the South Bluff platform. I want the approach lit if they try to flank through the dead ground." Olin nodded and moved to the arch without another word. Maelis stood in the postern lane and listened. The city was quiet, not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping district, but the held breath quiet of people who knew something was coming and had no way to stop it. A sound reached her from the northern road, not hoofbeats, not marching boots, something thinner, higher, carried on the wind, metal. The northern column was close enough that their weapons were singing against the cold. She turned and walked back toward the foundry hall. Tavia met her at the door. Her face was red from the cold, and her coat was crusted with frost from the sprunk across the district. 200 at the postern lane, another 100 on the South Bluff. The rest are on the wall with torches and oil, ready to light the approach if you give the word. Militia or guild guards? Militia, every one of them. I pulled the guild guards off the south gate rotation and sent them to the granary. They will not fight if the gate opens, but they will guard the grain. Smart. Keep the uncertain elements away from the decision point. "Get some rest," Maelis said. "You will have the command postern when it starts." "When it starts?" Tavia looked at the sky. "They will be in bowshot in 2 hours. Then you have 2 hours. Tavia left without another word. The door swung shut behind her. Maelis stood alone in the foundry hall. The furnace had burned low. The rescued ledgers sat stacked beside Palk's broken seal. Brother Enos's burial ledger lay open on the iron table with nothing written on its clean page yet. She picked up the broken seal and held it to the furnace light, the circle with the line through it. Palk's mark. The same mark that had appeared in the burial ledger, in the monument compartment, in the archive basement where fire had tried to burn the truth. She closed her hand around the seal and felt the sharp edges press into her palm. Somewhere beyond the northern ridge, the column was marching. Somewhere in Sunderland's camp, Luke was spreading intercepted packets across a supply tent floor, naming officers whose names should never have appeared on those lists. Somewhere inside Vossbridge, the woman who opened the postern was still breathing. And in 2 hours, the first arrow would fall. Maelis opened her hand and looked at the seal. Then she set it on the iron table beside the ledger and walked to the door. The northern sky was darkening faster than it should. The snow was coming, and with it, the first test of the city she had signed into existence not 2 hours ago. Chapter 40. The foundry hall was cold when the witnesses arrived. Eamon came first, carrying the draft charter in both hands like an offering he did not trust. His boots left wet prints on the stone floor. Behind him came Tavia with frost in her hair, then Brother Enos with his burial ledger tucked under one arm. Vela Oren and Marta Kell entered together, the miller and the half-ration quarter, 2 women who had signed the arrest order and now stood to witness something stranger. Maelis stood at the iron table. The charter lay between them, ink still wet from the scribe's hand. The language was cleaner than the first version. Eamon had cut the preamble and buried the restrictions in measured clauses. Emergency military command until spring thaw. Quarterly council review. Ration authority transferred after the first grain convoy. She had written it. She had argued for it. She had watched Eamon fold it into his coat and walk away, believing she had accepted limits on her power. Now it sat on the table and asked her to prove it. 3 witnesses, Eamon said. That is all the compact requires for ratification. Tavia moved first. She stepped forward and pressed her thumb to the wax beside Maelis's signature. Her nail was chipped, her knuckles raw from the cold. "I testify," she said. Brother Enos set down his ledger and dipped the pen. His hand did not shake. He wrote his name in the same clean script he used for burial entries. "Testified," he said. Vela Oren signed without speaking. Marta Kell pressed her mark beside her name, a cross drawn with the same hand that had offered her signature to arrest a traitor. Maelis picked up the pen. The weight of it felt wrong, heavier than a trowel, heavier than the iron wedges she had driven into the postern lane arch not 2 hours ago. She had built walls, designed gatehouses, engineered kill zones. She had never signed anything that bound her to people before. She wrote her name, Maelis Dorn, engineer. The pen scratched against the paper. The ink bled into the fibers. When she lifted the tip, she saw that her signature sat lower than the others, as if she had tried to slip off the page. "Sealed," Eamon said. He gestured at the empty space beside the signatures. "Do you want a seal?" "The hand is enough," she said. She did not look at it again. The door of the foundry hall banged open. A militia runner stumbled through, his coat torn at the shoulder, his face the color of milk. He was young, maybe 18, with the kind of terror in his eyes that came from seeing something that should not exist. "Governor," he bent double, gasping. "We caught one, in the Weavers' district, trying to reach the North Postern." Tavia was already moving. "Alive?" "Barely." He bit his cheek before we could take him. The tooth was loose. He got some of the poison, but not enough. He is fading. "Bring him here," Maelis said. The runner looked at Tavia. Tavia nodded. He ran. The foundry hall went still. Maelis picked up the charter and folded it once, twice, until it fit in her palm. She handed it to Brother Ines. "Keep this safe. I have a vault," he said. "You have a burial ledger. The vault is inside your memory." He tucked the charter between the pages of his ledger without another word. The door opened again. 2 militiamen carried the saboteur between them. He was a thin man, maybe 40, with the kind of face that would disappear in a crowd. His tunic was stained with blood from a wound in his side, and his lips were black where the poison had touched them. They set him on the floor. Maelis knelt beside him. The saboteur's eyes tracked her face. They were the eyes of a man who knew he was dying and had already done the arithmetic. "Who sent you?" she said. His lips moved, no sound. She leaned closer. "Pauk," he whispered. "Pauk's men. They told us to wait, told us to strike when the gate opened." "What gate?" "Any gate. The first one that opened for refugees." The taste of ash filled her mouth. "Refugees?" she said. "From where?" "Everywhere." His voice was a thread. "They drove them from the villages, from the eastern road, stole their grain and burned their roofs and drove them toward the city. We were supposed to hit them when they reached the outer wall, make it look like your militia killed them. Then the Legion would have caused to massacre the survivors." Tavia made a sound, low and hard, like metal shearing. Maelis did not look away from the saboteur's face. "When?" "This morning. They are already moving. 300, maybe more. Women, children, old men. They will reach your gate before the hour turns." His body went slack. The poison had finished its work. Maelis stood up. The foundry hall was silent. The witnesses stood frozen. Brother Ines had his hand pressed against the burial ledger, his knuckles white. "Maelis," Eamon said. "If we open the gate, Pauk's killers are waiting for it. If we keep it shut, refugees die at our wall. The Legion will see it. Sunderland will see it. The whole city will see it." She looked at Tavia. "Can you hold the postern lane while I open the main gate?" Tavia did not hesitate. "Yes." "How many do you need?" "All of them." Maelis looked at the folded charter peeking from Brother Ines's ledger. She looked at the dead saboteur on the floor. She looked at the iron door that led to the outer wall. The city she had signed into existence was hours old, and the first test had already found it. She picked up her coat from the chair and walked toward the door. "Raise the gate," she said. Chapter 41. The foundry hall door swung shut behind Maelis, and the cold hit her like a wall. Snow had begun to fall, thin and dry, the kind that promised to thicken before dawn. The street stretched toward the outer gate, empty of civilians but full of movement. Militia runners crossed between intersections, carrying orders she had not given yet. Someone had anticipated her. Tavia caught up at a half-run, her boots pounding the frozen mud. "I sent word to Olin," she said. "He will hold the keystone until he hears from you directly." "Good." The postern lane is set. 200 militia, packed tight behind the wall line. They know to wait for the signal. Maelis kept walking. The outer gate rose at the end of the street, a slab of iron-banded oak that had not been fully opened since the governor fled. Its hinges had been greased the night before by engineers who did not know why, only that Maelis had ordered it. She stopped 10 paces from the gate and turned to face the crowd that had gathered behind her. Not a crowd, a formation. Militia, runners, 2 engineers with crowbars, and a dozen citizens who had picked up whatever they could carry and followed without being told. Maelis looked at the gate. "I want it raised on my count, not before. The refugees will come through first. No one fires until the last wagon clears the threshold." She turned to Tavia. "Where are Palk's men?" "Hidden in the mill ruins on the eastern approach. They will wait until the refugees are between the gate and the outer ditch, then strike from both sides." "How many?" 40, maybe 50. Maelis nodded. "Leave them to the kill zone." She walked to the gate and pressed her paw against the iron band. The cold bit through her skin. She could feel the old ward sigil beneath the rust, dead and silent, no use to anyone now. "Raise it," she said. The engineers heaved. The chains groaned. The gate rose. Snow and wind poured through the gap, and Maelis saw the refugees for the first time. They stretched across the frozen road in a ragged column, 300, maybe more, women carrying children, old men dragging carts, their faces gray with cold and exhaustion. They moved like people who had forgotten how to hope, driven forward by the fire behind them and the promise of walls ahead. Behind them, barely visible through the snow, movement flickered among the mill ruins. Palk's killers. Maelis stepped through the gate. "Militia forward," she said. "Shield wall at the ditch, engineers to the bluff covers." The militia moved past her in disciplined silence, their boots crunching the frozen ground. Tava led them, her voice barely audible over the wind, calling distances and angles like she had been born to it. The refugees saw the shield wall and hesitated. Maelis raised her hand. "Keep coming," she called. "The gate is open. Keep coming." They moved again, faster now, the first of them reaching the outer ditch. Militia hands reached down to pull them across, mothers lifting children over the frozen ditch, old men stumbling through the mud. Maelis watched the mill ruins. The movement had stopped. She counted. 1, 2, 3. The first arrow came from the ruins, a dark blur that struck the shoulder of a militiaman at the ditch. He went down without a sound, and the refugees screamed. "Hold!" Maelis said. The mill ruins erupted. 40 men, maybe 50, poured from the collapsed walls and broken timbers, armed with short swords and axes, their faces hidden behind scarves. They moved fast, spreading into a line that would cut the refugees in half before the column reached the gate. Maelis waited. She watched them cross the frozen ground, watched them reach the first marker, a broken cartwheel half buried in the snow. "Now," she said. The bluff covers opened. Light poured across the approach, harsh and sudden, the ward lamps that Halvar had uncovered blazing through the falling snow. The attackers threw up their hands, blinded, their formation breaking as they stumbled into each other. Maelis saw Olan at the Postern Lane arch. His hand was already moving. The keystone dropped. The sound was enormous, a crack that cut through the wind and the screaming as the arch above the Postern Lane collapsed in a controlled fall, sending stone and debris cascading into the path of the attackers. The second wave of Palk's men, the ones who had been waiting in the lane to flank the refugees, disappeared under the rubble. Maelis did not watch them die. She watched the gap. The refugees were pouring through now, a river of bodies and carts and crying children, funneled between the shield wall and the ditch. The first wagon cleared the threshold, the second, a third, loaded with what looked like sacks of grain. Tavia was at the gate, directing the flow, her voice raw from shouting. "Keep moving. Do not stop. Keep moving." Maelis turned to follow the last of the refugees through the gate. The third wagon was slowing. Its driver, a man in a patched coat with his face hidden behind a scarf, was staring at the militia line with an expression Maelis did not like. She stopped. "Driver," she called, "move your wagon." He did not move. The wagon's tarpaulin shook. Maelis saw it, the wrongness in the weight distribution, the way the wheels sat too low for sacks of grain, the way the driver's hands were not on the reins but beneath the seat. She opened her mouth to call the warding. The tarpaulin burst open. Armed men rose from the wagon bed, short swords drawn, their faces cold and familiar. The same eyes she had seen on the dead saboteur in the foundry hall. Palk's operatives. They had hidden inside the refugee column. They were already inside the gate. Chapter 42. Snow had begun falling harder by the time Sunderland reached the ridgeline, his horse blowing steam into the gray air. Below him, the eastern road curved through the frozen fields toward Vossbridge's outer wall, and what he saw there made his hands go still on the reins. Refugees. Hundreds of them, strung out across the road in a broken column, women carrying children, old men dragging carts, their faces turned toward the distant gate like flowers toward a dying sun. And behind them, moving through the mill ruins, men in legion colors. Sunderland counted them by instinct. 40, maybe 50. They wore the blue and gray of the Frontier Legion, the same wolf standard patch he had designed himself 20 years ago, the same cut of coat his quartermasters issued from every supply depot between here and the capital. "They are not mine," he said. Captain Vidron Haxt reined in beside him, his politician's eyes scanning the field below. "From this distance, General, every man in the Legion will see the same thing. Vossbridge militia killing refugees while our soldiers pursue. That is the intent." Sunderland watched the impostors spread into a skirmish line. They moved like men who had practiced this, who knew exactly where to stand to make the killing look like a military action. They had studied Legion tactics. They had studied his tactics. He had spent 20 years building a reputation for discipline, for restraint, for the kind of order that could hold a frontier together when everything else failed. They were using that reputation as a mask for massacre. "General," Hask's voice had changed. "If we intervene, we confirm the provocation. Every officer who doubts your judgment will say you took the usurper's side against your own men." Sunderland looked at the refugees. A woman had fallen at the ditch. 2 children were trying to pull her up. The impostors were still 200 paces from her position, moving at a steady jog, their swords catching the gray light. "Sound the advance," he said. "3rd and 4th cohorts, down the eastern slope, archers to the ridgeline." Hask did not move. "General, if we—" "That is an order." Hask's jaw tightened. He saluted and turned his horse. Sunderland watched the impostors close on the refugees. The woman at the ditch had not gotten up. Her children were still trying. The first trumpet call rang out behind him, sharp and clean, cutting through the wind. The 3rd cohort began to move. Sunderland did not wait for his horse. He dismounted and walked to the ridgeline's edge where the archers were already knocking arrows, their captain waiting for the range. "Hold," Sunderland said. The impostors were still 100 paces from the ditch. The refugees were pouring through the gate now, a steady river of bodies and carts, but the old column still stretched across the road, exposed, vulnerable. The archers waited. 80 paces. 60. The impostors raised their swords, their war cries rising thin and sharp through the snow. "Now," Sunderland said. The archers loosed. The first volley arced over the frozen fields, a dark cloud of shafts that plunged into the impostors' line. Men fell, their blue and gray coats staining red, their formation breaking as the survivors stumbled over the bodies. The second volley was already in the air. The 3rd cohort crested the ridge behind him, their boots pounding the frozen ground as they formed a shield wall at the base of the slope. The 4th was spreading to the left, cutting off the impostors' retreat toward the eastern tree line. Sunderland watched the impostors break. They scattered, some running toward the mill ruins, others toward the river, their disciplines shattering as the archers' 3rd volley caught them in the open. One man, a sergeant by his coat, turned and raised his hands, his sword falling to the ground. "Take him alive," Sunderland said. The captains relayed the order. The shield wall advanced, steady and unhurried, herding the survivors into a pocket between the ridge and the river. Sunderland walked down the slope. Luke Merrow met him at the base, his young face flushed with cold and exertion, a dispatch case strapped across his chest. "General, the Vossbridge gate is still open. Maelis has the refugees inside." "I saw. There are more. The scout from the ice marsh said the eastern villages are burning. Palk drove them out." Sunderland kept walking. The captured sergeant was being held by 2 legionaries at the edge of the mill ruins. His coat was good quality, well made, The kind of coat that came from a quartermaster's store, not a smuggler's stall. His hands were bound behind his back, and there was blood on his face from a cut above his eye. Sunderland stopped in front of him. "Who gave you the coats?" the sergeant spat. Sunderland waited. The man's eyes flickered, searching for something in Sunderland's face, some weakness he could exploit. He found nothing. "A paymaster," he said finally, "in the baggage train. He said the orders came from command." Sunderland felt the words settle into him like stones. "Which paymaster?" The sergeant smiled through his bloody teeth. "You think I know names? He had the seal. That was enough." Sunderland turned to Luke. "Find every paymaster in the baggage train. Bring them to my tent." Luke hesitated. "General, if I start pulling paymasters, the whole camp will know something is wrong." "Something is wrong." Luke nodded and ran. Sunderland looked back at the captured sergeant. The man was still smiling, the expression of someone who knew he had delivered his message and was now merely waiting for the consequences. "Take him to the provost," Sunderland said, "and find out if there are others." He walked away before the man could answer. The slope was quiet now. The refugees had all reached the gate. The impostors were dead or captured. The snow was falling harder, covering the blood, covering the bodies, covering the tracks that led back to his own camp. Sunderland stood at the base of the ridge and watched Vossbridge's walls rise through the snow. Somewhere inside that city, Maelis Dorn was holding a gate open for people she did not know, buying time with her militia's lives, betting that he would see the truth before it was too late. He had seen it. The question was what he could do about it when the rot was already inside his own baggage train. Behind him, the third cohort began forming for the march. He did not turn around. He waited, and he began to calculate. Chapter 43. The snow was falling harder now, each flake a small, cold weight settling on wool and stone and the faces of the living. The refugees kept coming. Maelis stood at the inner arch of the gate, her back to the iron, watching the column stream past. 300, maybe more. They moved like people who had forgotten how to hurry, their feet dragging through the slush, their eyes fixed on the ground as if looking up would cost something they could not spare. Tavia had the militia forming a corridor on either side of the approach road, her voice raw as she directed the flow away from the Postern lane and toward the market square. She did not look at Maelis. She did not need to. Brother Enos was already there. He had set up at the base of the granary steps with his burial ledger closed and a stack of clean parchment beside him. A young militia runner stood at his shoulder with a charcoal stick, ready to write names. The first wave of refugees reached him, women with children pressed against their skirts, old men who had walked until their boots fell apart and then walked on bloodied feet. A boy of maybe 12 carrying a younger child on his back, both of them gray with cold. Enos did not ask for names. "Fever?" he said to the boy. The boy shook his head. "Injuries?" "No, hunger, the cold." Enos nodded and pointed toward the furnace house. "Go, there is soup. Tell them Enos sent you." The boy moved, and the next refugee took his place. Maelis watched the sorting happen. It was not triage, it was arithmetic. Enos was counting mouths, gauging fevers, measuring the distance between survival and waste with nothing but his eyes and the ledger he refused to open. Sister Odra appeared from the direction of the infirmary, her sleeves already rolled, her apron freshly tied. She did not stop to speak to anyone. She walked straight into the flow of refugees and began pulling people aside by the elbow. The sick ones, the ones whose breathing was too shallow, the ones whose skin had the gray sheen of something that would not last the night. She did not ask Enos for permission. He did not offer it. Maelis pushed off the wall and walked into the crowd. The refugees parted around her without knowing who she was, their bodies yielding to the movement of someone who walked like she had a destination. She let them pass. She watched their faces. A woman with a swollen ankle dragging her child by the hand. A man with a wound wrapped in cloth that had not been changed in days. A girl of maybe 6 or 7, alone, her eyes fixed on something far beyond the walls. Maelis stopped beside the girl. "Where's your mother?" The girl did not answer. "Where's your family?" The girl's lips moved, but no sound came out. Maelis crouched. Her maimed hand rested on her knee. The 2 fingers that never closed properly curled against her palm. I am not going to hurt you. The girl looked at her then. Her eyes were the color of frozen water. She fell, she said, at the ditch. The men with the blue coats. They did not stop. Maelis stood. She found Inez at the granary steps, his hand on the shoulder of a man who was weeping without sound, a farmer by the look of his hands. Inez was letting him weep. He did not hurry him. Maelis waited until the man moved on. I need to know where they came from, she said. Every village, every route. Inez looked at her. You want the names. I want the pattern. He understood. He turned to the runner. Start with the elders, separate them. Ask what villages burned and when. The runner nodded and moved into the crowd. Maelis walked the line. She heard fragments as she passed. Stories of men in blue coats who came at dawn. Stories of grain wagons that never arrived. Stories of the legion's general who had once stood in the road and refused to let his soldiers strip a village's seed stores, only for that same general to vanish north with his column and leave them unprotected. Maelis stopped. A woman was sitting on a crate near the furnace house, her hands wrapped around a bowl of soup she had not yet lifted to her lips. Her face was lined with a weariness that went deeper than hunger. He protected you, Maelis said. The woman looked up. What? Sunderland, the general. He stopped his soldiers from taking your seed grain. The woman's eyes flickered. You know that story? I know it happened. It happened. The woman's voice was flat. And then he left, and the blue coats came anyway. They burned our houses and took the grain we had saved. They did not care what the general had promised. Maelis said nothing. We do not know who they were, the woman said. They wore his colors, but they did not move like his men. Where are you from? Eastwood. The woman's voice cracked on the name. There is nothing left. Maelis walked on. The next elder was a man of maybe 60, his beard streaked with gray, his coat patched with cloth from a dozen different garments. He was sitting alone at the edge of the square, watching the refugees as if he were counting them and finding the sum unbearable. Maelis sat down beside him. Your village? Stonebridge. He said it without looking at her. 43 houses. We had a mill, we had a well that never froze. The general's men came through twice. The first time they did not take much. The second time, they took everything. Which general? He did not give a name, but he had a brand on his wrist, an old one, Legion issue. Sunderland's regiment brand. Maelis kept her voice level. We happened after they took the grain. We waited. The elders' hands were still. We thought the convoys would come. They always came before, but the roads stayed empty. And then the blue coats came with torches. How long ago? 7 days. Maelis stood. She found Inez at the granary steps, his ledger now open, the clean page filling with names and villages and dates. He did not look up as she approached. Eastwood, he said. Stonebridge, Millbank. 3 more I have not placed yet, all on the eastern road, all burned within the last 10 days. And Sunderland? His legion visited all of them. Twice in some cases. The pattern matches what Luke found in the manifests. Maelis looked at the names. They were not just villages. They were witnesses. Every burned house was a confirmation of the shape she had already seen, the shape Palk had drawn in grain and fire and false legion coats. A hand touched her sleeve. She turned. A man stood there, his face weathered, his hands calloused. A carter, by the look of him. His coat was good wool, stained with road dust, and there was a leather satchel strapped across his chest that he held as if it contained something he had carried a long way. You are the one, he said, the one who opened the gate. I am. I need to tell you something. He looked around, his eyes scanning the crowd, checking faces, checking the walls, as if he expected someone to be watching. I hauled chests, he said, for a man named Severin Palk. Sealed chests. Heavy. I did not know what was in them. I did not ask. Maelis felt the air go still. Where did you take them? A warehouse, on the river, downstream from the weaver's quarter. No sign on the door, no ledger in the city records. I know because I checked. How long ago? 6 weeks. before the governor fled. Maelis looked at the man's hands, calloused, scarred, the hands of someone who had spent years on the road. "Why are you telling me this?" The carter met her eyes. "Because the chests are still there, and I heard what the blue coats did to Eastwood. I hauled those chests and I did not ask what was in them, and now people are dead." He reached into his satchel and pulled out a folded paper, creased and worn. "This is the manifest," he said. "I kept a copy. I do not know why. I just did." Maelis took the paper. She unfolded it. The handwriting was small, precise, the letters formed with the care of someone who had been trained in a counting house. The entries listed dates, weights, and a destination. The destination was crossed out. Someone had written a single word in the margin, in ink that was darker than the rest. "Destroy." Maelis looked up. The carter was still watching her, his face tight with a guilt that had been pressing on him for weeks. "There is more," he said. His voice dropped to a whisper. "The woman who signed for the chests, at the warehouse. I know her face. I have seen her in this city. She was wearing a guild seal." Chapter 44. The supply tent smelled of lamp oil and old canvas. Sunderland stood at the folding table with his hands flat on the wood, the route tally spread before him in a pattern only Luke could read. "They are waiting for us to move," Luke said. His voice was steady. His hands were not. He had been copying manifests for 3 hours, his fingers stiff around the charcoal stick, the copied lines precise despite the tremor. Sunderland did not answer. He was thinking about the paymaster's seal, the command stamp, the coats that had fit too well on men who died wearing his colors. "You said 2 names, Sunderland said. "Quartermaster Pell and Supply Captain Venice." Luke set down the charcoal. "The route tallies do not match the depot receipts for 5 separate convoys. Pell signed for grain that never left the depot. Venice authorized escort rosters for men who were not there." "Proof?" "I have the coppers. The originals are in the baggage train, locked in Venice's chest." Sunderland looked at him. "How do you know?" "Because I watched him lock them." Luke met his eyes. 3 nights ago. He did not see me." The tent flap rustled. Captain Hask stepped inside without waiting for permission, his face tight, his shoulders set like a man walking into a room he knew contained a blade. "General, Captain, you are about to do something that will split this camp." Sunderland did not deny it. "I have route tallies," he said. "I have a paymaster who supplied coats to men who massacred civilians. I have a captured sergeant who named names. Named names under duress." "Named names," Sunderland repeated, and the names matched the route tallies. Hask was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "Vens has 60 men in the 3rd Supply Company who have served under him for 7 years. They will not let you take him without a fight. Then they will have to choose between their captain and their oath." Hask's jaw tightened. He looked at Luke, then back at Sunderland, and something in his face shifted. He was not arguing anymore. He was measuring the cost. "When?" "Now." Sunderland straightened. He did not buckle on his sword. He did not call for escorts. He walked out of the supply tent into the dusk, with Luke at his shoulder and Hask falling in behind him, and the camp knew something was wrong before he had crossed the first fire pit. Men looked up from their cookpots. They saw his face. They saw Hask's silence. They saw the young courier with his copied tallies clutched to his chest, and they began to whisper. The supply compound was 100 paces from the command tent, ringed by wagons and guarded by men who wore the same colors as the rest of the Legion, but held themselves differently. They were supply men. They moved in patterns that were not soldiers' patterns. They watched Sunderland approach, and their hands went to their weapons. "Stand aside." The guard at the gate was young, maybe 20, with a scar across his chin and eyes that were trying very hard not to recognize the general standing in front of him. "Sir, Captain Venice is not receiving visitors." "I am not a visitor." Sunderland did not raise his voice. "I am giving you an order, soldier. Stand aside." The guard hesitated. Behind him, men were rising from their posts. Hands found hilts. A dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Sunderland with the flat, calculating stare of men who had already chosen their side. "General!" Then his voice came from inside the compound, calm and almost amused. "You did not have to come yourself. A runner would have sufficed." Sunderland walked past the guard. The compound was a square of canvas and crates, lit by a single lantern that threw long shadows across the frozen ground. Ven stood at the center, a heavy-set man in a clean coat, his hands folded behind his back. Next to him stood Quartermaster Pell. Pell was thinner, older, with a clerk's stoop and a clerk's nervousness. His hands were shaking. "Captain Venice," Sunderland said, "I am placing you under arrest on charges of conspiracy, falsification of military records, and complicity in the murder of civilians." Venice did not move. "On whose authority?" "Mine." "And what evidence do you have?" Luke stepped forward. He held out the route tallies, his hand steady now, his voice flat and precise as he read the numbers aloud. Convoy 7, routed to Stonebridge, signed by Pell. Weight recorded at depot, 420 bushels. Weight received at Stonebridge, 110. Pell's face went gray. Convoy 12, routed to Millbank, signed by Venice. Escort roster, 12 men. Depot log, 12 men issued rations. Village elder testimony, 4 men arrived with the grain. Venice laughed. It was a quiet sound, almost warm, and it made the hairs on the back of Sunderland's neck stand up. "Clever boy," Venice said. "You have been busy. Secure them." Hask moved forward. 2 of the compound guards stepped in front of him, hands on their swords. "Hold." Sunderland's voice cracked through the compound like a lash. "Every man in this compound who lays a hand on an officer of this legion will be tried for mutiny. You will stand down, or you will die with your captain's name on your lips and no honor to carry it." The guards hesitated. Venice watched them. Behind Sunderland, the camp was stirring. Men were gathering at the edges of the compound, drawn by the raised voices on the lantern light. The 3rd Supply Company men were forming a loose line, their faces hard, their hands on their weapons. It was about to break. "Luke!" Sunderland did not look away from Venice. "Read the next name." Luke's voice rang out. "Supply Captain Halvrin, signed for 3 convoys routed to Eastwood. All 3 convoys recorded as delivered. Village elder testimony. No grain arrived. Halvrin's signature does not match any of his other documents." Venice's smile did not waver. "That is because Halvrin has been dead for 6 months. The compound went still. "His signature," Venice said, "has been very useful." Sunderland felt the weight of it settled across his shoulders. A dead officer, a signature still in use, a network that stretched deeper than he had imagined. "You are coming with me," he said. Venice shrugged. The irons were brought. The 3rd Supply Company men did not intervene. They watched Sunderland's face, watched Hask's steady hands, watched Lute standing with his tallies like a shield, and they did nothing. But as the irons closed around Venice's wrists, he turned his head and looked directly at Sunderland. "You think this is the blow," he said. "You think you have cut the head from the snake." Sunderland said nothing, then smiled again, that quiet, almost warm smile that did not belong on a man in chains. "The real packets reached Vossbridge this morning, before you even gave the order." He turned his head and spat. "The next spark is already waiting." Chapter 45. The foundry hall smelled of smoke, wet wool, and the thin metallic tang of fear. Maelis stood at the iron table with the carter's manifest spread before her. The ink blurred at one edge, where snow had melted from her coat and bled into the paper. She had not taken the coat off. The cold had settled into her bones during the walk back from the gate, and she was not sure she would feel warm again until spring. The Guild Seal woman. A river warehouse. Chests marked for destruction. She traced the manifest's margin with her maimed left hand, the 2 fingers that never closed properly dragging over the word destroy, like a splinter she could not stop pressing. "You cannot do this alone." Eamon Fell stood in the doorway, his coat still crusted with ice, his face the color of mortar that had frozen and cracked. "You can. You will. But you cannot do it without them." He gestured with his chin toward the hall behind him, where the charter witnesses were gathered in the cold. Vela Oren, Marta Kell, Brother Ines, Tavia, and the 6 others who had pressed their marks into the wax at dawn. "The city knows we signed," Eamon said. They do not know we are still here. If you give orders from behind a closed door while the witnesses vanish into their workshops and kitchens, the rumor will spread that you forged the signatures and locked us in a cellar." Maelis looked at him. "You want to watch me give orders that may kill you? I want the city to see that the people who signed your charter watched you make the decisions and did not flinch. If we flinch, the charter is paper. If we stand in the room while you put our names to blood, it becomes law." She held his gaze for a long moment. Then she pulled the manifest from the table and folded it into her coat. "Call them in." They came in silence. Vella Oren walked with her arms crossed, her miller's hands rough and red from the cold. Marta Kell had her patched coat pulled tight, her sharp face set in the geometry of someone who had stopped hoping for comfort and wanted only truth. Brother Inés carried his burial ledger under one arm, the charter pressed between its pages like a bookmark for the dead. Tevye came last, her boots leaving wet prints on the stone, her hand never straying far from the knife at her belt. They arranged themselves around the iron table. No one sat. Maelis planted her palms on the surface and leaned forward. "Palk has operatives inside the walls. They came in with the refugees, hidden in a grain wagon. I do not know how many. I do not know their target, but I know they did not come here to burn a single storehouse." She paused. "And I know a woman with a guild seal signed for his chests at a river warehouse 6 weeks before the governor fled. She is still in this city. She has been here the whole time." The room was silent. "Between now and midnight, I am going to find her. I am going to find the chests, and I am going to burn every piece of paper Palk thinks he has hidden in this city before his next packet arrives." Eamon opened his mouth. "I am not asking permission," Maelis said. "I am telling you what the charter requires of you. You are witnesses. You watch. You remember. And when this is over, you testify that the choices made in this room were made in daylight, not in shadow." Vella uncrossed her arms. "And if we disagree with the choices, then you say so. Now, before the next move is made." Vella looked at Marta. Marta looked at the table. No one spoke. "Good," Maelis said. She turned to Tevye. "The guild seal woman. The carter said he saw her inside Vossbridge. He knows her face. Take him through every district, every guild hall, every warehouse. Do not let him sleep until he points her out." Tevye nodded. "And if he points at someone with a knife at my back? Then you decide whether the name is worth dying for." Tevye's jaw tightened. She held Maelis's gaze for a moment longer than necessary, then turned and walked out. Maelis looked at Brother Enos. "The packets Venus mentioned, they arrived this morning. Someone in this city received them. I need to know who, where, and what they contain before Palk's next spark catches." Enos set his ledger on the table. "I will begin with the courier stations and the guild dispatch logs. If the packets came through official channels, there will be a receipt. And if they did not, then I will find the man who carried them and ask him before he has time to remember he should lie." He left without waiting for dismissal. Maelis turned to the others. "You stand here and watch. That is all I ask. When the sun rises tomorrow, you will know exactly what kind of ruler I am." Eamon's voice was quiet. "We already know. We are waiting to see if that is still true at sunset." The door slammed open. A militia runner stood in the gap, his face white, his breath coming in heaving gasps that fogged the air in front of him. "Engineer, the Weavers' District, fire!" Maelis's hand went to the manifest in her coat. "Where?" "The warehouse lane, the one with no city record. Someone torched it 30 minutes ago." The room went cold. Maelis did not wait for the runner to finish. She was already moving, her boots striking the stone floor in a rhythm that matched the pulse in her throat. She was too late. The chests were burning. The evidence was ash, and the guild seal woman was still inside the walls, watching her run. Chapter 46. Caldermere met her at the corner of the tanner's lane, his coat collar pulled high, his breath misting in the cold. He looked like a man who had crawled out of the infirmary window and walked straight into a debt collector's ambush. Tevye stopped. "You should be in bed." "I should be dead." He fell into step beside her, matching her pace toward the weaver's quarter where smoke still rose against the darkening sky. Jaskin's knife missed my kidney by the width of a thumbnail. Sister Oda said if I moved before dawn, she would sew me to the mattress. And yet, he repeated. The carter you are about to drag through 9 districts has a memory for faces but no eye for maps. He knows the woman. He does not know where she sleeps. You will walk him past every guild hall and warehouse in Vossbridge, and he will point at the wrong door because he remembers her coat, not the street. Tavier's jaw tightened. You have a better idea. I have a map. He pulled the folded sheet from inside his coat, grimy at the creases, marked with ink and charcoal. Imperial tax exemption rolls from the year the river clans last tested the walls. Any warehouse operating without city record had to be carried under Imperial exemption, or guild immunity. There are only 7 parcels in Vossbridge that fit. He held it out. Tavia took it. The map was old, hand-drawn. The ink faded to brown. 7 lots were circled in charcoal, all of them along the river, all of them outside the official warehouse districts. Which one? The carter said the warehouse had no sign and no city record. He said it was downstream from the Weaver's Quarter. That narrows it to 3. Calder pointed at the southernmost circle. This one sits on a flood easement the Empire granted to a shell company 30 years ago. The company dissolved. The property did not revert to the city because the paperwork was never filed. And you know this because you tried to buy it. I tried to lease it. He said it without shame. The owner never responded. I assumed it was abandoned. Tavia looked at the map, then at the smoke rising from the Weaver's district. The chests are burning. If Palk kept anything at this warehouse, it is already ash. Palk did not keep anything at the warehouse, Calder said. The chests passed through the warehouse. The carter hauled them there 6 weeks ago. But a man like Palk does not use a single storage point without leaving traces. Tax exemptions, creditor marks, payment schedules. If the warehouse was built under Imperial exemption, the records of that exemption were filed somewhere. And if Palk's people used it for 6 weeks, they left something behind. Paper. Paper that proves the warehouse existed before tonight. Paper that ties Palk to the property. Paper that might name the guild seal woman as the signatory on a leash she thought was invisible. Tavia folded the map. If this is wrong, I am wasting the night while the real trail goes cold. If it is right, you find Palk's paper spine before the fire crews finish drowning the Weaver's Quarter. She looked at the carter, still waiting by the granary steps, his hands shoved into his pockets, his eyes on the smoke. Come on. They moved fast, Calder limping beside her, his breath coming in short pulls that cost him more than he showed. The map led them through alleys Tavia knew only from militia patrols, past shuttered workshops and empty fish stalls, down a slope of packed snow that ended at the river's edge. The warehouse stood 3 stories high, black stone at the base, timber above, roof sagging in the middle. No sign, no number, no lock on the door. Unlocked, Tavia said. Someone already opened it. She drew her knife and pushed the door with her shoulder. The interior smelled of cold stone, dry wood, and something else. Lamp oil, recently burned. A single lantern hung from a beam near the back wall, still smoking. The floor was clean. No chests, no crates, no barrels. Tavia stepped inside, Calder behind her. The space was vast and empty, the footprints in the dust too recent to be more than a few hours old. They swept it, she said. Calder did not answer. He was staring at the far wall. There, scratched into the stone at head height, was a symbol. A circle with a line through it. Palk's mark. And beneath it, a second symbol Tavia did not recognize. A triangle with a hook at the apex, 3 dots inside. That is a creditor house mark, Calder said quietly. The kind used by Imperial factors to stamp collateral deeds before the collapse. Whoever signed for those chests was not just a guild seal woman. She was a registered agent of the Imperial credit system. He ran his fingers over the marks. This is not a warehouse. This was a transfer point. Palk moved goods through here, but he also moved paper. Debt seals, district liens, payment schedules. Tavia turned in a slow circle. There is nothing here. There is a floor. She looked down. The flagstones were uneven. One near the center was darker than the others, stained with something that had soaked into the porous stone. Not water. Tavia knelt and pressed her palm to it. Oil. Lamp oil. Spilled recently enough to still have a faint scent. She pulled at the edge of the stone. It shifted. Calder dropped beside her, his injured ribs drawing a sharp breath, and together they pried the stone up. Beneath it was a hollow, shallow, lined with oilcloth, and inside the hollow, a leather-bound folio, the size of a ledger tied with a black cord. Tavia lifted it out and set it on the warehouse floor. Her hands were steady. Her voice was not. "Tell me this is the evidence." Calder untied the cord with hands that shook from pain or cold or both. The first page was a list. Names, dates, amounts in silver and grain. 4 columns, each headed with a district name. The Weavers' Quarter, the Chandlers' District, the Poor Quarter, the Miller's Lane. Beside each name, a debt figure. And beside each debt figure, a payment schedule. The last column was titled Delivery Method. Calder turned the page. His face went gray. "It is not a debt ledger." "What is it?" "It is a payment schedule for a massacre." He pointed at the third page. The refugees were not the trap. They were the excuse. This ledger lists every armed unit Polk paid to move into Vossbridge over the past 3 weeks. It names the operatives who came through the grain wagon. It names the woman who opened the postern. It names the fire teams. He looked up. And it has a date, tomorrow morning. Simultaneous attacks on every district council meeting, the foundry hall, and the infirmary, coordinated with a signal from the river gate. Tavia's hand went to her knife. "That is tomorrow. That is dawn." Footsteps sounded above them, heavy, deliberate, moving across the upper floor. Tavia looked up. Dust sifted from between the roof beams. Someone was up there. Someone who had been there the whole time. Calder closed the folio and pressed it into her hands. "Run." She did not run. She stood, drew her knife, and moved toward the staircase at the far end of the warehouse, her boots silent on the frozen stone. The footsteps stopped. The warehouse went quiet. And then a voice, low and female, came from the darkness above. "I was wondering how long it would take you to find me." Tink. Chapter 47. The river gate stood open when the runner found her. Maelis turned from the foundry hall steps where she had been staring toward the smoke rising from the weavers' district, her maimed hand pressed flat against the stone. "Barges," the runner said, bent double, lungs heaving. 3 of them, coming through the ice channel under the south bluff. She did not ask whose. The river clans ran those channels, and only one clan chieftain had reason to bring barges through winter choke ice at this hour. Civic Bellin. She walked before the runner finished straightening. The path down to the river gate was slick with refrozen slush, the stone steps worn smooth by decades of mooring lines and cargo hooks. Maelis took them fast, her boots finding the edges where the ice had not yet formed. Behind her, 2 militia runners fell in without being ordered. The under-iced moorings lay beneath the south bluff, where the river narrowed and the current slowed enough for winter craft to tie up against the submerged stone. 3 barges sat low in the black water, their hulls crusted with frost, their decks stacked with barrels and oilcloth-wrapped bundles. Fish. She could smell it even from the quay. Saltfish, stacked in brine barrels, packed with coarse salt and pressed fern, enough to stretch the rations by days, maybe a week, if Ionis measured carefully. Civic stood at the bow of the lead barge, his scarred face half lit by the lantern swinging from the mooring post. He wore a coat made from something that had once been alive and dangerous, and he did not step onto the quay. He waited. Maelis stopped at the edge of the stone and met his eyes. "You came early." "The ice does not wait for convenience," Civic said, "and I do not send fish to a city that may not exist tomorrow." He gestured, and one of the barge crew rolled a barrel to the edge of the deck. Civic cracked the lid with a hand axe and scooped a handful of pale flesh from the brine. He held it out. "Taste." Maelis took the fish. It was cold, salt-bitter, and firm. Good cure. Properly packed. "Your compact holds," she said. "The monument is down. The proclamation stands." "I know," My scouts watched the stone fall. Then why are you still on the barge? Civic looked past her, toward the smoke rising from the weaver's quarter, toward the distant ridge where Sunderland's legion had been seen moving through the frozen morning. Because barges burn, he said quietly. Maelis went still. Say that again. Your fire teams did not only target administrative buildings. Civic's voice was flat, controlled, the voice of a man who had already decided what he would do but had not yet named his price. They had orders for the riverfront. The ledger you found in the warehouse lists clan moorings as secondary targets. They meant to burn my barges and blame your militia for breaking the compact. The cold settled deeper than the winter air. How do you know that? Because one of your people found the ledger. Civic stepped onto the quay at last, his boots landing hard on the frozen stone. A woman with a militia badge and a man with stitched ribs brought it to the ice road an hour ago. They sent a runner ahead. Tavia called her. They had gotten out. Maelis kept her face still, but her hand tightened against her thigh. The ledger is secure? It is on my barge. Civic met her eyes, along with the woman and the injured man. They are alive. They will remain alive, provided we reach an understanding. The silence stretched. Name your terms, Maelis said. Civic did not blink. You will reaffirm the tax concessions. Publicly. We are lost, and we can stop up all the wish the substanging, for some, shall to many. A sigh of engagement browsed super appearly expected. The difference, it is always wenting this of a risk. To intense to the fruits courageous end remained a son of beautifully Orion and latest Sunter. The silence stretched. Name your terms, Maelis said. Civic did not blink. You will reaffirm the tax concessions. Publicly, before the city and before the legion that watches from the ridge. You will stand on the south bluff where the monument once stood and say, in both tongues, that the river clans are not subjects of Vossbridge, that the compact is not charity, that the fish and the passage and the fighters I brought are payment for what is already ours, not a loan you will repay when you have the strength to take it back. He stepped closer. And you will say it before I commit my fighters to your walls, because if I put clan blood on your stone and your people decide after winter that the compact was convenience, I will have no way to make you keep your word except war, and I do not want to fight a city I helped feed. Maelis looked at him for a long moment. Then she turned and walked toward the bluff stairs. Bring the ledger, she said over her shoulder, and bring the barge crews. If they are going to fight beside us, they should hear the words themselves. The climb to the south bluff took 7 minutes. By the time Maelis reached the top, the wind had shifted, carrying the smoke from the weaver's quarter across the river like a gray banner. The space where the monument had stood was bare stone, scarred by pry bars and sledges, the base still showing the outline of what had been pried away. Snow had begun to fill the gaps. Behind her, the city watched. Below her, the river clans watched. And somewhere beyond the ridge, Sunderland's legion watched. Civic climbed the last steps with 4 of his fighters at his back. Tavia and Calder followed. Calder's face the color of tallow, one hand pressed against his ribs, the folio tucked under Tavia's arm. Maelis faced the river. I am Maelis Dorn, she said, her voice carrying over the frozen air. Engineer of Vossbridge, signatory to the Civic Compact. The Empire's tax claims on river clan lands and waters are void. They have been void since the day the monument fell. They will remain void for as long as this city stands. She turned to face the barge crews. The fish on those decks are not charity. The fighters who came with them are not mercenaries. The compact is not a loan. It is a binding agreement between equals, and I will defend it with the same force I would use to defend these walls. She held Civic's eyes. Say the words in your tongue. Civic stepped forward and spoke in the river clan language, his voice deep and steady, carrying the same promise across the water. When he finished, he looked at Maelis and nodded once. Then the signal came. A flare, burning white, rising from the river gate. Maelis turned. The barge crews were already moving, their fighters fanning across the quay, their weapons drawn. But the flare had not come from them. It had come from the gate itself. And in the light of the flare, she saw the women standing on the wall above the moorings, the Guild Seal women, watching her. The dawn attack was not waiting until dawn. It was already in motion. Chapter 48. The flame came from the west end of the Weavers' Quarter Lane, where the old rope works had stood empty since the Empire stopped buying naval cordage. A single window, blown outward. Then the tarred rope inside caught, and the fire ran along the rafters like a living thing hunting for more. Uldra felt the heat before she saw it. She had been standing at the alley mouth where the granary steps opened onto the district, her apron still wet from the refugee triage, her hands raw from lifting children out of carts. The first crack of glass turned her head. The second sound, a wet, sucking inhalation, as the flames found the sled grease stacked against the workshop wall, told her everything she needed to know. This was not an accident. The burn pattern was too fast, too deliberate. The fire had been laid, not sparked. Someone had opened a packet of lamp oil or pitch in the dry goods and lit a fuse that gave them enough time to clear the street before the first shout went up. It started running. The lane was narrow, walled on both sides by timber workshops and storage sheds that had been built too close together during the Empire's last building season, when no one believed the frontier would ever need fire breaks. Snow had packed against the foundations, but the roofs were dry, and the tarred rope in the rope works was burning like a beacon. A militia runner passed her going the other way, his face lit orange by the growing glow. "Get the ward crew," Oda shouted. "The cistern sigil. Tell them to flood the lane before the fire jumps the gap." The runner kept going, but she did not see him turn toward the cistern. She reached the corner where the lane bent east and stopped. The fire had already jumped. A shed full of sled runners and harness grease was burning on both sides, and the flames were licking at the eaves of the next building, a chandler's shop with a store of tallow that would burn for hours once it caught. The heat pressed against her face like a hand. Then she heard the child, high and thin, cutting through the roar of the flames, a scream that was more terror than pain, but the terror would not last long. Uldra dropped her medical satchel and ran toward the sound. The ration cart lay on its side where the lane narrowed, its axle snapped, its cargo of flour sacks spilled across the cobbles and already catching. The horses had been cut free, their traces dangling. Behind the cart, pressed against the wall of a cooperator's workshop, children huddled together. The oldest looked maybe 9. The youngest was small enough to be carried. The cart was between them and the open lane, and the fire was moving along the rooftops above them, dropping burning splinters into the snow. Uldra looked for the cistern. It stood at the far end of the lane, a stone basin fed by a ward sigil cut into the bedrock below the district. The sigil was supposed to keep the water liquid through winter, drawing on the same circuit that warmed the granary walls. She had seen it working the day before, a thin film of ice over dark water, still usable. Now the ice was thick. Too thick. The sigil had failed, or someone had overloaded it, drawn too much heat from the circuit elsewhere, left the cistern to freeze solid while the wards tried to hold something more urgent. The water below the ice was dead, sealed under a cap that would take an hour to break with picks. The fire did not have an hour. Uldra looked at the children, then at the burning cart, then at the nearest roof, where the flames were already spreading toward the coper's workshop. She grabbed the oldest child by the shoulder and pulled her away from the wall. "Cover your mouth," she said. "Both of you, use your sleeves." The youngest was crying, her face buried in the older girl's coat. The third child, a boy of 6 or 7, was staring at the fire with the blank expression of someone whose mind had already left. Uldra turned back toward the cart. The flour sacks were burning now, the spilled grain feeding the flames. The heat was intense enough to blister skin at arm's length. But the cart itself was still intact, and if she could shift it, or break it, or find a gap beneath it, a beam fell from the ropeworks roof, landing across the lane behind her, cutting off the way back. The fire was closing in from both sides now, and the cistern was frozen solid. Uldra looked at the children, at the flames, at the frozen water that should have saved them. Then she heard footsteps, fast and heavy, coming from the direction of the river gate. She turned. Figures were moving through the smoke. Not militia, not ward crews, moving with the same deliberate speed the fire had shown. Chapter 49. The rumor traveled faster than a man could run. By the time Sunderland reached his tent, the camp had already begun to shift. Men stood in clusters between the supply wagons, their breath fogging the frozen air, their voices low and sharp. They did not disperse when he passed. They watched. Luke walked at his shoulder, the copied route tallies still clutched in his hand, his face pale from more than cold. "They are saying the arrests proved the Legion was never coming to save the city," Luke said, "that the whole campaign was a cover for theft, that Vence was following orders from command." Sunderland kept walking. "Who started it?" "I do not know, but it is in every fire circle." The standard-bearer caught up to them at the tent entrance, a young corporal named Riven, who had carried the Legion banner for 3 winters and never once let it touch the ground. His face was drawn. "Sir, the 7th cohort is forming at the east picket line." Sunderland stopped. He turned and looked past the supply compound toward the eastern edge of the camp, where the road ran down toward Vossbridge. There was movement there, men in ranks, horses being saddled. "On whose authority?" he said. "No one, sir. They are acting without orders. The talk is that if command cannot be trusted, then the soldiers must decide what is right." Luke's stepped closer. "They will march on the city. They will cross into bash shot of the walls, and Palk's people inside will have their provocation." Sunderland was already walking. He did not call for his guard. He did not send runners to alert the other cohorts. He walked straight through the center of the camp, past the cookfires and the picket lines, and the clusters of men who fell silent as he passed. Luke's followed. The standard-bearer followed. No one else. The 7th cohort had assembled at the east picket line in full gear. 200 men, maybe more, formed in loose ranks with their officers at the front. Captain Yarrow stood at their head, a veteran with a scarred cheek and eyes that had seen too many winters to be easily moved. He saw Sunderland coming and did not order his men to stand easy. Sunderland stopped 10 paces from the front rank. "Captain Yarrow, explain your formation." Yarrow met his gaze. "The men have heard rumors, sir. They want to know if the Legion still means what it swore." "Then you ask me. You do not arm for a march without orders." "With respect, sir, we have seen what happens when orders come from compromised men. Venice and Pell were not alone. The men want to know who else in command was taking coin to starve the frontier." Sunderland did not raise his voice. "You want to march on Vossbridge," he said. "You want to take the city before the usurper can fortify it. You want to prove that the Legion is still the law." Yarrow said nothing. "That is exactly what Severin Palk wants you to do." A murmur moved through the ranks. Not disagreement, uncertainty. Sunderland took another step forward. "Palk burned the eastern villages. He drove the refugees to Vossbridge's gate. He dressed his killers in Legion coats and sent them to slaughter civilians so that you would be blamed. He wants you to march on that city. He wants the battle. Because when the smoke clears, he will own the debts of the survivors on both sides." He stopped in front of Yarrow, close enough to see the old scar tissue pulling at the captain's cheek. "I have arrested 2 of his men in my own supply chain. I have proof that the grain theft was engineered. I am standing here without a guard, telling you that the Legion has been used." Yarrow's jaw tightened. If we believe you, then you stand down and let me finish the work. And if we do not?" Sunderland looked past him at the men in the ranks. Young faces, old faces, men who had followed him through 3 campaigns and never once broken formation. "I will not fight you," he said, "but I will stand in your path until you decide whether you are still soldiers of the Legion or whether you have become Palk's hired blades." The silence stretched. Then a voice called from the rear of the formation. "Then you will die standing, sir." Sunderland turned. A line of crossbows had risen from the back ranks. 20 men, maybe more, their weapons leveled at him. The men holding them did not wear the same insignia as the 7th cohort. Their coats were too clean, their boots too new. Luke grabbed Sunderland's arm. "Sir, they are his. They have been waiting." The crossbow line did not waver, and behind them, from the direction of the Vossbridge road, a white flare climbed into the frozen sky. Chapter 50. Gray smoke still rose from the warehouse lane when Tevia reached the corner. The fire crews had pulled back to the cistern, working the hand pumps on a building already too far gone, and the glow of embers painted the snow orange. She found Calder pressed against a quapper's wall, one hand clamped over his stitched ribs, his breath coming in short white bursts. "You should be on the barge," she said. I should be dead. He nodded past her at the burning building. But I left something under that floor. The folio is already with Civic. Not the folio, the vault. She grabbed his arm and pulled him deeper into the alley, away from the fire crews. There was no vault. I was standing on those flagstones. You were standing over it. He winced, adjusted his grip on his ribs. The stones we pried up, the ones with the lamp oil, they were not the hiding place. They were the marker. Marker for what? The real cache, the one you do not leave in a leather folder on a dead drop. He looked at the burning building. Under the hearth, stone foundations, iron door, fireproof. I should have known the moment I saw the lady's mark. Tavia followed his gaze. The warehouse was fully involved now, flames licking from every upper window, the roof sagging in the middle. You want to go back in? I want the names she was protecting. A timber collapsed inside, sending a shower of sparks across the lane. The fire crews shouted, pulling the hoses back. No one was looking at the alley. Tavia made the calculation in the time it took the next ember to land. Where is the cellar entrance? Calder pointed at a rusted grate set into the ground near the Kapoor's wall, half hidden under a pile of broken crates. The smoke will be thick, but the fire has not reached the foundation yet. We have maybe 10 minutes before the upper floor falls through. She was already moving, hauling the crates aside. The grate was bolted, the iron cold, the lock old and crusted with frost. She drew her belt knife and worked the blade under the hasp, feeling for the weakness. Calder crouched beside her, breathing hard. The lady knew we found the folio. She will know we found nothing useful in it without the vault. She will know we are coming back. Then we go fast. The hasp gave with a screech of rusted iron. Tavia lifted the grate, and the smell of damp stone and something older rolled up from below. She dropped into the dark without waiting, landing on packed earth, her boots sinking slightly. Calder followed, grunting as his ribs took the impact. The cellar was smaller than she expected, a low, vaulted chamber braced with timber pillars. The ceiling was stone, the walls the same black river rock the city was built on, and at the far end, set into the hearth foundation, a square iron door no bigger than her shoulders. No lock, Calder said, his voice tight with effort. The lady did not believe in locks. She believed in being the only one who knew where the door was. Tavia crossed to it, pressed her hand against the cold iron. The hinges were greased, the handle worn smooth by use. She pulled. The door swung open without resistance. Inside, the vault was lined with oilcloth and packed with paper. Ledgers, bundles of letters, folded maps sealed with wax. But at the front, laid out separately, a stack of single-page pledges, each one signed, each one promising something specific in exchange for the partition of Vossbridge after collapse. Tavia lifted the first one. Imperial Factor Jaren Kell, 3rd Credit House, in return for exclusive grain rights to the eastern river parcels after settlement. She set it down, picked up another. Guildmaster Heston Veller, Tanners Association, in return for exemption from all reconstruction levies and retention of current district boundaries. Another. Broker Marit Tev, Rivergate Warehousing, in return for sole storage rights to the Southern Granary Annex. Her hands were shaking, not from cold. Calder moved past her, scanning the signatures with the speed of a man who had spent his life reading names and calculating their value. He stopped at the bottom of the stack, pulled a single sheet free, and went still. Tavia saw his face change. "Who is it?" He did not answer. He held the paper so the candlelight from the cellar caught the signature at the bottom. Fresh ink, no more than a few days old. Tavia read the name. Then she understood why Calder had not moved. Footsteps sounded above them, heavy, deliberate, coming from the warehouse floor, directly over their heads. Calder's eyes met hers. The fire was still burning. The building could collapse any moment, and the name on that paper meant someone in Maelis's council had already signed away the city before the attack even began. Tavia looked at the vault, at the paper in Calder's hand, at the ceiling where the footsteps were stopping. She had seconds to decide, drag him out or take the evidence. Chapter 51. The frozen quay stank of fish and wet wool and the iron tang of old blood. Maelis stood at the water's edge with the Civic compact seal in her maimed hand, the silver cold enough to stick to her palm. Behind her, the river gate stood open, and beyond it, the ice road gleamed under a low, gray sky. Civic's fighters had already spread along the south bluff, their coats dark against the snow, their weapons catching the dull light like teeth. The crowd on the quay was thin but watchful. District elders, a handful of guild clerks, a cluster of militia who had not yet been assigned to posts. And farther back, at the edge of the wharf where the timber sheds blocked the wind, 3 men in legion colors stood with their arms crossed and their faces unreadable. Sunderland's scouts, watching. Civic stepped onto the quay beside her, his boots crunching on the frozen gravel. The scar that ran from his temple into his beard was livid in the cold, and his breath came in white plumes as he looked at the seal in her hand. "You do not need to do this twice," he said. "The first declaration was enough." "The first declaration was on the bluff," Maelis said. "That was for the clans and the legion. This is for the city." She turned to face the gathered crowd. The wind cut across the river, carrying the smell of smoke from the weavers' quarter, where the fires were still burning. "The Civic Compact recognizes the river clans as sovereign partners in the defense and governance of Vossbridge," she said. Her voice carried, flat and clear, the voice of someone reading the terms of a contract. "All imperial tax claims on clan-held water rights are surrendered effective immediately. The monument on the South Bluff will remain dismantled, and no stone of it will be raised again in any form." A murmur ran through the crowd. One of the district elders, a woman with a face like weathered stone, shook her head slowly. "In exchange," Maelis continued, "the clans will provide winter passage on the ice roads, access to the river channel under the South Bluff, and a standing commitment of no fewer than 100 fighters for the defense of the city. The terms are binding until the spring thaw, after which they will be renegotiated in good faith." She lifted the seal, pressed it into the wax on the document Civic held, and stepped back. Civic nodded once, then raised his hand. From the bluff above, a horn sounded. Long and low, the clan call. Answering horns echoed from the ice road, from the barges moored at the far bank, from the frozen marshes beyond. The crowd was silent. Maelis looked at them, at the guild clerks with their ledgers, at the militia with their uncertain grips on their spears, at the district elder shaking her head. She saw the calculation behind their eyes. They understood what she had just done. She had traded an empire's claim for a winter's survival. She had made the price of saltfish the surrender of pride. Let them calculate. The dead did not care about pride. She turned from the crowd and walked toward the gate. Civic fell in beside her, his stride measured, his hand resting on the hilt of his belt knife. "Your people will not all accept this," he said quietly. "They will accept it, or they will starve." "That is not acceptance. That is fear." Maelis stopped. She looked at him, at the scar that marked his face, at the cold patience in his eyes. "Fear is what starts the work," she said. "Trust is what finishes it. I'm not asking them to love me. I'm asking them to survive long enough to learn that I kept my word." Civic studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded, a single slow inclination of his head. "The ice road is open," he said. "My fighters will hold the South Bluff and the river gate. Your militia must hold the walls." "They will." "And the woman on the wall?" Maelis felt the name like a splinter under her skin. The guild seal woman, the one who had signed for Palk's chests, the one who had stood on the wall above the moorings as the white flare rose. "I am going to find her," Maelis said. A commotion at the edge of the quay. A runner, one of Civic's scouts, pushing through the knot of militia. His coat was dark with blood, and his face was the color of wet ash. He stumbled to Civic and spoke in the river tongue, fast and low. Civic's face did not change, but his hand tightened on his knife. Maelis stepped closer. "What is it?" Civic looked at her. The scar seemed darker, the lines around his mouth deeper. "Palk," he said. "He is moving toward the warehouse district, with 40 men and a wagon of lamp oil." The words landed like a blow. Maelis turned and looked at the smoke rising from the weaver's quarter. The fires there were still burning. The warehouse district was where the vault was, where the evidence was, where Tavia and Calder were. She was already running. Chapter 52. The first crossbow bolt skipped off the frozen ground 6 paces from Sunderland's boot. He did not flinch. The second bolt buried itself in the mud between 2 kneeling archers of the 7th cohort. A warning, a measure. Whoever commanded the infiltrators wanted him alive long enough to see them take the field. Sunderland looked past the line of clean-coated crossbowmen to the faces of the cohort behind them. 200 men in full gear. Men he had led through 3 campaigns. Men who had watched him bleed in the same mud they now stood on. "You are being used," he said. His voice carried flat and hard, the voice of a man who had stopped pleading the moment the crossbows rose. Severin Palk burned the eastern villages. He drove the refugees toward Vossbridge. He dressed killers in your coat so the city would remember the Legion as butchers. And now he has men standing in your ranks, aiming at your general, so that if you march on that gate, you march under his command, not mine. A murmur ran through the cohort. Faces turned, men looking at the men beside them, measuring the boots, the coats, the new leather. Captain Yarrow stood at the front of the formation, his scarred cheek livid in the cold. He had not drawn his sword. He had not ordered his men to stand easy. But he had not stepped aside either. "You want names," Sunderland said. "I will give you names." He took a step forward. The crossbowmen did not fire. The nearest had a young face, too young for the lines around his eyes, and his hands were steady on the stock. "Supply Captain Vance," Sunderland said. "Arrested yesterday. Quartermaster Pell, arrested with him. Both were taking coin to divert grain from the convoys. Both were signing dead men's names to authorize the theft, and both were following orders from officers in this camp who believed the Empire would never look past the frontier to ask where the bread went." He took another step. The crossbowman with the young face tracked him but did not squeeze. "Captain Halvoran has been dead for 6 months, Sunderland said. His signature was still being used until last week. Someone in this cohort knows whose hand held the pen." A shift in the ranks. A man at the rear edge of the formation, a captain with a lieutenant's coat and a quartermaster's build, began to move sideways, away from the line. Sunderland saw it. The crossbowmen saw it. The cohort saw it. "Run," Sunderland said, "and every man here will know you were the one." The captain froze. His name was Oral. He had served in the supply chain for 8 years, quiet, efficient, overlooked by everyone who did not need a forged manifest. Sunderland had barely recalled his face until Luke had placed his initials on 3 of the diverted convoy receipts. Oral's hand went to his belt, not for a weapon, for a flare tube. Sunderland was already moving, but the cohort was between them, and the crossbowmen were tracking him, and Oral had the tube raised before any of them could close the distance. The flare went up, white, burning against the iron sky, climbing in a long, clean arc toward the Vossbridge road. The same flare that had risen from the river gate, the same flare that had answered from the 7th cohort's position, the same signal that the financiers' packets had described in careful charcoal marks on folded dispatch paper. Luke Marrow stepped out from behind Sunderland's shoulder, his face the color of wet ash. "That matches," he said. His voice was barely a whisper. "The packets, the marks in the margin. A white flare for coordinated assault, 2 for withdrawal, 3 for—" He stopped. "For what?" Sunderland said. "For the signal that the city has fallen." The crossbowmen were wavering. The cohort was no longer watching Sunderland. They were watching Oral, who stood with the spent tube still in his hand, his face white, his escape plan collapsed. "He just signaled the attack," Luke said. "They were waiting for the flare from this camp. The city will see it and think the Legion is marching." Sunderland turned back to the cohort. The crossbowmen had not lowered their weapons, but their aim had shifted. They were no longer pointing at him. They were pointing at Oral. Yarrow drew his sword. The sound of steel leaving the scabbard cut through the frozen air like a bell. "7th cohort," Yarrow said. His voice was raw, scraped clean of certainty. "Stand down." The order hung in the air. 200 men. A line of crossbowmen with clean coats and new boots. Captain who had just loosed a signal flare that would tell every agent inside Vossbridge that the Legion was coming. No one moved. Then the crossbowman with the young face lowered his weapon. The stock hit the frozen ground with a dull thud. He stepped aside, and the man behind him stepped with him, and the line of infiltrators broke like a thawed wall. Men dropping their weapons, men turning to run, men finding themselves surrounded by the very soldiers they had been sent to command. Oral bolted. He made it 3 strides before Yarrow's sword caught him across the back of the knees. He went down in the mud, and the cohort closed around him like a fist. Sunderland stood in the center of the chaos, watching the white flare burn toward the horizon. The city would see it. Maelis would see it. And somewhere in the warehouse district, Severin Pauk was already moving with 40 men and a wagon of lamp oil, believing the signal meant the Legion was marching to finish what he started. Luke appeared at Sunderland's side, his hands shaking. "General," he said. "The packets, the marks, they have a second signal." Sunderland turned. "What second signal?" Luke's face was gray. "If the flare is white and the city does not burn within the hour, the financier above Pauk will know the attack failed. He will cross the river before midnight. He will come to finish the ledger himself." Sunderland looked at the smoke rising from Vossbridge's weaver's quarter. At the white trail fading in the sky, at the captured crossbowmen being dragged to their knees by men who had been ready to mutiny 5 minutes ago. "Then we have an hour," he said. "Move the cohort toward the river gate. Hold the eastern road. No one crosses the ice without my seal." He turned from the camp and began walking toward the city. Luke followed. "General," Luke said, "the financier, he is already on this side of the river. My contact in the dispatch office said he crossed at dawn." Sunderland stopped. "He is here." "He is here," Luke said, "and he is not coming to watch." Chapter 53. Tavia's lungs burned before she reached the first intersection. Calder's weight dragged at her shoulder, his boots scraping cobblestone, one hand pressed against his ribs where the blood had begun to soak through his bandage again. The leather folio was wedged between them, pages shifting with every step, the fresh ink pledge folded inside her coat where she could feel it like a hot coal against her chest. "Left," Calder said. His voice was thin. "The foundry hall. Tell them before." "Stop talking." She pulled him around the corner and into the narrow service lane that got behind the chandler's row. The warehouse district was still burning behind them, smoke rolling low across the rooftops, but the streets ahead were empty. No militia, no fire crews, no one running toward the flames. That silence was worse than the fire. They reached the foundry hall's side entrance 3 minutes later. Talia kicked the door open and dragged Calder inside, into the heat of the furnace and the sudden weight of 15 pairs of eyes turning toward her. Maelis stood at the iron table. She was still in her river coat, frost crusted on the collar, her maimed hand pressed flat against a spread of maps. Beside her stood Brother Ines with his burial ledger closed. Eamon Fell was at the far end of the table, his arms crossed. Vela Oren and Marta Kell sat on the bench against the wall, and behind them, the 8 charter witnesses who had watched Maelis sign the Civic Compact. They all stared at Tavia, at Calder, at the blood and the smoke and the leather folio in her hands. "The vault," Tavia said. She crossed to the table and dropped the folio on the iron surface. "Under the warehouse hearth. We found the pledges." Maelis's eyes moved from Tavia's face to the folio, then to Calder, who had slumped against the doorframe with his hand still pressed to his ribs. "Get him to the bench," Maelis said. "Ines." Brother Ines was already moving. He took Calder by the arm and guided him to the bench, where Marta Kell shifted aside to make room. Calder's face was gray, but his eyes were fixed on the folio. "Read the bottom one," he said. His voice was barely a rasp. "The one with the fresh ink." Maelis opened the folio. She pulled out the stack of pledges, Jaren Kells, Heston Vellers, Marit Tevs, and set them aside. At the bottom, separate from the others, a single sheet of paper lay against the worn leather. The ink was still dark, fresh, signed no more than a few days ago. Maelis read the name. Her face did not change. That was worse than if it had. She set the sheet down flat on the table and turned it so the room could see. Eamon Fell stepped forward and read it. His jaw tightened. Vela Oren rose from her bench. Her hand went to her mouth. Marta Kell did not rise. She stared at the paper, and her face drained of color, because the name on the pledge was one she had broken bread with. one who had stood beside her at the charter signing. One of the 8 witnesses who had watched Maelis seal the Civic Compact and sworn to uphold it. N.R. Duval, district elder of the Weavers' Quarter. A man whose district was burning. A man who had sat in this very room 48 hours earlier and argued for the charter's passage on the grounds that emergency powers could not be trusted to one pair of hands. He was not in the room now. "Where is Duval?" Maelis said. No one answered. "Where is he?" "He left," Vela said. Her voice was hollow. "Just after the runner came about the river gate. He said he needed to check on his district." Maelis turned the pledge toward the furnace light. The signature was clean, steady, written by a hand that knew exactly what it was doing. "He signed for exclusive grain rights," she said. "After partition, after the city fell, he promised Palk access to the Weavers' Quarter cisterns, the warehouse lanes, and the ropeworks approach, in exchange for a guaranteed seat on the Provisional Council." The room was silent. "He fed Palk names," Tavia said. "Timings. The witness list. The moment we had the manifest. That is how the chests burned before we could reach them." Eamon's View's hands were white-knuckled on the edge of the table. "He stood beside me at the charter signing," he said. "He pressed for accountability. He swore he wanted the city to have a future." "He wanted a future with himself in it," Maelis said, "and he was willing to let the rest burn." The furnace popped. The sound was loud in the stillness. Then a voice came from the back of the room. "He is not the only one." Every head turned. The speaker was one of the younger charter witnesses, a district clerk named Farron, who had been standing at the rear wall with his arms crossed. His face was pale, but his voice did not shake. "Duval told me," he said, 3 days ago. He said the city would not survive winter, and that the only way to keep anything was to be on the winning side when the new order came. He asked if I wanted to sign." "And did you?" Maelis said. "No." Farron's hands were trembling. "But I did not tell anyone. I thought if I confronted him he would deny it, and I had no proof. I did not know there was proof until now." "You were afraid," Maelis said. "It was not an accusation." "Yes. Fear is useful," she said. "It keeps people alive. But fear of a single man is not worth a city." She turned back to the table. "We need to find Duval. He will know where Palk intends to strike next." "He already has struck," Calder said from the bench. His voice was barely audible. "Palk has 40 men with lamp oil in the warehouse district. He is burning every ledger he cannot carry." The room went still again. "The vault papers are safe," Maelis said. "We have the pledges. We have the proof." "That is not the only cache," Calder said. He coughed, and blood streaked his lip. "There are 2 more. One under the old account court. One in the rat killer's market cellar." Duval knew about all 3. If Palk burns them before we move, the paper trail dies with them. Maelis turned to Tavia. "Can you move?" "I can move. Take 6 militia. Go to the account court. If the ledgers are still there, bring them. If Palk's men are already inside, stop them." Tavia nodded. She was already turning toward the door. "And Tavia," Maelis said. Tavia stopped. "The financier crossed the river at dawn. Sunderland's scout confirmed it. If you see him, do not try to take him alone. He is not Palk. He is the hand that wrote Palk's orders." Tavia met her eyes. "Understood." She was out the door before anyone could speak again. Maelis turned back to the table. The fresh ink pledge was still lying in the light, and she picked it up and folded it into her coat. "Farron," she said, "you will come with me. When we find Duval, you will tell him to his face what he asked you to sign." Farron swallowed. "And then what?" Maelis did not answer. She was already moving toward the door, and the furnace light flickered behind her, and the room full of witnesses watched her go, each of them understanding that the purge had not yet begun, but that the first name was already written in the air. Chapter 54. Maelis moved through the smoke before the foundry hall doors finished swinging behind her. She knew these streets. She had built them. Every dead-end lane, every roof-accessible wall, every courtyard that could funnel men into a kill box shaped by load-bearing stone and a decade of her own measurements. Palk's fire teams had 40 minutes on her, but they did not have the map in her bones. Farron kept pace at her shoulder. 3 militia runners fanned ahead, each carrying a handful of ward chalk and a memorized route. Behind them came Olin, with 6 engineers carrying crowbars and the last of the lampstone dust from Halver's stores. "Postern Lane," Maelis said. "They will come through the Weaver's Quarter first. The timber there burns fastest, and the account court is 2 streets east of the ropeworks." "The witness said Duval left for his district," Olin said. "Duval left to open the approach. His district is the Weaver's Quarter. He knows every cistern, every cellar, every door that does not lock." She turned to the corner where the foundry hall's shadow gave way to the ropeworks' burning glow. The fire had spread. 2 full blocks were lit now, and the smoke lay flat under the cloud ceiling, trapping heat and ash against the rooftops. A runner met them at the crossroads, gray-faced, blood on his sleeve. "They are at the old soapworks, engineer. 40 men. They have the lane sealed with a wagon. They are moving barrel by barrel into the cellars." "How many barrels lit?" 3. "The soapworks has a stone floor. The fire is not spreading yet." Maelis turned to Olan. "The ward chalk. How much do you have?" "Enough for 3 gates if we pack the grooves tight." "We are not sealing gates. We are collapsing the lane's approach tunnel. The soapworks sits over a drainage culvert built during the first expansion. If we blow the culvert arch, the street above drops into the pit and takes the wagon with it." Olin's eyes widened. "That will seal the lane for an hour, maybe 2. It does not need to hold longer than that. Tavia is coming from the account court side. When the lane collapses, the fire teams are trapped between her militia and the rubble. They burn or they surrender." "And Palk?" "Palk is not in the soapworks. He is 3 blocks east, burning the rat killer's market cellar. He sent his men to draw us here." She did not wait for Olin's answer. She was already moving toward the soapworks' rear wall, where the culvert access grate had rusted shut a decade ago, and no one had bothered to open it since. The engineers caught up as she reached the grate. Snow had packed around the hinges, but the iron was thin from years of neglect. "Crowbar," she said. Olin handed it over. She wedged the flattened end under the grate's lip and pulled. The metal groaned. Snow cracked. The grate lifted a hand's width, then stopped. "Rust has welded the hinge pin," Olin said. "Then we break the hinge." She drove the crowbar down into the join, once, twice, 3 times, until the iron split and the grate swung free on one remaining pin. Below it, the culvert tunnel dropped into darkness, with water trickling somewhere deep enough to echo. "The arch is about 30 feet in," she said. "The supports are original imperial stone. They were never meant to carry the street above. One good blow to the keystone and the whole span comes down." "How do we reach it without being seen?" "We go through the tunnel." She lowered herself into the opening before anyone could argue. The culvert floor was slick with frozen slime and God knew what else. She found footing on a brick lip and moved forward, one hand on the damp stone wall, the other holding the crowbar like a walking staff. Behind her, the engineers followed. Farron came last, breathing hard. The tunnel curved twice, then opened into a low chamber where the culvert arch met the street foundation. The keystone was exactly where she remembered it, a single wedge of dark granite set into the limestone, with a hairline fracture running from its center to the left spring point. "That crack was not here when I built this," she said. "It is now," Olin said. "One strike might do it. Give me the chalk." She took the ward chalk from his hand and drew a single line across the keystone's face, then another along the fracture. The chalk flared faint blue as the lampstone dust activated, settling into the stone's grain. "When I say strike, you hit the keystone dead center. The chalk will superheat the fracture, and the arch will drop." "How fast?" "Fast enough." She turned and moved back through the tunnel. The others followed. When they reached the grate, she climbed out and stood in the snow, listening. The soapworks was quiet now. The fire teams had stopped moving barrels. Either they had finished, or they had heard someone coming. Then she heard it. Boots on the street behind her. Not militia, not her runners. Heavier, disciplined. The sound of men who walked in formation even when they were not marching. She turned. A line of Legion troops stood at the far end of the cross street, 50 yards away. Blue coats, steel, a standard she recognized. Sunderland's men. Their captain saw her at the same moment. He raised his hand, and the line stopped. No one drew weapons, but no one stepped back either. Maelis stood in the snow with the engineers behind her and the burning soapworks to her left, and she understood in that instant that the rescue had just become a negotiation with men who had been sent to burn the same district. One mistake, she thought. One wrong move, and rescue becomes slaughter. The Legion captain studied her. Then he looked past her, at the smoke, the fire, the open culvert grate, and the spent chalk on her hands. "Engineer Dorn," he said. "Captain, I have orders to secure the account court district. The financier's assets are not to be removed." "The financier's assets are already being burned. Your orders are outdated." He did not blink. "Then we have a problem." Behind her, Allen shifted his weight. Behind the Legion line, more boots sounded, and Maelis saw Tavia's militia moving into position on the flank of the cross street. 2 forces, 1 district, neither willing to fire first. And somewhere in the smoke, Palk was still burning ledgers. Chapter 55. The Legion captain held her gaze for a long breath. Behind him, the line of blue coats had not moved. Behind her, Tavia's militia had stopped at the cross street flank, 50 feet of frozen mud separating the 2 forces. Maelis calculated the distance. The Legion had numbers. The militia had position. If anyone fired, the first volley would decide everything. "Your orders came from Sunderland," she said. "They did. Then you answer to a man who knows the financier crossed at dawn and that Palk is burning ledgers 3 blocks east while we stand here." The captain's jaw tightened. He did not correct her. She took a step forward. Allen hissed a warning behind her, but she ignored him. "I am not here to fight your Legion. I am here to collapse a culvert arch under the soapworks and trap Palk's fire teams between rubble and my militia. If you have orders to protect the financier's assets, then we have the same target in different directions." The captain studied her. His eyes moved past her, to the smoke rising from the soapworks, to the spent ward chalk on her hands, to the open culvert grate behind the engineers. "The financier's assets are in the account court district," he said, "not the soapworks. Then your intelligence is outdated. Palk has 40 men with lamp oil burning evidence in 3 locations. The soapworks is a diversion for the rat killer's market cellar, where he is destroying the same ledgers your financier wants secured." A murmur ran through the Legion line. The captain silenced it with a raised hand. "Proof," he said. She held up the crowbar. "I just came from the culvert beneath the soapworks. The keystone is fractured. 1 strike and the arch drops, trapping the fire teams between collapsed stone and Tavia's militia." She gestured toward the cross-street flank. "That is my captain. She has 6 militia with her. We are not here to fight you." The captain looked at Tavia. Tavia looked back, her hand resting on her sword hilt, her face unreadable. Then a voice came from beyond the Legion line, rough with exertion and cold. "Stand down, Captain Hask." The line parted. General Sunderland walked through, his coat dark with smoke and frost, his gray eyes fixed on Maelis. She had not seen him since the Riverbend parley. He looked older now. The siege had carved lines into his face that had not been there before. "General," she said. "Engineer." Hask stepped aside, his hand still near his weapon. Sunderland stopped 10 feet from her, close enough to speak without raising his voice. "The financier crossed at dawn," he said. "I know. Your white flare told half the frontier the Legion was marching on Vossbridge. Your flare, one of your captains fired it. Captain Orville. He is in chains now, I am told." Sunderland's mouth tightened. "You have good intelligence." "I have a young courier who reads manifests better than your quartermasters do. Luke. He is in my foundry hall with a wound in his shoulder and a stack of evidence that names your paymasters alongside mine." Sunderland was silent for a moment. The smoke shifted between them, carrying the smell of burning tallow and something darker, the wet sourness of scorched timber. "We have the same enemy," he said. "Then stop blocking my culvert." "I am not blocking your culvert. I am securing the account court district because my orders came from a chain of command that still believes the financier is an imperial creditor acting within the law." "And now?" He looked past her, at the smoke, the fire, the open grate. Now I am standing in a burning district, with a woman who has 40,000 starving citizens under her protection, and a conspiracy that wants them all dead, so the Ledger Circle can buy the frontier for the price of lamp oil. Then we have a truce, she said, for as long as Palk is still burning ledgers. She turned and walked back to the culvert grate. Sunderland followed. The engineers parted to let him through, their faces tight with wariness. Onlin held the ward chalk. Maelis took it and knelt at the opening. The keystone is about 30 feet in. One strike with a crowbar will drop the arch. The street above will collapse into the culvert, trapping the fire teams between rubble and the militia. How long will it take them to dig out? Long enough for you to reach the account court, and for me to reach the rat killer's market. Sunderland crouched beside her, studying the grate, the tunnel, the hairline crack in the keystone visible even from the opening. You built this city, he said. I built its walls, I built its drains, I built the granaries and the gatehouses and the culverts that keep the river from flooding the warehouse district every spring. I know every stress point in every stone. And now you are going to break one of them. It was already broken. I am just making it useful. She handed the crowbar to Olin. When I give the signal, strike the keystone dead center. The chalk will superheat the fracture and the arch will drop. How fast? Olin asked. Fast enough. She stood. Sunderland stood with her. Where will you be? He asked. At the rat killer's market, with Palk. That is 3 blocks east, through burning streets. Then I had better move quickly. She turned to go. Sunderland caught her arm. She looked at his hand on her sleeve. He released it. If Palk is still alive when you reach him, he said, do not kill him until he tells you where the financier is meeting his couriers. Agreed. And if your captain finds the financier's assets in the account court, do not let them burn. He nodded. She turned and walked into the smoke, the engineers falling in behind her. They had covered half a block when a whistle cut through the haze. Maelis stopped. The engineers stopped. She turned, searching for the source. The sound came again. 2 short blasts, sharp and urgent. Ruvine, Olin said. She looked up. Figures in gray coats were moving across the warehouse roofs to her left, low and fast, keeping to the ridgelines where the smoke was thinnest. They carried bows, not militia bows, longer, military issue. Sunderland saw them at the same moment. His hand went to his sword. Pack shouted an order, and the legion line shifted, shields rising. The archers stopped moving. They stood on the roofline, silhouetted against the smoke, bows drawn and aimed downward. At the cross street, at the gap between the legion and the militia, at the open ground where Maelis and Sunderland had just been standing. Chapter 56. Tavia was already moving before the first arrow struck. She threw herself sideways, rolled across the frozen cobbles, and came up with her sword drawn. The militia line behind her broke formation, scattering for doorways and alley mouths. One man went down with a shaft through his thigh, his scream sharp and cut short as he clamped his hand over the wound. "Roof line!" Tavia shouted. "Don't give them a clean angle! Keep to the walls!" The gray-coated archers had split into pairs, working the ridge lines above the cross street with practiced economy. They moved like men who had done this before, who knew how the smoke would thin and thicken with the wind, who understood that height and range were their only advantage. Tavia counted 8, maybe 10, hard to see through the haze. She glanced back toward the culvert grate. Maelis had stopped, Sunderland beside her, both of them exposed in the open ground where the archers had them bracketed. "Covering fire!" Tavia shouted. "Now!" Her militia had 4 bows among them, short-range hunting weapons, not military issue, but they would have to do. The archers loosed as the militia bows snapped, shafts crossing in the smoke. One gray coat took a militia arrow through the shoulder and stumbled, caught himself on a chimney pot, and kept his position. "They are not going to break," Olin said. Tavia looked up at him. He had followed her, still carrying the crowbar. "Can you climb?" "I can climb." "Then find me a way up." She turned and ran toward the nearest warehouse, the one with the iron ladder bolted to the alley wall. A Legion skirmisher was already there, younger than her, his blue coat smeared with soot and his face set in the particular grimness of a man who had not slept in days. "You going up?" he asked. "Are you?" "Orders from the general. Clear the roof line." They climbed together, the iron rungs cold and slick with frost. The smoke thickened as they rose, then thinned again as they reached the top, the wind catching them full in the face. The roof was slate, pitched steeply, with a ridge walk that ran the length of the block. The nearest archer was 20 yards to the east, kneeling behind a chimney stack, his bow trained on the street below. He did not hear them come over the lip. Tavia moved first, low and fast, her boots finding purchase on the frost-slick slate. The skirmisher followed, angling left to cut off the archer's retreat. They closed to 10 yards before the archer sensed them. He spun, dropping his bow and reaching for a knife. Tavia's sword took him across the forearm, the blade biting deep. He fell backward, his knife clattering down the roof slope and over the edge. "Don't," she said. The archer stared up at her, his face young beneath the grime. Younger than she had expected, not much older than the boy she had trained in the militia yard. "Who sent you?" she demanded. He coughed. Blood bubbled at his lips, bright and arterial. "The debt," he said. "What debt?" "All of it. Every copper, wiped clean." His eyes were glassy now, fixed on something she could not see. One volley and the rest was gone. That is what they promised. "Who promised?" "The woman, the one with the seal." He coughed again, weaker this time. "They're gathering the last ledgers at the old account court. He is meeting her there before he flies." "Palk?" But the archer was already still, his chest no longer rising. Tavia looked at the Legion skirmisher. He was staring at the dead man, his face unreadable. What was he talking about? The skirmisher asked. "Debt wipes and false land grants, the currency of men who do not have coin." Tavia turned and scanned the roofline. The remaining archers were pulling back, sliding down the far slopes, abandoning their positions now that their vantage was compromised. "Your general needs to know," she said. "Palk is not just burning ledgers. He is gathering the survivors. He is going to run." They climbed down the way they had come, the iron ladder shuddering under their weight. The street below was chaos, militia dragging the wounded into doorways, Legion soldiers forming a perimeter, the smoke still rolling through the district in thick, greasy waves. Maelis stood at the culvert grate, Sunderland beside her. Both of them looked up as Tavia approached. "The roofline is clear," Tavia said. "One of them talked before he bled out. He said Palk is gathering the last ledgers at the old account court. He is meeting the guild seal woman there before he flies." Sunderland's jaw tightened. "The account court is in my sector." "Then you had better move fast," Maelis said, "because if Palk reaches those ledgers before we do, the evidence goes with him." Sunderland turned and gave a sharp order. Hask shouted, and the Legion line shifted, forming into a column that began moving east through the smoke, boots ringing on the frozen cobbles. Tavia watched them go, then looked at Maelis. "What about the culvert?" "Allen will handle it." Maelis's gaze was fixed on the smoke, on the direction the Legion had taken. "I am going to the account court." "Alone?" "With you." Tavia nodded. She did not ask whether Sunderland would welcome the company. That was not the kind of question that mattered anymore. Chapter 57. The smoke rolled through the cross street in heavy sheets, gray and greasy, carrying the smell of burning tallow and old timber. Maelis stood at the edge of the culvert grate with her back to the soapworks, watching the direction Sunderland's Legion had taken, weighing the distance to the account court against the time she would lose crossing half the district. Tavia waited beside her, blood still wet on her sleeve from the roofline. "The account court is east," Tavia said, "past the weaver's quarter, past the old rope works. If Palk is already loading sledges—" "I know." Maelis turned. The smoke parted for a moment, and she saw them. A column of figures moving through the haze, 50 or more, carrying buckets, sledges, and coiled rope. They were not militia. They wore patched coats and threadbare scarves, their faces gaunt and their boots wrapped in rag. They came from the direction of the half-ration quarter, the district she had condemned to measured starvation, while the workshops and millers' families ate full. At their head walked a woman Maelis recognized. Martikel stopped 20 feet away. Her patched coat was too large for her frame, her sharp features made sharper by the smoke and the cold. She carried a galvanized bucket in each hand, and behind her, the bucket line stretched back into the haze, women and old men and children old enough to carry, all of them moving without orders. "What are you doing here?" Maelis asked. Marta set the buckets down. "The warehouse district is burning." "I know it is burning. Then you know the smoke will reach our quarter by nightfall if you let it spread." Marta's voice was flat, stripped of accusation. "We did not come because we love your granaries. We came because fire does not respect your maps. When the wind shifts, it will take our roofs next." Maelis looked past her at the bucket line. 50 people, maybe 60. They stood in the smoke without speaking, their breath coming in clouds, their eyes fixed on her with the particular stillness of people who had already survived the worst she could do. "You did not have to come," Maelis said. "Your militia is dead, or fighting. Your engineers are in the culvert. Your new ally, the general, is chasing your enemy through the account court." Marta picked up the buckets again. "Who did you think would carry the water?" She turned and walked toward the nearest well, and the bucket line followed. Maelis stood motionless for 3 heartbeats. Then she moved. "Davia, stay with the militia. If the Grey Coats regroup, I need you on the roofline." "And you?" Maelis did not answer. She crossed the street and fell into the bucket line behind an old man whose hands were wrapped in stained rag, reaching for the next bucket before it touched the ground. The rhythm was brutal and simple. Pass left, pass right. The buckets moved hand to hand, from the well to the burning warehouse, where the half-ration volunteers emptied them onto the spreading flames. The fire hissed and spat, sending up clouds of steam that mixed with the smoke until the air was thick enough to choke on. Maelis's arms burned. Her maimed hand ached with every pass, the 2 fingers that never closed properly cramping around the cold iron handle. She did not stop. Beside her, a woman with hollow cheeks and a child strapped to her back passed buckets without looking at Maelis, her face set in the particular grimness of someone who had stopped counting the cost of effort. Further down the line, a boy of 10 or 11 carried 2 buckets at once, staggering under the weight, his breath coming in sharp gasps. They worked in silence. No one asked Maelis her name. No one acknowledged that the woman carrying water beside them was the one who had signed the half-ration decree. The old man at Maelis's left coughed and stumbled, his foot catching on a broken cobble. The bucket he was carrying tipped, water splashing across the frozen ground. Maelis caught his arm before he fell. "Steady," she said. He looked at her. His eyes were rheumy and red-rimmed, his face lined with the deep creases of a life spent in cold rooms and hard labor. He did not thank her. He righted himself, retrieved the fallen bucket, and resumed the rhythm. Maelis passed the next bucket without speaking. The fire reached the 2nd floor of the warehouse, the flames licking out through a shattered window and catching the eaves. The bucket line shifted, angling toward the hotter section, and Maelis moved with them. A hand grabbed her wrist. She turned. The woman from the infirmary stood before her. Ilara. Dark hair plastered to her forehead, face carved hollow by hunger. The same woman who had curled around her son Corin on that cot while Maelis stood over them and granted a full ration she should never have had to grant. Ilara shoved a bucket into Maelis's hands. "You carried the arithmetic," she said. "Now, carry the water." Maelis took the bucket. Ilara held her gaze for a moment longer. Then she turned and walked back to the well, her shoulders sharp under her coat, her steps steady despite the smoke and the cold. Maelis carried. She carried until her arms trembled and her breath came in ragged gasps. She carried until the fire began to recede, the bucket line gaining on the flames, the volunteers pulling down burning timbers with iron hooks and smothering the embers with snow. She carried until Marta Kell walked past her with an empty bucket and said, without stopping, "The east wall is still hot. We need more hands." Maelis followed. The smoke was thinning now, the worst of the fire beaten back to the stone shell of the warehouse. The volunteers moved through the ruin, kicking at smoldering timbers, their faces black with soot and their eyes glassy with exhaustion. Maelis leaned against a wall and pressed her palm to her chest, feeling her heart hammer against her ribs. Tavia found her there. "Half the district is saved," Tavia said. "The rest is ash." The accounts are gone. Palk. Gone. If he reached the account court, he is already loaded and running. Maelis pushed off the wall, her legs held. How many did we lose? The fire? None. The volunteers got everyone out before the roof collapsed. Not the fire, the half-ration quarter, since the decree. Tavia was silent for a long moment. Ine has the number. He said he would show you when you were ready. Maelis looked back at the bucket line. The volunteers were gathering at the well, their work done, their faces turned toward her with the same stillness they had carried through the smoke. Martical stood at their center, her hands raw and blistered, her coat soaked with water and ash. She did not look away. "Tell Inez I am ready now," Maelis said. Tavia nodded and turned to go. Maelis stayed where she was, watching the half-ration quarters people begin the slow walk home. They did not hurry. They had done what needed doing, and they carried the weight of that effort in their shoulders and their silence. The smoke curled around her, thin and gray, carrying the smell of wet ash and something else beneath it. She heard the footsteps before she saw him. Sunderland emerged from the haze, his coat black with soot, his face drawn tight over the bone. He stopped 10 feet away and looked at the smoldering warehouse, at the fading bucket lines, at the ash-coated figure of Maelis Dorn still standing at the wall. "The account court is empty," he said. "Palk?" "Gone. The guild seal woman with him. They left sled tracks leading east toward the river channel." Maelis said nothing. Sunderland's gaze shifted to the retreating figures of the half-ration volunteers. "You should have been at the account court." "I know. But you stayed." Maelis looked down at her hands. Her palms were blistered, her maimed fingers swollen and raw. She could feel the ghost of the bucket handle still pressed into her flesh, the rhythm of the line still beating in her muscles. "They needed someone to carry the water," she said. Sunderland studied her for a long moment. "Palk left something behind," he said. "At the account court. A sealed chest with your name on it." Maelis's head came up. It was sitting on the bench where the guild seal woman had been working. Open. Empty. Sunderland paused. But he left a message carved into the lid. What did it say? Sunderland met her eyes. "The arithmetic is not finished. I will send a new variable." The smoke shifted around them, cold wind cutting through the haze, and Maelis felt the distant rumble of the river ice beginning to break somewhere upstream. Chapter 58. The half-ration quarters people were still walking home when Maelis turned toward the account court. Sunderland fell in beside her, his boots striking the cobbles in a rhythm that matched her own. Tavia came up on her other side, her hand resting on the knife at her belt. Behind them, the Legion column shifted formation, Hask's voice calling orders that sent scouts ahead and flankers wide. Maelis did not look back at the smoke. The account court stood 3 blocks east of the burned warehouse district, a squat granite building with iron grills over every window and a door that had not been opened to the public since the governor fled. Maelis had walked past it 100 times without stopping. It had never been her territory. The Empire's creditor courts dealt in paper, not stone, and she had never owed enough to make them care. Now the door hung open. Sunderland raised his hand, and the column halted. He stood in the street, listening. Nothing moved in the doorway. No sound came from inside. "Empty," Tavia said. "Or waiting." Sunderland drew his sword. Maelis walked past him and pushed the door open with her maimed hand. The smell hit her first. Lamp oil, wax, and the faint copper tang of ink that had been spilled in haste. The account court's main hall stretched before her, a long chamber with a raised dais at the far end, where magistrates had once sat in judgment over defaulted loans and foreclosed properties. The benches where creditors and debtors had faced each other were shoved against the walls. The floor was scattered with papers, overturned inkwells, and the blackened remains of a fire that had been stamped out before it could catch. But the chests were still there. They sat on the dais in a root row, 7 of them, each one banded with iron and stamped with a seal Maelis did not recognize. A sled stood beside them, its runners glazed with frost, a team harness still attached, but the horses gone. "He was loading," Sunderland said. Someone interrupted him. "The bucket line," Maelis said. "He saw the smoke and thought the fire was spreading faster than it was. He ran before he finished. Tavia moved past her and knelt beside the nearest chest. She ran her hand over the seal, then pressed her ear to the lid. Locked, but the wood is thin. I could break it. Not yet. Maelis crossed to the dais and looked down at the papers scattered across the floor. She picked up the nearest sheet, a list of names, dates, and parcel numbers, each one marked with a small check in red ink. She picked up another, then another. Palk had not been burning evidence here. He had been copying it. These are claims, she said. Land parcels, granary rights, warehouse deeds. Every district in Vossbridge is listed here, divided into parcels with estimated values and transfer dates. Sunderland came up beside her and took the sheet from her hand. His eyes moved down the column of names. He planned to sell the city piece by piece, he said, after it fell. He still plans to. Maelis picked up a thicker sheaf bound with twine and flipped through it. These are duplicates, fair copies, ready to be filed with whatever creditor house takes over the frontier. He prepared everything before the first fire was lit. Then why leave them? Maelis looked at the packed sledges, the sealed chests, the scattered papers. He did not leave them. He was interrupted. He meant to take the chests and burn the rest. The fire in the warehouse district was supposed to draw every able body in Vossbridge to fight it, leaving him time to load and run. He did not expect the half-ration quarter to put it up so fast. Or you to follow instead of staying, Sunderland said. Maelis met his eyes. Both. Tavia straightened from the chest and pointed at the far wall. There is another door. They followed her across the hall, their boots crunching on scattered paper. The door was set into the back wall, half hidden behind a tapestry that had been ripped from its rod and left in a heap on the floor. Beyond it, a narrow staircase spiraled up into darkness. Maelis took the steps first. The upper gallery ran the length of the account court, a narrow walkway with windows that overlooked the main hall below. More chests lined the walls here, smaller ones, their lids open and their contents spilling across the floor. Maelis knelt and picked up a handful of the papers. Debt notes, signed by men and women she did not recognize, each one promising repayment at terms that would have stripped a family of everything they owned. And at the bottom of each note, a seal, the triangular creditor house mark with 3 dots. The Guild Seal Woman's Network, Maelis said. She was not just Palk's contact. She ran the debt registry. Every one of these notes was issued through her. Then she knows every name on this list, Sunderland said, and every name that was not listed because they paid their debts and were not worth recording. Maelis looked at the papers in her hand. Palk has been preparing for years. The famine, the flight of the governor, the legion's march, none of it was improvisation. He built a machine designed to collapse Vossbridge into a marketable ruin, and every piece of it was funded by debt. Then stop the funding, Tavia said. Maelis looked up. Find the financier, Tavia said. The one above Palk, the one who crossed the river at dawn. If he controls the credit, he controls the machine. Cut him, and Palk's claims mean nothing. Maelis stood. Tavia was right. The evidence on this floor, the chests, the claims, the debt notes, it was the ledger of an empire that had already chosen to abandon the frontier. But the financier was the one who had written that choice into the accounts. If they caught him, the ledger circle lost its hand inside Vossbridge. Where is he now? Maelis asked. Sunderland turned to the window and looked out at the smoke still rising from the burned quarter. He crossed at dawn. If Palk was here until the bucket line forced him to run, then the financier was not meeting him at the account court. He was meeting him somewhere else. Where? The warehouse bridges, Sunderland said. The narrow spans over the frozen channel east of the district. If Palk was loading sledges, that is where he would have taken them, and if the financier was waiting, that is where he would be. Maelis looked at the chests, the papers, the evidence of a conspiracy that stretched further than she had imagined. How long since Palk ran? An hour, maybe less. Then we are already behind. Sunderland met her eyes. Then we hurry. He turned and strode toward the stairs, his voice carrying down the gallery. Hask! Secure every chest in this building. No one touches anything without my order. Tavia, take your militia and seal the street. If anyone comes near this building who does not answer to Maelis or me, You know what to do. Tavia nodded. Maelis followed Sunderland down the stairs, her hand gripping the rail, her mind already racing ahead to the warehouse bridges and the man who had crossed the river at dawn. Behind her, the papers rustled in the draft from the open door, and somewhere in the distance, she heard the groan of ice shifting on the river. Chapter 59. The ice groaned underfoot as Maelis and Sunderland ran through the frozen channel east of the account court, their breath pluming white in the gray light. The warehouse bridges rose ahead, narrow wooden spans connecting the district's last standing structures to the far bank where the river channel opened into marsh and then the eastern road. No sledges, no horses, just the silence of a district that had already been picked clean. Sunderland slowed at the first bridge, his hand going to his sword. He was here. Maelis followed his gaze. The frost on the bridge planks was scuffed by boot marks, fresh enough that the edges of each print had not yet crusted over. A trail led across the span and disappeared into the shadow of the far warehouse. He crossed, she said, or they did. She looked at the far shore. The warehouse there had its loading doors open, the black mouth of an interior that showed no light and no movement. The financier was supposed to meet him here. Sunderland's jaw tightened. And if he did, they are already gone. Then we go after them. She stepped onto the bridge. The planks creaked under her weight, frost crunching with each step. The channel below was a sheet of white ice, thick enough to hold a sled but cracked by the morning's shifting. She could see the fault lines running in long, pale veins, some of them wide enough to show dark water beneath. Halfway across, she stopped. Something is wrong. Sunderland drew his sword. What? He would not leave the bridges open. If he was loading sledges, he would have burned the spans behind him. They're the only crossing for miles. The cold would have trapped us on the east side long enough for him to reach the marsh road. Sunderland looked at the far warehouse, then back at the smoke still rising from the burned district behind them. Then he is not running, he said. He is waiting. They crossed the rest of the bridge at a crouch, Maelis's maimed hand gripping the rope rail, her eyes scanning the warehouse's dark interior for any sign of movement. The loading doors gaped like a wound, and inside she could see the shapes of stacked barrels, overturned crates, and a single lantern burning on a hook above a cleared space in the center of the floor. She stepped through the doors, Sunderland at her shoulder. The lantern light fell on a man in a Legion officer's coat, standing beside a sled loaded with 3 iron-banded chests. He was not Polk. He was older, 50 at least, with a graying beard and the weathered face of a man who had spent decades on the frontier. His hands were empty but for the satchel pressed against his chest, and his eyes were the eyes of someone who had already made his peace with what he was about to do. "General Sunderland," he said, "I was hoping you would come alone." Sunderland's sword did not lower. "Identify yourself." "Captain Eris Vel, 3rd Supply Corps. I served under Quartermaster Pell for 12 years, until you arrested him yesterday." "Vel, I know the name. You are the one who signed the manifests for the grain that never reached the eastern villages." "I signed what I was ordered to sign, and told yourself that made you innocent." Vel's mouth twisted. "No, it made me alive. There is a difference, General, and you are about to learn it." He snapped his fingers. From the shadows behind the barrels, 4 more Legion soldiers stepped forward, their swords drawn, their faces set in the same hollow acceptance as Vel's. They formed a line between Vel and the sled, blocking the path to the chests. "The financier's ledgers," Sunderland said. "You were his garrison here." "I was the man who made sure Polk's records crossed the bridge unmolested. The financier paid well and paid on time, which is more than the Empire ever did for this frontier." Sunderland took a step forward. "Step aside, Captain. I will have those chests opened before the day ends, and every name inside them will be held accountable." "I cannot let you do that. Then you will die here." Vel shook his head slowly. "No, General, I will not die. The financier does not ask his men to hold ground that cannot be held. He asks them to buy time." He looked at the 4 soldiers. "Kill him." They moved at once, surging forward with their blades low and their shoulders set. Sunderland met the first with a vicious upward cut that caught him under the jaw, dropping him in a spray of blood, then pivoted to parry the second strike with the flat of his sword. Maelis did not wait. She grabbed the nearest object, a crowbar leaning against a barrel, and swung it two-handed at the third soldier's knee. The impact sent him staggering, his leg buckling, and she followed with a strike to the side of his head that dropped him like a stone. The fourth soldier faltered. Sunderland used the hesitation. He drove his blade through the man's chest, twisted, and pulled it free, then turned to face Vel across the clearing. The captain had not moved. "You cannot stop it," Vel said. "The financier knows every route, every warehouse, every name on every manifest. Even if you burn these ledgers, he has copies. The frontier was sold before you ever marched, General. You were just the last man to learn the price." Sunderland walked toward him. "Where's Palk?" "Gone." "Where's the financier?" "Gone as well. They crossed the channel before you reached the bridges. I am the rear guard." "And this?" Sunderland gestured at the chests with his sword. "What is in them?" Vel smiled. "Seals. The Ledger Circle's authority, signed by every creditor who funded the famine. The seals that would have been used to claim every deed, every granary, every warehouse in Vossbridge after the city collapsed. If you want them, you will have to take them." He reached into his satchel. Sunderland moved. He closed the distance in 3 strides and drove his sword through Vel's chest before the captain could draw whatever he had reached for. Vel's eyes went wide, his hands spasming open, and the satchel slipped from his fingers and hit the floor with a heavy thud. Sunderland held the blade. "The financier," he said, his voice quiet, "will answer for what he has done." Vel coughed blood and smiled again. "He already has." Then his eyes glassed over and he sagged forward off the blade. Sunderland stood over him for a long moment, his chest heaving, his sword dripping red onto the frozen floor. Then he bent and picked up the satchel. "Seals," he said, opening it. "Signed and sealed. Every name, every claim, every transfer of ownership." Maelis stepped toward him. "Then we have them." Sunderland shook his head slowly. "No, we have what he was willing to leave behind. The financier is not a man who loses a game this long in the making. He let us find this. To slow us down. To give Palk time." Maelis looked at the chests, the dead soldiers, the satchel of seals in Sunderland's hands. The ice groaned again outside, and somewhere in the distance she heard the crack of a whip and the scrape of runners on frozen ground. "He is still running," she said. Sunderland looked at her. "Then so are we." He sheathed his sword, slung the satchel over his shoulder, and walked toward the loading doors without looking back. Behind them, the lantern guttered and died. Chapter 60. The frozen channel stretched east into smoke and darkness, the boot prints ahead of them already fading as frost reclaimed the gaps. Maelis ran with the crowbar still in her hand, her breath tearing out of her chest in white bursts, Sunderland at her shoulder with the satchel of seals slapping against his hip. Tavia caught up on their left, her short sword drawn and her face set in the same grim line she wore when the roofline arrows fell. Luke Merrow was behind them, struggling to match their pace on the uneven ice. The warehouse bridges rose out of the haze ahead, 3 narrow timber spans connecting the east bank to a chain of loading platforms and storage islands that dotted the frozen channel. The first bridge was empty. The second showed fresh sledge tracks cutting through the frost. "He crossed," Sunderland said. "Then we cross after him." Maelis hit the first bridge at a run, her boots sliding on the frost-glazed planks. The timber groaned beneath her weight, and she felt the old engineer's instinct flare in her chest. The span was underslung, the crossbeams spaced too wide, the railing nothing but a single rope strung through iron loops. Old construction, cheap construction. She kept running. The second bridge was worse. The frost had thickened into a slick shell that made every step a gamble, and the planks bowed under their combined weight. Halfway across, Maelis heard the crack of breaking oil jars somewhere below, and a moment later the smell of lamp oil rose through the gaps in the decking. "Palk's men," Tavia said. "They are lighting the lower stores." Sunderland grabbed Maelis's arm and pulled her forward. "Then we do not stop." They reached the far platform as flames licked up through the bridge planks behind them. The fire caught the underslung timbers with a sound like tearing cloth, and the bridge began to smoke in earnest. Luke stumbled onto the platform, his face gray. "He means to burn the whole district." "He means to burn what he cannot keep," Maelis said. "That is not the same thing." The third bridge rose ahead of them, longer and narrower than the first 2, arching toward a dark mass of storage sheds and loading cranes on the far bank. A sledge sat at the far end, and a figure in a heavy coat was climbing off it, a satchel clutched against his chest. Polk. He turned when he heard them, and even at this distance Maelis saw the calculation in his face. He was not panicked. He was measuring. He looked at the 3 bridges, at the flames climbing through the second span, at the 4 people sprinting toward him across the ice. Then he looked down at the district below. The lower warehouse stores stretched along the channel bank, stacked barrels and crates and oil jars piled in the frozen mud. Polk's men moved among them, dousing the piles with lamp oil and dropping lit rags as they went. Polk raised his hand. "Light it," he said. His voice carried across the frozen channel, thin and precise like a blade drawn through silk. "Light every store. Leave nothing for the arithmetic woman." One of his men touched a torch to the nearest pile. The flame caught with a sound like a bell being struck, and the fire ran along the oil slick in a curve of gold and black, spreading faster than any bucket line could answer. The heat hit Maelis's face a moment later, and she felt the old, familiar weight of a structure deciding to die. Sunderland grabbed her shoulder. "The bridge! Now!" She did not argue. They hit the 3rd bridge at a dead sprint, the planks vibrating beneath their feet as the fire spread below. Halb was already halfway across the platform on the far side, his men falling in behind him, the satchel still pressed against his chest. Maelis heard the first chain snap. The bridge lurched beneath her, the deck canting to the left as the underslung support on that side gave way. She grabbed the rope railing and held on, her maimed hand screaming as the 2 bad fingers tried to close and could not. Tevye caught her arm. "I have you." The bridge lurched again, and Maelis heard the second chain snap somewhere ahead, closer to the far anchorage. The span sagged, the planks splintering as the timber took more weight than it was built to bear. Polk reached the far platform. He turned and looked back at them, his face lit by the rising flames, the satchel still tight against his ribs. For a moment, he held Maelis's gaze, and she saw something in his eyes that was not victory and was not despair. It was recognition. He knew her. He had studied her. He had built his plan around her moves, and she had still outpaced him. "I will send a new variable," he said. Then he turned and disappeared into the smoke. The 3rd chain snapped. The bridge dropped beneath Maelis's feet, the deck falling away in a roar of splintering timber and screaming iron. She fell with it, her hands clawing for anything solid, her body twisting in the empty air as the flames rose up to meet her. Something caught her wrist. She looked up. Sunderland was lying flat on the edge of the far platform, one arm extended over the gap, his hand clamped around her forearm. His face was white with effort, the muscles of his shoulders straining as he held her weight above the flames. "Do not let go," he said. She looked down. The bridge was gone. The channel below was a river of fire, the oil jars and stacked stores blazing in a wall of heat that made her eyes water and her skin tighten. She looked back up at Sunderland. "I am not letting go." Tevye appeared beside him, grabbing his belt to anchor him, and Luke threw himself across Sunderland's legs to add his weight to the chain. Together, they hauled her up, inch by inch, until her fingers caught the edge of the platform and she pulled herself over. She lay on the frozen planks, gasping, her maimed hand throbbing, her lungs full of smoke and ash. Polk was gone, the financier was gone, and behind them, the lower warehouse district of Vossbridge was burning itself to the ice. Chapter 61. The fire rose from the lower warehouse district like a second dawn, gold and terrible, casting long shadows across the frozen channel. Maelis lay on the platform, her lungs raw, her maimed hand throbbing where Sunderland's grip had nearly crushed the bad fingers. She forced herself up. The warehouse district stretched below her, a maze of timber and stacked barrels and oil-soaked planks, and every second of it was going to burn. The fire had already taken the nearest stores, the flames leaping from roof to roof along the oil trails Polk's men had laid. Black smoke rolled across the channel, thick and greasy, carrying the smell of lamp oil and burning grain. Sunderland stood at her side, his chest heaving, his sword still in his hand. "He is gone." "Not gone," she said. "Running. There is a difference." She looked east, where the smoke thinned into the gray winter sky. Palk had taken the satchel, the seals, the evidence that would let the Ledger Circle claim Vossbridge without firing another shot. If he crossed the eastern marshes, he would reach the old Imperial Road by nightfall, and then he would vanish into the network of creditor houses and counting rooms that had built the famine. Tavia appeared beside her, her face streaked with soot. "We can still catch him. The sledge tracks are fresh. If we take the channel path—" "No." Maelis turned and looked down at the burning district. The flames were spreading faster than she had anticipated, the oil slick carrying fire into the narrow gaps between storehouses. She saw movement at the edge of the nearest building, a figure staggering out of the smoke, a silhouette bent double and clutching its chest. A civilian, then another. Then a woman carrying a child, running toward the channel bank, her clothes smoking at the edges. "You can catch him." Maelis's voice was flat, deliberate. "I am evacuating the district." Sunderland stared at her. "The seals are worthless if the city burns around them." She met his eyes. "You want to stop the Ledger Circle. I want to keep Vossbridge alive. We can each do one thing right now. Choose." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Sunderland turned and ran east along the platform, his boots pounding the frozen planks. Luke scrambled to follow him, his young face white with terror and purpose. They vanished into the smoke before Maelis could say another word. She turned to Tavia. "Warehouse District Evacuation Plan. I designed it after the third fire season. There are culvert exits at the north and south ends, and a loading tunnel under the channel bank that connects to the old soapworks." She pointed. "Get everyone out through the north culvert. The south one is closer to the fire." Tavia did not argue. She turned and ran toward the nearest storehouse, shouting for the militia to form a line and start pulling people out. Maelis ran the other way. The heat hit her first, a wall of dry pressure that made her eyes water and her skin tighten. The smoke was worse, thick and black and full of burning particles that caught in her throat and made her cough until her ribs ached. She found the first group of civilians huddled behind a collapsed cart, a man and 2 children, their faces blank with shock. "This way," she said. "Stay low. Cover your mouth." They followed her without question, and she led them through the smoke to the north culvert entrance, where Olin was already pulling the grate open with 2 engineers. The man took his children and disappeared into the dark tunnel. Maelis turned and went back. The second group was larger, a dozen people trapped between 2 burning storehouses, the flames closing in from both sides. She found a gap in the fire, a narrow passage where the oil had not reached, and she waved them through, counting each one as they passed. 11. 12. A woman at the back stumbled, her leg caught under a fallen barrel. Maelis grabbed her arm and pulled, the maimed fingers of her left hand screaming as she tried to grip and could not. She switched hands, hauled the woman free, and half-dragged her toward the culvert. The woman was crying, saying something Maelis could not hear over the roar of the flames. She got her to the grate and handed her to Olin. "How many more?" Olin asked. "I do not know." She went back. The third group was smaller, 3 men who had been loading barrels when the fire started. They were trying to save the barrels, rolling them toward the channel bank as if that would matter. Maelis grabbed the nearest man by the collar and pulled him away. "The barrels are gone," she said. "You are not." He looked at her, and for a moment she saw the refusal in his eyes, the desperate need to salvage something from the ruin. Then another storehouse collapsed behind them, and the heat pushed them forward, and they followed her to the culvert. The fourth group was a single child, a boy of perhaps 8, crouched behind a stack of oil jars that had not yet caught, his hands pressed over his ears. Maelis found him because she saw his shadow, small and still, in a world of moving fire. "Come here," she said. He did not move. She crouched beside him, her knees aching, her lungs burning. "I am Maelis Dorn. I built this city. I know how to get out. Come with me." The boy looked up at her, and she saw the same hollow terror she had seen on Ilar's face in the infirmary, on the half-ration volunteers in the bucket line, on every face she had ever turned into a number. She held out her good hand. He took it. She led him through the smoke, through the heat, through the collapsing world of burning timber and melting ice, and she handed him to Olin at the culvert grate. How many more? Olin asked again. I do not know. She went back. The fifth roop was spread across the channel bank, a cluster of warehouse workers who had tried to fight the fire with buckets and failed. Their clothes were black with soot, their faces blistered from the heat. Maelis counted them as they ran past her. 7, 8, 9. The north culvert was filling now, but Olin was keeping them moving, pushing them through the tunnel toward the soapworks exit. The grate clanged shut behind the last one. Maelis turned to go back again. Tavia caught her arm. That is everyone. The district is empty. Maelis looked at the burning warehouse district, the flames consuming everything Palk had left behind, the oil and grain and timber reduced to ash and smoke. The fire was still spreading, jumping from storehouse to storehouse, but the people were out. The civilians were safe, except for the ones who had been trapped in the first stores. Except for the ones who had been working in the cellars when the oil hit. Except for the ones Maelis had not reached. She heard a chain snap somewhere above her, the sound of iron giving way under strain. She looked up. The second bridge, the one they had crossed to reach Palk, was sagging. The fire had reached its anchorage, and the chains that held it to the far platform were glowing red, losing their strength one link at a time. The platform they were standing on was still connected to the channel bank, but the bridge was the only way to reach the eastern path where Sunderland had gone. And the bridge was dying. Maelis looked at Tavia. How many did we lose? I do not know yet. Find out. She turned and walked toward the bridge, her legs heavy, her lungs full of smoke, her maimed hand throbbing with every heartbeat. The chains groaned above her, the bridge swayed, and somewhere in the smoke, Sunderland was still running east. Chapter 62. The firebreak began at the cistern where Odra Nimit had set her station, a cracked stone basin the weaver's quarter had used for generations. She stood knee-deep in the sludge, directing a chain of half-ration volunteers who carried buckets of ash and fish brine from the channel bank. The brine came from Civic's barges, the saltfish unloaded and repurposed before the first storehouse fell. Odra had ordered the barrels broached within minutes of seeing the smoke rise, her voice carrying across the courtyard like a battlefield command. Empty the brine into the ash, make it thick, make it wet, spread it along the timber line. The volunteers worked without question, their faces black with soot, their hands blistered from the heat. Marta Kell led the line, her patched coat soaked through, her sharp features set in something beyond exhaustion. Odra grabbed her arm as she passed. How many still inside? The record vault, Marta said. Brother Enos is there. Calder went after him. Calder Mir went into a burning building. With a limp and a cough and a ledger tucked under his arm, yes. Odra released her and turned back to the cistern. The fire had jumped the first break and was chewing through the weaver's quarter now, the narrow timber lanes acting as flues, drawing the flames upward and outward with terrible efficiency. She had seen burns before. She had watched men die from smoke and heat in the infirmary, their lungs seared, their skins sloughing off in sheets. She knew what would happen to anyone caught inside the record vault if the roof went. But she also knew Enes. He would not leave without the ledgers. The record vault sat at the eastern edge of the weaver's quarter, a squat stone structure built to hold deeds and tax rolls and the careful arithmetic of empire. It had no windows, only a single iron door that had been left ajar by someone who had already fled. Brother Enos moved through the interior with a lamp held high, the flames casting his shadow across shelves packed with parchment and leather-bound books. The smoke was thin here, seeping through cracks in the stone, but not yet thick enough to choke. He worked quickly, pulling bundles from the shelves, scanning their spines, discarding the ones that held only census records and tax assessments. He was looking for something specific, something the conspirators would have kept close, something that named names beyond Palk. The heat was building. The stone floor had begun to warm beneath his boots. He found it in a metal box wedged behind a shelf on the back wall, its lid sealed with wax and a stamp he did not recognize. He cracked the seal with his knife and lifted the lid. Inside lay a stack of letters, each one signed with a name and a seal he had never seen. Imperial names. Names from the capital, from the treasury, from houses he had only heard of in the old monastery ledgers where the empire's donations were recorded in gold and land. He read the first letter once, then again. It was a directive, dated 3 years before the governor fled, authorizing the diversion of grain from the northern marches to accounts held by the Second Imperial Credit House. It was signed by a man whose title began with Director of Frontier. The same name appeared in two more letters, each authorizing larger diversions, each describing the resulting scarcity as an acceptable cost of stability. Enos's hands shook as he set the letters back in the box. There were 23 letters in total, 123 signatures from men who had never seen Vossbridge, who had never tasted the bread they stole, who had never watched a child die from hunger in an infirmary cot. He closed the box and tucked it under his arm. The ceiling groaned. He looked up. Cracks were spreading across the stone above him, thin at first, then widening, the mortar giving way as the fire above weakened the roof. A chunk of stone fell and shattered against the floor, 2 paces to his left. Mindel discords deful simple thrided. It's enough that relassage. She radially seconds it, I said. He loved, I guess let. Oh, well, what talked. He fondled his throat of the bread, for heaven's steel musculation uttering fizz. Cracks were spreading across the stone above him, thin at first, then widening, the mortar giving way as the fire above weakened the roof. A chunk of stone fell and shattered against the floor, 2 paces to his left. Ines stood still, the box pressed against his chest. He could run. The door was behind him, the fire break was outside. But if he ran, if he dropped the box or left it behind, the names would burn. The proof would turn to ash, and the men who had ordered the famine would never answer for it. He took a step toward the door. The ceiling groaned again, louder this time. A seam of light appeared above him, smoke spilling through the gap, and he knew the roof would not hold much longer. He ran. The iron door was 10 paces away, then 8, then 5. He could see the smoke outside, gray and thick, and he could hear Odra's voice shouting something he could not make out. He reached the door and stumbled through it just as the ceiling behind him gave way, the stone collapsing inward, the flames roaring up through the gap, consuming the vault and everything inside it. Ines fell to his knees in the courtyard, the box still clutched against his chest, his lungs burning with smoke and relief. Odra reached him before he could stand. She grabbed his face with both hands, her fingers pressing against his jaw, forcing him to meet her eyes. Are you burned? No. Are you lying? No. She released him and looked at the box. What is that? Ines opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, a new sound cut through the roar of the fire. A groan, deep and structural, the sound of masonry straining against force it was never meant to withstand. It came from the building beside them, the Weavers' Guild Hall, its eastern wall already blackened and cracked, its roof sagging under the weight of accumulated flame. The wall was going to fall, and the courtyard they were standing in was directly in its path. Odra grabbed Ines by the collar and pulled him toward the cistern, shouting for the volunteers to scatter, to move, to run, as the groan deepened into a crack, and the crack became a rupture, and the rupture became the sound of stone giving way. Chapter 63. Sunderland ran through smoke that tasted of oil and timber, his boots finding purchase on the frozen channel planks where the ice had not yet caught. Luke stayed at his shoulder, young legs working to match the general stride, his breath coming in sharp bursts. The warehouse district burned behind them. Ahead, the far bridge tower rose through the haze, a squat stone structure built to anchor the final crossing over the channel. Its lower door hung open. Fresh tracks cut through the frost, boot prints and the drag marks of something heavy, a chest or a satchel pulled across the stone. Sunderland slowed at the threshold. He drew his sword. Luke stopped beside him, one hand braced against the tower wall, his eyes scanning the smoke for movement. He knows we are coming. He has known since Thel died, Sunderland said. He counted on it. They entered together. The tower's interior was a single room, 20 paces across, its ceiling low and blackened by old lamp smoke. A fire had been kicked together in the center, burning from broken crate slats and oil-soaked rags, casting wavering light across the walls. 3 iron-banded chests sat against the far wall, their lids thrown back. Papers lay scattered across the floor, pages torn from ledgers, letters, parchments curling at the edges from the heat. Severin Palk stood behind the fire. He had shed his heavy coat. His sleeves were rolled to the elbow, his hands stained with ink and something darker, and the satchel he had carried across the bridges hung open at his side, its contents half spilled onto the stone. He was feeding pages to the fire one at a time, watching them blacken and curl with the patience of a man who had made peace with the hour. He did not look up when they entered. "I wondered which of you would arrive first," Polk said. "I had coin on the general, but the engineer has surprised me before." Sunderland stepped around the fire, his sword low but ready. "The seals. Give them to me." Polk glanced at the satchel. "There are no seals here. Those chests crossed the channel 3 hours ago with a man you will not catch. What remains is paper I do not need, and ink I will not let you read." He dropped another page into the flames. Luke moved toward the chests, but Sunderland stopped him with a hand. "Do not touch anything. He has baited this room." Polk smiled. It was a thin expression, tired and genuine, the smile of a man who had already lost but refused to admit defeat. "You are learning, General. That is a shame. If you had learned 6 months earlier, you might have stopped me before the grain left the depots. Now you can only watch me burn the receipts and wonder whether your victory will hold." Sunderland kept his voice level. "You are cornered. Your men are dead or scattered. The district burns around you, and the evidence you are feeding to that fire will not save you from the rope." "No," Polk agreed. "It will not." He picked up another page, studied it for a moment, then held it to the flame. The paper caught, the ink exactionly distorting, the ink darkening before the edges blackened, and he let it fall into the fire. "But I am not cornered by you, General. I am cornered by arithmetic. The same arithmetic that woman uses to divide rations and choose which district starves. The same arithmetic you used to calculate how many refugees you could leave on the road before your column ran short of supplies." He looked up, and his eyes were calm. "You both know the cost of order. You have paid it in different currencies, but you have paid it. The Empire asked me to do what it could not admit it needed done. I made the frontiers collapse predictable. I made it profitable. I made it so that when the Empire fell, something structured would rise in its place, something that understood ledgers and grain weights and the price of a human life in silver." Sunderland took a step closer. "You starved 40,000 people." "I starved no one," Polk said. "I redirected grain. I told the credit houses where to invest. I wrote letters that men in uniform signed and carried out with their own hands. If you want to hang someone for the famine, General, you will need a longer rope than this tower can hold. You will need a rope long enough to reach the capital." He dropped another page into the fire. The flames rose, catching the dry timber, and for a moment the room was bright enough to see every corner. Sunderland saw the chests, the scattered papers, the ink pot overturned on the stone, its contents bleeding into a crack in the floor. He saw the satchel, its interior lined with leather, empty except for a single folded document that Polk had not yet burned. Polk saw him see it. "Ah," Polk said. "That one." He reached into the satchel and pulled out the folded document. It was sealed with wax, a stamp Sunderland did not recognize, a mark of 3 dots arranged in a triangle. Polk held it over the fire, but he did not drop it. "This is the last thread," he said. "The name of the man who signed the original diversion orders. The man who sits on the Imperial Credit Council and whose signature appears nowhere in any ledger you will ever find. I could burn it and let you chase ghosts for the rest of your career, or I could give it to you and let you decide whether the frontier can survive what happens when you name him." Sunderland's grip tightened on his sword. "Why would you give it to me?" "Because I am tired," Polk said, "and because I have already lost the city. The seals are gone. The chests are gone. The woman with the guild mark crossed the river before your scouts reached the bank, and she carries enough paper to rebuild the ledger circle in a decade. What I hold now is the only piece that matters, and I will not burn it." He held the document out, not toward Sunderland, but toward Luke. The young courier did not move. "Take it," Polk said. "Read the name, memorize it, then decide whether you want to live in a world where that name is known or a world where it is forgotten." Luke looked at Sunderland. Sunderland did not nod, but he did not stop him. Luke stepped forward, his hand reaching for the sealed document, his fingers brushing the wax. And then the sound reached them, distant and thin through the tower walls, rising from the burning district below. Horns. Maelis' evacuation horns. 3 long notes, steady and repeating, sounding from the north culvert where Allen was pulling survivors from the smoke. Paul's hand stopped. He listened. The horns sounded again, closer now, moving through the smoke like a signal thread pulling the city back from the fire's edge. Paul's face changed. The calm calculation slipped, and for the first time, Sunderland saw something raw beneath it. Not fear, not anger, but something closer to recognition. "She is still pulling them out," Paul said, his voice low. "She should be running. She should be securing the account court. She should be counting what she lost and planning her next move. But she is pulling people from a fire she could have let burn." He looked at the document in his hand. "She is going to lose because she will not stop trying to save them." The horns sounded a third time. Paul's hand moved. Not toward Luke, not toward the fire. He folded the document and tucked it into his coat, his eyes fixed on something none of them could see. "The arithmetic was honest," he said. "That was the only thing I gave them. Honest arithmetic. But she is writing a different equation, and I do not know its sum." He looked at Sunderland. "Kill me here, General, or let me walk. Either way, the financier is already moving, and he does not need my permission to finish what I started." The tower groaned. Above them, the stone creaked, and a seam of light appeared in the ceiling, smoke spilling through it. The fire had reached the upper floor. Sunderland stepped forward, his sword rising. But Luke was faster. The young courier lunged, not at Palk, but at the satchel, his hand closing around the leather strap, and as Palk turned to resist, the folded document slipped from his coat and fell toward the fire. Chapter 64. The document spun as it fell, the wax seal catching firelight before the flame took it. Luke's hand closed on empty air. Palk moved. Not toward the fire, not toward the door. He dove sideways, his shoulder hitting the stone floor as his hand found the satchel strap. The leather slid across the flagstones and he came up with it clamped against his chest, already turning for the tower stairs. Sunderland's sword cut the air where Palk's neck had been. "Down," Sunderland said, and Luke dropped. The general stepped over him, his boots finding purchase on the smoke-slicked stone, his blade low and ready. Palk had reached the stairwell mouth, his silhouette black against the orange glow rising from below. "You will not catch me on those stairs," Palk said. "I know this tower's bones better than any man still standing." "Then die knowing them," Sunderland charged. Palk vanished into the stairwell. The general followed, his sword angled for the narrow space, and Luke scrambled after them both, his lungs burning from the smoke that poured through the cracked ceiling. The stairs turned. Stone spiraled downward through heat that thickened with every step. Palk's footfalls echoed ahead, uneven, one boot dragging slightly. Luke saw it in the same instant Sunderland did, a stumble, a catch of breath. The financier was not as young as his calm had suggested. They hit the ground floor door. Palk burst through it into the warehouse yard, the satchel pressed against his chest, his coat smoking at the hem where embers had caught. The yard was a pocket of frozen air between burning buildings, the heat beating down from all sides, while the ground still held winter's grip. A sledge waited at the far end. 2 horses stamped in the traces, their eyes rolling at the firelight, and a driver in a heavy coat held the reins tight, his face hidden behind a scarf. The gap between Palk and the sledge was 30 paces of open ground. Sunderland cleared the doorway. "Hold," he said. Palk did not hold. He ran. The general sprinted after him, his sword trailing low, his boots hammering the frozen mud. Luke followed, his legs burning, his mind counting paces. 25, 20. Palk's hand reached for the sledge rail. Sunderland closed the gap. His sword came up, not for a killing stroke, but for the satchel strap. The blade caught it clean, slicing through leather, and the satchel fell open as it hit the ground, papers spilling across the frost like leaves shed from a dying tree. Palk stopped. He turned, his eyes on the papers, his face for the first time showing something that was not calculation. It was loss, raw and naked and almost human. "No," he said. Sunderland's sword found his shoulder before the word finished leaving his mouth. The blade drove through the heavy coat and into the meat beneath, and Pock's legs buckled. He went down on one knee, his hand pressed to the wound, blood seeping between his fingers. "Burn them," Pock said. The driver did not move. Pock looked up, his eyes finding the scarf-wrapped face, his voice cracking. "Burn the papers. Now." The driver's hand went to his coat, but the fire was already moving. A tongue of flame from the nearest warehouse licked across the frost, finding the spilled papers, catching the dry edges. The ink curled and blackened. The seals blistered and cracked. In seconds, the evidence was ash rising on the heat, scattering into the smoke. Pock watched it go. "Good," he said. Sunderland yanked his sword free, and Pock collapsed onto his side, his blood pooling in the frozen mud. The general did not finish him. He stood over the financier, his chest heaving, his blade dripping. "Where is the financier going?" Pock laughed. It was a wet sound, thick with blood. "Everywhere you are not." The driver cracked the reins. The horses lunged forward, the sledge scraping across the frost, and by the time Sunderland turned, it was already 10 paces gone, 12, 15, disappearing into a gap between burning buildings. "Let him go," Pock said. "He does not matter. The seals are gone. The papers are ash. There is nothing left for you to claim." Sunderland looked down at him. "The seals crossed the channel," he said. "Your own words. 3 hours ahead of you. But the papers here, the letters, the signatures, the direct links to the Imperial Credit Council, those are ash. You will spend the rest of your life chasing whispers." The building behind them groaned. A seam of fire ran up its face, and the roof began to shed tiles, cracking against the frozen ground. Pock's eyes drifted to the flames, and something in his face softened. "I ordered the last warehouse charges fired before I climbed the tower," he said. "Did I mention that?" Sunderland's head snapped up. The blast came from beneath them. Not from the tower, not from the building beside them, but from the bridge, the stone arch that connected this yard to the eastern road. The explosion ripped through its base, throwing stone and ice into the air, and the ground under their feet lurched sideways. Pock rolled toward the edge. The bridge was collapsing. Not all of it, just the section nearest the yard, the section where they stood. Stone fell into the frozen channel below, and the gap widened, pulling the yard away from the road. Pock did not try to stand. He let himself fall. His body slid over the broken edge, his coat catching on a fragment of stone, and for a moment he hung there, suspended between fire and ice, his blood dripping onto the rubble below. "The variable," he said, his voice barely audible, "was never the seals." He let go. Sunderland lunged, but the stone under his feet gave way, and he fell back, catching himself on the edge of the broken bridge. Below him, Pock's body hit the rubble and rolled, disappearing into the smoke and the darkness where the channel opened toward the eastern marsh. Gone. Luke stood at the edge, his hands empty, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "General," he said. Sunderland did not answer. He stood at the broken lip of the bridge, his sword still in his hand, his eyes fixed on the darkness where Severn Polk had vanished. Behind them, the warehouse district burned, and the horns from the north culvert sounded again, steady and patient, pulling survivors from the flames. The financier's name had burned, the seals were ash, and somewhere below, in the smoke and the rubble, the man who had engineered the famine was either dead or rotting, and they would not know which until dawn. Chapter 65. Dawn did not reveal the district, it accused it. Gray light crept through the smoke and found what the fire had left behind. The eastern warehouses stood as black ribs against the sky, their roofs gone, their contents ash and steam where the river water had met the flames. The bridge that had held Pock stood broken, its stones scattered in the channel, and the ice below had turned the color of rust and cinder. Maelis stood at the edge of the platform where Sunderland had caught her. Her left hand throbbed, her lungs burned with every breath. The coat she wore was stiff with frost and soaked through at the shoulders where she had carried a child across the culvert grate, and she could not remember which child, only the weight, only the small body pressed against her chest. Tavia found her first. "The district is empty," she said. "Allen pulled the last 3 through the culvert 20 minutes ago. One of them is a girl who saw her mother fall into the channel." Maelis did not turn. "How many?" "Of the dead, we do not know yet. The water took some, the fire took others. Ines is counting." Tavia paused. "Sunderland is back." Maelis turned then. The general came through the smoke from the east, his sword still drawn, his boots wet to the knee. Luke walked behind him, his face gray, his hands empty. They moved like men who had found nothing. Sunderland stopped 3 paces from Maelis. "The channel opens into the eastern marsh," he said. "There are 100 ways out, caves, culverts, old smugglers' routes that do not appear on any imperial map." "You did not find him." "I found blood on the rocks where he hit the rubble, enough to kill a man if the wound was deep enough, but no body." Maelis read what he did not say. "Then he is alive." Sunderland met her eyes. "I would not wager against it." The horns had fallen silent. The smoke was thinning, and the first real light of morning showed the full shape of the loss. The warehouse district was gone, not damaged, gone. What the fire had not taken, the water had drowned, and what remained was wet ash, collapsed stone, and the blackened frames of men who had not made it to the culvert. Brother Ines found them at the platform edge. He carried no burial ledger. His hands were stained with ink and soot, and his coat smelled of smoke and wet paper. Behind him, Caldermeyer limped across the rubble, his face tight with pain, a leather satchel clutched against his chest. "Maelis," Ines said, "we need you to see something." He led them to the account court. The building still stood, its stone walls blackened but intact. Inside, the floor was scattered with wet paper, fallen shelves, and the remnants of Palk's operation. But in the back chamber, where the fire had not reached, 3 iron-banded chests sat open, their contents spread across a table that had been dragged from the wall. Calder set his satchel beside them. "The financier left in a hurry," he said. "He took the seals, the deeds, the documents that would let him claim Vossbridge in open court, but he did not take everything." He lifted a stack of papers from the table. "These are the accounts, the ledgers, the records of every grain shipment diverted, every warehouse receipt falsified, every payment made to every officer who signed a forged manifest. 23 signatures from imperial officials, 3 years of operations, the full paper trail of the famine." Maelis looked at the stack. "Palk said the evidence burned." "Palk lied," Calder said. "Or he believed what he was told. The financier kept a second set, a private set, hidden in a vault beneath the account court that Pal did not know existed." He held out a single page. "This is why we need you to see." Maelis took it. The page was a letter. Not a ledger entry, but correspondence, written in a clean imperial hand on paper that bore the watermark of the Second Imperial Credit House. It was addressed to no one by name, and it was dated 4 months before the governor fled. She read it once. She read it again. "This is a warning," she said. Calder nodded. The Ledger Circle did not expect to succeed quietly. They built their operation knowing the Imperial Center would eventually discover the scale of the diversion. They prepared for retaliation, and they planned for war. Maelis looked up from the page. "Open war on the frontier." "Not just on the frontier," Calder said. "The letter names staging grounds, supply depots, garrison towns that have already been seeded with Circle loyalists. When the Imperial Center moves against them, they will not run. They will fight, and the frontier will burn a second time." Sunderland stepped forward. He took the page from Maelis's hand, read it, and his face went still in a way that made Luke take a step back. "This is not a conspiracy," Sunderland said. "This is a counter-invasion. They have been preparing for months. They know where every Legion garrison is stationed, every supply route, every weak point in the Imperial chain of command." "They wrote it down," Maelis said. "They wrote it down because they never expected anyone to find it." Maelis looked at the table, at the spread of papers, at the evidence that should have been ash. She had won. Palk was gone, his operation shattered, his seals lost to the channel. But the page in Sunderland's hand told a different story. The war was not over. It had not even begun. Calder cleared his throat. "There is something else." He reached into his satchel and pulled out a smaller document, folded twice, sealed with wax. The seal bore 3 dots arranged in a triangle. Maelis recognized it. Sunderland recognized it. This was in the same vault, Calder said. Not with the ledgers, separate, hidden inside a false floor. It is addressed to the financier and it bears the personal mark of the Imperial Credit Council. Maelis took it. Should I open it? You are the one who found it, Calder said. She broke the seal. The letter inside was short, 5 sentences, written in the same clean hand as the first page, but the ink was different, darker, newer. She read it aloud. The quiet harvest is complete. Frontier resistance is expected and acceptable. Begin Phase 2 on the spring thaw. The Council will disavow all knowledge of Phase 1. The Empire will bleed until the frontier submits. She looked up. It is signed with initials, not a name, 3 letters. Sunderland took the page. His jaw tightened. Those initials belong to a man who sits on the Imperial Credit Council. A man whose name appears in no ledger, whose signature exists in no official record, and whose authority reaches into the Imperial Palace itself. Then we have him, Maelis said. Sunderland shook his head. We have a piece of paper. The man who wrote this will say it is a forgery. The Council will back him. The Palace will back the Council. And we will be the ones holding ash while the frontier burns. Maelis looked at the letter, at the clean hand, at the 3 initials that meant nothing without context. But she had the ledgers. She had the names. And she had 23 signatures from Imperial officials who had authorized the famine. Signatures that would not fit inside any official narrative. Burn it. Sunderland looked at her. Burn the letter, Maelis said. It is useless alone. But the ledgers, the names, the accounts, those are the hammer. The letter is a rumor. The ledgers are the truth. Calder shifted his weight. The ledgers name the director of Frontier. They name the Credit Council member. They name every officer who signed a forged manifest. Then we use them. Maelis looked at Sunderland. You said the Empire will bleed until the frontier submits. I say the frontier will bleed until the Empire answers. The sound of boots on stone came from the courtyard. A runner, militia by the look of her coat, stopped at the door and saluted Tavia. Message from the South Gate, Captain. A rider arrived 20 minutes ago. He says he carries dispatches from the Imperial capital. He demands to speak with the head of the Civic Compact. Maelis and Sunderland exchanged a look. The financier had crossed the channel at dawn. The Phase 2 letter named the spring thaw. The rider had arrived with dispatches. Let him in, Maelis said, and double the guard on the ledgers. The runner saluted and ran. Maelis looked at the letter in her hand, at the 3 initials that meant war, at the page that should have burned. She folded it and placed it in her coat. Phase 2 begins, she said, and we are the only ones who know it is coming. Chapter 66. Hask found him before the smoke had finished settling. The Legion captain rode through the ash with 30 mounted men at his back, their horses stamping at the frost-crusted mud where the channel had overflowed. He pulled up 10 paces from Sunderland and did not dismount. The city is bleeding, Hask said. Her militia is scattered. Her granaries are exposed. We take the gates now before she rallies, and this ends before the council in the capital can send orders that tie our hands. Sunderland did not answer. He stood at the broken edge of the bridge, where the stone had shattered inward, and the channel below ran black with oil and cinder. His sword was still drawn. Blood dried on his gauntlets, not his own. You heard the letter, Hask said. Phase 2 is coming. We do not have time to let her rebuild while we sit in camp waiting for her to decide whether we are enemies or allies. We are not enemies. Then she surrenders the city. Sunderland turned. The look on his face was not anger. It was something colder, something that had calcified in the hours since he had watched Palk fall into the dark. She will not surrender, he said, and I will not ask her to. Hask's jaw tightened. His hand moved toward his hilt, stopped, moved away. Then what are we doing here, General? Sunderland looked past him, toward the walls of Vossbridge, where smoke still rose from the burned quarter and the gates stood closed. We are finding out whether peace can be built from the wreckage of someone else's war. And if it cannot, we will be the ones who know it first. Inside the foundry hall, the hardliners were already speaking. Maelis heard them before she reached the door. Tavia's voice, flat and sharp. Eamon's arguing for restraint. Someone else, a woman she did not recognize, demanding action before the Legion recovered from the night's fire. She pushed the door open. The room fell silent. Tavia stood at the iron table with her arms crossed, her coat still smudged with soot, her eyes ringed with exhaustion. Eamon sat opposite her, the revised charter spread across the table like a map of a country no one had agreed to. "We need to speak," Eamon said. "I heard you from the courtyard." "Then you know what they are asking." Maelis looked at the woman who had been speaking, a militia ward captain she recognized from the North Quarter, young, hollow-cheeked, her hands still trembling from the fire. "Tell me." The woman swallowed. "The Legion is camped on the ridgeline with no supply train, no consolidated position, and half their officers dead or arrested. We strike now before they reform, and we end this before the Empire can send reinforcements. And if we strike, we prove every accusation Pak ever made," Maelis said, "that the Civic Compact is a usurper regime that will kill Imperial soldiers rather than negotiate, that we are exactly what he needed us to be. Pak is dead. Pak is gone. The difference matters." The woman's hands stopped trembling, her jaw set. "Then what do we do? Wait for them to recover and demand our surrender? We wait for their general to make a choice. He already made it. He chased Pak with us." "He chased Pak," Maelis said. "He did not march on the city." The woman looked at Tavia, seeking support. Tavia did not give it. "She is right," Tavia said. "We do not strike first, not because we cannot, because if we do, the ledger we are building becomes a debt we cannot repay." The woman's face went slack with something between frustration and respect. She stepped back from the table. "And if the Legion strikes us first, then we will answer," Maelis said. "But we will not be the ones who fired the first shot." The truce meeting happened at the margin of the charred channel, where the burned warehouse district met the open ground before the ridgeline. Maelis came alone except for Tavia, who stood 20 paces back with her hand on her knife. Sunderland came alone except for Luke's, who stood at the same distance with his arms folded. The two of them met at the midpoint, where the frost had been scuffed by a dozen pairs of boots and the ash still drifted in the cold air. Sunderland looked at her. "Your people want war. Your people want surrender. We both know that is what Pak wanted us to want." Maelis nodded. She looked past him at the Legion camp forming on the ridgeline, at the smoke from their cookfires rising against the gray sky. "How long before your captains mutiny?" "Longer than it will take your council to force your hand." "Then we have time." Sunderland's mouth tightened. "Not much." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded page, creased and smoke-stained. "I found this in the account court after you left. It is a list. Names. Officers in my command who received payments from Ledger Circle fronts." Maelis took it. She read the names. 5 of them. 2 were captains she had seen on the channel the night before. 1 was a quartermaster she had not known existed. 1 was Hask's adjutant. She looked up. "How many did you arrest?" "None," Sunderland said. "If I arrest them now, the remainder of my command will fracture. If I leave them in place, they will feed information to the financier until the spring thaw." Maelis held the page. She could feel the weight of it, the same weight she felt when she held the ledgers, the same weight of knowing something that would destroy a structure if she used it wrong. "You brought this to me," she said. "I brought it to you because you have the same problem." He was right. The ledgers, the names, the 23 signatures, the knowledge that the Empire had starved its own frontier and called it acceptable. She could use it. She could burn it. Either choice would cost something. "What do you want from me?" Sunderland's voice was quiet, roughened by smoke and exhaustion. "I want you to meet me at the old river bridge tomorrow, at noon. Bring your council. I will bring my commanders. We will look at the evidence together, and we will decide what kind of world we are building out of this." Maelis studied his face, the scar under his jaw, the silver at his temples, the exhaustion that sat in the lines around his eyes like a thing that had lived there for years. "Tomorrow at noon," she said. He nodded. He turned and walked back toward the ridgeline, his boots crunching on the ash, his figure growing smaller against the smoke. Tavia stepped forward. "You trust him?" Maelis looked at the page in her hand, at the names, at the weight of what she was carrying. "I trust that he knows the same thing I know," she said. "That if we do not build the peace, someone else will build it for us." The shot came at dusk. Maelis was standing at the foundry hall door when Tavia caught her arm and pulled her sideways. The stone behind her head cracked, and a chunk of masonry fell at her feet. She did not have time to react. Tavia already had her knife out, scanning the roofline, her breath coming hard. "That was not a warning," Tavia said. Maelis looked at the cracked stone, at the splintered groove where the bolt had struck, at the angle that would have put it through her skull if Tavia had been one heartbeat slower. "Who?" "I do not know, but I will find them." She looked at the wall, at the wound in the stone, at the message that someone was delivering before the truce had even begun. They had agreed to meet. Someone else had agreed to make sure the meeting never happened. Chapter 67. The field altar stood where the old river road met the marsh, a slab of black stone the Empire had raised to some forgotten god before the walls went up. Frost had split its face in a dozen cracks, and someone had dragged the fallen pieces into a rough semicircle around it. Maelis arrived first. She came with Tavia at her shoulder and Brother Ines carrying the iron box of letters under his arm. Calder walked behind them, his breath still ragged from the climb, his hand pressed to his stitched ribs. Odra had refused to come, had said she would stay with the living, but Marta Kell had pushed through the foundry hall door at the last moment and taken a place in the column without asking permission. The ground between camp and city was a no-man's land of frozen mud and scattered ash. The smoke from the burned districts still hung in the air, a ceiling that turned noon to dusk. Maelis stopped at the altar. She set the ledgers on the stone one by one. The names, the signatures, the dates that proved the grain had been diverted before the governor fled, before the first bread line formed, before any citizen of Vossbridge had known they were being counted as an acceptable cost. Ines placed the iron box beside them. The letters were still sealed. He had not opened them again after the vault. He did not need to. He remembered every name. Sunderland came from the ridgeline with 6 men behind him. Luke carried a canvas satchel with the list of compromised officers and the scraps of evidence that had survived the tower fire. Captain Hask walked at Sunderland's right, his face set in something that was not quite obedience. 4 other officers followed in column, their hands empty, their eyes moving between the altar and the city walls. Behind them, at the edge of bowshot, the Legion encampment had fallen silent. Cook fires smoldered. Men stood in clusters, watching. Sunderland reached the altar. He looked at the ledgers, at the iron box, at Maelis standing on the far side of the stone with her maimed hand resting on the evidence like a weight she had carried for years. "You brought witnesses," he said. "You brought officers. I brought the men who will have to choose what to believe." Maelis nodded. She turned to the altar and opened the first ledger. The reading took an hour. Maelis did the first part herself, tracing the grain diversions from the eastern villages, the forged manifests, the dates that matched the dead children in Odra's infirmary. Her voice did not break. She had learned to speak numbers without feeling them, and she used that skill now like a blade. Ines took over when she reached the letters. He read them in order, from the earliest directive to the coldest line. Acceptable cost of stability. He read the signatures. He named the titles. Director of Frontier, Imperial Overseer of Supply, Undersecretary of the Grain Office. Each name landed on the frozen ground like a stone dropped into a well. Calder stepped forward when Ines finished. He did not have a voice for public speech, but he had a voice for facts, and he used it to describe the triangular mark, the creditor house seals, the debt notes that bound the Ledger Circle's operation to the Imperial Center. "The men who signed these letters," Calder said, "do not know your names. They will never know your names. But they know the price of winter wheat in every market between here and the capital. They know exactly what they bought." For a long moment, no one spoke. The wind moved across the marsh. A bird called from the reeds, thin and distant. Then the colonel stepped forward. He was not one of Sunderland's men. Maelis had not seen him before, but she recognized the cut of his coat, the insignia on his collar that marked him as attached to the Imperial Courier Service, not the Frontier Legion. He had ridden in with the Dawn Messenger. He had been standing at the back of Sunderland's column, silent, watching. Now, he spoke. These documents prove nothing. Every head turned. The colonel was a hard-faced man in his 50s with a bureaucrat's patience and a soldier's stillness. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. They could have been written by anyone. They could have been forged by the usurper herself to justify her seizure of power. The Empire does not negotiate with rebels, and it does not accept evidence produced by the same hand that stole a city. Sunderland's jaw tightened. Colonel, these ledgers were recovered from an authorized vault. These ledgers were recovered by a woman who hanged 2 merchants in a market square and called it justice. You have no standing to accept them as evidence. You have no standing to hold a parley. You have standing to arrest the usurper and restore lawful authority to this city. The words hung in the air. Maelis watched Sunderland's face. She saw the calculation behind his eyes, the weight of a career collapsing into a single choice. Hask shifted his weight. The officers behind him did not move, but their hands were closer to their hilts than they had been a moment before. Tavia's knife was already in her palm, flat against her thigh, hidden by the fold of her coat. Maelis did not look at her. She kept her eyes on Sunderland. "The colonel is right about one thing," she said. The colonel blinked. "These ledgers could be forgeries. They could be evidence. You have to decide which you believe. And you have to decide now. Because if you arrest me, the city will burn before noon, and the men who signed those letters will have their victory before spring." She lifted her maimed hand from the ledgers. "I am not asking you to trust me. I am asking you to trust the arithmetic." The colonel's hand went to his sword. Sunderland did not move. "General," the colonel said, "I am here on the authority of the Imperial Courier Service, with orders to report directly to the capital. If you do not arrest this woman now, I will report that you have conspired with a rebel and forfeited your command." The wind shifted. Smoke from the burned district rolled across the altar, gray and thin, carrying the smell of wet ash. Sunderland looked at Maelis. His steel-gray eyes held hers for 3 heartbeats. Then he turned to the colonel. "You will report what you saw here. The ledgers, the letters, 23 signatures. You will name every name, and you will tell them that the frontier knows." The colonel's face went pale. "General, you are dismissed." The colonel did not move. His hand was still on his sword. And behind him, 5 of Sunderland's officers had not taken their hands from their hilts. Chapter 68. The colonel did not move. His hand stayed on his sword hilt. 5 of Sunderland's officers kept their hands on their own hilts, and the frozen air between them felt like a blade already drawn. Sunderland held the colonel's gaze. "I said you are dismissed. And I say you have lost your mind." The colonel's voice stayed flat. "You are standing on a frozen road beside a woman who seized a city by force, listening to clerks read papers that could have been written last night, and you are choosing her over the empire that gave you rank. I am choosing the truth." "The truth?" The colonel laughed. It was a dry sound, without humor. "You do not know what the truth is anymore. You have been in the field too long. You have forgotten what order looks like." Sunderland stepped forward. He did not draw his sword. He did not raise his voice. He simply moved until he stood close enough that the colonel had to tilt his chin to hold his eyes. "I have spent 30 years believing that law is the only shelter sturdy enough to survive collapse," Sunderland said. "I have watched men die under that law. I have ordered men to die under it. I have told myself that the Empire's authority, even when flawed, even when slow, even when cruel by neglect, was still better than the alternative." He paused. "I was wrong." The colonel's hand tightened on his hilt. "The famine was not neglect. It was not weather. It was not bad roads and late convoys. It was arithmetic. Someone in the capital calculated how many people had to die to make the frontier cheap enough to buy, and they wrote it down in those ledgers, and they called it an acceptable cost." He pointed at the iron box. "Those letters were signed by men who still sit in offices with heated floors. They will deny everything. They will produce witnesses. They will call the ledgers forgeries, and the courier a traitor." He lowered his hand. "And I will stand in front of them and say I saw the evidence with my own eyes, and I chose to believe it, because the alternative is to spend the rest of my life knowing I looked at the bodies of dead children and called it lawful order. The colonel's face had gone still. "General, that is my answer." The colonel held his gaze for a long moment. Then he looked past Sunderland at the officers behind him. "You heard what he said. You will be asked to repeat it." No one answered. The colonel turned and walked back toward his horse. He did not look at Maelis. He did not look at the ledgers. He mounted, pulled the reins, and rode east along the frozen road without a single backward glance. The wind moved across the marsh. Maelis stood very still. She had come to this parley expecting to present evidence and force a decision. She had not expected Sunderland to break with his own empire in front of witnesses. She had not expected him to say the word wrong about a lifetime of service and mean it. She looked at him. His shoulders were set, but there was something raw in his face now that the colonel was gone, something that looked like the moment after a building falls and the dust has not yet settled. He met her eyes. "Do you have anything to add?" She did not answer immediately. She thought about the half-ration quarter, the tanner's district shields, the children whose names she had memorized from Inez's burial ledger, the arithmetic she had used to justify every cut. She thought about Ilara shoving a bucket into her hands and telling her to carry the water. "I have something to add," said another voice. Eamon Fell stepped forward, had been standing at the edge of Maelis's column, silent through the reading, silent through the colonel's challenge. He had a leather folder in his hands. He walked to the altar stone and placed the folder beside the ledgers. The revised charter. Maelis looked at the folder. She knew what it contained. She had read the draft twice, marked her objections in the margins, argued with Eamon about the limits it placed on emergency powers. She had refused to sign it the first time. She had signed it under duress during the siege, when the city needed unity more than authority. That signature had been tactical. This moment was different. "The charter was written before we knew the full shape of the conspiracy," Eamon said. "It was written to constrain a ruler we feared might become a tyrant. But it was also written by men who did not yet know that their empire had been starving them for profit." He looked at Sunderland. "You have just declared that law without justice is no shelter. The charter is law. But it is not a finished law. It is a framework, a shape. If we fill it with the right people, the right review, the right limits, it can be something the frontier has never had." He turned to Maelis. "You asked me once what line I would not cross. I asked you the same. This is my answer. I will not serve a ruler who treats the charter as a weapon to be wielded and then discarded when it becomes inconvenient." He stepped back. "The charter is yours to sign or refuse. But if you sign it now, here, in front of these witnesses, it means something different than it did in the foundry hall under siege." Maelis looked down at the folder. She could feel Sunderland watching her. She could feel Tavia's presence at her shoulder, solid and silent. She could feel the weight of every decision she had made since the dawn she took the granaries, every calculation, every body, every line she had drawn and crossed. She reached out with her maimed hand. The fingers did not close properly around the folder's edge. She had to adjust her grip, use her other hand to steady it. She opened it. The charter was written in clean ink on heavy paper. She had seen it before, but she read it again, slowly, as if seeing it for the first time. Emergency powers limited to 30 days. Council approval required for ration changes. District representation with veto over grain distribution. A review board composed of guild, militia, clergy, and clan members. She looked up. "Sign it," said a voice from behind her. Marta Kell. She stepped forward, her patched coat still damp from the bucket line, her sharp face set in something that was not quite trust, but was closer than it had been. "Sign it," Marta said again, "and mean it." Maelis looked at the charter, then she picked up the pen that lay beside the inkwell Eamon had placed on the altar stone. She signed. Her name went onto the page in her own hand, the letters uneven where her damaged fingers could not hold the pen straight, but legible, deliberate. Hers. She set the pen down. The wind carried the sound of a horn from the direction of the river gate. Tavia turned. A runner was coming up the road, moving hard, his breath clouding the air. "Governor," he said, skidding to a stop. "The river gate. There's a barge, flying a flag we do not recognize." Sunderland looked toward the river. "How many?" "Just one, but the man on the bow, he says he has a message from the financier. Maelis's hand went still on the charter. The financier. The man above Palk. The one whose name appeared in no ledger, whose signature existed only in margins, who had crossed the channel 3 hours ahead of Palk's escape and vanished. He had not vanished. He had been waiting. Chapter 69. The negotiations began where the charter signing had ended, with the financier's barge still anchored at the river gate and a message that no one had yet opened. Maelis stood at the field altar with the signed charter beneath her palm. Sunderland faced her across the stone, his officers arrayed behind him in a loose arc. Eamon Fiel had already unfolded the charter's second copy onto the altar's edge, his finger tracing the blank sections where emergency clauses were meant to go. "What recognition means," Sunderland said, "is that my officers answer to me, not to your militia, not to your council." "Your officers answer to imperial law," Eamon replied. "And imperial law just tried to starve this city dead." Sunderland's jaw tightened. "Those officers did not sign the diversion orders." "No," Maelis said, "but they followed them, and they followed the men who signed them until you showed them the proof." The wind carried the sound of the river gate being reinforced, hammers against frozen iron. Eamon placed his hand on the charter. "Then we write the recognition clause so it holds both ways. Your officers retain command authority over Legion personnel, but any arrest of a Vossbridge citizen requires joint signature." "Joint signature with whom?" "With me," Maelis said. "Or with Tavia, or with a council member designated for that purpose." Sunderland's officers shifted behind him. Captain Hask stood at the edge of the formation, his face unreadable, his hand resting on his sword hilt with the ease of a man who had worn steel too long to notice its weight. "That gives you veto over every arrest I make inside the city," Sunderland said. "It gives you the same over mine. Your city, your council, your definition of reasonable grounds. And your legion, your chain of command, your definition of lawful authority." The silence stretched. Marta Kell stepped forward from the cluster of district elders. Her patched coat was still damp from the bucket line, her sharp features carved deeper by exhaustion. "You argue about who arrests whom?" she said, "while the man who caused this sits on a barge at your gate waiting to deliver terms." Sunderland looked at her. "Who are you?" "Someone who buried her youngest brother last week because the half-ration decree took him before the fever could." Marta did not look away. "I am the voice of the quarter that you both traded when you made arithmetic out of hunger." The silence that followed was a different kind, heavier. Brother Inez moved before anyone could speak. He walked to the altar, opened his burial ledger, and set it beside the charter. "The emergency clause," he said, "does not need to be a black check. It can be a clock." He traced a line on the page with his finger. 30 days, during which the crisis powers described in the charter are active. Arrests, ration orders, curfews, forced evacuations, all of them legal for 30 days. "And after?" Eamon asked. "After, every order signed under emergency authority goes before the council for review. If the council upholds it, it stands. If the council overturns it, it is rescinded and cannot be reissued without a full vote." "And the 30 days can be extended?" "Only by council vote, with a 2/3 majority." Sunderland studied Annis with an expression that was not quite trust, but was closer than it had been. "You would give us wartime speed," he said, "with peacetime review. The speed is for the threat, the review is for the dead." The wind carried more hammering from the river gate. The financier's barge was still there, waiting, its flag snapping against the gray sky. Hask spoke from behind Sunderland. "And who sits on this council of review?" "Guild, militia, clergy, district, and clan representation," Eamon said. "As written in the charter." "Clan," Hask repeated. "Meaning river clans who were fighting imperial garrisons 3 years ago. Meaning the river clans who control every barge, every fish cache, and every ice crossing between here and the northern gap," Maelis said. "Yes." Hask's hand did not leave his sword hilt. The argument that followed took the better part of an hour. Hask demanded written guarantees that no clan member could veto Legion operations. Eamon insisted the same guarantee applied in reverse for militia movements. Marta Kell asked whether the half-ration quarter got a permanent seat or a temporary one. and when Eamon said permanent, she asked for it in writing. Caldermere, still breathing hard from the climb, produced a list of 14 Ledger Circle front properties in Vossbridge that he had compiled during the night. The council could seize them immediately, under emergency authority, sell the goods, and fund the next 2 months of ration shortfall. "You want to legalize looting," Hask said. "I want to legalize survival," Calder replied. "The distinction seems lost on men who have not gone hungry." Sunderland cut in before Hask could answer. "The properties are verified? Every deed, every warehouse receipt, every forged inventory. I have copies." "Then we use them. Joint custody of the goods, legion and militia guards on every door." Maelis nodded. The clause went into the charter. They were 2 hours past noon when Eamon set down the pen and read the final text aloud. His voice carried across the frozen road, past the clusters of watching militia, past the legion soldiers who had gathered at the edge of hearing. The emergency powers clause, the 30-day limit, the review council structure, the joint arrest protocol, the property seizure authorization, the clan representation article, the half-ration quarters permanent seat. When he finished, the silence felt almost fragile. "Is that all?" Marta asked. "That is the framework," Eamon said. "The rest is detail, appointments, schedules, quorum requirements." "Then we fill them tomorrow," Maelis said. "Today we declare that the framework stands." She reached for the pen. A horn sounded from the river gate. Not the long note of a hailing signal, but a single, sharp blast. Alert. Tavia turned before the sound faded. A runner was already coming up the road, moving hard, his boots throwing ice. He did not stop at the edge of the formation. He ran straight to Sunderland. "General," the word came out ragged. "The South Road, one of your aides." He was walking back from the picket line. Sunderland's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted, a stillness that was louder than movement. "What happened?" The runner swallowed. "Sniper, from the roofline. He is dead before he hit the ground." The silence that followed was not fragile at all. It was hard, load-bearing. Sunderland turned to look at Maelis. She met his eyes. The charter lay between them, signed, witnessed, incomplete. And outside the ring of lanterns, in the gray winter light of a city that had not yet decided whether it could hold together, someone was already trying to break what they had just built. Chapter 70. The news landed like a stone in still water. Sunderland did not move. His hand rested on his sword hilt, not gripping, just resting there, as if the weight of the report needed an anchor. Hask broke the silence first. "This is what comes of trusting rebels." The words hung in the frozen air. Maelis felt the temperature drop further, not from winter but from the sudden distance opening between the legion ranks and the militia clusters. Hands shifted toward hilts, eyes hardened. "Your aide is dead," Hask continued, stepping forward, "and she stands here with a signed charter that gives her everything she wanted. A convenient assassination to frame the Legion and justify a purge of Imperial loyalists inside the walls." Maelis met his eyes. "If I wanted him dead, I would not have waited until after the signing. I would have put the bolt through your throat before you left the ridge line." Hask's face went dark. "Enough!" Sunderland's voice cut through the tension like a blade. "Hask, you will not speak of her again until I give you leave." Hask's jaw tightened, but he stepped back. His hand stayed on his hilt. Sunderland turned to Maelis. His eyes were flat, betraying nothing, but she saw the discipline it took to keep them that way. "Whoever did this knew we would blame each other," he said. "That is the wound they are trying to open." "Then we close it before it bleeds out," Maelis said. She looked past Sunderland to where Tavia stood at the edge of the lantern light, her hand already moving to the knife at her belt. "Can you find where the shot came from?" Tavia studied the roofline above the road. Her eyes tracked the snow-laden tiles, the chimneys, the frozen washing lines. "South side, third chimney from the crossroads. I saw the dust puff when the bolt landed." "Take Luke." Sunderland's order came without hesitation. Luke looked up, surprised, but Sunderland was already moving toward the fallen aide's body, where Brother Inez had knelt to close the dead man's eyes. Luke stepped forward. Tavia nodded once, a gesture that was not quite trust, but was closer than suspicion. They moved before anyone could argue. The roofline was exactly where Tavia had marked it. A single crossbow bolt lay in the frost, its tip dark. Luke picked it up, turning it over. The fletching was standard military issue, the shaft scarred from the string. "Same make as the one that nearly killed your governor 2 days ago," he said. Tavia studied the roof edge. A smear of blood marked at the tile where the sniper had braced his knee before climbing down. She pointed to the narrow gap between the chimney and the wall. "He came down here. He is bleeding." The trail led through a maze of frozen alleys, past shuttered windows and coal sheds, through a collapsed garden wall where the blood turned to dark droplets against the frost. Luke followed the pattern like a map. Left hand, right knee. The man was hit, probably in the leg or side, and he was losing speed. The droplets led to a storm drain, wide enough for a man to crawl through, its iron grate hanging loose on rusted hinges. The black mouth of it exhaled cold air thick with the smell of damp stone and old rot. Luke struck flint to a stub of limestone he carried. The pale light revealed a tunnel sloping downward into the bedrock. "Burial culvert," Tavia said. "Pre-imperial. The city was built on older foundations." "Where does it lead?" "The river channel. If he reaches the grate at the far end, he will have open ice and cover of darkness." Luke handed her the limestone. "You carry the light, I carry the knife." Tavia took it without argument. The blade was already in her hand. They crawled into the dark. The tunnel narrowed as it descended. The walls were rough-cut stone, slick with condensation and centuries of mineral seepage. The blood trail was easier to follow here, a dark smear against the gray, punctuated by the drag of a boot heel. The tunnel opened into a chamber, wider, higher, the ceiling lost in shadow. A grate stood at the far end, iron bars set into stone, beyond which the river channel glittered under the winter sky. A figure was slumped against the grate. Gray coat, military build, young face, younger than Luke. His leg was bleeding steadily. A crossbow lay discarded 3 paces away. He had no weapon in his hand. Tavia's voice was flat. "Who sent you?" The young man laughed, a wet, broken sound. "You think it matters? I am not the one you need to catch." "Then tell us who you are." "I am the message that you are already too late to intercept." He coughed. Blood leaked from his lips, dark against the frost. "The harvest failed. Do you think we were the quiet part? We were the signal. The Circle has agents in every town between here and the capital. They are already riding south. By the time the ice breaks, the Circle will have what it wants." Tavia stepped closer. "What do they want?" The young man's eyes found hers. They were calm, resigned. "Not your city, your war. You starved too many to keep the walls. There is nothing left to harvest here but ashes. But there are cities upriver who still believe the Empire will save them. The Circle will give them someone to fight." He smiled. "We already have. I am not the only shot fired today." The smile held, then his eyes went still. Tavia knelt and pressed 2 fingers to his throat. When she stood, her face was unreadable. Luke stared at the dead man, the young face, the quiet calm. "He was not trying to escape," Luke said. "He was waiting for us to find him." Tavia turned from the body. "We need to get back, now." Above them, in the city she had just sworn to govern with a charter and a council, Maelis Dorn was receiving a second runner from the river gate. The financier's barge was casting off, its unknown flag snapping against the gray, and the man on the bow had begun to shout a message that no one on the wharf could quite make out over the wind. Chapter 71. Brother Ines was reaching for the charter when Sister Audra's boot struck the Foundry Hall floor. She came through the door with frost on her sleeves and a ledger in her hands, not his burial book. Something older, heavier. The leather cracked at the spine. Behind her stood 3 women from the half-ration quarter, their faces gray with cold and something harder than grief. "This first," Audra said. She set the ledger on the iron table between the charter and the lampstone light. The pages were not numbered in ink. They were not numbered at all. Eamon Fell straightened. "The signatures can wait." Audra opened the book. The pages were dense with cryped writing, names in columns, dates, causes of death, ages where the recorders had known them. The ink was black and brown and a reddish shade that might have been rust or might have been something else. Maelis looked at the first page and did not speak. "The riot at the Tanner's Annex," Audra said. "I will read. You will listen." She did not ask permission. She read, Ren Coulson, age 12, trampled by shield line, survived 2 hours, died on the stone floor of the infirmary while the governor was counting grain. The name hung in the air like smoke. Lyra Halver, age 23, crushed against the annex wall, left a child of 3. The child is living with the weaver's widow on Ash Lane and has not eaten in 2 days. Odra turned the page. Thomas Bell, age 31, spear wound through the thigh, died of blood loss before the militia brought him to the infirmary. The wound was standard military issue, and the man who carried the spear was never asked his name. She read 12 more names from the Tanner's riot. 12 people Maelis had categorized as acceptable losses in the arithmetic of control. The half-ration quarter took longer. Odra's voice did not break. She read the deaths in order of date, beginning with the first child to die after Maelis's decree. Name, age, days without full ration before the body gave out. The foundry hall grew cold. Eamon Fowl stared at the table. His hand moved to the charter, then stopped, as if touching it now would be an obscenity. Marta Kell stood at the edge of the lampstone light, her face carved from the same stone as the walls. She did not need Odra to read these names. She had buried one of them. When Odra reached the warehouse fires, the list grew longer. 3 brothers in the timber lane. The youngest was 4. His name was Barn. He was found curled around a bucket of fish brine he had been carrying to the firebreak. The bucket was still full. He died of smoke before he could throw it. The woman behind Odra, the one with the hollow cheeks and the patched coat over her daughter's arms, made a sound that was not a sob and not a word, something between. Ora read the children. Corin Elara, age 5, sick for 6 days before the half-ration decree, died in his mother's arms on the morning of the 13th day. His mother carried water for the bucket line the night after his burial. Maelis's hand found the edge of the iron table. She had seen Corin in the infirmary. She had granted him a full ration. She had thought that was enough. Odra did not stop. Liam Sunder, age 8, refugee from the eastern village burnings, made it to the city gate, died of exposure in the lane outside the foundry hall while the council debated whether to open the annex for shelter. The chamber was silent. Maelis heard her own breath. She heard the frost crack in the stone walls. She heard the blood moving in her own chest, and she wished she could stop hearing it. Odra turned the last page. Qven, age 3, died the half-ration quarter on the 9th day of the decree. Her mother sold her ration shit for lamp oil to warm the room. The oil lasted 2 nights. The child died on the 3rd. The book closed. The sound was soft, the leather against the iron, but it seemed to shake the room. Older looked at Maelis. That is not the full list. That is what I have recorded in the time I was given. There are more. There will always be more, because your arithmetic did not account for names. She pushed the ledger across the table. Sign the charter if you must, but sign it after you have read every page. Maelis did not move. The hall waited. The lampstone flickered. Somewhere in the city, a bell marked the hour. Maelis looked at the ledger. Her hand reached for it. The maimed fingers, the ones that could not close properly, touched the cracked leather. She opened the book where Odra had marked the page. The children were listed in a column she had not seen before, grouped not by district or cause of death, but by age. The youngest at the top, the oldest at the bottom. 3 years old, 4, 5. She read the names. Barn, Corin, Liam, Kira, Ren. Lyra's child, unnamed in the record, listed only as Halver Infant. Her throat closed. She had reduced these to categories: half-ration quarter, acceptable losses, the cost of stability. She had said the words aloud, in this hall, with these same walls listening. The women from the half-ration quarter watched her. Marta Kell stepped forward. Say it, she said. Say their names, or sign nothing. Maelis's voice came out rough. Barn, Corin, Liam, Kira, Ren. She stopped. The names were stones in her mouth. There will be more, she said. I will read them all before I sign anything. Odra nodded once. The hall waited. The lampstone flickered, and Maelis Dorn, who had not wept since the scaffold at dawn, felt something crack in the stone of her chest. She turned the page. The next column began with a name she did not know, a child from the weaver's quarter who had died in the fire, and she read it aloud, and the sound of it in her voice was the first honest thing she had spoken since she seized the city. Brother Ines coughed. It was a small sound, but deliberate, the cough of a man who had been waiting for something and had just seen it arrive. Maelis looked up. Ines was staring at the last page of the ledger, the one that still lay open, the one where Odra had recorded the Refugee Lane deaths. "There is a name here," he said, "that I did not write." Odra's head came up. "Show me." Ines touched the page. "Third from the bottom, Eloin Voss. I did not record that. I do not know who did." Odra crossed the room and looked where he pointed. Her face went still. "Voss," she said, the name of the city. Maelis's blood went cold. "Who brought this ledger to you?" Odra's hand pressed flat to the page. "A woman from the river gate. She said she found it on the barge, the one that is casting off." The financier's barge, the one whose message no one could hear. Maelis looked at the name, Eloin Voss. The ink was fresh. The hand was not Itnes's, not Odra's. Someone else was recording the dead, and they had placed that record where Maelis would be forced to find it. Chapter 72. The ledger lay open on the iron table. Maelis had stopped reading aloud when her voice broke on the name of a child she did not know, a name that had no category, no quarter, no arithmetic to explain it. She had simply stopped. The hall waited. The women from the half-ration quarter stood with their hands clasped. Marta Kell's face was stone, but her jaw trembled. Odra had not moved from the end of the table, her hand still pressed flat to the page where the fresh ink dried. "Eloin Voss," Maelis said. Not a question, a wait. Sister Odra's hand lifted from the page. "The woman from the river gate said the ledger was lying open on the barge's stern bench, weighted with a stone. Someone wanted it found. Someone wanted you to see that name." "Who wrote it?" "I do not know. The hand is not Enos's, not mine, not anyone in the burial crews." Maelis looked at the letters. The ink had the same density as the orders in the iron box, the same deliberate pressure on the downstroke. An educated hand, a hand that had signed documents before. She closed the ledger. The sound was final. "There will be time to find that hand," she said. "But first, this hall finishes what it started." She looked at Eamon Fuel, who still held the charter against his chest, the parchment curled at the edges from the cold. "Read it," she said. "Every article, every limit. I will sign what I can keep." Eamon crossed to the iron table and laid the charter flat. The lampstone flickered as he read. Article 1. Emergency powers vested in the first counselor of the Civic Compact extend for 30 consecutive days from the date of signing. No decree issued under emergency authority may remain in force beyond that limit without review and approval by 2/3 of the governing council. His voice was steady. Architect's voice. A man who had built this document, the way Maelis had built walls. Article 2. Ration allocation, grain release, and furnace quotas shall be determined by joint session of the governing council, with weighted votes from the guilds, the militia, the district elders, and the clerical observers. No single faction may override the others. Maelis listened. She heard the limits stacking like stones across her own authority. She had known they would. She had agreed to them. But hearing them read aloud, in this hall, with the dead named on the page beneath her hand, felt different from negotiating clauses in the cold. Article 3. The governing council shall comprise 14 seats, 5 for the guilds, 3 for the militia ward captains, 2 for the district elders, 1 for the clerical orders, 1 for the river clans, 1 for the half-ration quarter, 1 for the first counselor, who may vote only to break a tie. Marta Kell made a sound. Not quite a word. Eamon paused. The half-ration quarter seat is yours, Marta. You were named in the final draft. Marta's hands tightened. Say the rest, she said. Eamon continued. Article 4. No arrest of a Vossbridge citizen may be executed without dual signature from both the first counselor and a designated council member from a different faction. Emergency arrests require council ratification within 3 days, or the prisoner is released. He read the remaining articles. Property seizure authority, joint custody of seized goods, militia command structure, clan navigation rights, the mechanism for charter amendment. Each clause tightened the net around Maelis's freedom to act alone. The hall listened. Sunderland stood at the back, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. He had not taken a seat. He had not claimed a role. He had come to witness, not to bind himself to a document that governed a city he had tried to conquer. Eamon finished. The silence stretched. Maelis looked at the charter. The parchment was good, the ink black, the seals waiting at the bottom for the signatures that would turn emergency rule into law. She reached for the quill. The maimed fingers closed around the shaft, but the grip was wrong. She shifted her hand, adjusted the angle, and dipped the point into the ink. Maelis. Brother Inez had not spoken since he pointed at the name in the ledger. She looked up. He was staring at the charter. "The name," he said. "Elowen Voss. It is written in the same ink as the signature in your hand requires." The hall went still. Maelis looked at the quill. The ink on the tip was black, identical to the ink drying on the last page of Odra's ledger. The same density, the same gleam. She set the quill down. "Then someone inside this room brought that ink here," she said. "Or someone prepared that ledger in this hall while we were reading." Her eyes moved across the faces. Eamon, Odra, Marta, the women from the half-ration quarter, Inez, Sunderland, Tavia at the door, Calder leaning against the wall, his breath still ragged from the climb. One of them knew. One of them had written a dead girl's name into a record of the famine, using ink that matched the charter's seals. "You will all dip your pens here," Maelis said, pushing the inkwell to the center of the table. "Before I sign anything, I will see whose hand dries the same color." She waited. Nobody moved. Then Martyr Kell stepped forward. She pulled a short knife from her belt, cut the sleeve of her patched coat, and dipped the frayed edge into the ink. She wrote her name at the bottom of the charter, under the half-ration quarter seat designation. Her hand was steady. The ink matched. Sister Odor came next. She used a steel nib she carried in her apron, dipped it, signed her witness line. The ink matched. Eamon signed. Tavia signed. The district elders who had waited in silence signed one by one, dipping their own pens, pressing the same black dye into the parchment. Brother Enos signed last. His hand trembled. The ink matched. Maelis looked at the signatures. 14 names, including her own line still blank at the top, waiting for the first counselor's mark. She lifted the quill again. She signed. The letters came out crooked, the maimed fingers refusing to close properly, but the name was legible. Maelis Dorn, first counselor of the Civic Compact. She set the quill down. The charter was signed. The hall waited, as if the document might change something in the room. The lampstone flickered. The frost continued to crack in the stone. The dead remained dead. Malash looked at the ledger. "Now I need to read the rest." She pulled the book toward her and turned to the first page. The door banged open. A runner stood in the frame, breath clouding in the cold, his face gray with exertion and something worse. "Counselor, the North Granary." Malash did not stand. "Say it." The runner swallowed. "There is a crowd. 300, maybe more. Someone told them you surrendered the city, that the charter means the Legion will take the granaries by noon." The words landed like hammer blows. Malash's hand pressed flat to the ledger page. "They are trying to break the doors before the Legion arrives," the runner said. "They have hammers. They have fire." The hall erupted. Eamon was already moving, shouting for militia runners. Martikel was at the door asking which granary, which approach. Older was gathering her apron, reaching for her bag. Malash did not move. She sat at the iron table, the charter signed beside her, the ledger open beneath her hand, and she heard the arithmetic rearranging itself in her skull. 300 hungry people who had been told the worst was true and the best was a lie. Someone had spread the rumor on purpose. She looked at Sunderland. He met her eyes. "The financier," she said. His jaw tightened. "He is still inside the city. Or he left someone behind who speaks for him." The runner waited, trembling. Maelis stood. Tell the crowd that the first counselor is coming to the granary with the charter in her hands and the dead on her page. Tell them I will read them the names of their children before I let that door fall. She picked up the ledger. Then we will find out who told the lie. Chapter 73. The crowd at the north granary had grown. Maelis counted them as she walked the last 50 paces. Not 300, 400, maybe more. They filled the frozen street from the granary doors to the tanner's cross street, packed shoulder to shoulder, breath rising in a single white cloud. Some carried hammers, some carried firepots. A few held kitchen knives that caught the gray light. She carried the ledger in her left hand, the maimed fingers pressed flat to the cover. The charter was tucked inside her coat. Eamon walked at her right, Ina's at her left. Tavia had the militia forming a loose line behind the crowd, shields down, no weapons drawn yet. Martikel was already pushing through the edge of the mass, her patched coat visible as she shoved past men who recognized her face from the half-ration lines. Svalek's envoy, a woman named Jaren who had arrived with the morning barge, stood at the back of Maelis's column with her arms folded and her eyes scanning the roof lines. Maelis did not stop at the edge of the crowd. She walked into it. The bodies parted. Some on instinct, the way men move for something dangerous. Others slowly, testing whether she would flinch first. She did not flinch. A man with a hammer stepped into her path. He was maybe 50, with the scarred hands of a smith who had worked too long at too hot a forge. "You," he said, "you sold us." Maelis stopped. "I signed a charter," she said. "I did not sell a city. The charter says the Legion gets the granaries. The charter says no one gets anything without a council vote and a dual signature. That includes me. That includes the Legion." The smith did not lower the hammer. "Words on paper. You were words on paper when you hanged Summers. You were words on paper when you cut our rations. And now a rider comes through the gate at dawn saying you gave the keys to the man who burned the warehouses." Maelis heard the shape of the lie as it landed. Not the Legion taking the granaries by noon. The keys given. A betrayal, not a seizure. Someone had refined the rumor between the runner's report and her arrival. "Who told you that?" The smith's jaw tightened. "Does it matter?" "It matters because the man who told you is the same man who burned the warehouses. He wants you to break those doors before I can show you what the charter actually says." She pulled the document from her coat. The crowd pressed closer. She could smell the smoke on their clothes, the sweat of desperate bodies packed too tight. Some of them had been fighting the fire all night. Some had lost homes in the weavers' quarter. Some had lost children to the half-ration decree and were standing in front of a granary because they had nothing left to lose. Maelis unfolded the charter. "The Civic Compact of Vossbridge," she said, loud enough for the front ranks to hear. 14 seats. Half-ration quarter seat from Martikel. 30-day emergency limit. Joint arrest protocol. No grain released without 2 signatures and a council vote. She held it up. "You want to break down that door and take what you think is owed? I understand that. But the moment that door falls, the charter falls with it. And if the charter falls, there is no law between you and the Legion. There is no law between you and the man who engineered the famine. There is only whoever holds the most grain and the sharpest blade." The smith's hand trembled on the hammer handle. Eamon stepped forward. "I wrote the charter," he said. "I argued against her when she wanted to keep emergency powers unchecked. I demanded the 30-day limit. I demanded the council seats. If she meant to surrender the city, I would not have signed." "And yet you signed with her," the smith said, "because she let me." Brother Inés moved past Eamon and stood at Maelis's shoulder. He did not speak. He held up the Ledger of the Dead, open to the first page where the ink was still fresh and the names were still wet. The smith's eyes dropped to the page. "Barn," Inés said quietly. "Age 4, curled around a bucket of fish brine. Corin Ilara, age 5, died in his mother's arms. Kira Ven, age 3, starved after her mother sold the ration chit for lamp oil." He turned the page. "Those are the ones the charter is for. Not the granaries, not the power. The people who will die whether the door holds or falls." The crowd was silent. Maelis looked at the faces in front of her. Some were hard with anger. Some were hollow with grief. Some were simply waiting, The way people wait when they have stopped hoping for good news and have not yet braced for worse. A voice cut through from the back. And when the general's men march through that charter and put their boots on our necks, what do we do then? Read them the names? The crowd turned. An old veteran stood at the edge of the mass, his left sleeve pinned to his coat where the arm used to be, a legion's scar still visible on his cheek. He was not holding a hammer. He was not holding anything except the attention of everyone around him. General Roderic Sunderland, he said, has spent 20 years breaking frontier rebellions. You think a piece of paper stops him? You think he cares about your dead? He pointed at Maelis. He stands in the back of your hall and watches you sign. He does not sign himself. He does not claim a seat. He waits, and when the Empire tells him to take the city, he takes it. The charter means nothing to a man with 3,000 legionaries behind him. The crowd murmured. Maelis felt the balance shift. Not toward violence, not yet. Toward doubt. The kind of doubt that could turn 400 watchers into 400 enemies the moment someone raised the first cry. She looked at the veteran. What is your name? Ven, he said. 7th cohort, 15 years before I lost the arm. You served under him? 6 campaigns. Then you know him. Ven's eyes narrowed. I know he does not break oaths. He swore one to the Empire. He will keep it. Maelis turned. She faced the crowd again, but she did not speak to them. She spoke past them. General Sunderland, she said, her voice carrying across the frozen street. This man believes you will take the city by noon. He believes your oath binds you to the Empire that starved these people. I would like you to answer him. The crowd turned. Sunderland stood at the back of the column, where he had been standing since they left the foundry hall. He had not spoken. He had not declared himself. He had simply followed. Now he walked forward. The crowd parted wider for him than it had for Maelis. A legion general in enemy territory, walking alone into a mob of hungry citizens who had been told he was coming to steal their grain. He stopped beside Maelis. He looked at Ven. 15 years, he said. 7th cohort. You were at the Thorwood crossing. You took a pike through the shoulder holding the left flank while the baggage train crossed. Ven's face went still. You remember that? I remember every man who lost a limb in my command. Sunderland's voice was quiet, but the street was silent enough to carry it. I swore an oath to the Empire. I will not break it. But the Empire I swore to is dead. It died the day its financiers ordered grain diverted from children and called the deaths an acceptable cost. He pulled the folded letter from his coat, the one with the triangular seal, the one that ordered Phase 2. This is the Empire now. A directive to bleed the frontier until it submits. An order signed by men who have never seen a winter in Vossbridge, never buried a child from the half-ration quarter, never stood in a street with 400 people who are trying to decide whether to break down a door or trust a stranger. He held the letter out. You want to know what I will do when the Empire tells me to take the city? I will show them this letter, and I will ask them which oath matters more, the one I swore to a corpse or the one I owe to the people who are still breathing. Then looked at the letter. He did not take it. He looked at Sunderland's face. Then he looked at the charter in Maelis's hands and the ledger against Enis's chest. The hammer in his hand lowered. Read it, he said. Read the charter again, slow enough for those of us who do not read. Maelis did not look away from his face. She lifted the charter and read. Chapter 74. The charter's ink was still wet when the column moved. Sunderland walked at Maelis's left through the parting crowd, the Phase 2 letter folded against his palm. Then followed a step behind, hammer low, the 7th cohort scar catching the winter light like a brand that had finally cooled. No one spoke until they reached the foundry hall steps. Then Sunderland stopped. I will address my command, he said. Outside the walls, not in your city. Maelis studied his face. You mean to tell them you are leaving? I mean to tell them what they are fighting for, and what they are not. He did not wait for permission. The Legion had formed on the frozen field where the old river road widened into flat ground, half a mile south of the North Granary. 3,000 men in blue coats and iron, their breath rising in white columns, their standards furled against the wind. Captain Hask stood at the front rank, arms crossed, face carved from something harder than stone. Sunderland walked to the center of that open ground alone. Maelis watched from the wall. Tavia stood at her shoulder, militia archers positioned along the parapet, bows strung but not drawn. The crowd from the granary had followed. 400 citizens now spread along the base of the wall, silent, waiting to see whether the general's words would match his letter. Sunderland turned to face his army. "You have marched with me through 3 winters," he said. "You have watched villages starve while supply trains rolled past. You have carried the Empire's banner into towns that spat at it, because you believed the law behind that banner was worth the wait." His voice carried street, flat ground, cold air, 3,000 men holding their breath. "I believed it too." He held up the Phase 2 letter. This was signed by the Imperial Credit Council. It orders the frontier bled until it submits. It calls the deaths of children an acceptable cost of stability. It was written by men who have never slept in a frozen ditch, never watched a cohort eat half rations so a village could eat it all. He tore the letter down the center. "I will not serve those men. I will not ask you to die for a crown that sold your brothers for debt." A murmur ran through the ranks. Hask stepped forward. "General," he said, his voice pitched to carry, "you are speaking mutiny." "I am speaking duty." "To what? A usurper who seized a city by force?" "To the people who are still breathing." Sunderland's voice did not rise. "The empire I swore to is dead. It died the day it ordered grain diverted from children. I will not restore a corpse to the throne and call it law." Hask's hand moved to his sword. "Then you leave me no choice." Behind him, a section of the front rank shifted, not breaking formation, not reaching for weapons, shifting weight, the way men do when they are choosing which side to follow. Sunderland saw it. "You have a choice, Hask. We all do. The question is whether we follow the oath we swore to a rotting institution or the one we owe to the people who trusted us to protect them." Hask's blade cleared the scabbard. On the wall, Tavia's hand went up. The archers drew, but the movement stopped. From the ranks behind Hask, a voice called out, low, rough, carrying the gravel of 15 years in the field. "Captain Hask. Ven." He had climbed the wall steps without Maelis noticing, his pinned sleeve catching the light. He stood at the parapet edge, looking down at the man who had been his commander for 6 campaigns. "You want to raise steel against the general who saved your life at Thornwood?" Hask's jaw tightened. "He is breaking his oath. He is keeping the only one that matters." The ranks behind Hask began to part, not in surrender, in alignment. The front rank stayed where it stood, but the second and third shifted, creating a line of sight between Sunderland and the officers who had been watching, waiting, deciding. Sunderland looked at Hask. "Sheath your sword, Captain." "I will not." "You will. Because if you cut me down here, in front of 3,000 men who just heard me say the Empire is dead, you will be fighting a war on 2 fronts before sundown, the city at your back, and half your own command." Hask's hand trembled on the hilt. Then Ven spoke again. "Thornwood, Captain. You remember. The left flank, the pike in my shoulder. The general who came back for me when the baggage train was already crossing." Hask's eyes flickered to the one-armed veteran on the wall, to the face he had not seen in 15 years, still carrying the scar of a battle he had walked away from whole. He sheathed his sword. Sunderland did not wait for an apology. "Legion," he said, his voice carrying across the frozen field. "We are withdrawing, not in defeat, in refusal. We will not be the sword that finishes what the Ledger Circle began. If any man wishes to ride east and report to the capital, he may do so. I will not stop him, but he will not march under my banner when he does." He turned his back on his own command and walked toward the city. Maelis met him at the gate. "You just lost half your army." "I just showed the other half what loyalty means." He stopped, looked at the wall, at the citizens gathered along its base, at the trotter still clutched in her maimed hand. "The colonel who rode east will reach the capital in 12 days. He will bring names, dates, and a report that I have gone rogue. The Empire will respond. Let them." He almost smiled. "Winter will hold for another 6 weeks. After that, the road's open. The financiers' network will move. The capital will send a new commander with fresh troops and orders to burn the frontier clean." "I know. I just gave you 3,000 men who will not be part of that army." Maelis looked past him, at the legion forming into columns on the frozen field. Hask stood at the front, still rigid, still furious, but he had sheathed his sword. "You could have stayed," she said, "kept your command, waited for the capital to send new orders." "I could have." "Why didn't you?" Sunderland looked at the charter in her hand. "Because I read the names in your ledger, and I do not want to be the man who made more of them." He turned and walked back toward his men. Behind her, on the wall, Tavia's archers lowered their bows, and in the crowd below, a girl of 7 or 8 stood alone, holding a wooden bread token carved in the shape of a bridge, watching the general walk away from the only empire she had ever known. Chapter 75. The legion did not break formation when Sunderland reached them. They stood frozen in the sleet, watching him walk past the front rank without a word, his boots leaving prints in the frost that the next man would have to step around or follow. Captain Hask stood at the column's head, his sword sheathed, but his hand still resting on the hilt. "Where do we march, General?" Sunderland looked at the faces turned toward him. Men who had followed him through 6 campaigns, men who had watched him bleed in Thornwood, men who had trusted that the empire they served had a purpose beyond the ledgers he had just torn in half. "We camp here," he said. "I will address the officers at dusk." Hask's jaw tightened. "And if some of us do not wish to wait until dusk, then they are free to ride east. I gave them that choice." "You gave them a choice between mutiny and abandonment." Sunderland met his gaze without flinching. "I gave them a choice between serving a corpse and serving something that might still live. That is not abandonment. That is the first honest decision this legion has made in 3 years." He turned and walked toward the command tent, leaving Hask standing in the sleet with the weight of 24 watching officers behind him. The tent canvas snapped in the wind. Sunderland stood at the map table, his hands flat on the oilcloth, the Phase 2 letters torn halves still visible in the corner where one of the orderlies had swept them. He had not touched them since he threw them down. Luke Merrow entered without knocking. "General, there's movement on the South Road." Sunderland looked up. "How many?" 24, mounted, riding hard. "Loyalists." "Imperial courier livery, sir. They left the camp at first light before your address." Sunderland's hand tightened on the table's edge. The colonel who had ridden east would have been foolish not to leave agents behind. Men who would carry word of Sunderland's defiance faster than any single rider could manage. "Where are they now?" "Clan riders intercepted them at the river ford. They are being held at the marsh channel." Sunderland straightened. "Clan riders." "Civic Belen's people. The envoy you saw at the wall yesterday. They have been shadowing the South Road since dawn." Sunderland felt the corner of his mouth move, not quite a smile. Maelis had anticipated this. She had set the river clans to watch his own lines before he had finished speaking. He did not know whether to be grateful or insulted. He found the clan riders at the marsh channel, 20 mounted men in heavy fur and leather, their horses stamping in the frozen mud. At their center stood a lean figure with a scarred face and braided hair, a man Sunderland recognized from the parley but had not spoken to. The man inclined his head. "General, we found these men riding south with dispatches. They said they did not recognize your authority to stop them." "They do not," Sunderland said. "But you do not answer to me. I answer to the first counselor. She said no armed party leaves this valley without her knowledge. These men are armed." Sunderland looked past him at the 24 imperial couriers standing in a loose cluster, their horses held by clan riders, their saddlebags open on the ground. One of them, a lieutenant with a fresh scar on his jaw, glared at Sunderland with undisguised contempt. "You cannot hold us," the lieutenant said. "We carry orders from the colonel who rode east. He holds authority from the capital itself." "Your colonel carries reports," Sunderland said. "He does not carry orders. Not yet. And until he reaches the capital and returns with a new command, I am still the senior officer on this frontier. You have declared the Empire dead. I have declared the Empire's claim to this frontier forfeit. That is not the same thing." He turned to the clan leader. "Search their saddlebags, every pouch, every seam, every false bottom. I want to know what they were carrying and where they were told to deliver it." The clan leader nodded once, and his men moved. The lieutenant spat. "You will hang for this." "Perhaps," Sunderland said, "but not today." The search yielded what he had feared. 3 of the couriers carried copies of the Phase 2 letter, sealed with the same triangular 3-dot mark that had been stamped on the original. 4 more carried letters of credit from the Second Imperial Credit House, drafts drawn against frontier assets that would be worthless once the Empire formally declared Vossbridge a rogue state. And one, a quiet man, with a clerk's hands and a hollow face, carried a leather tube sealed with wax and ribbon, marked with a name Sunderland did not recognize, but that Luke Marrow stopped breathing when he saw. "General," Luke said, "that seal, that is the mark of the Imperial Credit Council itself." Sunderland took the tube. He broke the seal carefully, unrolled the parchment, and read the text in silence. It was a suspension order. His authority was revoked, pending inquiry into his conduct and obedience to Imperial command. The order was dated 4 weeks before the colonel's report had even reached the capital, which meant that someone in the capital had anticipated his defection before he had made it. He read it again, then rolled it back into the tube. "The financier," he said. "He had this waiting. He knew I would break before the colonel rode." Luke's face had gone pale. "Then the capital already knows, sir. They have been expecting this." "Yes." Sunderland handed the tube back. "Burn it. If no one sees it, no one can enforce it." Luke hesitated. "Sir, if they have already sent this, they will send another. You cannot stop the paper." "I do not need to stop the paper. I need to stop the men who carry it." He turned and walked back toward the camp. At dusk, the officers assembled. Sunderland stood before them, his hands clasped behind his back, the torn halves of the Phase 2 letter still visible on the command tent's floor. "I have received word that my authority has been suspended," he said. "The order was written before I made my decision. The financier's network is faster than any horse." Murmur rippled through the gathered men. "Those of you who wish to leave may do so. Those who wish to stay will serve under officers whose names I will read aloud. You will not be asked to fight the Empire. You will be asked to defend a city that has chosen to live." He paused. "And you will be asked to do it without a chain of command that reaches past this valley." From the back of the tent, a voice. "And who will command us?" Sunderland looked at the man who had spoken, a grizzled sergeant with a scarred cheek and a missing ear, a veteran of 15 years. "I will, until the spring thaw. After that, the map changes." He let the silence settle. "Those who stay, stay because they choose to. I will not hold it against any man who leaves, but I will hold it against any man who stays and wavers when the enemy comes." The tent was still. After the officers dispersed, Luke found him at the map table. "General, I need to show you something." Sunderland followed him to the edge of the camp, where the sleet had turned to a thin, freezing rain. Luke pointed east toward the river road. "Riders, 4 of them. They left the marsh channel 20 minutes ago. They are not carrying our colors." Sunderland squinted into the fading light. "Who are they?" "I do not know, but they are carrying correspondence. Thick saddlebags, the kind that hold ledgers, not dispatches." Sunderland's chest tightened. "Where are they heading?" "The heartland, straight down the river road. They will reach the capital before the colonel." Sunderland stared at the distant figures, already small against the gray horizon. Copies. The financier's men, fleeing with copies of the correspondence that had been seized, carrying proof to the capital that the conspiracy had been exposed and that Sunderland and Maelis had the evidence in hand. But they were also carrying something else. Lute's voice was barely audible. "Sir, if those riders reach the capital before we can stop them, the financier will have time to destroy your original records. He will claim the letters we found were forgeries, planted by the rebels to discredit the Empire." Sunderland did not answer. He was already calculating the distance, the horses, the road, and the time he did not have. Chapter 76. The foundry hall had been scrubbed twice since the warehouse fires, but smoke still lived in the grain of the iron table, in the rafters, in the wool of every coat that passed through the door. Maelis stood at the head of the chamber and counted the empty chairs. 14 seats. The charter had named 14. 9 were filled. The 10th chair belonged to a weaver's guild master who had died in the fire. The 11th to a district elder whose body had been found in the culvert with a knife wound that was not self-inflicted. The 12th stood empty because no one had yet decided whether the river clans would send a permanent representative or only envoy the way Jaren did, arms folded, scanning roof lines. The 13th and 14th were for the half-ration quarter and the Legion. Martyr Kell sat in one. Sunderland had sent no one to the other. "The chamber is called," Eamon Fielselt said. He stood at Maelis's left, the charter unrolled before him, his voice carrying the weight of a man who had spent his life reading stones and knew when a foundation was still settling. First session of the Civic Compact Council. Present. First Councillor Dorn, Guildmaster Fugel, Captain Quillen, Brother Ines, Sister Odra, Councillor Kell, Councillor Mir, Councillor Oren, and Elder Nesson. The old man at the far end of the table inclined his head. Nesson had been a timber merchant before the famine. Now his yard was empty, and his hands shook when he lifted a cup. Maelis did not sit. "I will not hold a formal agenda," she said. "The charter gives us 30 days to review emergency powers. I intend to use every one of them, but I will not pretend the city is stable enough for parliamentary procedure." "Then what are we doing here?" Nesson asked. "Learning whether this chamber can hold." She let the silence answer for her. The empty chairs caught the lamplight. 11 of them now. The 12th, the Legion's seat, would remain vacant until Sunderland chose to fill it. The 13th, the half-ration quarters, was occupied by a woman whose brother had died of hunger. Martyr Kell stood. "The charter says emergency decrees are subject to immediate review if a council member demands it." Her voice was rough, the voice of someone who had spent the morning hauling ash. "I demand it." Val's jaw tightened. "Councillor Kell, the first session has not yet." "The first session is happening now." Marta did not look at him. She looked at Maelis. "You signed the charter. You said emergency powers were temporary. Prove it." The hall went still. Maelis felt the weight of every gaze. The guildmasters who had watched her hang men from the scaffold, the clerks who had watched her starve a district, the woman who had buried her youngest brother and now held a seat that existed because of that death. "Which decree?" Maelis asked. "All of them. But we start with the one that killed my brother." The silence thickened. "I agreed to begin with my own worst decision," Maelis said. "If that is where you want to start, then that is where we start." Odra Nemet looked up from the corner where she stood, sleeves still rolled, hands still raw from the infirmary. "Say it then. Say it aloud." Maelis placed her maimed hand flat on the table. "I ordered the half-ration quarter to receive half the grain of every other district. I made that decision alone, without counsel, without review, and without telling the quarter why." She paused. "I chose the workshops. I chose the mills. I chose the militia families. I chose them because they could still produce, still fight, still keep the city running. And I let the poorest district pay the difference." Marta's face did not change. "How many died? In the quarter directly from the decree? I cannot give you a precise number. The infirmary records are incomplete. The burial ledgers are still being collated." Maelis held Marta's gaze. "But if you want my estimate, based on ration distribution, mortality rates from the previous month, and the reports from Sister Odra's ward, I believe the decree cost approximately 240 lives in the first 6 weeks. The number landed like a stone in still water. 240. Nesson set down his cup. Vela Oren looked at her hands. Vel said nothing. "I counted 241, Marta said, "because my brother was the last one who died on the day I stopped counting." Maelis nodded. "Then your count is more accurate than mine." Marta's eyes did not leave her face. "You are not apologizing." "No." "Why not?" "Because apology does not bring them back, and I will not ask for forgiveness I have not earned." Maelis kept her voice level. "But I will tell you this. I made that decision in isolation because I believed speed mattered more than consensus. I was wrong. Not about the grain arithmetic, the numbers were correct, but about the cost that arithmetic would carry for this city's trust." She looked at the empty chairs, at the smoke-stained rafters, at the faces of the people who had watched her save Vossbridge and starve it in the same breath. "I will not make that decision again without this chamber." The silence stretched. Then Marta Kell sat down. For a long moment, no one spoke. Vel cleared at his throat. "Then the review is accepted. First, Councillor Dorn's emergency decree of half-ration distribution is recorded for council examination. We will return to it after the ledger inventory is complete and the quarter's representatives have had time to review the records." Maelis inclined her head. But before she could speak, the door opened. A runner stood in the threshold, breathless, coat wet with sleet. His eyes found Maelis. "First Counselor, the river gate reports movement on the south road. A column of riders. They are not Legion." Maelis felt the weight of the room shift. "How many?" 20, maybe more. "They are carrying torches. They are moving fast." Sunderland's warnings circled back to her. The financiers' riders, the copies of the ledgers, the evidence that could still be destroyed. She looked at Tavia. "Saddle my horse and find General Sunderland." The runner hesitated. "First Counselor, there is something else." "Speak." "The riders are not fleeing east." The room went still. "They are coming here." Chapter 77. The foundry hall felt hollow after the council dispersed. Calder Meyer sat at the iron table with the rescued ledgers spread before him, his soft hands moving through pages blackened at the edges, his face unreadable. Brother Inez stood across from him, arms folded, the burial ledger still tucked under his arm. Luke Marrow had arrived 10 minutes after the runner, summoned from Sunderland's camp by Tavia's order. 3 of them, a hoarder, a monk, and a courier, sorting the remains of a paper empire. Calder turned a page and grunted. The financier kept better records than Polk ever did. He tapped a column of figures. This one lists every warehouse lease in the upper river towns. Names, dates, front companies, all of it. Inez leaned over his shoulder. "How many towns?" 7, maybe 8. They did not stop at Vossbridge. Luke pulled a chair and sat heavily. His face was pale, his fingers still stained with ink from the courier intercept. "Sunderland is forming the men into a defensive line on the south meadow. He wants to know how much of the evidence is usable before the riders arrive." Calder did not look up. "Tell him most of it. The vault ledgers survived the fire, the signatures are legible, but the ledgers only cover what the financier controlled in the city. The rest of the network was run on separate books." "Where are those books?" "On the horses that left before dawn." Calder's voice carried no emotion. 4 riders, thick saddlebags. If they reach the capital, the financier will destroy the originals and claim our letters are forgeries." Luke's jaw tightened. "Clan riders are on the south road. They might catch them." "Might is not good enough." Inez moved to the table and began sorting the documents by date. His hands were steady, the same hands that had recorded every burial since the first death in the Tanners district. "We have enough to prove the conspiracy existed. The question is whether we have enough to prove who ordered it." Calder flipped to a page near the back of the thickest ledger. His fingers stopped. "What is it?" He did not answer. He traced a line of text with his index finger, then turned the book so Inez and Luke would see. The entry was in a different hand, smaller, tighter, pressed into the margin between columns of figures. A single line of code that Luke recognized before the others. He used the same cipher as the Convoy manifests. Calder nodded slowly. "Can you read it?" Luke leaned closer. The letters were cramped, some of them reversed, the pattern familiar from the documents he had spent weeks decoding for Sunderland. He worked through it silently, his lips moving. When he looked up, his face had gone gray. "What does it say?" Inez asked. Luke read it twice to be sure. "The merchant who sold the rope is not the same man who ties the knot." Calder stared at him. "That is not a cipher, that is a proverb." "It is both." Luke pointed to the 4th word of the 2nd clause. "The letters are doubled in a pattern. It is a name buried in the sentence." Inez leaned forward. "Whose name?" Luke hesitated. "Someone in the Imperial Center who wanted Polk dead before he could be questioned. The cipher says, 'The man who lit the torch has already swallowed the flame.'" The hall was silent. Calder broke it first. "He was never meant to survive the winter. The financier hired him to build the network and then planned to eliminate him once the famine was in motion." "Then why did Polk run?" Luke asked. "If his masters wanted him dead, why did he flee east instead of staying to face them?" "Because he did not know," Inez spoke quietly. "Or because he knew and thought he could outrun them." Calder closed the ledger. "There is more." He pulled a second book from the stack, thinner than the others, bound in leather that had not been blackened by smoke. "This one lists the other cities." "Which cities?" "The ones marked for the same harvest." He opened it to the first page, a list of names written in the same tight hand, each one followed by a date and a set of figures. Grain quotas, population estimates, winter casualty projections. Vossbridge was first. Below it, 7 more. Coldwater Reach, Thornwood Station, Iron Mend, Northgate Cross, The Falls, Mill Hollow, Ashford. Luke read the names aloud, and each one felt like a stone added to a cairn. They were all going to starve, he said. Not by accident, by design. Calder nodded, and if we do not stop the writers, the financier will burn the originals and start again. Different cities, different fronts, the same arithmetic. The door opened. Tavia stood in the threshold, her coat wet with sleet, her face tight. The riders have stopped a quarter-mile from the south gate. They are not attacking. Calder looked up. Then what are they doing? Tavia's eyes found Lou. They are waiting, and one of them is holding a white cloth on a spear. Chapter 78. The stone was cold under her palm, the same stone she had laid 14 years ago, mortared with her own hands in the third course from the base. Maelis walked the south curtain wall at dusk, her maimed hand trailing across the repaired patches where fire had licked the merlons and the ward sigils had failed. The city below her breathed smoke and lamplight. Black roofs marked where the warehouse district had burned, the ribs of timber still visible against the gray sky. The north granary stood intact, its doors reinforced, its ward a dim pulse she could feel through her boots. The foundry hall chimney churned pale smoke. The river gate was closed, the channel dark. She stopped at the third tower and pressed her fingers into a crack she had not noticed before. It ran along the mortar line, thin as a hair, deep as a finger joint. She traced it to the base of the merlon, where the stone had shifted in its seating. Too many loads, she said to the empty wall. Too many fires, too much weight. Behind her, boots scraped stone. Roderic stood at the tower stair, his coat patched at both elbows, his ledger tucked under his arm. He had followed her without asking permission, the way he had followed her since the first granary seizure, always carrying the numbers she needed to see. The patrol said you were walking the wall, he said. I thought you might want company. I wanted to see what survived. And what did you find? Maelis looked out over the city. The iron roofs of the guild halls caught the last light. The half-ration quarter was dark except for the cooking fires, thin columns of smoke rising straight into the still air. The weavers' district was a scar of ash and collapsed timbers where the ropeworks fire had jumped the lane. The walls held, she said. The wards are failing faster than I can repair them. The granary is full enough for another 8 weeks if we stretch. The river clans are sending fish barges twice a week now. Ines waited. The city is alive, she said, because too many people carried what I could not carry alone. She said it flat, the way she said all hard truths, but Ines heard the weight beneath it. He had been listening to her for months now, through riots and fires and charter negotiations, through the reading of the dead in the foundry hall when her voice had cracked on the name of a 3-year-old. Ilara's boy is healing, Ines said. She asked about you yesterday, not with anger, with something closer to recognition. Maelis said nothing. She said you carried water in the bucket line. She said that meant something. I carried water because she shoved a bucket into my hands and told me to. Most rulers would have ordered her arrested. Maelis turned from the wall. The scar on her palm caught the fading light, a white line running from wrist to the base of her third finger. She had carried that scar since the scaffold collapse that had nearly killed her, the same collapse that had left 2 fingers never closing right. I am learning what rulers are supposed to be, she said, by failing at it enough times to see the pattern. Ines stepped closer, his breath visible in the cold air. Tomorrow the council will review the emergency decrees. Martical asked for the half-ration quarter to have access to the full food ledger, not just the summaries. It is her right. It is also the first test of your promise. Maelis looked at him. I know. Then you should answer the question I came to ask. She waited. When the next crisis comes, and it will come, what line will you not cross? The question hung between them, cold as the air, sharp as the crack in the merlon she had traced with her fingers. Maelis looked past him, past the walls, past the smoke and the roofs and the river. She thought of the 4 riders stopped at the south gate with their white cloth on a spear. She thought of the cipher Luke had decoded, the proverb that meant Palk was never meant to survive. She thought of the 7 cities on Calder's list, each one waiting for a famine that someone had already calculated in a ledger. "I will not hide the arithmetic again," she said. Enos did not move. "I made the half-ration decision alone. I calculated the grain. I calculated the bodies. I told no one until the decree was already posted. I thought I was protecting the city from panic." She paused. "I was protecting myself from argument. And now? Now the ledger goes to the council, the grain tallies, the casualty projections, the names." Her voice dropped. "If the citizens of Vossbridge must decide who eats and who starves, they will do it with open eyes, not silence." Enos let out a breath she had not realized he was holding. That is a line worth holding. It will make governing harder, slower, more brutal in its own way. "I know, and you will stand at my shoulder and hold me to it." "Yes." Maelis looked at him, the bursar who had become her quartermaster, her clerk, her conscience, the man who had read the names of starved children into a crowd of 400 armed citizens and forced her to hear them too. "Then we will see if the line holds." She turned back to the wall and began walking south toward the gate where the riders waited, where the white cloth on a spear meant something she had not yet understood. Enos followed. The stones beneath them were patched in a dozen places, some repaired by Olin's engineers, some by the militia, some by the same citizens who had carried water in the bucket line and stood in the foundry hall to sign the charter. The city was held together by 1,000 small acts of shared labor, and Maelis was just one of the hands that held it. They reached the south gate as the last light bled out of the sky. Tavia stood at the parapet, her coat wet, her face hard with the tension that had not left her shoulders since the riders had appeared. "They have not moved," she said. "The white cloth is still on the spear. They are waiting." "For what?" "For you." Maelis climbed the steps to the parapet and looked out over the frozen road. The 4 riders sat motionless on their horses, their breath pluming in the cold air. The man in front held its spear with a strip of white cloth tied below the head, the fabric limp in the still air. Behind them, at the edge of the tree line, a light flickered, a flame, then another. Tavia saw it at the same moment. "Signal torches," she said. "They are not alone." The flames rose in a line along the ridge, one after another, fast and deliberate, the same pattern Maelis had seen from the towers in the first days of the city's seizure. A single pulse. Danger. Maelis gripped the stone of the parapet and watched the fire spread along the ridge, a chain of signals answering the riders' arrival, telling someone in the dark that the message had been received. The man with the white cloth did not move. He simply waited, the spear steady in his gloved hand, the flames rising behind him like a wall of light. Chapter 79. The 4 riders did not move. Maelis stood on the parapet with the cold seeping through her boots and watched the white cloth hang limp on the spear. The signal torches had burned out along the ridge, leaving only smoke trails in the memory of flame. Tavia shifted beside her. "They have been waiting for an hour, no closer, no farther. Then they want us to come to them. That is what I would do if I wanted to put a bolt in your chest from the tree line." Maelis looked at her. "You would not use a white cloth for that." "I would if I wanted you to believe the cloth was real." The logic was sound. Maelis considered the distance, the open ground, the frozen road that offered no cover for 40 paces in either direction. She considered the 4 riders, their stillness, the way they had not adjusted their saddles or shifted their weight in the time she had watched them. "If they wanted me dead," she said, "they would have fired from the ridge when the torches lit. The signal was for someone else." "Who?" "That is what I intend to ask them." She turned from the parapet and started down the steps. Tavia caught her arm. "You are not walking out that gate alone." "I am not walking out that gate at all tonight. Tomorrow, at first light, with you and 6 militia archers on the wall and Sunderland's men on the south meadow if he has them." She paused. "Tell him I need eyes on the ridge before dawn." Tavia released her arm. "And tonight?" "Tonight we unload barges." The river gate opened onto a frozen wharf where 3 clan barges sat low in the dark water, their hulls crusted with ice and their decks stacked with barrels. Civic Billings people moved across the gangplanks in a rhythm Maelis recognized from every loading dock she had ever worked. Efficient, silent, and watchful. Drink-tard meant joint labor. She stepped onto the wharf and found a clan woman with a scarred face and a counting stick already halfway through the manifest. The woman looked at Maelis, looked at her maimed hand, and handed her a barrel hook without a word. Maelis took it. The work was simple and brutal. Roll the barrels to the tally point, stack them on the sledges, count them twice, and move to the next. The cold bit through her gloves. The barrel hook left a bruise across her palm. By the second hour, her shoulder ached, and the reduced grip in her damaged fingers had become a fire of small pains. A militiaman next to her grunted as he rolled a barrel into place. "First counselor," he said, not a question. "Just Maelis tonight?" He nodded like that made sense and kept working. By the time the last barrel was on the sledge, the eastern sky had begun to lighten. Maelis straightened her back and found Civic's envoy, a woman named Ven's people had called Jaren, standing at the wharf edge with her arms folded. "The wounded?" Jaren said. "At the foundry hall. Sister Olga has them." "Legion or city?" 3 legion, 2 militia, all stable." Jaren studied her for a moment. "No ransom? No. That was not how the Empire did it." Maelis wiped ice from her sleeve. "The Empire is dead." Jaren's mouth curved into something that was not quite a smile. "So you keep saying." She turned and walked back to the barges, and Maelis watched her go, wondering whether the answer had been believed or merely noted. Dawn came gray and still. The council gathered in the foundry hall for the first ration release under the charter's new rules. Marta Kell sat at the table with the half-ration quarters ledger open in front of her. Eamon Zhu had brought the granary tallies. Brunianez carried the burial book, though he did not open it. Maelis set the grain projection on the table. 8 weeks at full ration if we stretch, 6 if we do not. The river clans have committed to twice-weekly barge deliveries through the freeze, and Civic's people are already fishing the lower channel. Marta picked up the projection and read it slowly, her lips moving over the numbers. Then she picked up the ink. "I authorize release for the half-ration quarter," she said, and signed her name at the bottom of the page. Falsical signed next, then Ines, then Vela Oren, then Maelis. The paper sat on the table with 5 names on it. The first ration release in Vossbridge's history that had been approved by a council rather than a single decree. Maelis looked at the signatures and felt something shift in her chest. Not relief, not pride, something closer to recognition. The charter worked. She found Sunderland on the South Meadow after the council adjourned. He stood at the edge of the frozen field with his hands clasped behind his back, watching his men drill in the pale morning light. "Your riders on the wall saw movement before dawn," he said without turning. "Tavia asked you for eyes on the ridge. I gave them. And? Nothing. The torches were cold by the time my scouts reached the tree line. Whoever lit them was gone." Maelis stood beside him and watched the drill formations shift across the frozen grass. 3,000 men who had chosen to stay, who had watched their general tear an imperial order in half and remained standing. "The riders at the south gate are still waiting," she said. "I know. They are patient. Patience means they have time." He turned to look at her. "Time means they are not fleeing. They are preparing. You sound like you have faced them before." "I have faced men like them. Men who wait with white cloths while their masters light torches on the ridge." He paused. "The cloth means they want to talk. The torches mean they have something to back the talk with." Maelis held his gaze. "Then we talk." Jaren found her at the foundry hall steps as the sun cleared the wall. "Word from the chieftain," she said, and handed Maelis a folded sheet of oiled paper. Maelis opened it and read. The message was short. Creditor agents had begun buying mercenaries upriver, 3 separate companies, all paid in coins stamped from mints that had not been active since the Empire consolidated its currency 20 years ago. The companies were forming at Iron Bend, Coldwater Reach, and Thornwood Station, the same 3 cities on Calder's list. Jaren watched her read. "The chieftain wants to know," she said, her voice flat. "Whether Vossbridge intends to stand alone against what is coming, or whether it intends to become something larger." Maelis looked up from the paper. The city behind her was held together by charter signatures and bucket lines, and a general who had burned his own suspension order. The city ahead of her was a question she had not yet answered. What exactly is the chieftain asking? Jaren met her eyes. He is asking whether you want an army, First Counselor, because the clans will not fight for a city that will not fight for the frontier. The words hung in the cold air. Maelis looked past her, past the walls, past the smoke rising from the rebuilt district chimneys, past the frozen river where the barges had unloaded under joint guard, and thought of the 7 cities on Calder's list, each one waiting for a famine someone had already calculated in a ledger. If the clans join us, she said slowly, they will not be joining a city. They will be joining a war. Jaren did not flinch. That is what the chieftain assumed. And the mercenaries upriver will be ready to march by the time the roads open. Jaren paused. Unless someone gives them a better offer. Maelis folded the paper and slipped it into her coat. She turned and looked at the south gate, where the 4 riders still waited with their white cloth on a spear, patient as the winter, patient as the flames that had lit the ridge. Tell the chieftain I will give him an answer, she said. When? By the time the roads open. Jaren nodded once and walked back toward the river. Maelis stood alone on the steps and watched the light move across the walls she had built, remembering the names of the cities on Calder's list, wondering how many of them were still alive to choose. Chapter 80. She wrote the names first. It took her 3 hours working by candlelight in the foundry hall while the city slept through the coldest hour before dawn. The ledger was plain, unmarked leather, bought from a stationer whose shop had stayed open through the worst of winter because he had no other trade and no other hope. Maelis opened it to the first page and began with the dead. Ren's mother, the boy with the spoon, the child whose face had stared at her over a mother's shoulder after she announced half rations. She wrote them by the names Odra had read aloud in this same hall, the ones from the Ledger of the Dead that had been waiting for her on a barge. Elowen Voss. She left that name on the page and did not know what it meant yet, but she wrote it anyway because the name had been given to her and she would not bury it in silence. When she finished the dead, she turned the page and wrote the grain. 8 weeks of stores with stretching. Fish barges twice a week from the clans. The ration release signed by 5 hands instead of 1. She wrote the numbers in her engineering script, neat and precise, and then she wrote what each number meant in bodies that would not starve because the arithmetic had been shared. She wrote the concessions next. The monument stones pulled down and salted. The River Clan compact with sovereign recognition and free passage. The charter clauses that bound her to ask before she cut. The 30-day clock on emergency powers and the 2/3 vote required to extend them. She wrote the fires, the Copar's warehouse, the weaver's quarter, the ration archive, the account court, each one recorded with the date and the dead and the name of the person who had ordered the bucket line or the fire break or the evacuation. She wrote until her maimed hand cramped and she had to stop and flex the fingers that never closed properly anymore. Brother Eunice found her at dawn. He did not ask what she was writing. He stood at the edge of the table and watched her finish the last entry, a line about the first council-approved ration release and the 5 signatures at the bottom of the page. You started with the dead, he said. Names before numbers. That is not how you started this winter. Maelis looked at the ledger, at the names on the first page, at the grain tallies and the charter clauses and the fires that had nearly consumed everything she was trying to build. I started this winter by hanging 2 men in the market square and pardoning a 3rd because his ledgers were more useful than his death, she said. I started by calculating how many days a city could survive if I treated people like variables in an equation I had already solved. And now? Now I know that equations do not bury their own dead. Eunice was silent for a long moment. Then he pulled the chair across from her and sat down heavily, the way he sat when he had been standing for too long in too many burial grounds. The 4 riders at the south gate are still waiting, he said. Tavia told me. They have not eaten since they arrived. They have not built a fire. They are sitting their horses in the same position they held at dusk. Maelis closed the ledger and pressed her palm flat against the plain leather cover. Then they are not messengers, she said. They are witnesses. Someone sent them to watch what we do next. Eunice nodded. And the torches on the ridge? Whoever lit them wanted us to know we are being watched. That is not a threat. That is an invitation to look up and see the scope of what is coming. She stood and walked to the foundry hall window. The glass was frosted on the inside, but she could see the outline of the south gate through the rime, and beyond it, the 4 riders motionless in the gray dawn light. She looked at the city that had survived. Smoke rose from rebuilt chimneys. The bucket lines had stopped. The ration queues formed in order now, not because fear held them in line, but because the charter had given them something to trust. The barges came twice a week, and the militia drilled in the frozen yards, and the foundry hall held council sessions where arguments happened openly instead of knives in the dark. It was not the city she had seized. It was the city she had built. She had changed too late for innocence. The dead on the first page of her ledger made sure of that. The half-ration quarter knew her name the way the poor always know the name of the person who decided they could eat less. Martha Kell would remind her of that every time she sat down at the council table with her brother's grave behind her eyes. But not too late for dignity. That was what the charter was. That was what the 5 signatures meant. That was what Enos had been trying to teach her since the first granary seizure, when he had told her survival was not the same as justice, and she had answered that dead citizens had no use for justice, only bread. She had been right about the bread, but she had been wrong about everything that came after. A knock at the foundry hall door broke the silence. Tavia entered before Maelis could answer, her coat wet with melted frost, and her face tight with the look she wore when something had shifted beyond her control. "The riders have dismounted," she said. "All 4? One of them, the one holding the spear with the white cloth. He is walking toward the south gate." Maelis did not look away from the window. "What does he want?" "He is carrying a sealed document. The other 3 are watching from the road." Tavia paused. "He called your name, Maelis, not first counselor, not the head of the Civic Compact. Your name." Enos rose from his chair and stood at Maelis' shoulder. "Then he knows who you are," he said. Maelis turned from the window and picked up the ledger she had filled with names and grain and fires and charter clauses. She held it against her chest like a shield she had earned. "Everyone knows who I am now," she said. She walked toward the door, and as she reached it, a runner arrived, breathless, from the river gate, with news that the financier's barge had been seen again, not fleeing east, but turning back toward Vossbridge, flying a flag that had no empire's colors and no clan's sigil, only a single black ledger on a field of white. The messenger opened his mouth to say more, but no words came out. Tavia took the message from his hand and read it, standing in the doorway. "The financier is offering terms," she said, "and the ledger circle has named Vossbridge an enemy in the open." Maelis looked at the sealed document in her hand, the ledger against her chest, the city beyond the glass, and understood that the winter was over and the war had just begun.